This might be one of the best stats of the Olympics. The other day against the U.S., Serbia with Nikola Jokic on the court, the game was 81-81. That was the score. In the 9 minutes he didn't play, Serbia was outscored 29-3. They scored 3 points in the 9 minutes when he didn't play and gave up 29. I mean, how amazing is that?
So just to put that in perspective, if that game was played out all the way, where let's say Jokic didn't play and the number stayed the same, the score would have been like 116-12 without him. So I got to admit, for all you Nikola Jokic haters, which I think you guys are few and far between at this point, but there were a lot. Joel Embiid doing that? When I got to hear Joel Embiid has that great head-to-head matchup, Joel Embiid is doing that? You guys see him play in Team USA. He's doing that?
Yeah. He's got LeBron and Kevin Durant as teammates, and he's not doing that.
He's struggling.
Think about it. Right?
It's almost like things that we said, I don't know, 4 years ago. It's just so funny. That was Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine on Sirius XM NBA Radio. It is a pretty remarkable stat. And every once in a while you get one of these moments, especially with Jokic, where he'll just give you the reminder. And I've said this forever, that you can get used, especially in basketball for some reason, which I don't understand why this is so much different. You can get used to seeing greatness come so often and so consistently that you kind of forget how difficult it is. Like, I am never going to rehash or do the LeBron Jordan thing because I think it's so tired and it's basically politics. It's just like, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, there's no changing my mind sort of thing. But to LeBron's credit, if you haven't factored in that he's this good still at 40 years old and the consistency of a 20-some-year career that has never fallen off, that has never taken a dip, is not one of the most impressive things you've ever seen in your sports life, then you're nuts. I'll make it very, very simple for you. At the end of these Olympic Games, and the U.S. is going to be playing South Sudan today, if you remember the exhibition game in the Olympics, when they needed a bucket with 8 seconds left, they gave the ball to 40-year-old LeBron and got out of his way. And he got it. He's doing that at 40. Michael Jordan was struggling to make jumpers with the Washington Wizards years before this age that LeBron's at. Like, it's just a different thing. And so for Jokic, he gives you the reminder every once in a while where you want to do the comparison shopping of who's better, this guy or this guy. And it's just, I don't think this is a debate. Jokic has been the best player in the NBA for a number of years now. And it's almost indisputable. And you want to talk about, defense. What about defense? He does things that are good defensively, just not traditional big man center stuff. But I love hearing this. I heard Cowherd say the same thing. He's like, if you watched Embiid and Jokic on the same floor the other day, it's not close. And there is quite literally, I don't think you can put anybody else on Team Serbia and have that same sort of outcome, where the game's tied 81-81 on the minutes that he's playing, and it's 29-3 when he's not. Like, there's nobody else in the league that does that. And it actually kind of makes you question a lot of things about how the Nuggets are built, just because how much does Jokic truly make up for the shortcomings of the roster? You know, I didn't plan on starting here this morning, but it's just like hearing that audio jogged my memory for a second. One thing I wanted to talk about at some point this offseason keeps getting sidetracked, but I still have this written down. It's a very simple question. Are we taking Jokic as too much of a given? And here's what I mean by that. The consistency is something that everybody, when you have a superstar, it's just natural. Like, if you were a fan of LeBron and you see LeBron do what he does every single night, you aren't wowed by it 82 nights a year. But there are certain moments that you acknowledge. But here's what I mean with the Nuggets. We all have beat and moaned largely throughout his entire career in Denver about the idea that when he leaves the floor, the team is markedly worse. Like, strikingly worse. And it's a win if they just keep it close in the minutes he's off the floor. You know what we've never really dealt with? And everybody knock on your wood? We've never dealt with Jokic missing any long stretch of time. No, I was just talking about this yesterday when it comes to the Broncos, and it's like they had an entire season where the offensive line, the starting five, were healthy every single week with the exception of the final one where McGlinchey missed week 18. You know how hard that is to do and how rare that is? And there's no way you can count on that again this year? Like, the same thing applies. So all this stuff that we've been talking about with him, it's always like, well, yeah, they're going to have Jokic doing this every night. And you're like, well, we've been really fortunate for that to happen. But I don't want to take that as a given. I just don't want to assume it's going to happen every single night.
And you're absolutely right. And I can't tell you how many times, I've run the control board. I've produced a lot of Nuggets broadcasts in my day. And I can't tell you how many times Jokic got a triple-double, and I wasn't even aware of it.
Yeah.
Until he got an assist. That's always the hardest one for him to get, right? The assist, because it depends on other people to make his shots for him. So he'll get the 10th assist, and then Kaz goes, "Oh, that's Nikola Jokic's 20th triple-double of the season." And I go, I didn't even know he was one assist away. He just goes to work, and he does it, and we expect him to do it.
I'll take it a step further, Nelly. The amount of times that he's gotten triple-doubles, and I've said at the end of the game, he didn't play well. Think about that for a second. Like, his bad games are people's best games. You would kill to have a bad Jokic game in the NBA.
If he has a night where he goes 20, 10, and 9, we're like, he was one assist away from a triple-double, but he only got 20 points. I don't know if that was Jokic's best night.
He only shot like 51% from the field.
That was okay, I guess.
It's so weird. But it's just funny to hear that, and I think a lot of people just need reminders of it. Now, from what I saw from camp yesterday, it was actually a pretty fun day. They had a couple fun drills in there. And I'm huge on one-on-ones. I think that it is the essence of competition. Like, I know this is a team sport, but if you get in a situation where one-on-ones are readily available and you can get guys that can go out and just compete mano-a-mano, I think it's one of the coolest things to watch. And they had one of these drills over here right in front of the tent yesterday. So it was corners versus wide receivers, and they're mixing through. It was Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix that were throwing the passes. So routes were different and whatever. I'll just give you a couple things I noticed, and I'll start with the good. Here's the good. Jaquan McMillan is an absolute dog. And the Broncos have had a knack for this. We know they had that streak that, look, it's dated back to guys like Chris Harris and Philip Lindsay, and it's the undrafted guy who's the gem that came out of nowhere, made the roster, and is a huge part of your team. He seems to be another one. Undrafted free agent from 2 years ago, steps into a starting role last year for the nickel spot and dominates. You watch this guy go one-on-one. I forget who the receiver was he was going against, but he hit him with a press that almost knocked him off his feet before he got off the line. Like, snapped the football, threw two hands in the chest of this guy. He took 2 wobbles backwards before he could start his route. And if you do that, the play's over in a game situation. But because it was one-on-one, 5 seconds later, the guy was able to get back into his route, throw the ball. He still knocked it incomplete. He is everything that you want, and especially in nickel. And I know that Legwold talks about this all the time. Like, The nickel corner used to be seen as sort of a luxury thing, but now it's a base defense. And I'd be willing to go as far as this. You can't have a good secondary without a good nickel corner. You'll get torched because the matchups that you have on that nickel spot are just, you're put at such a disadvantage sometimes with the size or speed. And so if you have somebody who can play that well, and let's be honest, the reason he went undrafted, he's a guy who's under 5'10". Like he's almost 5'10". He's listed at 5'9 3/4. He's not very tall, but gosh, he just makes up with it with raw intensity and that ever elusive it factor and want to, but really impressive to watch him go. And I would say, as much as I have concerns about the second cornerback spot, the guy who's going to be playing on the outside opposite Patrick Surtain, I would rather have a great nickel like Jaquan McMillan than an outside number 2. Like, my power rankings are you need one standout corner that you're going to be able to trust in any given situation that can lock down one side of the field. After that, give me a nickel corner, and at least you got a good base for what your secondary should be. Then you just get decent safety play, decent CB2 play. Look around the league. How many teams have 2 really good outside corners? Almost none. It's impossible to find. So give me that one standout corner and give me a nickel, and then we're good. That's Jaquan McMillan. The other good yesterday. This is going to tie into a bad, but this is a good. I watched Marvin Mims on multiple occasions during those one-on-ones rip people apart. He was able to. There was one route in particular. Because you have to respect his speed so much, he gets off the line, takes about 2 steps in, plants a foot in the ground, and he just takes off. Looks like it's going to be a go route. Corner's panicked. He's like, all right, I got to stay on top of this guy. And then you know what he does? Throws on the brakes and on a dime, comeback route. Dude was 7 yards behind him before he even realized that Mims cut. Like, beautiful. And if Mims is going to be the guy that you really rely upon as far as a riser in camp and a riser in this upcoming season to really fill out that wide receiver room and become a true weapon on this offense, one that we haven't seen in a long time, especially at wideout, probably since DT. Because even after DT left and went to, I think it was New England, or Houston, Houston. Emmanuel Sanders was a little bit longer in the tooth at that point. Not quite the same guy. Still a very effective wide receiver. But I'm talking about straight up, I fear this guy doing anything. I think Mims has all the capabilities to do it. And if you're getting open, it's half the battle. And I can't wait to see, with what hopefully is going to be more extended and consistent playing time for him, what he can do to pressure a defense. Because, again, for some of the guys that we like yesterday, we'll get into some other stuff. Watching Audric Estime run through somebody's face was a lot of fun yesterday. He's just, I didn't know humans could look like him, but I guess they can.
Who's running through faces better, Audric Estime or the USA Women's Rugby?
I'm telling you, dude, it looked almost the same. I mean, when that guy puts his head down and buries it into you, I don't know anybody one-on-one who can tackle him. It's like Derrick Henry stuff. He's that big. But Mims is maybe your only explosive threat as of now on the team. We'll see as camp goes along. You got guys like Courtland Sutton that are really good receivers, but I don't think they're putting the fear of God in some safeties that, we can't let this guy get over the top. Same thing with a guy like Josh Reynolds. He's a very similar type of wideout to Courtland Sutton. Same thing with Tim Patrick. They're all kind of similar. Maybe Troy Franklin can be more of that Marvin Mims role, but it's way too early to see with him. I think Mims is going to be that guy this year. So that's the good from this. I'll give you some of the bad in just that one drill, along with some updates on the quarterback. I know that it was kind of a weird day quarterback rotation-wise, and a lot of people are making a lot of inferences about why Zach Wilson was maybe skipped over in the rotation a little bit yesterday. I want to get to that because there's some audio from Sean Payton on it. So a lot to get to from camp yesterday that we'll break down. Stick around.
Sean, just to clarify, will Zach get time with the ones?
We'll see. Yeah. But just like I said, there's nothing to announce.
Sean Payton yesterday, again, the quarterbacks. I want to get to that in just a second. Because
we'll
it was
keep you posted.
Yeah, we're going to get posted on that. That's right. But here's I told you in the last segment, the good from the one-on-ones. And I told you it's one of my favorite drills because you really get to see raw competition and how guys stack up against one another. So the good was Jaquan McMillan's very good. And Marvin Mims looks like he has no problem getting separation. And I'm going to be honest, Nelly, I've been on this Jerry Jeudy kick for the last 4 years where I'm in camp and he gets open all the time, and now I feel like almost emotionally scarred from saying somebody is getting open consistently, and it's scaring me from being too excited about it. Because I held on to Jerry Jeudy stock for as long as I possibly could until midway through the year. I was like, all right, I think I got to give this thing up. But I'm just waiting for him in Cleveland to, like, blow up this year.
If he does, you can take a victory lap with Dempsey. Dempsey might be the only Jerry Jeudy truther that's still out there.
He's still hanging on to stock? You still got it?
You know, at least as last time I checked, he was. Anytime you mention Jerry Jeudy, he talks about he was just in an unstable situation. Maybe somewhere else he could flourish.
Look, I'm with him on, like, maybe, but I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't keep lying to myself. I couldn't keep saying that my abusive girlfriend was just going to stop and change. She couldn't do it.
As someone who
She
used
kept
to work
getting
at
after
this
me.
station once said, hope is not a strategy.
That is true. But here's the other thing. So the good, Marvin Mims, Jaquan McMillan. I'll tell you some bad. As much separation as Marvin Mims could get, nobody else really could. And that's a little bit worrisome. And like I said, I think it's in some ways a lack of that great to elite athleticism that the rest of the wide receiver group has, because Mims possesses that and not a lot of other guys do. Now, it doesn't mean that they didn't make plays. There was one really good throw from Stidham to Josh Reynolds in these one-on-one drills where he didn't have much separation, but it was a nice little back shoulder throw. Reynolds adjusted to it, makes the catch. With that said, Reynolds had a few drops yesterday that I was not happy about. I was talking to Steve Atwater, of all people, and
Nice name drop. Good job.
well, it was just I was talking to Hank from DNVR and Ryan Edwards and Atwater, and Hank, I think, said, "What do you think of Josh Reynolds? You're a Lions guy," and I go, "Yeah, he's really good, really consistent guy, good hands." And he goes, "You've forgiven him for dropping the pass in the NFC Championship game?" And I go, "Yeah, it stunk, but it was just pretty rare." He went on to drop the next two balls right after I said that, so I felt like a big dum-dum. But my point remains, even though he had not a great day yesterday as far as just hanging on to the football, I think that he's got good hands and pretty consistent. But the wide receivers in that drill had trouble creating separation, which wasn't great. Cornerbacks are pretty sticky on a lot of those guys. And if you can't get open and you're asking your quarterback to throw a ball into some tight windows, not going to be great for that guy, at least to start his career, because most guys at that age and that youth, I was going to say youthfulness. Well, we'll just stick with young age. That inexperienced, there we go. They have a really tough time doing that. So that's one thing. Here's the other thing. A lot of dropped balls in camp so far. You know, it's one thing to not get separation. Maybe you're not on the same page with your quarterback yet and blah, blah, blah. It's another thing just when the ball's there, catch it. And so I don't think there's any excuse for that even early in camp. Like, if the ball's hitting your hands, you got to catch the ball. You got to help your guy out. So that's number two. And number three, quarterbacks had a lot of trouble locating some passes yesterday. And again, some of that's to be expected. It's early in camp. There's a lot of new guys here. You're trying to build some chemistry. The quarterbacks, for the most part, are pretty brand new. Like, there's a lot of new within the offense. It's why almost everywhere that you're going to be around camps around the country this time of year, the defense is usually ahead of the offense. It's just easier for those guys to gel when camp starts than an offense is because it takes so much timing and chemistry to get things right. But quarterbacks had a lot of problem locating some balls, at least in that drill. that I was watching yesterday. Now, to the quarterback stuff, can you run that audio back that you played at the beginning of the segment, please, from Sean Payton talking about the quarterback rotation change and Zach Wilson and blah, blah, blah. Can we hear that one more time?
Sean, just to clarify, will Zach get time with the ones?
We'll see. Yeah. But just like I said, there's nothing to announce.
So it was supposed to be sort of Zach Wilson's day to shuffle in with the ones. That just didn't happen yesterday. So you had a lot of Stidham. You had a lot of Bo Nix. So Stidham and Zach Wilson were on the same side of the field, kind of running drills back and forth. Stidham was spending time with the ones, and then Zach Wilson would come in with the backups. Opposite side of the field, it was all Bo Nix. But I feel like that was almost calculated to get him as many reps as possible because he wasn't having to share snaps on the opposite side. So if you were sitting in the end zone area yesterday, you got a pretty good view of Bo Nix running the offense on the opposite side. I think that Zach Wilson is the long shot to make this roster. I thought that kind of from the beginning. You know, the only thing that made me question that a little bit was the idea, could somebody with some raw athletic quarterback-type talent put in with Sean Payton, could maybe the ego of Sean Payton say, I can fix this guy? There's that 6 o'clock sneeze. You knew it was coming. Could Sean Payton, just in his own mind, be like, I can fix this guy? And I don't know if that's the case. Wilson's having a lot of trouble just putting the ball on the money. Now, when he throws it, it looks pretty. It's a tight spiral. It comes with some zip on it. But it's tough when it's not located properly. And that's some of the trouble that he's having right now. I can't make too many grand assessments about quarterback play at the moment. It's still incredibly early. But I think these preseason games are going to matter, and they're going to matter a lot. You're going to get to that week 1 of the preseason, and we're going to probably overestimate who's getting the first snaps and how much playing time is so-and-so getting and blah, blah, blah. We're probably going to do a little bit too much of that, but
We're going to overreact?
yeah.
Really? We're going to jump to crazy conclusions after one game?
I certainly will. But there is a lot to be said about this early in camp. It's kind of like there was a day where you skipped over in the rotation, and you know what? Maybe it's reading too much into it, and maybe Zach Wilson gets a lot of snaps the ones today. Who knows? But for the moment, it looks like he's running a little bit farther behind than what was initially thought. Now, do me a favor. Let's go to cut 9, because this is kind of what I'm talking about. This is a question on minimizing the bad balls between quarterbacks and wide receivers. So this is a mixture of kind of what I was saying between, there's a lack of separation from some wideouts, and then there's also just bad location on some accuracy stuff with quarterbacks. Here's what Sean Payton said.
It's a great question. Sometimes it's quarterback driven, and I don't want to say it's height driven because there's been some bigger quarterbacks that were more prone, maybe a longer release. Sometimes, and I heard Zach say it today, if you're blocking someone and winning on a pass protection, then all of a sudden you feel his eyes now, periph through to the QB to anticipate. And so there's some techniques you can work on to try to keep him from getting in the air. But I was more encouraged, not discouraged, encouraged in that, that there's some savviness that's involved there to do it defensively, and that was encouraging.
Yeah, and there was a lot of this yesterday. So kind of what he's inferring is the batted balls at practice. There's a lot of defensive linemen getting their hands up in the air and knocking balls down at the line of scrimmage, which obviously was a problem last year with Russell Wilson, and a lot of people tied that to the size and the height of the QB. A lot of that yesterday. And again, I think this will all get itself fixed in time, but it's something to monitor because you just want to give your guy at least a chance to go out and make a play for you, and they can't do that if the ball's being knocked down at the line of scrimmage. A couple of guys yesterday, by the way, that impressed me. There's one dude that kept sticking out last year over and over and over again, that you continue to look out on the field and you're like, guy is just consistently making plays, but there's not a lot of, I guess, hype to his name when he first came in. So it's Thomas Incoom. They have a pretty good stable of edge rushers. Again, we were kind of discussing at least the defensive front yesterday. There's not a lot of elite players, but there is a lot of good to great players that I think are on that defensive front, and especially that interior defensive line. A lot of, I think, the defensive success this year is coming down to the edge guys. It's coming down to Baron Brownings and Jonathan Coopers and Nick Benitos and guys like that. And if you can add another one and a Thomas Incoom to that, the more the merrier. Because it's only going to help out the defensive interior guys. It's only going to help out your linebackers a little bit more by getting pressure quicker on the quarterback. It's going to help out certainly your safeties and secondary safeties and corners, which Surtain doesn't need all that much help, but CB2 is still very much up for grabs. And with the situation that is facing the safeties and Brandon Jones not being in, they were a really deep position on the roster last year, and it became a lot more thin when Justin Simmons left and there's no Kareem Jackson. You need those guys, I think, to have a good year to really bolster and boost up your defense and make sure that it's not leaving guys in the secondary out on an island for like 5 seconds, right? So if you can find somebody like a Thomas Incoom that can also jump in and just like immediately be some sort of contributor, totally cool with that. In fact, I think he talked a little bit, cut 12 here, about Thomas Incoom and what he sees as his vision for him. Go ahead.
Well, this preseason and this preseason and these games and these practices are going to be real important. And then, is there a vision in the kicking game? All those things. It's his second year, so he's still considered a young developmental player. But I think this will be an important camp.
See, and this is why I love preseason football. A lot of people are bored with it. They just want to get to the regular season. I love it for guys like him, some of these bubble guys that you think could make the 53 at the end of camp, and how important every day on this field is for guys like him and some of these later round rookies to see if they can make a roster spot. Now, this is where you find guys like Jaquan McMillan. This is where you find your Phillip Lindsays. This is where you find your Chris Harris Jr.'s. This is where you find these kind of guys. And that's why I dig this part of camp. Like, it's initial, but if you see people that got some ability, and then you get, maybe there's a little bit of hype around them, and then you get to that first preseason game, and they make some plays in an actual game situation, it's just cool to see the climb of guys like that. So hopefully you can find another one here with him in particular. And what's really difficult, by the way, it's really difficult to, I think the hardest thing to get a read on at this point in camp is offensive and defensive line. Because it's a lot of slow motion with very few moments of, okay, now we're actually going to go sorts of situations. So it's hard to see, okay, a hole's opened up for a running back, but it's sort of like 70% speed. I'll tell you what's not, though. When Audric Estime puts his head down and buries it into somebody's face, if it is 70% speed, then I want it to be like 10% if I'm on the opposite side, because it looks like it hurts. There's a video, I think, I don't want to say this out of turn, because I don't know if this is true or not, but I saw, hold please. Okay, no. The name on this was Christian Brown, and I was like, I think this is just somebody who's got a Twitter account with Christian Brown on it. That's what it is. But if you watch the video, him burying his head at the end of that play and just saying, nope, I am going to run right through you. That's an attitude thing that you like to see early in camp. We complained during the Hackett years that it was too soft. Not enough hitting, Not enough, sort of conditioning your body to taking physical types of hits and bumps and bruises and all that stuff that'll get you hardened up for the regular season. I think he's going to make sure that, at least on his part, people are going to feel him whenever he comes through.
If you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't going to be able to take that over and 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 over again. They just not going to want that.
Think there's a deeper metaphor there?
Run through a face.
That's Audric Estime.
Then you don't have to worry about him no more.
That's what his game is. Yeah, not the fleetest of foot, not the most athletic guy in the world, but he will run through your face over and 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 over. By the way, you said
run through a face.
You asked me earlier, Nelly, like what's more physically imposing or what's more physically impressive? Was it Estime or was it the Ilona Maher, the rugby player? Did you see the way that the U.S. women medaled in rugby yesterday?
Oh, that play where one of them jumped up above their teammate's head and she caught her. And
I saw that play, which was incredibly impressive. The way the U.S. women won, I think, was a bronze medal. It was their first medal in like 100 years in rugby. It's the equivalent of having a 95-yard touchdown on the last play of the game.
Oh, yes. I did see that. Somebody, I think it was Warren Sharp, said it was essentially the equivalent of the kick six, the Auburn, Alabama.
So I don't know the rules, right? Because I don't. There was a little bit of time left, and I don't know the rules of rugby where they're like on the ground, but you can't touch the person. Then they snap it, and then they're throwing it over and over. But one of the ladies on the U.S. team breaks a tackle, open field, and just takes off and wins, and it's immediate tears, and I'm talking immediate. From God, who the hell were they playing? Why am I forgetting this now?
It doesn't matter what your name is. That's why.
It was, oh, come on, Brett. Figure it out. Textures, help me out, please. I had it pulled up in front of me, and now I don't. Doesn't matter. Point is,
a couple Twitchers said it was Australia.
Australia, yes. Immediate tears from him. Like, she got to that second level and was gone, and they were crying before she even crossed the goal line. Again, I'm probably getting a lot of these terms wrong. I don't know if it's a goal line or not. All I'm telling you is, well, what's going on here? I see 2 Australias and 2 Brazils here on the text line. Whatever. Point is, last second play, miracle play in the U.S. medals, and I love it. So 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to. I got a couple of things about the Olympics, by the way, that I want to hit on that I saw from yesterday. And, of course, U.S. versus South Sudan today. We'll break down that as well. Stick around.
Alona Ma. Ramsey. Cedric. Spiff Cedric's away. Cedric up over the 50, the 40. She's going to take it all the way. Cedric for the USA.
And I am so beside myself right now.
It is level at 12 apiece. The conversion will win the bronze medal for Team USA. Yes, Sammy, we got you. Calm down. It's all down to the kick. Wow. Just wow.
This is going to be the easier kick right down the middle.
There it is.
Oh my
there
God.
it is. Cedric with the conversion. And Team USA make history in Paris. Alona Ma, the hands in the air. They've done what no other American rugby team in sevens have ever done before.
Pretty wild. I'm telling you, that's NBC, by the way, on the call. Yeah, I wish I knew more. I really do. I wish I knew more about rugby and the rules and stuff like that. All I can tell you was it was pretty incredible.
But
pretty
Brett,
cool.
That's the good thing about the Olympics is you can watch these sports that you know absolutely nothing about and get so invested in them as if your life depends on it. I couldn't tell you the first thing about rugby. I didn't even know that there were two versions of rugby with more people on the field or less people on the field. This is sevens rugby specifically.
Yep.
I knew nothing. But when I'm seeing those videos of these USA women just trucking people using the Madden hit stick and then running all the way down the field to the end zone and diving in, I feel my pulse go up to 1,000, man. It's the coolest thing ever. I don't even know what I'm watching.
See, and there was a couple things I noticed from yesterday. So one of them was obviously I'm going to be locked into the basketball game today, which is at 1 o'clock, correct? 1 o'clock?
Yep, 1 o'clock.
Here's the other thing. So Simone Biles takes home another medal. She is every bit Michael Phelps, and as far as pure dominance of a sport that I think I've seen in the Olympics. So, like, you go back through history, and Michael Phelps, there's a picture of him. I don't know if you guys have seen it before. He's got both arms straight out to his side. He's got a whole bunch of medals around his neck, and he's got a ton more draped around his arms. And I think he's the most decorated athlete in the history of the U.S. Olympics. Maybe the Olympics ever. Who knows? Because he had, like 24 medals in one Olympics? Or what was his final number in those Beijing Olympics? It was something crazy. But I've said this on numerous occasions. When I don't understand sports, for example, Nelly, I don't understand rugby. I know Alona Ma is really good at it, though. I know it.
Michael Phelps has 28 total medals, including 23 of those are gold. He's the most decorated Olympian of all time.
Yeah, and there was some crazy number he got at just the Beijing Olympics when he was just sweeping the entire field. But I know nothing about gymnastics. Zero. You watch Simone Biles, and you're just like, I'm in awe of watching her jump and flip and turn and land with ease. It's insane. And it's got to help that she's like 4'2", right? It has to help that you're just short and low center of gravity and you can flip and turn and whatever. Like you got a 12-year-old's body, but you're a grown woman. I don't know. It's got to help. I think in my head it makes sense. But she is one of the most remarkable athletes I've seen in the Olympics in my lifetime. It's like Michael Phelps and then her. And then there's some other stuff, like obviously Michaela Schifrin and Katie Ledecky and people like that are the same way. And Katie Ledecky, if you watched one of her heats yesterday, she won by 17 seconds. Got out of the pool and had a sandwich before the last person finished. But as far as, and I've said this before, Nelly, agree or disagree, textures, 303-504-0925. If there's one thing that I wish I could do, just snap my fingers and I'm capable of doing it as far as athletically, I don't really care about being super fast. Would it be kind of neat to be able to outrun people? Yes. That's not number one. Would I want to be able to jump like John Morant or LeBron or Anthony Edwards or something like that? I think that would be really neat. Just being able to run down the floor and yam on somebody just because I can. I think that'd be fun. But if I were to pick one thing, if I could jump and flip and turn like Simone Biles, it would be like the coolest thing ever. I would run around my house just doing that all day. Running, jumping, flipping, and knowing I'll land on my feet like a cat. It has to be the coolest and most confident feeling that you possess. Has to.
And also, she's married to that player on the Packers. I can't remember his name. Jonathan
Owens?
Jonathan Owens.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what position that dude plays. I don't care. Because she's still the better athlete by a country mile. And that's crazy. Like, she's married to an NFL player, and yet she is 10 times as accomplished and decorated as that guy could ever be. That's insanity.
Well, think about this. If you are a professional football player, professional any player, you are in the top 1% of the top 1% of people who do your job. So, think about this like football quarterbacks. There's 32 starting gigs in the league. How many people are there in the world? Billions, right? You are 32 of billions of people that are able to do that job. And in that 32, there's a separate hierarchy of, you're a starting quarterback, but then there's like the Justin Herberts of the world. That's another tier. And then above that is Patrick Mahomes, who's in a world by himself. Simone Biles is the best in the world, and it isn't close at her job.
And also, let's just address what some people are saying on the text line and the Twitch feed as well. I know that last Olympics, she had to tap out. But she was describing this feeling, I don't remember what they call it in gymnastics. It's either the spins or the zoomies or the zips or something, where essentially when you're midair flipping,
you don't know where you're at.
You don't know where you are. You get discombobulated, and you realize you don't know which way's up. You don't know where you are in your progressions.
Which could really hurt.
Yes, because then normally with gymnastics, you got to just go into the motions. You kind of just let your muscle memory take over. And when you start thinking about where you are, then you're sunk. And so she just needed some time to reset and recharge and refine herself. I mean, we've all seen great athletes get the yips before. And then she turns around and leads USA to another team gold medal.
Yeah.
I think that's almost more impressive in a sense.
As do I.
The twisties, there you go.
The twisties.
And also, people are saying that her husband is a safety on the Bears. Okay. Cool,
deal.
Carl.
Gotcha.
He's still married to Simone Biles.
Yeah. Bears safety in the middle of their roster, and his wife is the best in the world at that one thing.
Cool story, bro.
She wins. By the way, we see Brandon Jones getting his morning walk in again, trying to warm up that hammy. He's got earbuds in. Do you think he's listening to the show? Brandon, if you're listening, give us a thumbs up. I know we're on a delay here. Let me give it a full 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. He just did. I'm just kidding. No, of course he didn't.
Let's go.
He's not listening to the show.
Yeah.
Why would he listen to this show? Just quickly here before we get to a break, get to Mojo Lombardi and Kane. Rockies trade deadline yesterday, rather uneventful. Not a huge fan of this. I think that you could have gotten something for a guy like Elias Diaz and didn't come to fruition. Now, they did trade Jalen Beeks. That was their only deal yesterday. They got back in return a double-A left-handed pitcher, Luis Peralta from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Interesting wrinkle to this. After trading Jalen Beeks, who I thought was fine for him this year, do you know how many lefties the Rockies currently possess in their bullpen? None. He was the only guy. And it's such a bizarre concept that a Major League roster has nobody that can throw left-handed coming out of the bullpen. But that's just the one move that they made. Part of me is happy that they didn't break up anybody like a Brennan Doyle or a Zeke Tovar. I think that would have been incredibly stupid, so I'll give him credit for that. But Another year, another uneventful trade deadline. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane coming your way next.
This might be one of the best stats of the Olympics. The other day against the U.S., Serbia with Nikola Jokic on the court, the game was 81-81. That was the score. In the 9 minutes he didn't play, Serbia was outscored 29-3. They scored 3 points in the 9 minutes when he didn't play and gave up 29. I mean, how amazing is that?
So just to put that in perspective, if that game was played out all the way, where let's say Jokic didn't play and the number stayed the same, the score would have been like 116-12 without him. So I got to admit, for all you Nikola Jokic haters, which I think you guys are few and far between at this point, but there were a lot. Joel Embiid doing that? When I got to hear Joel Embiid has that great head-to-head matchup, Joel Embiid is doing that? You guys see him play in Team USA. He's doing that?
Yeah. He's got LeBron and Kevin Durant as teammates, and he's not doing that.
He's struggling.
Think about it, right?
Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for another day at Broncos training camp. And it's funny, that audio from Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine on Sirius XM NBA radio. I heard Cowherd yesterday say something similar towards that, where he goes, it's not close between Jokic and Embiid and who's better. But it's always funny to me, right, that when somebody is so consistent, and I think the other example you can point to immediately is LeBron James's entire career, is that you get used to this excellence and consistency on a night-to-night basis, and every once in a while you get one of those, oh, yeah, I kind of forget how good this guy truly is. It's just funny how the pendulum swings back and forth on a lot of this stuff, especially seeing how Embiid is struggling to fit, it feels like, with Team USA as they take on South Sudan at 1 o'clock. But I do think it's interesting that some national people are like, oh, yeah, I don't know if anybody else in the world could have done what Jokic did with Serbia against Team USA the other day.
Well, the numbers don't lie, right? The one thing about Joker that every critic of Nikola Jokic, the Nuggets, always came back to, well, you can't use your stats for everything. You stupid stats. You guys have stats, all these stats. It doesn't prove anything. And yet that stat right there, that Frank Isola, that was Isola who echoed those numbers?
Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine.
Okay. Those numbers pretty much tell you the story. That's all you need to know. When he's on the floor, team does good. When he's off the floor, team does bad. We've seen that. We've lived that. We know that.
I don't mind. Let me put it this way. I sometimes get annoyed when people wake up late. All right? They wake up to certain facts way down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Like Isola and Scalabrine are doing, Cowherd, so on and so forth, about Joker and about who he is and about the Embiid comparison and so on and so forth. I do like the fact that they eventually do wake up.
Well, and I don't know if these guys were, like, unaware of this. I think they were just pointing it out again. Because Isola has not been somebody who did not believe that Jokic. Okay.
Now we're starting to see, Vic, the point hammered home a little bit that, yeah, this guy is a dude, and this guy is the most coddled, babied,
That's what Cowherd said.
Oh, is that what he said?
Cowherd literally said he is the most coddled athlete that he's seen in a while, talking about Joel Embiid.
Well, that's what it feels like to me, Vic.
Like, everything is an excuse. Everything is like, well, he couldn't do this because blah, blah, blah. It's like, we all understand the gap between the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference is so deep and so far, and he has yet to leave the second round of a postseason. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, can't get past
no
it.
excuses this year. No excuses at all this year. They have catered that team. They have built that team. He's got Paul George now. He's got plenty of weaponry. No excuse whatsoever for him to get past the second round, not to get past the second round. But I don't want to turn this into a Joker versus Embiid debate because we do this all the time. It turns into that because it really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, one guy's a 3-time MVP and an NBA champion and an NBA Finals MVP. The other guy's got one MVP under his belt and nothing else. It's not even close. It's never been close. It will never be close. It's a stupid debate.
Well, and I want to go a step further with this, Vic, because I'll be honest. You've annoyed me at times this offseason talking about the roster construction of the Nuggets. And I think that Mosier, maybe not on the annoyed part, but you're kind of with me on this.
No. I'm with you on the annoyed part.
Gotcha.
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes I just show up in the morning and I look at his face, I get annoyed. Then he starts in with his Saric, I get annoyed. He starts in with his Westbrook, I get really annoyed. And then he starts talking some Nuggets basketball, and I'm off the charts annoyed.
Hang on.
I'm out of here.
Hang on. I only say this out of this is out of respect, Vic, because I've been annoyed, and I'm trying to rethink things, okay? I'm not very good. I'm pretty hard-headed sometimes, but I attempt to try and see the other side. What's really interesting about what I just heard from Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine, and it's not like it was groundbreaking. We all knew that every team that Jokic is on is better when he's on the floor than when he's off, and it's usually a wide gap in between. But to have the score of his national team tied with the U.S. 81-81 when he plays and 29-3 when he doesn't, and I go, that feels pretty similar to what the Nuggets are, you really start to wonder, how much does Jokic make up for everything else that is deficient with your roster? And how much are you truly missing? And how much do you need to get rectified? And how much, if you just did a little bit of that, would boost the team so much more because he's that much of an elevator? It is a really interesting thought that crossed my head.
The numbers don't lie, and it's a very delicate conversation, right? Because you don't want to crap on other players who produced an NBA championship. There's no reason to do that.
And it's also, Vic, and this is why it's so difficult, it's hard for me to judge because I don't know what the multiplier is for guys like Jamal and AG and Porter and all these guys of what are they if they're in Charlotte right now by themselves as opposed to in the ether of Nikola Jokic.
Well, I'm sure they're...
How close is it to their actual game numbers
Vic,
as opposed to not?
Vic, I'm sure there's a formula out there, right? Aren't there geeks who try to determine these kind of things?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a wins above replacement, right? That kind of formula. That formula exists for a guy like Nikola Jokic.
But I think it's
what formula is there for
unquantifiable.
raising all boats, like bringing everybody with you? He is the Peyton Manning of his game. He is worth many more wins with him than without him. And the problem with trying to debate this is, in hindsight, they had the perfect team last year. The perfect team, the perfect complementary team. Everybody played their roles. It's a perfectly rounded team. If one piece of that team goes away, one little piece, Bruce Brown, then it's not the same team. So he doesn't have, and this is a fact, no player, I can't think of another NBA Finals MVP, an NBA champion, who's had as little, what's the word I'm looking for? Talent's not the word.
Support?
Not support's not the word, because he's had plenty of support. Jamal went with him in that championship run. He's had plenty of support. The resumes of his surrounding teammates, probably the weakest resumes of any NBA champion in the last, 50 years.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. There's been charts on that he's, I think, the only guy that has no all-star / all-NBA / all-defense players, like whatever accolade you want to put in there. He's
Sixth
the only
man
one
of
with
the
zero.
year, whatever.
Yeah.
He's had none of that. None. There's been no teammate on his squad that is an active, not past, active all-star. Ever. He's never had one of those. He's never had an active defensive player of the year, as you mentioned, a sixth man of the year. He's never had anything in that category. I mean, they touted KCP this year. They tried to push that. Remember that? He didn't even finish top 5 in the voting.
All that being said,
of the year.
All that being said, today, Group C, USA versus South Sudan in the Olympic Games.
Remember, that game was a LeBron James layup at the horn, essentially, from them losing the exhibition.
Hey, it's not going to be that close.
No, the U.S. will win by 20.
Yeah, the USA has turned it up. They've turned it up a notch. It's not going to be even that close. They had their wake-up call. I'm not really excited about this game at all. I'm not really excited whatsoever about watching this basketball game.
You know what's cool about the South Sudan team? Did you guys know that Luol Deng is basically funding this entire trip for him?
Oh, he is?
Because they didn't have the money for South Sudan to go to the Olympics. Luol Deng basically he fronted all the money for
You're
him.
kidding.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
And listen, they're pretty good. I mean, they've got every guy there has played like major college basketball and that sort of thing. So they're pretty good. And to get an opportunity, I was just thinking about it last night, just to get an opportunity to represent, even if you flame out, but to be able to go to Paris, put on your country's colors and do your thing, whatever sport it may be, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Even that woman who finished a minute and 15 seconds behind Katie Ledecky, even her. I mean, she's out for a swim, just out for a swim, and then maybe party a little bit in Paris.
I want to leave a full segment for the Broncos stuff and some of the things I noticed. I don't know if you guys watched the one-on-ones over here between the wide receivers and corners. Really fun watch. We'll get to that in just a second, but while we're on the Olympics, I don't understand rugby or the rules or anything like that. All I know is that finish for the U.S. women yesterday to bronze. Warren Sharp said it's the equivalent of a 95-yard touchdown at the end of the game to win it. And if you watch the play, I still don't know how it happened. It looked like the woman from the U.S. was wrapped up, and then she just goes full beast mode, tears through the Aussie woman.
It's 2.5 broken tackles is what it was.
And
2.5.
rips her way. Go ahead.
It's not the same because they're playing sevens. They're playing sevens, right? It's not the full complement of players on a rugby pitch or whatever they call the field. So you don't have to go through as many defenders. So it's a little different. I'm not trying to be a rugby expert. I don't know that much about it, but it would seem mathematically.
You aren't fluent in rugby?
I'm not. I'm not fluent in this sport, but it would seem obvious to me that if there are fewer players on the defensive end to tackle you, it's not as big a deal as a regular rugby game. It's fast break. You're playing fast break rugby.
Now, the game did end 13-12, though, so it looked like they didn't have too much trouble tackling some people. I don't know the rules either. I called it a goal line is what she finished, and I guess it's not that. It's some sort of other line. I have no idea.
Well, she took the pitch of the ball with just like 4 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
So as soon as she's down, the game is over. She breaks one tackle. She runs straight towards two Aussies. The blonde girl has her wrapped up, and she just breaks through and runs straight. And the other girl got some hands on her, and she went over tea kettle, and then she made a beeline for pay dirt, man. And then everybody stands back while she just boots it, or another girl boots, or maybe she boots it. Somebody just boots it through the uprights, right? And everybody's just sort of standing around like in a semicircle or whatever, and she has a free kick to just boot it through the uprights.
What I haven't seen before is the moment that she broke through and you knew she was going to score, the entire opposing team was in tears before she crossed the goal line.
100%, yeah.
Again, I don't know if it's a goal line or not, whatever the thing is called. But they were all in tears before that because they knew what was coming.
But then she has to kick the extra point to make it work, and you have to do it rugby style. It's got to hit the ground first.
It looked very simple. It's like everybody knew the game was over, so it must not be that difficult. Again, I wish I was more into rugby and the rules and stuff like that. But you know what? Go U.S.
It's pretty
Get yourself
cool.
a medal.
It was pretty cool. Then they flashed. I don't know who's directing this game. They did a pretty good job because they flash real quickly. You got to cut to the Australian coach sitting on the bench, and then the announcer says, "Be quiet," or like, "Pipe down, Jim." He basically throttled him. I'm like, the guy's just sitting there minding his own business, and the announcer gives him the business. I'm like, hey, man, that's not cool. His team just lost.
I seem to remember an announcer at a moment similar to that say, "It's over, pal." I seem to remember somebody else saying
well,
that
it was
to an opposing
actually
coach.
it was over at that point because the horn had sounded and they were screaming and complaining. And it was over, pal. It was over. It was awesome.
God bless Pete. 303-504.
The late great Peter McNabb.
0925. We're live here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. A lot of thoughts yesterday from camp. Yes, Coach.
Look at Vic. Now
that
just look at him.
Vacation mode.
Physically,
that face.
Physically, he's in front of a microphone. Physically, but mentally, right up here,
I'm gone.
He's already
pasta.
Already gone. He's
I'm already setting my menu up. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm gone, baby. Next time you guys hear from me, and I will check in from the village, by the way, Moj. I'll check in
Awesome.
and say
I
hi to
love
all
it.
your relatives in the village.
I love it. All my peeps, yeah.
You got to get a vid, by the way, of the Bears panning of who was it?
We're going to hand it to
Fernando's
Fernando.
mom.
Your
Yeah.
grandma? Is that who it was?
No, his
your
great his
My
great
cousin's mother who passed.
Gotcha. Yeah, I want to get a video of that because you. Vic said during the break yesterday, what if he gets it and just chucks it?
What if he's offended by it and just tears it up? How dare you?
So I want to get a video of that. All right, get to some Broncos thoughts from
I think
camp
he'll love it.
yesterday.
I think he will love it.
In just a second. Stick around.
Ahead for Cogliano. He lobs it to the red line. Unfortunately, it's the rather gigantic Yanni Hakanpää, 6'7". He gives it away. Cogliano! He scores! Hey, Mambo Cogliano. 2 points for Cogs.
Hey, Mambo.
Oh, Mambo Italiano. I was like, why is there a Cogs clip going right now? Now I understand.
Hold on,
Italy.
just let it breathe for 1 second. Let me tell you something, man. Dean Martin could rip it. Dean Martin could absolutely
I like Dean.
tear it apart, man. That guy was great.
I like Dean.
Arrivederci, Roma. So good, man.
We're live here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
Vic, I hope you're not useless the rest of the show, okay? I hope you're not. You okay?
Boy, Peter Schaefer going to come in and work with you guys while I'm gone? Did you guys make a pact?
You got peanut butter in your mouth, dog? What do you got going on, man? What do you got going on? What's going on?
Yeah, we can have Schaefer in. Sure. I'd love to talk to
He
Pete.
told me he was. He told me he already talked to somebody.
Oh,
he didn't talk to me.
Kev. Yeah.
I don't know who he talked to. He didn't talk to me. Did he talk to you?
Didn't talk to me.
Did he talk to you, Nelly?
Hey, this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Jesse, he talked to you? I don't think he talked to us.
He talked to somebody.
I think you lied.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Yesterday at training camp, there is I love the one-on-one drills because it's a true competition, right? It's where the competitive juices come out. You got one-on-one as wideouts versus corners. And there's a couple good things, a couple bad things that I noticed. I'm going to give you just a couple right off the rip of the good. I'll tell you this right now. Marvin Mims is so explosive and so fast, and the corners are so terrified of getting beat by him. There was twice, but one time in particular. He takes a couple steps in, plants the foot, and he takes off almost like it's going to be a go route. Corner says, oh, bleep, takes off, make sure he doesn't get over the top. Then he stops on a dime on a comeback, and by the time the corner noticed that he stopped running, he was 7 yards behind him, wide open. Like, the true and raw athleticism and speed of Marvin Mims is such a tantalizing thing that
We got to use it.
Yeah, that I really hope gets put, in the forefront of your offensive game plan this year, because it was impressive to watch, and I'll have this mixed in right with a bad. He was one of the only wideouts that I saw get separation during those drills yesterday. Like, one of the only ones.
I wonder, and this is just speculation. It's pure conjecture. It's an opinion. I wonder if a lot of Marvin Mims' lack of numbers last year, lack of usage, how much of that had to do with just Russ not going to him? Do you remember that game? There was video that emerged. Do you remember this game? And people, Broncos fans, you will remember this. I think it was before the Kansas City game. He's signing autographs. And somebody asks him, what kind of game? Hey, how you doing? He goes, I don't know. I'm not going to see the ball anyway. And do you remember this, that emerged from Marvin Mims?
Yeah. Here's the thing,
I wonder if that is Russ related. Like, Russ just did not get him the ball.
Maybe, but also, if you look at the snap counts after each of these weeks, he was always hovering around like in the teens to 20%. Like, he wasn't on the field all that much either. And that's why after a lot of these games, when people would ask Sean Payton, why isn't Marvin Mims playing? He's like, well, we got to get Cortland on the field. We got to get Jerry Jeudy on the field. And I think they were scared at times to go 3 wide for the same reasons that Legwold's told us for the last 3 years, is that they aren't good at it and they can't protect it. So I think it was a combination of that. But he looked incredibly impressive. Here's the other thing that I noticed. Jaquan McMillan is a bleeping dog. Like, I watched him yesterday. I forget who the wide receiver was. Snap the ball. Vic, he's pressing, throws 2 hands in the guy's chest. Now, remember, Jaquan McMillan, I don't even think he's 5'10". He's a smaller guy. He's built okay, but he's, as far as height, smaller. He throws 2 hands into this guy's chest. Wide receiver took 2 steps backward before he even got off the line of scrimmage, and then gloms all over this guy to knock away a pass. If you have a nickel corner that you can trust, and think about the long lineage here of undrafted players that make the Broncos roster that become impact guys, and you can go through the list over and over again, there's always somebody. Chris Harris Jr. to Philip Lindsay to you keep going through Rod Smith.
Dude, there are a lot of bugs out here today. What is going on?
There's a lot of them. I love that as much as I have questions about the corner opposite of Pat Surtain on the outside, I think you got two absolute – one's an absolute star, and I think the McMillan's like a budding star in the nickel spot, which I think is more important than a second corner. There's almost no teams in the league that have two corners that you would consider really good. But if you have one really good one that can lock down one side of the field and a nickel who's always put in a mismatch that can hold his own, it's big time for your defense.
God, as you say that, it just makes me yearn for the days of the no-fly zone. I mean, think about it. You had Chris Harris on one side and Aqib Talib on the other. And they played so well together. They knew exactly what the other thought. They would pass receivers on to each. Remember that New England game? I forgot who went in motion. It was Edelman who went in motion. He comes across the middle. Chris Harris lets him go because he knows Talib's going to take him from there. And then Harris jumps another route for an interception. They were so smart together, the chemistry they had. And they played on the opposite side of the field, for crying out loud. Yeah. That's the last time the Broncos had two bona fide shutdown corners. Two.
Yeah, that was the no-fly zone, man. Those were fun times. Those were really fun times for the Broncos secondary.
I challenge you, though, Moj. Find me a team in the league, and maybe there's a couple, but there's not many, that have two really good corners. Well, it's rare. Really rare.
I think the idea is that one corner always stands out.
Sure.
Right? And then the other guy can be pretty good, but he's not that level good. But that combo is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And so hopefully the Broncos end up with that. I don't know who's going to be opposite, so I guess we'll wait and see. The quarterback thing is starting to get a little bit interesting, and I don't want to read too much into it, guys, on Zach Wilson not getting his time with the ones.
Do you make anything of that? In fact, let's hear Sean Payton first.
Absolutely.
And then we'll discuss Sean Payton on if Zach Wilson's going to get time with the ones today, because he didn't yesterday. Here's what he said.
Sean, just to clarify, will Zach get time with the ones?
We'll see. Yeah. But just like I said, there's nothing to announce.
We'll keep you posted, I think is the translation on that. But it was pretty interesting.
We'll keep you posted.
Supposed to be his day in the rotation, right, of him getting some time with the ones. And we were watching over here, Moj, and it was Stidham, and then Bo Nix came from the other side of the field, and he got some time. There was no Zach Wilson to be seen.
Right. Which does not bode well for the former number 5 overall pick.
Number 2?
Number 2 overall pick, top 5 pick. What am I saying? Top 2 pick. But you're right. 1, 2, 3. And it doesn't bode well. He's got a great arm, does Zach Wilson, right? I think Stidham is the steady Eddie, and Bo Nix is the future. So I don't think there's a place for Zach
Wilson.
At least it doesn't feel like there is. I hope there is. I mean, I think he needs to be deconstructed and reconstructed. He's only 24 years old.
Zach Wilson, to me, is the starting pitcher who throws 103 but has 7 walks a game. And you're like, if you could just locate all of that raw zip that you have on the ball, then you'd really work with something. But he has some trouble locating it. A lot of trouble.
Can I ask you guys a question? Mm-hmm. Why are we in such a hurry to have Sean Payton make up his mind? Why every day does the question come up? What does that matter?
Vic, I'm not in a hurry for Sean Payton to make up his mind. I'm in a hurry for him to sort of tell the truth. And I maybe that sounds a little bit
why do you need that?
I don't. You know what? I don't need.
Why is that essential to your livelihood? I don't understand.
It is not essential to my
fascination. And it's weird, man. I just have never gotten it. Who cares what the rotation is? Talk to me when the opener. Talk to me in Seattle, and then we'll have the answer.
Yeah, Victor,
I don't care.
That's what I say all the time. I always say, hey, listen, until you have a situation where the opposition is trying to hurt you, trying to take your head off and hurt you, and guys are playing for keeps, you don't really know what you got at the National Football League level. So, Vic, I'm with you on that. But it's a hell of a long way between now and that first game against the damn Seahawks. Okay, so I guess what our brethren are trying to do is glean a little bit, trying to figure some things out, trying to, just get any little inside knowledge they possibly could have. For me personally, I think it's going to be the rookie. I'm waiting for the rookie. I'm just waiting for that day to come, but it's not.
Everybody's so enamored with this notion that, if I got the knowledge of who the starting quarterback is, all is well. It doesn't change anything.
No,
Let's say it's Stidham. Let's say Stidham starts against Seattle. So what? Nix is going to play. You know he is. You know he's going to get in the saddle at some point.
Sure.
Big deal.
Yeah.
Why are we so... What is this? What is this? Okay. And it's an obsession in the NFL with, we need to know. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't need to know.
Okay, I'll give you two things then. Again, this isn't an obsession of mine. I know it's incredibly early in camp, and it's pretty dumb to make any grand assumptions off of what a rotation looks like. What are we, 4 or 5 days in, whatever it is? But I'll tell you this is why I think it matters.
Today's day 6.
Day 6. Day 6. First of all, I think if Stidham wins this job over Wilson, because that's the only one that's up for grabs here, then that would translate to Stidham having a better shot to start the season than Russell Wilson against Bo Nix. So that's one. And two, if that were to happen where that guy starts over your rookie, I don't see the point. And I think that's kind of what people are looking at here is if Stidham wins the job and he starts against Seattle, and Vic, you said, well, Nix is going to start at some point this year, then what's the point of even playing him the first few weeks?
Okay, so when that happens, if that happens, then your point is great.
Sure.
But let's save it for then. Why every single day on talk radio? Why every single day in the media? He's going with the ones today. Oh, he's going with the twos. Did you see that? They switched it up. Guys, all of my brethren, all of my colleagues, shut up. Shut the hell up. Who cares?
Let me
who's going with the ones, who's going with the twos? Let them just play. They'll figure it out. They don't need to tell us who it is.
If you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
I don't think this is a hill that you want to die on, though, Vic, to be honest with you. Let me explain a little bit more. How long have would you consider Russell Wilson a viable quarterback for the Denver Broncos? At the time we did, right? At the time of the trade we did, but obviously it didn't work out. People around these parts, Vic, have been wanting that next QB for going on a decade. Do you know how long a decade is there, Frodo? Do you know how long that is? 10 years, bro.
You know what a fortnight is, Jack?
Yeah, you know what a fortnight is, Jack? And you know what a score is? 4 score and 7 year ago? Get with the program. The fact of the matter is we've been waiting a long time, Vic. To me, the curiosity is there because it should be there. Because it's been almost a decade since the Broncos had a guy at quarterback that you go, you know what? This guy is the man, and everybody knows it. Even when Russ was here, that first year was such a mess. Then the Peyton year obviously was, quote, a mess because Russ wasn't his guy. We're still looking for that. So cut people just a little bit of slack. I'm with you, man. I completely agree. I don't give a rat's rip. Get me to Seattle game. Fine. Sounds great. But just cut them a little slack before you take off.
Yeah, and also cut them some slack in this department. It's the first time you've committed this much into a young quarterback through the draft. It's been a long time since you've done that.
Eat that.
And so people are excited about it. They should be.
So,
you draft somebody early in the first round.
Okay. Doesn't mean I'm not excited. I'll be very excited to see who shows up and plays quarterback first snap. But I'm here to tell you, it doesn't mean that's going to be your quarterback of the future. It doesn't mean that's going to be the quarterback that Sean Payton is committed to. It just means it's going to be the quarterback that plays against Seattle to start the season. If it's not Bo Nix, that's all it means.
Yeah.
And if Bo Nix isn't the bona fide starter right now, if we're asking these questions and we're now a week into camp, if we're asking, well, where is he in the rotation? Then ask yourself this: is he the guy? Is he the guy? Well, if you're asking yourself that question a week into camp, are they asking that question in Chicago?
No.
Are they asking that question? The other 6 quarterbacks, the other 5 quarterbacks outside of
In New England, you bet your ass they are.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what
Brissett or
Chicago.
May, absolutely they are.
Do you know what Chicago just did? Actually, they said that they're going to play in that Hall of Fame game that's coming up tomorrow.
Right.
Caleb Williams is not playing.
Neither.
Do you want to know why?
None of the starters are playing.
Because none of the starters are playing. What's
turf.
the translation there? None of
He's
the starters are playing in
he's
that
the
game.
starting quarterback.
And he's not going to play, like they basically told you already.
We are turning this into a daily regimental question of where's the rotation, who's in it now, and I'm just looking at it from Sean Payton's perspective, and I'm thinking to myself, my God, do you think I'm 4 years old? I have a plan, guys. I'm just not going to share it with you. You can keep asking me every single day. You can try to get it out of me. I'm not going to tell you who my starting quarterback is. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I do. But I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to give you that. Maybe he's trying to motivate somebody. Maybe the lack of knowledge is his way of motivating a certain quarterback. There's
Sounds
always
great.
a rhyme to the reason. Give him the benefit of understanding how to roll this out. That's all I'm saying.
Vic,
hang on.
I completely do. You're missing. Well, let me put it this way. I'm not one of these people who you're talking about. I'm not, because I'm with you wholeheartedly. I just see why people would behave the way that they do.
That's how I see it too. And it's not so much yesterday wasn't about Bo Nix necessarily. It was about, you did, and I know you didn't give up a lot, but it was a pick swap. It was a 7th and a 6th, or 7th for a 6th, and Zach Wilson in that trade. And I think I was curious at least to see if Zach Wilson could hang in this battle and maybe be the backup.
He's
if
got
nothing
talent.
else.
I mean, he's got talent. His arm talent is the best of any quarterback out here.
Well, and that's what I kind of think is interesting about the Wilson stuff is if he's already falling behind, and who knows if that's the truth or not. I'm not saying that just because he was out of the rotation yesterday that's the case, but let's say that he is. That's a pretty quick fall off for a guy who was number 2 overall just a few years ago. Pretty quick. And for a guy that you said was a lot of raw talent to it. But a lot more to get to from camp over the next couple hours here. 303-504-0925.
And why is he already done up?
Why
is he?
You got
why
the
are
hair
you,
gelled
why are
up
you,
already?
Why are you done up already?
Because as soon as this show goes off air today, I go straight to the airport. And you got to look good at the airport. I'm not one of those people that's all jacked up going to the airport.
I'm actually
kind
of with you. You guys know how I dress, okay? Yeah. I'm not great most of the time. When I go to the airport, I at least throw on a decent pair of shorts, like some whatever, like these.
Yeah.
And a nicer shirt. I'm not showing up there in flip-flops and sweatpants and pajamas.
Don't even get me started on the flip-flop person at the airport, especially the men. If you're a flip-flop guy next to me at the airport, we got issues.
I'm a flip-flop guy at Broncos camp. I'm not a flip-flop guy on an airplane. That's gross. No, I would never do that.
The fact that you have to take off your shoes before you go through security, and that people put their bare feet on that floor.
Bare feet on that crust. If you travel in flip-flops as a man, and if you're on a flight of, say, more than a half an hour, what the hell's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you?
I agree.
Try some adulting.
Okay. That being said, you're getting the early flight then, because typically it's like a 4 o'clocker, a 5 o'clocker, and then you go overnight, and then you noon arrival, and you're on your way. So you guys are catching the early bird. I like that, Vic. I like it.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
I don't care. It's fine.
There's this comic who has a joke about this song.
Yeah?
It's really good. He says, first of all, why do you call it 12:30? Just say 12:30. It's not shorter to say 12:30. Just say 12:30. Secondly, 12:30 is not going to be 5 o'clock somewhere. It could be 5:30.
Yeah.
It could be 4:30.
Yeah.
It's not going to be 5. That's not how time zones work. Except for those there's like 2 of them in the world, right, that go like half-hour increments.
Yeah,
Brett,
I
that's
think
what
India.
That's what it was like when I was in India. The place where I was 12 and a half hours ahead of Mountain Time.
It sounds
pretty
to me.
stupid.
It sounds to me like your comedian friend has got a little bit too much overthinking time on his hands. That's what it sounds like. Because who really gives a rat's behind?
Because it's funny. It was a funny joke. Look it up. Anyway, just
By
so
the
you
way,
guys
Dave
know.
says-
Yeah, go ahead.
Dave from Manitoba is trying to defend the practice of wearing flip-flops on a plane. Dave says, going somewhere hot, bro. Well, hack your flip-flops like normal people do, like I just did. I'm going to the beach, hack them. Wear closed-toed shoes on a plane. I don't want to see your feet.
Hey, I've gone to Mexico plenty of times, and it's usually in the still colder months here in Denver. I wear a sweatshirt to the airport, and then I throw on the bro tank the second I land in Cancun. That's totally fine. I don't need to have it on beforehand. Secondly, just so everybody's aware, because I actually forgot this, a fortnight, for those who are wondering, is 2 weeks. A score is 20 years.
Well, I knew that. Vic obviously didn't know that. He doesn't know what a score is. He doesn't know what a fortnight is. He doesn't know nothing.
Which BK over here asked a good question. Why didn't Lincoln the Gettysburg Address just say 87 years ago? Why is it score and 7 years ago?
Because he's being proper and he's being impactful. See,
87.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you say 7 years ago, that connotates one thing. 87 years ago, it's not the same
That's
impact.
true. If you start the speech and it's not 7 years ago, and if it's just 87 years ago, it's got a different tone.
100%.
So the score's 20 years? The
Yeah.
score's 20 years? Damn. All right.
Perfect
people are
reaction.
still trying to.
No, it's a perfect reaction, Vic. A score's 20 years? Damn. All right.
Jeff says, "Why are you looking at my feet, Vic?" I'm not looking at your feet. Your feet are looking at me.
That
your
is
nasty
true,
ass
too.
feet are looking right at me.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at your feet on a plane if I'm next to you. Get
Yeah,
your feet out of my face.
I don't think bare feet on an airplane. Let me put it this way: just because you can doesn't mean you should. Can we, as a society, please have some friggin' decorum?
Hey, listen.
Some couth.
Some couth. What? What do you
It's
got
not
going
about
on?
you.
You see a woman in a shirt like this. Why are you looking there? They're looking at me. That's
Yeah,
what's going
yeah,
on here.
exactly
Okay?
right,
They're looking
right.
at me.
Right.
It's called self-awareness, and it's called respect for the others around you. Those of you who do that have no respect for the others around you. Zero.
Just have a little consideration for other people, and don't have your nasty ass Jesse Trujillo looking bare feet all over me on an airplane.
Yeah. Hey, speaking.
But yeah, by the way, Jesse, if you ever went on a plane with bare feet, I guarantee you are getting arrested at the gate and put in cuffs.
Yep.
100%.
No fly list immediately on
Forever.
all airlines.
Forever.
All airlines.
Oh, that is quite upsetting.
Okay, so listen. You just brought up the word respect. Let me give you it's not newfound respect, but it is a reinforced respect. Simone Biles is as good at that thing on that rhythmic gymnastics floor as and I remember when Phelps was
Rhythmic.
like
She's not rhythmic
I'm
gymnastics.
sorry, what is
She's
it?
gymnastics.
Regular gymnastics.
The floor routine, whatever it is.
The floor. It's called the floor.
But gymnastics is an overarching subject.
Well, yeah, but she's awesome on the floor.
Correct.
Okay.
The floor routine. She is as good at that thing as maybe anybody I've ever seen. Is there another human being as good at their craft as watching her do that?
No.
Because I've said this before. If I could choose one athletic just sort of trait to have, I think jumping through the air like John Morant and dunking on somebody would be really cool.
That'd be
really
nice.
Cool. Imagine just like, Moj, if I could just take off do a couple of handstand flips, and then flip twice in the air, turn 3 times, and land on my feet like a cat.
Yeah.
That would be the coolest thing I think you could do.
Or the people
That's
who
a
flip,
great
they can like she can just constantly flip across the floor and not
Yeah.
stop. And I'm like,
That's a great topic.
it
could
scares
give
me. It
if you
scares
could
me
give
to even think about doing it, Vic.
one Olympic talent above all, one Olympic talent that I take home and say, this is me. I would want to be the fastest man in the world. I mean, just think about that.
What would you use that for, though? What would you use that for?
I'm just saying. I'll tell you where I use it. You want to race? You want to go?
How about rescue people from burning buildings? How about that?
That's
Fastest
not,
man alive.
That's
shoom.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, maybe.
Hey,
Well,
hey,
you weren't
I'm
the
talking
Flash.
to you, Brett.
You dash in,
Brett,
you grab the baby,
Brett.
you dash out.
Weren't you the subject of a race? Didn't you get involved in a
I
race?
did
and
win
you
that
pulled on
race.
something?
I just pulled my
but
hamstring.
See what I'm saying? If you're the fastest man in the world, if you're the 100 and 200 meter champion at the Olympic Games, he's like, yeah, go ahead, let's go. Who wants some? Where we at?
See, this is why I choose Simone Biles. I would parkour everywhere I go. I would just do backflips and stuff across my kitchen on the way to get some cereal.
Cartwheel, backflippy, up in the air, land it.
Yep.
Hey, babe, I just landed it here in the kitchen.
Somebody give me something else that's close. Like, Vic, okay, I get it. I don't think I'd use the speed. I don't run anywhere anymore. I don't want a race? Yeah, that'd be nice to have if I'm just Usain Bolt. But if I could jump and flip like that, I would do that everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And I'm trying to think, is there anything else in the Olympics that you'd rather have?
No other skills really you could. I mean, like if you're a swimmer, what are you going to just go find water? Let's go race in the water. I'm not doing that. But you could say I'm faster than you any day and say let's go.
I don't know that
any single day.
That lady with the pistol the other day was kind of interesting.
I was just going to say, Vic, one Olympic talent, archery. You're a fast runner, outrun this arrow.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you a 50-yard head start. Thunk.
I'm telling you, dude.
Welcome to Sparta.
Well, you
I
guys
was
know,
watching some of that.
Go ahead.
Were you guys watching the shooting? And they were shooting, and I don't know what they were shooting at. It like the sky, and I'm not sure. Was there targets behind them? Did you guys watch some of the rifle shooting yesterday?
You're talking about trap shooting, skeet shooting.
I don't know. Is it ski? I don't know what
they have a
shotgun.
shotgun. I thought you did that before. It throws the clay pigeon into the air and
Pull.
you blast it. Boom.
Oh no, I've done it, but I'm talking about the Olympics last night. Watching them do it, I could not tell where the target was.
Yeah, I know. It's a small.
It was
target.
bad television.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, can't you see it when they hit it? Can't you see it go poof like that?
Not really.
Oh, well, I can.
So when Michael Phelps, he's the most decorated Olympian of all time, right? 28 medals, 23
total.
gold.
Yep.
Very obviously the best swimmer in the world. Simone Biles, Katie Ledecky might be on her way there if she's beating chicks by 17 seconds in the pool. I mean, she might be on her way. But it's funny when I watch some of these games that I know nothing about. We were just talking about rugby earlier. I know none of the rules, nothing like that. But I know Ilona Maher is pretty good at that sport.
She's really good.
I said the same thing about Shaun White when he was doing the half pipe with snowboarding. I'm like, I know nothing about snowboarding. I just know he's way better than everybody else is. Same thing with Simone Biles. That's what I appreciate in the Olympics. Sports I know nothing about, and then I watch somebody and I go, I don't know anything about this. I just know that that's way cooler than what anybody else is doing.
Like the chick yesterday who's running around with the Rubbermaid ball.
Yes.
Right? And she's catching it on her head, and she's flipping it up with her toes, and she's just sort of dancing. It's like she's at Vic's discotheque with a ball.
Yes.
And throwing it in the air and then catching said ball.
What were they? Do you guys?
And she gets down and she opens her legs, she catches it between her legs and all that kind of thing.
So I don't. Maybe you guys are too old for this. That's not an insult because it was a stupid thing that was a trend for a while. Nelly, maybe you can help me. What were the weird chicks that had the colored orbs that they would spin around their hands and stuff like that? You know what that was? Fushigi? Is that what it was called?
That was that levitating ball toy that was really popular in the early 2000s.
And I'm
a boy toy?
Ball floating toy.
I'm telling you, Vic, if you looked what this thing was, the fact that was a fad for like a couple of weeks, and it was always like the weird sort of emo chicks that would be doing that by themselves in the middle of like a bar and you're like, I don't know why this is
Wait,
entertaining.
hold on.
to you.
Levitating a boy toy in a bar? I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
I mean, you got to show him a video now, Nelly. We got to see it, and make sure it's not the Olympics. God knows we don't need another talking to about that. Sorry, everybody over on the TV side. We were just
I was
flying by
watching
the seat
that
of
team,
our pants over here.
As you find this, I was watching that team handball last night between Brazil and France. That is physical, man.
Yeah.
They beat the crap out of each other.
Another one, I don't know the rules because they dribble sometimes, and I'm yelling travel. And I don't know if there's a travel rule or not. But
like, where in the United States of America can you say, "Yeah, let's go play some team handball"? Does it exist here?
I don't know where you'd play it. I mean, I've never heard of a quote handball field in Denver, Colorado. Perhaps there is one. I just don't know anything about it.
Okay, so he's pulled up the video of these. I guess this is an infomercial. Like, this is what people would do just in their spare time, and this was a cool thing, I guess, for people. I told you, emo chicks were the ones who did them. She's like, everyone listened to Evanescence for sure.
She was just playing with a ball.
This is what the game was, Moj. Look at this. How impressive
How long ago
is
was
that?
this game?
It looks
Why
stupid.
did I miss this
to me,
game?
It looked stupid. I don't.
Where was I during this game?
What was this, Nelly? Probably, 10 years ago, something like that? Maybe
I
more
feel
than
like
that?
Fushigi was more than that. That was probably 20 years ago, right?
20
Early
years ago?
2000s.
So, dude says, I tell you what, I got an idea. I'm gonna take a ball.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a bunch of Hesher chicks. All right. Exactly. No, stay with me now. Stay with me. We'll charge $10.99 a piece. All right, and they're just gonna play with them.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly
now,
what
listen,
happened.
I know there was some kid in ancient Mesopotamia playing with a round, a round rock, right? But this one's different. We'll get this emo chick to do her thing.
Exactly right. You've nailed it.
Well, count me out.
All right, cut this off. I can't look at this anymore.
Me either.
One last thing before we get to a break. Would you guys like?
Oh, by the way, the handball. Watching the handball, Vic, it's water polo on the ground. That's all it is. It's the same as water polo, but there's no water. That's what the Olympic handball. There's so many different
hockey
games
without the ice. It's hockey without the ice. It's everything comes back to hockey without the ice.
Hockey has sticks too.
Good
right?
point.
Okay, so
forgot about them.
But it's like lacrosse without
it's
the
soccer
sticks.
without the feet.
It's something, yeah, kind of. I mean, there's so many games that are similar, but people say, well, field hockey's been around for 100 years, and, handball's been around for 93 years.
You don't need to defend your sport. We get it. Just
also,
quickly.
Brett, I was slightly off. That commercial I was showing you aired in 2010.
14 years
Okay, so 14
So,
years.
Vic,
yeah.
what were you doing in 2010 where you weren't watching Fushigi
I was
infomercials?
watching emo chicks play with those orbs. Hey, would you guys like to hear? So they're doing like recap highlights every day of the Olympics because a lot of these things are happening in the middle of the night that nobody can see. So they're doing a lot of highlights. And I don't know why Snoop Dogg's role is so prominent in the Olympics this year. I don't know why he carried the Olympic torch. I don't know what he has to do with sports. But would you guys like to hear Snoop Dogg do a recap of a badminton match?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Oh, I love this badminton right here. This is a great rally right here between China and the U.S. right here. As you see, it don't stop to the casket drop. They rocking and rolling, back and forth. Give me that. No, I need that. Nope, over here. Nope, over there. What about over there? Nope, what about there? Nope, give me that. I need that. That too. Nope, sit down somewhere. Get out. Wait a minute. Hold it. Way up in the sky. Now down. Back up. Over there. Now over here. Get out the way. Move. I told you we need that. That was a good point.
So that is Snoop Dogg and Al Michaels on that highlight right there, recapping badminton.
Is that AI Al Michaels or real Al Michaels?
I think that was real Al Michaels. So that was courtesy of NBC.
That's funny.
Give me that. I love that. I mean, how else are you supposed to describe badminton?
Yeah, give me that. Nope, right here. Nope, over there. Right here. Go there.
It's so
way up
quick.
high.
What are you supposed to say?
It's a good point. How would you call badminton, Moj? It happens too quick.
You sort of just talk over the back and forth. You know what I mean? It's not like he hits it, 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 backhand, forehand, spike. It's not like that. It's just you sort of talk over the flow of the game. And then when somebody scores a point, you're like, whoa, god dang, that was rad.
All right, 303-504-0925. Look, South Sudan and the U.S. today, but there was something else that happened in Olympic basketball that I think must be discussed. We'll get to it next. Out here, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. 2024 Broncos Camp Day 6. Missed that. So yesterday, there was an Olympic basketball game that featured France against Japan. France is known for having 2 gargantuanly sized human beings on the floor, okay? And Rudy Gobert and Victor Wembanyama. I did not know what to expect from Team Japan, but a photo that emerged, and are we allowed to put this on here, Nelly? Because I did see that there was some sort of logo in the back. Did you do some photoshopping?
I did a very rough cover-up job that I think will clear us.
All right. I think we're good now. I want you guys to look at this photo. This is 7'4" Victor Wembanyama. He is standing next to Japan's Yuki Togashi, who is 5'6".
Oh my God!
How is that the same sport that they're playing?
That's me every time there's an NBA game. Essentially, he is staring at his nether region.
Actually, Yuki Togashi, I hate to break this to you, he's only listed as 5'4", man.
Oh,
5'4".
Okay,
I'm sorry.
on the Sporting News it says 5'6".
Yeah,
I would believe 5'4". What sport is that? And how did France need overtime to beat them 84-80? If that's what that looks like.
That's crazy to me.
It's insane.
That is crazy that those two bodies, the genetics, the lack of uniformity there, those two people play the same sport at the Olympic level.
The lack of uniformity. Okay, from now on, when we have to differentiate human beings, you'll notice here the lack of uniformity between Moj and Audric Estime's legs.
Well, dude, this is like, I saw a photo of Shaq standing next to Simone Biles. I'm like, are these the same species?
I know, it's crazy. It's just crazy.
You know, like a dog, there's a Chihuahua and there's St. Bernard.
Right.
They're both dogs, I guess, technically, but I mean, that's just crazy. By the way, let's give it up for Nelly on a great Photoshop job to make sure we can throw some of this up on the screen.
Good job, Nelly.
Thank you.
Way to
Graphic
go.
design is my passion. Thank you.
You got mad
It
skills,
looked like
buddy.
it with the giant censored barcodes over the entire picture, but I love it. So you guys think that South Sudan's going to get rolled today, despite
Absolutely.
the exhibition game?
And I don't know why, Vic. I have no interest in this game whatsoever. I mean, I'll watch USA basketball from now until the end of the Olympic Games, but I'm convinced they're going to win the gold medal. I like 3 or 4 guys on the team, especially our guy Derek White. So I like 3 or 4 guys. I'm cool with Durant. I was highly impressed with his first game and what he was able to do, having not played basketball for so long. But there's guys there that I've been trained and conditioned over the years in the NBA to not be big fans of. So pardon me if I'm not sitting here going, yeah, AD, stuff it in his stuff hole. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, can't do it.
Well, I mean, you can watch what you please. The fact that South Sudan gave them a run in the exhibition portion is probably bad news for South Sudan, because I agree with you. The U.S. is going to win by 20.
Here's the thing,
and they're
though.
going to win going away.
The only I think you guys are right. The only counter I would have to it as to maybe why this game might be closer than most would expect. If you remember from that exhibition game, South Sudan could shoot. They were money from beyond the arc, which is the opposite of what Serbia had, right, Vic? Like, Serbia could not hit a 3 to save their life. They were airballing threes. South Sudan, go back to that exhibition game. They knocked down threes at a pretty good clip. And that's what
they were
got
making
them back
their
in the
threes.
game.
Yeah. It's the ultimate equalizer. And you have to give the U.S. team credit, by the way. We always say when we go back and look at that game against Serbia, Serbia couldn't make threes. Big reason why is that the U.S. wouldn't allow it. Their defense was suffocating. I mean, extremely good perimeter defense. You know, come to think of it, 2 of the best perimeter defenders in the game play for the same damn team. Drew Holiday is widely regarded as an all-defensive player.
Yeah.
Derek White, his ability at his size to block shots, to just get the ball, steal the ball, he's an elite defensive player. Boston has 2 elite perimeter defensive players to go along with 2 elite shooters in Tatum, and it's crazy.
Not to mention another really good defender on the U.S. team. He's a little bit undersized for his position. Bam can guard a lot of things because he's super athletic. He can guard outside shots and also inside.
I've
Did you
seen
see our
Joker,
3-3 teams take it?
Yeah, I've seen Joker, though, beat up Bam, and I've seen Bam also play pretty well against him at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Adebayo can definitely defend. Yeah, Vic, I did see Jimmer Fredette and company get worked over. Yeah, it's 3-on-3 basketball. I was watching it yesterday. I was watching the women play. And
Fast-paced, isn't it?
Yeah, it is fast-paced, but I just don't know why we don't get 3 NBA guys who are just, players 13, 14, and 15 off the 5-on-5
I'm sure
roster.
we'll get
Put
there
them
eventually.
In.
Here's what's going to happen.
I don't
Same thing
get
happened.
it.
Well, same thing happened with basketball.
You got to yank
right?
a 35-year-old Jimmer Fredette out of retirement in order to throw him into the games? I mean, what are we doing?
You have to spend a certain amount of time playing in the 3-on-3 game before you can qualify for the Olympics. I don't know. It's a dumb rule. But it's just like basketball. We got sick of getting beat, so we sent the dream team, and it was over. Eventually, we'll get sick of getting beat in 3-on-3 basketball. We'll send 3 ballers, and it's over. It's the same deal. Same deal. Now, it's a different kind of game if you watch it. It's very fluid. It's not like stop and start. It's all action all the time. If you make a shot, you go. If you miss a shot, you go.
Also, did the U.S. not think that size was going to matter at all in 3-on-3? Because Serbia was way bigger than they were. Way bigger. And that mattered a lot. Like getting an offensive rebound or just posting somebody up and getting an easy bucket. Like the U.S. Jimmer would try and dribble around the three-point line, hit a step-back 3 with a hand in his face. I'm
pretty
like,
much, yeah.
Pretty tough. Pretty tough to do. Can I ask one other question? We kind of started with that audio clip from Frank Isola and Brian Scalabrine this morning talking about Serbia-U.S. game and the score with Jokic on the floor as opposed to off. Just a basic question. Are we taking Jokic way too much for granted in this sense? Of course, it's his nightly consistency that he brings to the table over and over and over again. But knock on wood, the fact that guy's never missed time, you know what I mean? Because we always just every single night will be like, oh, well, at least you have him on the floor and that's going to be okay. It reminds me last year, and it's much lesser extent because the Broncos weren't very good. You know how rare it is to have a starting 5 on your offensive line never miss a game?
Yeah.
With the exception of McGlinchey in Week 18.
Yeah, but it's
crazy.
It's incredibly rare. Yes.
Crazy. And it's just something that you kind of took for granted.
You're
that
right.
was weird.
In regards to Joker, we took for granted the entire season. Think about this for a second. Joker played the bulk of the season. He missed just a few games here and there. Aaron Gordon played the bulk of the season.
Yeah.
He missed a few games. Michael Porter Jr. missed 1 game. 1.
Yeah, he played 81 games.
KCP was relatively healthy. He was banged up a little bit more. It's Jamal that couldn't play.
Yeah.
It's Jamal that could not remain healthy.
So does that stick out
I'm telling
more just
you right
because,
now.
Go ahead.
It is a talking point. It is an issue. It is a problem. Through no fault of his own. Unless he's not following the regimen they lay out for him.
Yeah. Now,
because those guys play.
Is the Jamal stuff, just asking questions, is it overblown because everybody else is so healthy for the most part on this team that when he misses games, it feels like he sticks out more because he's one of the only ones? Like in L.A., if Kawhi misses a game, you're like, yeah, well, so did Paul George.
Well, no, Kawhi misses.
Kawhi
I mean? Misses a lot of games, and we give him the business. Say, oh, the guy just can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, they get it there. You're exactly right.
I mean, we get, even on this show, we'll go, hell, Kawhi's not even playing tonight. He's been out for 2 weeks.
Hey,
we should hold Jamal Murray to the same kind of standard. I mean,
he's a max player. You're damn right.
He's 27 years old. He's in his prime now. This is prime time. And if he's everything that we think he should be, he should get the next max deal. However, I think it's more than fair to, if you're the franchise and you're going to commit over $200 million to a guy over the span of however many years he's going to, and what he's going to get, 5 years or whatever, I think it's fair to say, hey, man, how many games are we going to get out of him in the regular season? Sure. And is he going to be broken down when the postseason rolls around, or is he not going to be at a full 100%? I think that's
Adam
entirely fair to ask.
Adam on the text line, Christian Brown played in every game, albeit he's a reserve, but he played in every game. He's available. Yeah. You have to be available. And that's not asking too much. That's not us picking on Jamal Murray. You're not picking on him. It is part of responsibility. If you are a max contract player, that's a huge responsibility. And you're unavailable, guess what? Your team is screwed.
Yeah, also, yeah, exactly right. And if you're the GM and you're committing $200 million of your owner's money to a guy, or over $200 million of your owner's money, you want to be able to get the most you possibly can. You need to be able to get the most you possibly can. In today's salary cap era and stupid aprons and all that crap, the max guys have to play like max guys, A, and B, they've got to be available to play like max guys. That's a fact, Vic. It's just the way it is, and I love him too. I want Jamal Murray to be here for the next 10 years, retire as one of the greatest Nuggets of all time. I would just, if it was me, I would look at it and say, golly, I want to do it. If we don't, somebody else will. But, damn, we need A, more games, and B, healthy when the postseason rolls around and able to sustain.
I find it interesting, and we're at a crossroads, how far the discussion around Jamal Murray, how much it's changed during the course of 1 year.
Yeah.
Think about our discussion a year ago. When I mentioned Jamal Murray 1 year ago, what came to mind? One of the great Nuggets players ever.
Well,
Picked
Vic,
up his game in the postseason.
They were coming off a championship run where he was outstanding.
I know. I'm establishing the polarity between the two. I mean, 1 year ago, he was highly regarded as obviously the crux of this team, one of the pillars of this squad. A year later, people are questioning whether or not they should re-sign him to a max deal.
Hey, listen, bro. I think we were onto something yesterday when this is how Jamal Murray offseason conversations go. The regular season is pretty much the same. Hey, he's kind of inconsistent, hurt here and there, and then the playoffs start and he'll explode, and the entire offseason is how well he played in the postseason and how underrated he is. And in the off seasons where the postseasons, in which last year he did not play well, and the ones previous to the championship he was out, what were the conversations sounding like? So this offseason, it was didn't play well in the postseason, overrated, who knows if we need to give him the max. The year before that, epic playoff run, results in a championship, underrated, one of the most underrated guards in the league. What about the year before that? Do you remember what it was? Why didn't Jamal play? He was medically cleared.
He was hurt.
Why didn't he play? Well, but he was medically cleared, remember? The doctor said he was good to go.
I don't think
he wasn't really.
No, hang on. What was some of the conversation surrounding it? I'm not saying I had the opinion. A lot of people said he was medically cleared by doctors. Why isn't he playing in the postseason?
Yes, there was discussion there, 100%.
It
was a lot of
all
discussion
kind of
there.
ebbs and flows with how his season ends. Not
Listen,
so
at the
much
end of the
middle.
day, guys, it's not our money. It's somebody else's money that's paying him. But I can understand if I'm paying you money, if I'm paying Brett money to do a radio show, and you're not there for a third of those shows, you're not worth that money to me now.
Sure.
That's just the way it is.
Yep.
says Mr. Off to Italy today. I mean, come on, man.
Hey, those are worked into the contract, though. Those are okay.
Does that not make sense? Am I
Sure it
being a
does.
little harsh there?
You're absolutely correct, Vic. And I think here's the thing. Fans don't care about franchise responsibility. They really don't. Hell, they want you to spend until you're blue in the face, right?
Yeah.
Fans don't care about the salary caps and the long-term future of the franchise and is it worth – all they care about is their emotions. I like this guy. Keep him. That's all they give a rat's rip about.
Yeah.
And listen, I like Jamal Murray too. I love Jamal Murray. I think he's a great player. But if you're handing out over $200 million in a short amount of time, there's some things you need to take into consideration, and I think we've just done that.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. So something else I wanted to get to here in a second. This is the same conversation we've had, I think, the last 3 years on this exact day. But I think the tenor this year is a little bit different. We'll get to it next. Out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, the 2024 Broncos training camp continues today with, what day is it? Day 6 of Broncos camp. Hall of Fame game tomorrow, by the way. So you get your first taste of NFL football tomorrow. Bears and who? I forget who else. Bears and somebody else. Forget. But, Vic, this same conversation has happened at least the last 3 to 4 years. And I'm going to ask you again. Mm-hmm. You happy with the Rockies trade deadline moves?
Well, they didn't do anything.
Yeah. They traded Jalen Beeks for a AA left-hander.
They did that a day before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So they didn't do anything on the deadline. I don't know what to say. I mean, maybe there were no takers. Maybe nobody wanted their players. Maybe the players that were available simply did not get the feedback they desired. I mean, who do you want to part with? Who?
Would have taken something for Diaz because I think Diaz
Sure.
is good enough to net something. I think the Chuck contract is probably too big for people to think they would eat the money.
Yeah, nobody's taking Bryant.
Nobody's taking Chris Bryant's contract. So I think Diaz was probably the guy. And that's why I think this year's a little bit different, Vic. In the years past, you had guys like the one that really kind of torques me to this day. We all knew Trevor Story was leaving in the offseason, and you didn't trade him.
Yeah.
And I think the purpose of that was because he's participating in the home run derby, and you didn't want to throw a stank on that. Remember that year he was in it when it was at Coors Field?
Yeah, that's short-term desire, short-term goals, and not looking at the big picture. What is the big picture? Do we know what the big picture is for the Rockies? And I think that's some of the frustration from the fans is there's a lot of mixed messages on what they intend to do.
Right. And so, with that, I will say this year's a little bit different for me. I'm kind of happy in a sense because I knew there were some rumors out there about would they be willing to part with a Brenton Doyle or somebody like that, and I was hoping they weren't, and they did not. So I kind of like that. Keep the young guys who are going to be a core of this team hopefully the next couple of years together. But outside of that, I'm with you. I don't know what more they could have done, and maybe they shopped around Diaz and it just wasn't a good enough sort of price. I have no idea.
And I think Chuck has a no-trade clause in his deal, so you have to navigate around that kind of stuff. You don't know the nuances of each contract.
I don't. I would think that if Chuck was going to be traded to a contender, which is the only team that would be trading for him, maybe he'd be willing to waive it. Maybe he wasn't. I have no idea.
Guys, like the Rockies have adopted one of my life's mantras. Which is this. If you're going nowhere, you might as well do nothing.
Yeah.
That sounds very motivating.
It does sound very motivating.
Well,
we need a full season of KB.
If you're going nowhere, I would like to be going somewhere.
No. If you're going nowhere, you might as well do nothing. Because that's exactly what happened yesterday. You're going nowhere, and you did nothing. You've now lost 5. Now I'm starting to get a little pissed, all right? You shouldn't have brought this up. Hold on a second. They're under 500 at home, which kills me. They're 24 and 29 at home. Do you know what they are on the road? Don't even take a look. Just take a wild guess what their road record is.
They have like 14 wins on the year, something like that on the road.
You're red hot. Vic?
God, I have no idea. I would say less than 14.
They're 14 and 41 away from Coors Field. And the trade deadline, and you do nothing. I mean, you might as well do something, right? I don't know anything, man. With the return for Diaz, is he your long-term answer at catcher? Maybe he is. Maybe in his 30s he's going to play until he's 50, and we're all going to love him for the rest of our lives. I don't know, man. I don't know. I heard Senza's going to start pitching here down in Anaheim. He's going to throw some simulated innings, which I think is good, coming off the Tommy John. But, I don't know. Is that a good mantra to live by?
No. It's a terrible one.
If you're going nowhere, you might as well do nothing.
It's terrible.
Well,
now,
you tell me how that's different than what I'm witnessing with this ball club
just
right now.
because they didn't make a move on the actual deadline date. They did make 2 trades. They might have been minor trades, but maybe that's the only guys.
They were minuscule.
But maybe that's the only guys that people wanted outside of the ones that you weren't willing to part with, which are guys like Doyle and Tovar.
You don't part with the kids because they're your future, and I like those guys, and I'm cool with that. But you've got some other – you look – I didn't want to get into it because right now it wouldn't have changed a thing anyway this year. It doesn't really matter. They took 4 out of 6. You go on the road and you lose 5 straight. The Giants wax you in 4. You actually scored 7 runs last night against the Angels, and our boy Cal Quantrill, with the best mouth in the league, got absolutely ripped.
Yeah.
He gave up 7 earned. Absolutely tattooed. It's just, Vic, I get frustrated. I'm sorry. I apologize.
But this is
meanwhile,
sort of
the Dodgers. Did you see what the Dodgers? What the
what
Dodgers
the hell is
did on
that? What
trading-
is that?
It's not the same sport, guys.
It's not
and
fair,
that's
Vic.
why
It's not fair. Flaherty was the
why I
best.
don't get
Flaherty's the
frustrated.
best guy. He was the best guy available out there to trade for, and of course the
Moj.
Dodgers just go get him. It's just
Moj,
what?
It's not worth your frustration. You guys are all getting mad for the wrong reasons. This sport is a sport within a sport. It's not the same game. Some teams play a certain standard of game. The other teams, they just survive. So if you're not playing under the same rules, under the same umbrella, it's not the same sport. Major League Baseball is a joke. It's a joke.
By the way,
it's a joke how they allow the rules to bend.
Do you know how many guys the Dodgers, when the postseason rolls around, do you know how many friggin' players they're going to have just sitting on the bench because they can't get them in?
What Vic is
It's
talking about
disgusting.
is the Dodgers acquired Jack Flaherty, one of the best pitchers in the league, yesterday.
And not just him.
Yeah.
They weren't done there.
They just keep acquiring dudes.
Rosario, Edman, Kiermaier. It's like, you're right, Vic. It's not the same sport. It really isn't. And we sit here with the, if you're going nowhere, you might as well not do anything attitude. Meanwhile, they have all the assets in the world and all the paychecks in the world to just acquire the best reliever on the market. It's stupid. It's
Flaherty's
unfair.
the starter.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's the best starter on the market. It's unfair. It just doesn't. It feels like you're playing by different sets of rules, is what it feels like.
Here's the problem: the smaller market teams, the teams that don't add that kind of financial, don't have the financial means to push for it, they're not complaining. You know why? They're making the money on the back end. There's some revenue sharing going on in Major League Baseball. You know, a lot of these teams that lost their network television packages, the RSNs, you know, the Rockies, for example. Remember when all that deal went down and everybody's television networks folded? Well, those teams are getting paid from a fund, a Major League fund. They're getting paid a lot of money because they lost that revenue. So what do those teams care?
Well, imagine
if
being
you're making money, what do you
Tigers,
care?
But imagine being a Tigers fan and you take this guy's got an ERA under 3. Imagine they take him away from your club and just trade him to the Dodgers and make you sick. So you're saying, what do they care, Vic? Well, they should care. The sport should be equitable. It should be a place where even the losers can compete if they do the right things.
Well, the only way to make sports equitable, the only way, and I'm telling you right now, European soccer has it right. You want to make sports equitable? You want to hold ownership accountable for spending money? You want to make sure that your team owner plays ball? You've got to do it the way they do it in the Premier League and every other soccer league. You got to be willing to say goodbye. What do they call that again?
Relegation.
It'll never happen in the United States. It'll never happen.
I think it'd be easier just to say, here's a salary cap. I think that would make it easier. Because salary caps, you ever notice this? Teams in salary capped leagues, Moj, have to spend a certain amount of money.
There's
they
a floor.
Must.
Absolutely, there's a floor. Yes.
And then you can't spend over a certain amount of money. And so that means that you're all kind of picking at the same piece of pie and not somebody taking a giant half slice of this thing and then leaving like little crumbs for the rest of the teams.
I would always say that you need other squads. I mean, the New York Yankees need Cleveland to exist. They need the Tigers to exist because you can't just play yourself all the time, right?
Right.
I say that, and that's professional sports, but then I look at the SEC, and the SEC would be happy if just the SEC existed. And the SEC fans would be happy if just the SEC existed.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
But Hardman on Twitch makes a good point. He says, Milwaukee's a small market team. They're winning. Arizona is considered a small market team. They were in the World Series. I get that. We all agree that you can have teams year to year squeak by, get in. But your margin for error is this thin.
Yeah, and your window is this thin.
Exactly. It's that small. So what is hope? Hope is year to year. Hope is, oh my God, we're on a run. Like the Rockies of 07. Right. Oh my God, we're on a run. And that hope is just so fleeting compared to these teams who can just open up the pocketbook and say, what do we want?
Well, the Dodgers were dealing with some injury, and all they did was trade for an unbelievably good arm and Flaherty and utility guys who are going to be able to fix any hole that they've got. It's crazy.
Like, listen, every other sport has teams that can just form a sort of dynastic feel to them out of nowhere. Now, yes, you have the teams that are traditionally good, and maybe the teams that traditionally players who are big market free agent guys want to go play for. Like, that's in the NBA still, right? Like, you have the Lakers, and you have the Celtics, and you have all that. But there's also opportunities for other teams to take that mantle that aren't them.
In baseball, the high-dollar teams can spend their way out of bad decisions and trouble. They absolutely can. No problem whatsoever. The Yankees have no problem eating $20 million, $30 million a year if they have to. They can spend their way out of any dumb thing that they do, right? In other sports, you can't just spend your way out of problems.
Moshe, in the NFL, Kansas City and Green Bay can be dynasties.
Correct.
What other, like, if that were baseball and you put a team in Green, well, they have a team in Kansas City. Mm-hmm. They won a World Series, and then 2 years later, they were like a 65-win team again.
How about Cincinnati?
That's the difference.
How about Cincinnati? Yeah. Cincinnati was a dynasty in the
Big
70s.
Red Machine.
The Big Red Machine, and they had good teams through the 80s and some of the 90s with, your Eric Davises and all this kind of thing.
Yeah.
But Cincinnati will never win another World Series in my lifetime. Never, ever, ever, ever. I promise.
I wouldn't say that. That's not necessarily
never.
true. By the
not
way,
a chance.
Watch that Pete Rose documentary. They talk about the Big Red Machine, and it's pretty cool, man. Some of those players that played for that squad, unbelievable. You're talking about dynastic team. Hey,
you mean like Dave Conception?
Yeah,
exactly.
Can I show you one thing real quick? One thing, Vic. So the Miami Marlins made the postseason as a wild card team last year. They did a poster last year of their team. All the red X's are guys that are now off the roster. That's from last year's team that made the postseason.
Sure.
All of them are gone.
We're talking about dynasties, okay, and how tough it is to recapture the magic and have a team year in, year out. Let's start with the NBA. Who are the dynasties of the NBA? Well, they're big market teams. Lakers and Celtics. Correct? Lakers and Celtics.
Recent history, Golden State.
Okay, I'm talking about in the history of the league.
Yep.
Right? The history of the San Antonio had a little cup of coffee where they won some titles, but they're not up there with the Lakers and Celtics. Big market teams. Big market teams. The Bulls, big market teams. In baseball, Yankees, Dodgers, big market teams. Correct? Big markets. That's who produces dynasties. In football, it's a little different in football. You could say New England is a big market, but it's spread out a little bit more. And that's what makes football so damn appealing, is you're exactly right. You hit it on the nail, on the head. You can be in any market in football and still make it work. It doesn't matter market size, city size, fan size. It doesn't matter. You can make it work. Look at Cincinnati. The Cincinnati Bengals and ownership there are considered the cheapest owners in all of the NFL, correct?
Correct.
Their ownership group, the cheapest, and yet they found something. They got Joe Burrow. They beat Kansas City in the playoffs, for crying out loud. They found a way. They got something going. Only in the NFL can you find stuff like that.
Now
Why?
imagine.
I think in
hang on.
the NHL you can too. The NHL you can. I mean, the Florida Panthers just won the Stanley Cup, for crying out loud.
I agree.
Toronto hasn't won since the 60s.
Good point.
Think about it like this, Vic. What if the NFL wasn't capped? The Cowboys could have made Joe Burrow a $150 million a year offer if they wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Could have,
Yeah.
and maybe
Yeah.
Cincinnati wouldn't have matched it. But because it's capped and there's only a certain amount you can spend, this is how you can keep a team together.
And the NBA is trying to do that. The NBA is trying to prevent these big markets from having these dynasty moments, these Golden State eras. But in retrospect, the moves they've made is actually actually hurting some teams like the Nuggets who did it the right way. They developed, and now they're the ones getting hurt by the new CBA. It's a weird dynamic here.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Yes,
As we roll on here, I want to get into some running back talk. Is that okay? Can we do that?
I would love to.
Okay.
Speaking of, we were just talking about the trade deadline with the Rockies, and the question was, maybe they offered up guys like Diaz or Chuck or whoever, right? Maybe some of the older guys on the roster that had some namesake that could, you would think, bring in a little bit of return in a trade. And we said, well, maybe they just weren't good enough. Maybe the Rockies just didn't have anybody who was wanted. There's one guy, big name this offseason, that was coveted by the Broncos and offered. And he rejected it for a very similar reason that I'd like to get to next. All right, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for another day of Broncos camp. Again, get to some things that we noticed yesterday from camp. I had some, we talked about the good yesterday, Moj, in the one-on-one drills I was watching between the wide receivers and the corners. I got some bad that I want to get to in a bit, too. But saw this story from, I think this was a couple of days ago, but the Broncos running back room. What do you think so far about the guys, and especially yesterday? If you guys didn't see the video of Audric Estime going full Marshawn Lynch and running through a bleeper's face.
That was at the very end of the play.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny because the crowd went, ooh, oh. Yeah. I mean, you actually had, it's funny because you had a guy run into a guy at a football practice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Hold on. Vic, you had a football player.
Yeah.
Run into another football player pretty hard at a football practice.
Yeah.
And that was like the highlight of the day.
Yes.
I mean,
with pads on.
With pads on, exactly.
If you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't going to be able to take that over and 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 over again. They're just not going to want that.
Think there's a deeper metaphor there?
Run through a mother face. Then you don't have to worry about them no more.
Jesus. Why do you think we're so enamored with watching the 7-on-7 women's rugby from the Olympics? There's more physicality in 5 minutes of that than we see in an entire training camp practice.
Incidentally, I saw another gal from another country, and I forget it was on one of the highlights, and I think she's from New Zealand. She seeks out, like she literally slows down on purpose.
Seek contact. Yeah.
And lets the other rugby team get by her, and then she grabs necks and goes, ugh.
Okay, but listen.
But anyway, the point is that he ran into him, and the crowd was all excited, and I was excited. I thought it was cool. I say right now the running back room is, it's that solid B. It's a solid B running back room.
So you have this sort of four-back stable right now between Javonte, Samaje Perine, Audric Estime, and Jaleel McLaughlin. And three of those guys bring a very similar style of game, and then you have Jaleel out there kind of doing his own thing because he's a little bit more change of pace, scat back, whatever. But there was conversations this offseason, and Vic, you were at the media week before Super Bowl, and so I'm sure you're aware of the scuttlebutt that happened around there. Sean Payton's making the rounds. He's going on some shows, and he mentioned a running back who is a free agent and said this about one Josh Jacobs.
You watch the film. I would say this, and we saw a lot of games in that green room. All you do is watch football on Fox Sundays. And I was lucky enough to be part of the AP voting this year. And so he definitely was, number one, we voted him as not Pro Bowl, all pro. Right? That's got a little something.
That's got weight to it.
That's just one team.
Yeah.
Right? He was outstanding this year. He was outstanding. Healthy, protections, but downhill physical runner. For a team that wasn't necessarily always having success, he was always consistently playing well. And so I'm glad he's a free agent. I encourage everyone to look at him, get him out of the West. Maybe we look at him.
Will you look good in orange?
So, kind of hints like, ha. He's talking to Josh Jacobs, by the way. He's on the set with him. And he goes, ha, maybe we take a look at him. Yeah, they did. So, according to Rob Domofsky, who's a writer for the Packers, that there were several teams interested in Josh Jacobs in the offseason, and one of those teams was the Denver Broncos. They offered more money than what the Green Bay Packers offered to get him into this running back room. And Josh Jacobs said, I didn't want to go to a team where, and he didn't say this about the Broncos specifically, but I didn't want to go to a team where I felt like I was going to be in a rebuilding situation, didn't want to go to a team where I didn't feel like I was going to come in and immediately make an impact and be one of the factors to get them over the hump. So infer that for what you will. That's why I said he took less money to sign with Green Bay than go elsewhere.
I think when you look at him in Green Bay, Vic, I mean, playing with an upcoming Jordan Love who had a great second half of the season, and obviously they've got postseason aspirations again this coming year. It seems like the situation he landed in is exactly what he was looking for. That's what it feels like to me anyway, because do you think the Packers could possibly get over the hump? Would it blow your mind if they went to an NFC title game?
No, but hang on, Moj.
Exactly. So, I mean, he put himself in that good position, but you're referring to Peyton and what Peyton is looking at.
Beyond that, my question is, what does that say about what he felt about the running backs he had currently before the offseason started?
Not only that, if you put all the hints together and just put it all together now, looking for running backs, paying your offensive linemen, most expensive offensive line in the NFL, quarterbacks that are not proven. If you're going to bet on the Broncos this year, I would never bet the over on passing yards. I would always bet the over on rushing yards. Yep. This is going to be a run-heavy team, a run-first team. They're going to line up run formation much more than they will in any pass formation. Pass is only going to be by necessity with this team, all right? It's going to be a run-heavy team. He has shown what he's doing. He has shown his hand. This is what it is.
That being said,
Nailed it, Vic.
Josh Jacobs is better than any running back on this team. But he's also better than running backs on a lot of teams, okay? I mean, and again, running backs are not getting paid what they used to.
He said he voted him all-pro, which means he thought he was the best or second-best running back in the league.
That was the year before when he didn't have a job, okay? That was the year before that he actually had a vote because Sean Payton was coaching this last season.
Yep.
So that was when he was doing the TV thing, talking about the green room, and that's when Jacobs ran for almost 1,700 yards, almost 5 yards a clip. The Raiders weren't very good when they should have been because he was a great back for them. He's only 26 years old, so I can imagine why Sean Payton was enamored with him. You got a guy who's a free agent out there, okay? And he's better than anybody you got. He was also better than anybody the Packers had, and he decided to go there. But in regards to the Broncos room, Vic, when can we see and when can we hear your Estime interview? When is that coming out?
I'm not sure when the folks at Altitude TV are going to put that on the air. It's an Altitude Extra. But if you have Nelly there or Jesse, get a hold of Jenny. We can get the audio version. You guys can play it while I'm gone. Yeah. It was a 9-minute interview. And just to give you Audric Estime, for those that don't know his story, it's a remarkable story. It's a remarkable story.
The stuff of it that I've seen, I think the fans will really like. Again, it's full Vic mode. You know, Vic's one of the best interviewers we've ever seen in our lives, right? He does a good job, but I love this kid. I love his background. I love the sports that he played. I love that he's so diverse, and I love his attitude. I love everything about him. Everything.
So just to give you a little background, his father was out of the picture. His mother died when he was 10. He was raised by his aunt and uncle and his godfather. His godfather used to take him to football practice, and it takes a lot, man. It takes a lot for other people who are not your parents to raise him and his siblings the way they did. And he's just a self-motivator. He knew it a long time ago this is what he wanted to do. He changed his body. He went to Notre Dame, obviously. He did his thing. But if you look at the high school footage of Audric Estime, pull up high school footage of him, it's like a completely different human being. He reshaped his body. He became a bruiser. And if you asked him, who does he model his game after? It's not like the big bruising backs. He said Adrian Peterson. And Adrian Peterson is the last running back. Yes, he was a bruiser. He's the last running back I remember who he didn't have the biggest body, but he ran to hurt you.
Yeah.
Remember that? He ran to hurt you. He wanted to violently hurt you if you decided to get in the way. Mm-hmm. And that's the kind of running back that Audric Estime is. Now, we'll see if it works at the NFL level. I'm watching practice, and one thing that these Bronco running backs need to figure out, they got to catch the ball. They got to catch the ball. Jaleel McLaughlin, if you want to get on the field, Jaleel, you got to catch the ball. And that's one thing that Samaje Perine, the reason why he was their stable running back on third down situations, he can catch it.
He can catch a football.
And
that's exactly right.
Pass protect. I mean, that too, because that's hugely important to Sean Payton.
But you need, in today's modern NFL, we were talking the other day about Marvin Mims getting a handoff, right? And today's modern NFL, man, these wideouts, I'm telling you, the Deebo Samuel factor is huge in the NFL now. Huge.
But
Brett, you need to use the passing game as a running game at times. Vic is completely correct, but it has to be a big enough component of your offense that it's effective.
Okay, but hang on. I want to
go
back.
And so these guys, Vic is 100% correct. They are going to have to catch a football.
I want to go back to something Vic said earlier, because I think out of this story, this is what I glean the most too. They were willing to spend for offensive linemen, that much is clear. They were willing to spend, at least if this report is true, it would have been a decent sum of money to have a bell cow running back in here.
Well, if they offered more money, Brett, it had to be $15 million a year.
Oh, I don't think it's quite that much for a running back.
Well, he
but
signed
it was probably close to double
what I'm
digits.
saying is
finish
Jacob
your point,
signed
Brett.
I know.
4 years
Just
and
hang
48.
Hang on.
Okay.
Let him finish his point.
The point is this.
Yes.
They didn't do something last year repeatedly that I think hindered, and this isn't to make excuses for Russell Wilson or the offense in general. I just thought it was bad strategy. They refused to run the football a lot last year. Just straight refused. Even in close games where it felt like controlling the clock and controlling the line of scrimmage would be hugely important, they didn't do it. And I remember repeatedly at post-game press conferences, Sean Payton would step up and be like, yeah, I got to commit to it more. But it happened over and over and over again. And so if nothing else is to be gleaned from this, I think this year what's a really good sign, they've invested and tried to invest even more, even though they failed at it according to this report with Josh Jacobs, to run the football to help out a passing game and an offensive line that seemed to sorely need it at points last year. What was the most successful thing that they did in most situations, especially late in game? Dump off the ball to Samaje Perine 5 times when you needed a big drive at the end. It was essentially part of your running game, especially late in the game. But if they commit to it with a lot of these guys, it's why they drafted, I think, Audric Estime. They have a stable of guys you can roll through that all do a little bit different sort of stuff. I think the commitment to the run game is hugely important. They recognized that and addressed it this offseason. That's what
Well,
I'm
I think
happy about.
last year was a trial balloon, Brett. Last year was a head coach who inherited a roster and said, what do we have? What can we do? I've got Russ. What can he do? Can we throw the ball with Russ? Let's give it a shot. Let's see what we can do. Can we run the ball? Let's give it a shot. It was one big trial balloon. This year, a year later, with more of his own players, with Russ gone, he is going to do it his way. And it's going to be a run-heavy team because that's what he has. That's what he has. Moshe, that's what this team is. There's no tight end. I mean, if Dulcich can stay healthy, perhaps, but there's no Travis Kelce there. There's no speed receiver that is Tyreek Hill. They don't have those weapons. This is a running football team. You're going to see a lot of it.
Yeah, last thing for me on this, I completely agree. But Brett, he signed 4 years and $48 million with Green Bay. So and you say that the offer was more, and he elected to go to Green Bay.
Could be guaranteed dollars that are more.
Okay, I don't have to get in more in depth than that, and we're never going to know anyway. But Vic, I sure hope you're right, and Brett, I hope you're correct. I hope that they can do it.
It's a necessity.
Well, yeah,
if they want to have any success.
Yes,
in offense.
Of course, but also because my guess is it's going to be the rookie who starts the season. That's my guess. They are going to have to be able to run the football. End of story.
303-504-0925 live here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Back after this. Here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Day 6 of Broncos camp. Couple things here. As we're discussing the U.S. Olympic game, South Sudan today, that we all think is probably going to be a bit of a blowout, maybe a 20-point win, whatever the case may be. Do you guys see any team, and I don't know how much you've watched of the other games in the U.S. Olympics as far as men's basketball goes, do you see any team being even close to competitive with the U.S. or no?
If they make threes, any team can be competitive, yes, if 3-point shots are being made. And everybody looks at athleticism and says the difference between the U.S. and every other squad is they're more athletic. I think it's bigger than that. I think they're the best shooting team, top to bottom, in the entire world. And in this structure of basketball, in the Olympic model, shot making is even more important than ever because there's no 3 seconds, defensive 3 seconds. You can collapse anybody in the middle. If you make shots, you win games, especially 3-point shots. It's a little closer than the NBA 3-point shot. It's the best. I mean, look at what Durant did. Durant comes off the bench. Serbia takes the early lead. Durant comes off the bench and says, take this. You want that? I got you this. I'll give you a little Snoop Dogg. That's exactly what he did, and the game was over. It's the best shot-making team in the entire tournament, and there's nobody that can compete.
Vic, you have the best shooter that's ever existed on this team right now, and Steph Curry. And then you have Durant, who you just mentioned, can casually come off the bench after not playing and just go a perfect, 9 for 9 from the field, whatever
He missed one shot. Durant missed one shot. That was it.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do if they do that? Like, even if you make threes, just the consistency and the wave after wave they can throw at you is going to be so overwhelming.
Yeah, but why don't I feel like I want to watch it?
You know why? Because it feels inevitable. And the lure of sports, the reason we watch sports is because the inevitable nature of it, the underdog and the upset, it takes all that away and it gives you hope. It gives you a reason. There's no apathy. And when things seem inevitable, apathy sets in. And I think that's what you're feeling right now, Moj. Am I
perhaps that is
amateur psychologist?
I like 3 to 4 guys on the team I'd like to have a beer with and hang out with. The rest of them, I probably would not like to do that.
Are you saying, Moj, you wish the team was worse so the games would be more competitive?
I don't want to. We need. Hey, listen. When I look at the gold medal count, at their medal count at the end of this whole thing,
yeah,
and every little medal helps. Having another gold there for the good old U.S. of A. would do me good. But I'm just saying, I'm just not hyped up about it. I don't feel like it's must-see TV for me.
This is actually a pretty good question because I was wondering this. So a lot of times I go to USA Today and I'll see what kind of things they're writing and blah, blah, blah. And on this, they have a ticker of the medal count, okay? So far, the U.S. leads the way. They have 27 medals. And the next closest country is, get out of here, France with 21. But as far as golds go, the U.S. is at 4. China has 6. Japan has 7. Great Britain 6, France 6. So they're trailing those countries in that. Mm-hmm. Is the bigger thing the total medal count or gold medal count? What's the more braggadocious thing?
It depends how you're wired. That is such a great question. It depends how you're wired.
Because I'm kind of upset that they don't lead in golds. I don't really care about the medal count. I'm being dead serious.
Listen. And I know the Olympic movement, and we're going to catch some feedback here that is going to be, obviously, people are going to knock us for this. I know it. I can feel it. Either you win or you lose. That's it.
Don't get
Either
me wrong.
You win or you lose.
If you medal in the Olympics, it's an amazing feat,
Great.
and it's super cool and all that
I'm
stuff.
not talking about the athletes. If I'm an athlete and I get a bronze, and like the U.S. men's gymnastics team that's going up against superpowers in that sport, they got bronze. Mm-hmm. It's a wonderful achievement.
The women's rugby team just got a bronze yesterday.
The women's rugby team. What an unbelievable ending to that game.
Yes, from the athlete's perspective, obviously it means something. I'm talking about from our perspective. Like, how do you view the Olympics as a competition?
Yeah.
For me, either you win or you lose. Is the U.S. going to win or lose? If you don't win, you lose.
Is that wrong, Moj? Like, I don't really care that they're leading in total medals. I want the golds.
Well, one of those golds is in fencing. I was watching women's fencing the other day.
Jeez, how bored are you?
Well, I was in a captive environment, so I
so
kind of had to.
Out on USA versus South Sudan basketball today, but fencing.
But women's fencing is in. Okay, gotcha.
Because they're trying to stab each other. It's kind of interesting, but then they get
they're
really
wearing
close.
protective. Yeah, no, but stabbing with it's not the same. If you stab somebody without the tip and wearing the protective gear,
We've been over this. We want one gold medal winner, and the rest of them are dead.
But
by the end of this
if
competition.
I had to hire the two USA Olympians who finished gold, silver, they went against each other for the gold medal. If I had to hire them as bodyguards, and they had like regular old swords, right? One of those kind of things, I'd feel pretty safe because they would easily know how to stab somebody. Like they could take Jesse and carve his heart out like in 2 seconds. But they get really close to each other, then they start whipping that rapier around, and like I don't know how you score it because it looks like she's just scraping it across her neck or whatever.
Okay, can you answer the question
Yeah.
though? The question was, do you care more about the total medals or the golds?
I care about total medals, overall dominance. In a broader. Not that I don't care about the gold total, but I want
Nelly, hit
the
me with a
overall
straw
medals.
poll. I want a straw poll. I want to know where the people are at.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price,
Total
one
or
person,
gold?
1 hour. Total medals or golds? How do you
come
measure
on.
the winning country of the Olympics? Total medals or golds?
Just take your back. I hate to go here. I go to field day all the time. If I didn't get a blue ribbon, it was hell to pay. What are you going to do with a red and a white ribbon? What are you going to do with that? You think I kept my red and white ribbons? I got my blues. I'm not keeping the red, the white, the pink, and the brown and all that crap.
Little different going against the rest of your third grade and the rest of the world, but sure, I guess I kind of see your point. Sure.
What's the difference between third place and fourth place?
That you're third.
Oh, and?
I don't know how to make it more basic than that.
In a horse race, you get paid. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Texture says, maybe this is the right answer. Whichever the U.S. is winning in. Yeah, perhaps that's the proper one. A lot of people are saying golds here. There's a few totals mixed in between, but most of these say gold medals.
I will tell you this, though. For the USA women's rugby sevens team yesterday, winning a bronze medal, it probably to them felt like it was a gold medal. It was an incredible end to that game.
You know why?
Why?
Because it's a sport it's not American born. It's a foreign sport, and we've sort of fallen upon it, and here we are. It's like soccer, right? If the U.S. were to medal in soccer, wow, look at this. Men's gymnastics dominated again by two superpowers. Wow. But if you're winning golds in the sports that you've always, like winning a gold in basketball, you should win a gold in basketball. Anything short of a gold is a huge disappointment.
That is true. Yeah.
It's hard for me to keep track of what's coming in because people are typing a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the total is, Kane, or what the feel, the vibe is on who.
The majority here is golds.
Okay.
Yeah,
so most people
I don't know
wanna
what
go
the
with
percentage is. Majority is golds, though.
Okay. All right, cool. Which I'm cool with, but to me it's just overall world domination. You know what I mean?
Texture says, gold, I want to know you're the best, not top 3. Here's the thing, though. This is where Vic is totally correct. For the individual, if you medal at all, it's amazing. It's amazing for you. I would never say that you failed at all or anything like that. Of course not.
Ever.
I would never do that. But overall, as a team country thing, I do think it stands out more. Like, if the U.S. lost by 4 total medals to China, but they beat them by 2 golds, I would consider the U.S. the winner of the Olympics. Would you think that's wrong? Like, I think it's like, Vic, it's like the MVP votes. There's a point system, right? First place is worth 5 points, second is 3, third is 1. That's how I would try and tally it up, is just like that. And then I would decide the winner that way. Maybe that's the most fair way to do it.
It should be point-driven. Like a gold is 3 points, silver's 2, bronze is 1. And then you add up all the points, and whoever has the most points wins.
That's what I said.
Brett just said
that's
that.
the other thing about the Olympics. At the end of the day, at the closing ceremonies, I want the winner announced. And the winner of this year's Olympics is the U.S. of A.
I agree with you. Why don't they do that?
Instead, it's all art. Hey, look at this art. And then look at next year. Next 4 years, it's going to go here to this place, and look at all their art, and look at all these artists. I don't care about your art. And that's why the opening ceremonies to me was just a waste of time. All artistic. This is about sports. When was this confusion, this confluence of sports and art? It's not art. I didn't come here for art class. I came here to watch athletes do their thing. Sweat, muscle, speed. I don't care about your art.
Can I ask another, what might be a really dumb question? So the U.S. played Serbia in basketball. The U.S. played Serbia in 3-on-3 basketball. They played Serbia in a couple other competitions. And now I'm looking at this gold zone that we have in the Peacock right now. And the U.S. is playing Serbia in volleyball. Are they matched up with Serbia in all sports? Like, is the pools that were given out for everything? What is this?
You mean for the prelims you're talking about?
They're playing Serbia again in another sport. How are they playing Serbia all the time?
Well, I don't know that there's a lot of other countries that are playing volleyball. Serbia happens to be big into volleyball and basketball. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
That's fine, but how are they getting matched up in each one of these sports? It's like every time I'm looking, the U.S. is playing Serbia in something.
Serbia's
I have no idea
tall.
how it works.
They got some tall people in Serbia. I mean, if you look at per capita, their basketball program, always very successful. Volleyball, some tall people. They had the tallest Euro Cup soccer team. Tall. Chill out, genetics.
You know what? Could I venture to say that all of these volleyball events are maybe my favorite ones to watch? Like, I was watching the men's volleyball team, I think was playing Serbia too the other day.
Yeah.
I was watching beach volleyball, women's volleyball right now on the screen. It's a fun watch. I like this. I'm into it. Swimming's probably close. It's a close second. But I'm with you, Vic. I want an announcer to call out the winning country by the end of this. You've asserted your dominance over the world. Here you go.
They do everything else. They do everything else at the Olympics to assert dominance, right? When you go to get the medal, the gold medal stand is the tallest stand. And then second is silver, you're below me, and then bronze, you're below me. They do it the entire time. Here's your medal. I'm looking down at you. I'm the best. At the end of the Olympics, I want that same type of medal stand for the top three countries.
There has been a little disappointment in the volleyball this year, at least the beach volleyball. Because not for me, I couldn't care less, but some people are a little bit upset with a wardrobe change in beach volleyball. I've seen that online. Have you seen that? Because in Rio, they're out on the beach, just sort of out there, right on the water, right, doing their thing.
Yeah.
Now you got pants on.
I'll tell you this. I watched Spain yesterday. They did not abide by your rules.
Oh, they didn't. Spain decided to do their own thing?
They did.
Okay.
And my wife said, I want to watch volleyball. I go, yes, ma'am.
Did you say, no, you don't. I don't think you do.
Texter says this. Brett, imagine you're another country and they're always matched up with the USA. That would, you know what? For Serbia, I would be kind of mad too. It's like, hey, let's knock it off over here with us matching up with the team that gets a lot of medals every single year, huh? Give me a little break. Throw a little Morocco in there or something.
Yeah. I hear you.
303-504-0925 out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Back after this.
Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Vic, CBS Sports latest story. It appears the NFL's only three-person quarterback battle appears to be down to two. So I think what people are inferring, at least in this story and other stories we've read, is that Sean Payton, in his decision yesterday, even though it's part of his plan, people are trying to read between the lines a little bit, saying, okay, it's going to come down between Nix and Stidham, and that Zach Wilson will be on the outside looking in.
And this is where I'm a bit troubled by these reports and how we speculate. Didn't we already assume this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We did. Absolutely.
Is this like a big deal? I mean, is everybody out there going, oh, so glad we cleared that hurdle? All right,
no, Vic, but I don't think this story is intended for us. It's intended for national consumption, for people who want to know what's going on around the National Football
You know what?
League.
And I'm trying to be fair here and look at the other side, because I'm with you, Vic. Like, I think the assumption was it was going to be Stidham and Nix this year. But here's the wrinkle. If Zach Wilson's not Zach Wilson, and let's say he's who's the backup in Chicago? Played a couple of games. Tyler Bagent, whatever that guy's name was. If it's him, it's a non-story. It's the fact that it involves a number 2 overall pick who was just recently let go from his team that drafted him.
Who was a starter for 3 years in the National Football League.
Yeah, I think it's just that sort of thing. You know, it'd be the same as if Trey Lance was here, right? And they swapped a 7th and a 6th for him. He was a high draft pick with maybe some, quote, potential left. Maybe that's why it's a bigger deal than what it is. It's like the interest of the guy who was drafted that early, I think, has some appeal to it.
I think when I look at guys like Justin Fields and his skill set, and I hear Coach Sanford talking about the kind of offense he needs to be and to be successful in the National Football League, the Bears are not going to tailor their offense to him. But when I look at a guy like Zach Wilson as well and his ability, is there a team willing to do that? Because his arm ability, Vic, is the best of any guy out here. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but, Sean Payton has made it known. He said it into a microphone. He wants processors. He wants processors. He's not looking for great arms. Live arms don't do anything for Sean Payton. He wants a mind that'll take his offense and make it work. He wants somebody who will translate what he has in front of him to the field. Doesn't care about live arms. So, having said that, Zach Wilson was out of the running from the get-go. He's just insurance.
Here's the other thing. You know what? And he could have been insurance, Vic. Remember, that happened before the draft, that trade did. Yeah. Maybe it's like if things didn't fall the way that they wanted to with Bo Nix, then at least we have somebody else that's got some potential as a backup to Stidham or whatever.
But if you were a GM in this league and you know that arm talent, wouldn't you want to, as we talked about before, guys, deconstruct him as a player and then reconstruct him at the age of 24? Don't you have any time for that?
I don't know if they have time for that, man. I mean, maybe...
Again, without a rookie QB, maybe. Maybe they would have cared more about it.
Give me an example, because there are examples out there. A top 10 quarterback who didn't work out in his first stop and then suddenly worked out in his next stop and became a great quarterback. Give me an example. Top 10 quarterback. Picked
top
in the
10's
top
gonna be
10.
Tough.
I mean, I'm talking about this is a guy. Where was it? Was he number 2 overall pick? Zach
Number
Wilson?
2.
Where was he?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say he's not top 10, but Geno Smith a little bit. I know he was early second round.
No, I'm talking about can't miss. You're top 10, man. You are a franchise quarterback. Give me an example where a guy washed out early and then made it somewhere else.
That's hard to do, Vic, because
it's never happened.
Because if a guy washes out if he's a top 10, it means
Because
he's just washed out. You know what I mean? Teams invest so much capital with a top 10 first-round pick in a player. I think you do all you can to try to make that player succeed. And if he can't succeed and can't play at a high enough level, then he can't play at a high enough level.
Baker Mayfield is the closest. Good one.
Yeah, but he also took his team to the postseason.
Where was
he
Baker
was first
picked overall?
He was first.
He was number 1. But
so he watched out and he reinvented himself, and now he's pretty damn good. You take Baker. You take Baker right now. Yeah, there's the example. Great one.
But he took that, dude. He turned around the Cleveland Browns and took them to the postseason.
Tannehill in Tennessee.
I
mean, they made an AFC Championship game with him.
I suppose. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Vic, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel, but I'm just trying to find some examples of guys who went somewhere else and had success.
And I guess what I'm saying is outside of Cleveland, which has been a quarterback disaster and a revolving door of quarterbacks there for the last 3 decades, right? What I'm trying to say is if you've got one, you're darn right you're not giving it up, no matter what. If you got that guy that you know there's no way. The only time I've ever seen somebody give up a quarterback who was regarded as a franchise quarterback was when Josh McDaniels walked in here and traded Jay Cutler out of the blue.
I was just going to say, what about Jay? Jay was 11th overall. Does he count going to Chicago?
He walks in here and his first move was to trade the player. He didn't even call him by his name. He walks in and says, we're trading the player.
But Jay Cutler wasn't junk here. He wasn't great, but he wasn't junk. And then he goes to the Bears, gets the big contract, and got his butt kicked for years because their offensive line was so awful. And we go back to Brett Favre, I suppose, but Brett Favre didn't play in Atlanta before they traded him to Green Bay, and he became a Super Bowl champion and a Hall of Famer and all that kind of thing. They didn't know he was that guy, otherwise they wouldn't have done that, but the Atlanta Falcons decided to give up on him pretty early.
Terry Collins. He had a long career.
Dawson. Go to a history book.
Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Boom, in your face. 6th overall.
There's one right there, Vic. Trent
Eat
Dilfer.
that, Vic. How does that taste?
You know, we make so much of this quarterback race. When in reality, Sean Payton and his coaches get together after every practice. They look at the tape. They've looked at mini camps. They've looked at everything. Guys, they know who the starting quarterback already is. They know who it is.
You
Week
think
1
already?
in Seattle. Yeah, they know who it is. They know they're trotting guys out there. They're trotting everybody out there, and they're trying to find other players to fit the team. You know, this is the one Broncos squad. I can't remember so many open spots where in years past you would walk into training camp and you'd point to every position and say, "Well, that's done. That's done. Okay, well, you're not gonna beat that guy out." This is one of those camps where there are 8 to 10 competitive battles going on for starting spots. That's what this camp is for. I really believe that the starting quarterback in their minds is already settled. I can't tell you who it is.
I agree. I agree with you. I feel that way, and I think it's me personally, Vic. I think it's going to be the rookie. All things being considered, get him out there and let's get him growing. That's my thought. But I guess we'll see. Coach Sanford, if I remember correctly, and Raj is here, I think that he thought that Stidham was the leader in the clubhouse, or at least he thought Stidham would be week 1, and then we'd definitely see Bo Nix during the course of the season. Won't find out until we get to week 1.
Just so you know, Vic, I'm in 1968 right now. How's a little Eldridge Dickey sound to you, huh? QB out of Tennessee State.
Is he in relation to Lynn Dickey?
No idea.
You remember Lynn Dickey?
I mean, I'm in the draft
Yeah, I
that
do.
Steve
Green Bay Packers.
Spurrier was drafted 3rd overall.
Wow.
How's that sound?
What
Lil
about the
Dicky.
rapper Lil Dicky? Is he in the family tree?
Could be.
They're all. I mean, if you're a Dickey, you probably are related somehow, right?
You'd
How
think.
many Dickies do you know?
Lynn Dickey's the only one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Wait, can somebody clarify something for me? Maybe this is a story that has escaped me forever, and I might sound stupid. 1965, number 1 overall pick, Joe Namath to the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 12th pick of that draft was Joe Namath to the Cardinals. What's happening there?
Was there
AFL,
and
NFL?
Oh, gotcha.
Like
so why did the
ABA
Cardinals
would
think
draft
that they
guys,
would?
The NBA would draft guys, and then they would claim whoever got them, whoever
It's like
paid them.
Buffalo
So
drafted,
then it's a contract negotiation.
Buffalo
afterwards?
drafted Jim Kelly, and so did the Houston Gamblers, USFL.
Hmm.
They went to Houston. There you go. The league didn't merge until, 1970?
Yeah, the Broncos were in the AFL before
Correct.
they moved over to the NFL.
Could you imagine being a 1st and 12th overall selection in a draft? That'd be pretty cool.
By the way, if you think that this era of Broncos football is bad, which it is, it's the worst era of my generation since I've been sane enough to figure out which team. Go back and look at the early years under head coach Frank Filchock and tell me what you see. Go ahead and look at those early years of the Broncos. I mean, right now it's bad. It's bad because we're used to dominance, right? You go to 8 Super Bowls. You win as many times as the Broncos have. You have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks come through. You're used to that. The early years were miserable here, like any expansion team would be.
Oh, by the way, how about this one? Goff? Would you give it to Goff?
Jared Goff just got his team to an NFC title game.
That's a good one. That's a very good one.
That's pretty good.
That's a very good one. You draft a guy high. You
Number
give
one.
up on him. Exactly. You give up on him, and somebody else makes do with that same player.
You also
That's a
got
good one.
Stafford in return, and you got a Super Bowl
Stafford
champion.
was also
Yeah,
a
but we're
number
not talking
one.
about what you get in return.
You traded a 1 for a 1.
Yeah, I
and
know, but we're not
Stafford
talking about
more
what you get in return.
experienced.
The question I had is if a guy is a top 10 quarterback pick, how often do you give up on him early and he reinvents himself somewhere else? I mean, that is rarer. Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff. Those are two of them.
Goff popped again last year. The beginnings in Detroit were not great. Brett Kane would come in and complain about him a little bit. I would be texting with Brett on a football Sunday watching Jared Goff.
There was a time
throw
I
the
wanted him dead.
Yeah,
There was a time.
Brett, I think I still probably have the text saved someplace. Yeah. I want him dead. Okay.
Oh, Alex Smith. That's another one. Alex Smith did a great job in KC. There's a couple.
Pretty good. Not great, pretty
What
good.
do you mean? He was winning like 10, 11 games a year in Kansas City.
What did he win in the postseason?
Yeah,
Nothing.
Alex Smith had the unfortunate. He ran into Peyton Manning era in Denver, and you know it's all who you're up against in the division. Any quarterback that lines up for Denver right now, you're in the Patrick Mahomes era, and good luck. We did this already. We did this experiment. When you look at the records of Peyton Manning in the AFC West and compare them to Patrick Mahomes in the AFC West, it's like looking in a mirror.
By the way, textures, Kurt Warner doesn't count. He was bagging groceries before he got to the NFL. He's not a top 10 pick. Just quickly on that subject, though, Vic, and this is a more broad sort of thing, but I do think it's really interesting. I don't know how you measure success. I'm not talking about this year. I'm just talking about maybe in the, let's call it the next 4 or 5 years. You play in a division with Mahomes. What do you consider success? Because I hear this all the time from, like Shaq will bust up Charles Barkley for never winning a championship. And I'm like, if everybody acknowledges that Michael Jordan was a superhuman, godlike figure in basketball that was never to be beaten when he was at his peak, right? Ever. How can you blame Barkley for not having a championship when he existed in the same man's era? It feels a little unfair.
You're so right. I mean, I worked in Phoenix the year that they lost to the Bulls in the NBA Finals, and I thought Phoenix had the better team. But Chicago had the best player in the world, and you weren't going to beat them. And that's just the way it is. That was Charles Barkley's MVP season. That's a great example. You know, sometimes you just run into that guy. You run into that team. You run into that superpower, and you're done. And look at Utah when they had to play Chicago and lost. And Utah was a good team. They got to the finals, couldn't win. Portland was a good team. They lost. There are so many teams that fell to that superpower guy, that superhero. I mean, man, Tom Brady ended a lot of careers.
But if you measure success by championships and rings, and somebody like that exists in the same time frame that you do, can I really make fun of Aaron Rodgers for not winning more Super Bowls when he played in the same era as Tom Brady and Peyton Manning and all these other guys that we see as the most dominant in NFL history?
Yeah,
is it fair to do that or not?
No, because you have you have some guys who have snuck in there. You've had some quarterbacks and some teams that have snuck in between the Bradings and the Mannings and the Rodgers and the Favres and whatnot, and won, right?
Sure.
A couple sneak-ins there, but overall it's tough. I look at a guy like Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers, to me, again, he will go down as never having won anything, Vic. But I think Phillip Rivers, if you're talking about the bulk of his career and the teams he had to run into as well, and it's not just that you have to run into that team, it's when you have to run into that team. And that team put it all together that you're like, oh, man, it just goes to show you it's hard to win. In any sport, it's hard to win. But it's just it's timing, it's opponent, it's a lot of different things that go into any given year. There was a time when I wanted Phil Rivers to be the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. When the Chargers were done with him, I'm like, you know what? I would take Phil on a 1 year right now, all day, all night. I know Bronco fans would be rolling over in their graves, but nonetheless, I thought he could have helped this team win.
The year after that, he went to Indy, and they won like 11 games, made the playoffs.
I mean, think of it this way. Think about how much fun it was as a Broncos fan. And those teams were not that good. At the end of Shanahan's era, right, when Mike Shanahan, his last few years, they were 8-8, 9-7 football teams. Those were 500 football teams. But they were fun teams. Yeah, Jay Cutler versus Phil Rivers. They threw the ball. It was fun to watch. These were not teams that were dominant teams at all. But it just felt different.
No, you're right.
You had a quarterback.
You're right. You're totally right.
Did it feel different because you had an expectation that you should win ball games? You know what I mean? Like, even when you faced pretty good teams, there was like this feeling that, oh, they could take it today for sure.
Yeah, they weren't that great, but they weren't boring. What we've been subjected to in recent years here is bad and boring.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be one or the other or whatever. Don't be both. You know, if you're going to be boring, then win football games. If you're going to be winning football games, whatever. I don't know. I'm tired of complaining about that. A new era is here out here at Dove Valley, and let's see what the kid can do.
Do you think they'll be boring this year? If you had to guess right now, Moshe?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have no choice but to be boring. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. This is not a knock on the Broncos roster. But how are you going to win? They've got a lot of guys who are not top-notch elite players at their positions. You've got to be disciplined. You've got to be fundamentally sound. You got to run the plays the way the coaches write them up, draw them up. That's what you got to be. This is not going to be a game-breaking team. This isn't the Miami Dolphins offense. You're not going to see that. Yeah, it's going to be boring. But if they win, it's less boring.
Sure. That's true. That's exactly right.
Yeah, they were even. How many?
You can also be not that great of a team and be exciting. You can.
How many games did they win in a row last year? Was it 5, 6? Remember, right after that Kansas City
I think it was a 5-game streak.
5 games. It wasn't necessarily not boring, but they were winning. It made it a little bit more interesting and fun.
One of the most exciting games they had last year is a game they lost, the Houston game, which they could have won. And, if Russell Wilson, what's funny about this whole thing here, we're talking about life without Russell Wilson. If Russell Wilson can close one of those games, Houston, New England, I'll give you 2 games.
Who knows?
If he can close one of them, he may still be the quarterback in Denver.
He probably is. I would say probably.
That's so interesting that you say that, though. It really is. I think back to those games, the 22-17 game against Houston, that New England game, 26-23. How do you not squeak one of those out, man? How do you not get one of those 2 games?
Because they weren't very good.
Yeah, I understand they weren't very good, but oh man, it hurts. I mean, and that's the difference in franchise direction. Sometimes it's very interesting.
I'm watching these guys do the pommel horse, and that seems incredibly excruciating on your shoulders.
Wait, did you call it pommel? It's pommel.
Pommel.
Okay.
Pommel horse. Pommel, right? Pommel?
As opposed to what we're going to do to you when you get back from Italy, the pommel horse.
Just
I may not come back.
Imagine doing this, Vic, for 4 straight minutes. Just going back and forth like this.
That completely sucks.
My shoulders.
Have you ever tried? Let me ask you this: have you ever tried the rings? Have you ever gone on the rings and tried the Iron Cross? Have you ever tried that?
I did that with a cigarette in my mouth once. And I said, still holding. Still holding. Still holding.
Still holding.
303-504-0925.
Was that not? Is that not a great scene? Great scene.
What are you pointing at?
I'm pointing at Tim Patrick, Vic, Brett.
Yeah.
I like how he's changed his number. Get rid of that old number.
Dude, that tripped me up yesterday. I'm watching those one-on-ones, and I see 81 out there, and it's the rookie Vele. And I'm like, wait, so where's Tim? And I forgot he changed his number.
And Vic, because you were talking about, they got a lot of big wideouts here, man. They got a lot of big dudes. I mean, Vele's a 6'5".
They're a tall receiving core.
Yeah, he's a 6'5" guy, but I'm really, really, really pulling for Tim Patrick. When you come back from ACL and you come back from Achilles, man, those are two major surgeries, major recoveries that he's had to go through. So I'm really pulling for that guy big time.
Ain't nothing little about little Jordan Humphrey, that's for sure. I mean, these are some big dudes out there, and that's what Sean Payton talked about, that. He likes his receivers big. And then you got one scat back that perhaps can, Marvin Mims, who can do some damage with speed. So that's the way they're assembled. Again, everything tells you. Just look at the assemblage of players. Bruising running backs, big offensive line. They pay a lot of money for those guys up front. No game-breaker tight ends. I mean, Dulcich, we'll see. It's going to be a running football team, boys and girls. They're going to run the ball. Fullback, H-back. They got both. They got a fullback and an H-back.
That wide receiver room is really interesting, by the way. So Sutton, just like off the rip, Sutton's going to make this team, obviously. Mims is going to make this team, obviously. Patrick, I would think, is going to make this team.
Reynolds.
I think so.
Reynolds.
Josh Reynolds, who you just signed the offseason, is going to make this team. Troy Franklin, who's your prized rookie, is going to make this team.
Theoretically.
Vele, who I think you spent a pretty decent draft pick on, is probably going to make this team. That's 6 guys. And that.
What about Lil Jordan?
That leaves out Lil Jordan. That leaves out Jalen Virgil. That leaves out Brandon Johnson. That leaves out. There's one other one that I was looking at.
The practice squad rules, though, are getting better. But, yeah, Vic, I think that you look around for guys to catch the football. There's no superstar guy there, but they got a lot of guys, I think, that are capable, and they got a lot of big guys. So it's going to be – I mean, that's probably going to be one of the hardest cuts of camp for this Broncos coaching staff is who is not going to make it at wideout, and can you sneak them onto the practice squad?
And it could be a question of, are you going to carry an extra wide receiver? Are you going to carry an extra running back? Are you going to carry an extra tight end in case you want some insurance in case Dulcich can't stay healthy again? You want to keep guys up. And I know the practice squad is again, there's not a lot of poaching that happens on the practice squad.
Not a lot.
But it's possible. You can pick guys up off other teams' practice squads. Now, I don't know if there's like sort of a politic, like wink agreement that we aren't going to abuse this sort of system or not, but there's a lot of names of guys who might not be, as you guys mentioned, star players, but guys that you kind of thought would make the team that maybe don't.
Are they in pads again today?
They certainly are.
Yes.
All right, so 3 straight days of full pads. We'll see what kind of contact we get today. Again, if there's any contact, it's crazy how much training camp has changed. If you hear the cracking of pads, you hear oohs and ahs from the fans just because there's so little cracking of the pads. It just doesn't
Who did
happen.
Estime run into yesterday? Who was that?
Some safety.
It was a safety.
Let me look.
Okay. Either way, it's funny that you had a football guy run into another football guy, and it was like the biggest thing that we saw all day long. Like, wow, dude just hit dude. Because you just don't get that kind of thing anymore.
So I'm trying to figure out the number on this. It's sort of a blurry video. I mean, I don't know who it was. Hit him pretty hard, though. 45?
Well, he got into
Omar Brown, it looks like.
Okay, Omar
45.
Brown. Okay, so he got into the open area, got into some open space, popped Omar Brown, and the crowd went, ooh.
That was one of those, one of my favorite examples of this is, remember the fight years ago between Jose Batista and Rugnet Odur? Remember that? Where he just...
Oh, yeah, right behind second base?
Yeah. So that was an example of what I consider one guy was play fighting, the other guy was fighting. And Jose Batista didn't know it was a fight until he got punched in the jaw. Omar Brown did not know that was a tackle situation until he got hit in the mouth.
If he could do it all over again, what do you think? You would have squared him up and brought him to the ground?
I don't think he would have took it like that.
But he probably would have gotten in trouble, to be honest with you. If he had, would he have not gotten in trouble a little bit?
Can you hurt Audric Estime? Does that guy feel pain?
No, but they don't want you bringing guys to the ground.
I would pay a lot of money. And this is where the barbaric nature of the sport, the savagery of football, although people will never admit it, here's that fight recollection from last year.
That's a hell of a
one
photo.
guy knew a fight was on. people will never admit what attracts them to the NFL. Oh, it's just, it's a great poetic sport. You have the play action. You have all that beauty. No. What attracts you to the NFL is the physical violence of the game. You'll never admit it. You'll never say you admit it. But at the core... I
fully admit it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that will never admit that. The physical violence of the game, the risk factor, the fact that one man is going to run over another man, that is at the core of the game. So if you gave me this at a training camp practice, you tell me you took Audric Estime one-on-one against Kareem Jackson in the hole. Go ahead. Let's see what happens.
I'd love it. Absolutely love it.
I know Kareem's a lot smaller, but he wouldn't give up an inch,
No,
he wouldn't give up an inch in that.
Okay, all of these different – you guys remember when they actually had sports highlight shows and they were fun to watch? Like Baseball Tonight was a really fun thing at night, and you got web gems and stuff
You talking about like George Michael's Sports Machine?
No.
Oh.
I'm talking about my era growing up.
Oh,
There's
okay.
actual highlight shows. Right. Even though games were on TV, they would show highlights of games, and they would discuss the plays that happened as opposed to their opinions on everything. There used to be one of those that was on ESPN during Monday Night Football with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson. You remember the segment that they had in the middle of that? That was their most famous segment?
He could go all the
It
way.
was called Jacked Up.
Oh, yeah,
It was just a compilation of hits throughout that day of football where people got rocked. And then they said, you can't do that anymore. And I'm like, that's the appeal, though. It's what people want to see is that segment every single time they showed it. That's all I wanted.
Well, I mean, again, and I'm referring to the people that claim football is too barbaric, and yet they watch, and yet they show up to Super Bowl parties, and yet they follow NFL teams. There are people out there that don't like the sport, but yet follow the sport. And I always ask, why? What have you ever played? Do you understand that when you wear a helmet, when you get inside those shoulder pads, and you're going to get rocked, you're going to get hit, you're going to feel pain. Pain is part of the game. You can never take that away. Ever, ever, ever.
Here's what's funny. People do this with football. Why don't they do this with... Moj, I love the MMA. I'll buy 2 or 3 UFC fights a year. I'll buy a couple of boxing fights a year. All I want to see is somebody get knocked out, clean on their feet. That's why I'm watching. I'm just watching somebody to see if they just hit the mat unconscious.
I was watching.
That might be barbaric,
yeah,
but that's what I watch for.
I was watching Olympic boxing the other night. The USA guy lost to the Italian guy in the heavyweight division, right? Italian guy was just kind of stout dude. Anyway, then I started thinking to myself, when was the last time I saw a guy knocked out in Olympic competition? And so I Googled Olympic knockouts, and there's a huge video
sure there
of all
is.
guys in the Olympics just getting clocked. And I'm like, okay, I like this. I think you go to MMA. People know that the MMA audience, dude, they're there for that. They're there for the violence, period. I think some people, like you say, Vic, will pretend they're not in football for the violence, but they really are.
Moj, why do you think it was so frustrating to watch Floyd Mayweather box?
Because he was he just pawed. He was a runner and a pawer. He was really good at it, but he was a counterpuncher. He was not knocking guys out.
Early in his career he was, and then he broke his hands.
He was carving people up just with technique. He carved you up with speed and technique. And at the core of that sport is the same thing that's at the core of football, physical violence.
We have to get to a fact checker here, but I want to spend a minute. Nelly, I sent you a DM. Can you pull up this video that I sent you? So do you guys care about, do you take pride in your ball markers or no? You guys just got a quarter or something like that when you're on the golf course? What do you use? Some people like a really nice
ball
fancy
marker,
ball marker.
Quarter, bottle cap, whatever I have on me.
I think this is going to be the best ball marker that you have, and I don't know. I think this is Reinhardt.
I use a Zinn.
Got this? Not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. You got to be careful if they fertilize that grass the day before. Be careful of that.
Oh, I
How's
ain't
this for
wasting
a
that
ball
sucker.
mark?
It's going back in my mouth.
How about using the Stanley Cup as a ball mark? How sweet is that? I don't think it gets better than the Stanley Cup as your ball mark on the green, huh?
You're like, yeah, I won this thing. It's my day with the cup here. I'm going to mark every putt with the Stanley Cup. That's pretty cool.
Pretty badass.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
All right, Nelly, got a couple of minutes. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier in the show, we were talking about how the USA has won the most medals of any country so far in the Olympics, but they don't have the most gold medals. And we asked people, which one's more important to you, overall medal count or gold medal count specifically? So I put up a poll on our Altitude Sports Radio Twitter page at Altitude SR, and you can go weigh in yourself. So far, it's about 67.5% gold medal to 32.5% total medal count. So far it's about 2/3 gold medals most important to 1/3 total medal count.
Are you guys saying they can't be hurt? You guys can't hear them?
I guess.
Okay, we just got you back.
Oh, yeah, that seemed like a great
that was the
fact
greatest
checker.
fact checker of all time.
Didn't hear a word, nothing.
Okay, I will summarize. I put up a poll on Twitter for that gold medal count or total medal count, which is more important. And so far, our listeners are voting 2/3 to 1/3. Gold medal is more important.
Yeah, sounds about right. Ooh, this would be good, too. A texter says, how about a gold medal marker? That would be badass. You come back with a gold, you place that sucker on the ground? Huh?
That'd be pretty cool.
When you're shooting 75.
Hey, listen, that old lady in Chile is in the Olympics. There's still hope for us, man. Pick something. Go get it.
Please. Can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moj Lombardi, and Kane again. Day 6 of Broncos camp about to be underway here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. You can hear all of the breakdowns with Dempsey and Company coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Vic, enjoy Italy.
You guys enjoy it for the next 10 days. I'm going to come back about 2 bills.
Will you please,
Arrivederci.
Will you please take a video of Fernando and his mom's painting?
Sure.
And him throwing it on the ground the second he gets it. All right, Vic. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Have a great time, dude.
Have a great time. Love
I'm
everybody.
Jealous as heck.
Ci vediamo!
Sean, just to clarify, will Zach get time with the ones?
We'll see. Yeah. But just like I said, there's nothing to announce.
Nothing to announce, but a seismic shift yesterday in the quarterback rotation. We are expecting a heavy Zach Wilson day with the ones yesterday. That did not happen. Jarrett Stidham popped in, and then Bo Nix, the rookie, who's expected to take most of those reps with the threes yesterday, stepped in with the twos. Third straight day of padded practices out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Welcome into the program, Dempsey and Company. No Demps today. I'm your host, Alex Ryan M. You guys know me better as Raj, and for the next 15 minutes, because I know you guys have to get off to your bougie, private, prestigious golfing club and go play 18 today. Thank you so much, Brett Kane and Mark Mosier, for hanging out with me.
You know what I love is that Sean Payton, did he just hit us with a different version of the as per my last email on the Zach Wilson
Pretty
answer
much, yeah.
Is that as snippy as you can get on an email? Is as per my last email, as I stated previously.
Yeah.
That might be as snippy as you can get.
It's substitute for hey dipweed. I already told you.
Just like I said, there's nothing to announce.
Nothing to announce, but honestly, like the reason why we're out here is not to have to wait to ask the coach, because we're going to get coach speak. It's to be able to diagnose what we see with our own eyes. And yesterday we saw something that I thought spoke volumes. And we've been out here since 2015 trying to figure out who's going to be the next starting quarterback of the Broncos. We've seen quarterback competition after quarterback competition. And when things change as significantly as they did yesterday, that means Zach Wilson's out of this thing, fellas. He's out. He's gone. He was the insurance policy that if you could not get the guy that you wanted in the draft, that he was going to be here in Denver so that you could have some sort of competition with Mr. Ho-Hum, who looks better than everyone else right now, Jarrett Stidham. That's the reason why Wilson was here. And I think that because Nix is already in the camp and they like him enough, maybe not to name him the starter, there's no reason to entertain this Zach Wilson thing. There isn't.
Do you think that this is maybe, and look, I don't want to say he was snippy with the answer, but it's probably early in camp, and his thing is, why are we talking about quarterbacks this deep on the depth chart like this is a big thing, maybe from his perspective? Because for him, this is what I said earlier, Raj, and tell me if you agree or disagree. Zach Wilson was flipped for a sixth-round pick from the Broncos for a seventh in Zach Wilson from the Jets. If that is anybody other than a guy who was a former number 2 overall pick, he's probably not getting the question of, why isn't that guy rotating in with the ones? But it's the allure of the former top draft pick guy.
The allure of having that number 2 stamped next to his name, sure. But are you getting the same zip on throws as we see from Wilson right now? Which, again, like it's clear. He's got the best arm talent on the field right now. It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not he can run an offense on time. Are you getting the same zip out of those throws from a guy who's picked number 198?
No, I hear you, but it's not even run an offense on time. It's run Sean Payton's offense on time, and he's got a specific way that he wants it handled, and I don't think that the kid from BYU is the guy for him. Now, that's not to say that they want to get rid of him, but I will say this. If they elect to try to go...
You can't keep him.
No, but if you try to sneak him out of the practice squad, the way the rules are nowadays, Zach Wilson will be snatched up by somebody, I promise you. Zach Wilson will find another opportunity in this league. He will find another job somewhere, somehow, some way. Now, in his career as a starter, he was 14-21. Not impressive. But when you look at what a huge, huge mess the New York Jets have been, can you maybe understand a little bit why things maybe didn't go the way that everybody on the Hudson wanted it to go? I can, and I'm not saying that the kid is ever going to be somebody, another starter in this league. I'm saying that he's young enough and he's got enough arm talent, as you talked about, Raj, that another team will absolutely sign him off the practice squad.
Well, let me say this. As far as just the Peyton thing, he has gobs of arm talent. Now, playing baseball, you see a lot of guys who throw the ball really hard and can't locate. And I would make a slight comparison towards that. But specifically to him, what was the one thing that drove Sean Payton bonkers last year about Russell Wilson?
Holding on to the ball, not taking the first option.
What's the one thing that Zach Wilson did all the time, every drop back in New York?
He turns his back toward the offensive line and runs the opposite direction.
That's why I never really thought it was going to be a real thing with him. Maybe they could try a reclamation project, but the thing that Sean Payton couldn't stand about Russell Wilson is maybe the worst quality that Zach Wilson
But
possesses.
Zach Wilson, Raj, he's got physical talent. He's got physical talent. He can zip that football. He can run. He can do all kinds of things. So, I mean, that's why the appeal is there to go and make a trade for a guy like that.
The appeal was there. And then again, I still believe he was the insurance policy. This was, oh, crap, all the quarterbacks
100%.
that we like in the first round are gone, and we don't want to go into another season with Jarrett Stidham or someone who's going to possibly be the quarterback of the future if we don't get a guy in the draft.
And Ben DiNucci.
Right. That would have been the other guy. He
Yeah.
would have been in camp, and we would have been talking about Ben DiNucci for the second straight year. That's what Wilson was. And I think that now that you don't need to have that insurance policy, there's no reason for – we looked at Zach Wilson, right, like, oh, he's a reclamation project. And we love reclamation projects here in Colorado. Why? Because, well, the Avs do it all the time. And Joe Sakic has been incredibly successful with reclamation projects. Val Nichushkin, prior to the off-ice issues that we've seen over the last couple of seasons. You bring in a guy like Jonathan Drouin, who signs another deal to stay here with Nathan McKinnon. His career was toast, and he was a number 3 overall draft pick. We love reclamation projects because the adjacent teams in this state find a way to make it work. How many reclamation projects, or just projects in general, do you think Sean Payton can handle? Because Bo Nix, whether you like it or not, 6th quarterback off the board, 12th overall pick, is a project. You can only devote so much attention and so much energy to projects, and that's what both of those quarterbacks are.
I don't know. I don't think, Raj, he's as much of a project because he's played so much football in college as he is a work in progress. Now, those may seem synonymous with each other, but to me, they're different. I don't think he's a project for Sean Payton, but Payton has the work in progress that he's got to get up to speed with where he wants him by the time you get to September. That's the way I look at it.
Just for the record,
yeah,
Jarrett Stidham's also a project. That guy is not some sort of bona fide, he's a finished deal, and we know exactly what he's going to do, and we don't really know a lot about him either.
He feels like he's a finished backup.
Yeah,
he's only been in the league a couple of years. It's not, I don't know. To me, like, Teddy Bridgewater was an accomplished backup. That's somebody you knew.
Correct. But Teddy started. Teddy started for multiple teams, many games. Stidham was never that. I think you look at Stidham.
But that's why I think he's more of a
throw the names around. I throw Stidham's name around the same way I threw Chase Daniel or Chad Henne around for all those years. You knew what those guys were going to be. They were never projects that were like, oh yeah, they could be starters in this league. You knew what they were. You put them in. You plugged them. You hope they only played 4 games a year.
And here you go. First organized offensive plays of the day, and it's Bo Nix running with the one. So, there you go.
And Javonte Williams breaks through.
Hey, we're not allowed to do that right now.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Not allowed to do that, Brett.
You're right.
Even in slow motion?
Out of here. You're going to get tossed out. Yeah, we're looking at walkthroughs right in front of us, about 80 feet to
we're
our
not
right,
allowed to do it
when
they're actually doing their thing. And this is the first time I've actually been on the air as the Broncos are going through their stuff, so I apologize.
We've never done that before.
No,
That's
we haven't.
Right.
And the thing about it is that by the way, and no offense, but if Drew Lock has a backup job in this league, then Zach Wilson can have a backup job in this league. That's the way I look at it. No offense to Drew Lock, but he's the backup right now in New York, right? So it's if he's out there, then somebody will come and go get themselves number 4.
Bo's the guy moving forward, whether it's week 1, week 6, week 10, week 14. He is the guy of the future. He will be the starter for this team moving forward. Just a matter of time when it actually happens. Pick your preferred backup out of those 2 guys, Stidham, Wilson.
Stidham.
Why?
I just think he's more reliable. He's not as erratic. Now, very limited, I guess, in what you can do. But he's been here for a year. He actually kind of knows the system. He's not also sort of swimming right now to try and figure things out. And I just don't think Wilson's that good.
Isn't the whole point of rebuilding, of finding a foundation to build upon, though, getting young talent in the building. Like, that's the one thing that I look at the Rockies and I get so upset about them year after year is that, like, you know that you're not going to make the playoffs, and you still, and I'll get into this later on in the program about what they did not do yesterday, the Colorado Rockies. Shocking. You don't move out veteran talent to bring in younger guys that could hit with a higher ceiling down the road. But if you know what Stidham already is and you don't know what Wilson could be, why not keep that guy in the fold just in case it hits a couple of seasons down?
Why? Okay. How long's Stidham been in the NFL?
Is this year 4?
I think it's if not the same, it's a year difference between Zach Wilson. Why is he? Yeah, it's his going into year 5.
I think that Sean
He's
Payton
27.
views him as the more steady Eddie.
No, but what
because
I'm
Payton
asking,
went and got him as well. There was something in Stidham that he liked.
Hold on. What I'm asking to Raj, though, is you said young talent see what their potential is. I don't think there's much difference between the two is all I'm saying. Like, I maybe they have made the assessment that Zach Wilson isn't good enough. And look, this is all early. Who knows? Maybe Wilson mixes in first team snaps today. We no idea if that's going to happen or not. All I'm saying is I don't view Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham any differently than where they were drafted.
He is 3 years younger.
Well, I always thought this. If you remove the number 1 next to his name, which connotes a first-round draft pick, next to from his name in Zach Wilson, and you put something else next to it. Here's the example I make all the time. Jerry Jeudy is seen as a massive bust here in Denver, and for a good reason. 15th overall pick, first-round draft pick. You expect him to be a number 1 wideout. Never became that. Didn't get a second contract. KJ Hamler was taken like 30 picks after him. In the grand scheme of things, not a lot.
Still looked at as a bust, though.
Not close. Not even close.
Not the kind of closeness that Jerry Jeudy has.
Well, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to make a selection at 15 and not have it pan out.
So let me.
That can ruin a franchise, especially at quarterback.
He panned out, just he didn't pan out good enough. Hey, Cleveland had no problem giving him a contract, by the way. So we'll see. We'll see eventually what he is
when
he's in his late
example?
20s.
Yeah. Just real quick. Javonte Williams is facing a pretty big year this year.
He's playing for his next contract in Denver, without a doubt.
He was the 35th overall pick. If he is, for whatever reason, not to get a second contract, which might happen, I would say it's actually a pretty good shot of not happening. Why is that seen any differently than if he's picked 29th? Because he's got the 2 next to his name and not the 1.
It doesn't.
If he
has
the 1, it feels worse,
It
despite the fact
feel
it would
as
be
bad.
6 picks difference.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
That is correct.
It's just there's a lot of, I think, that happens mentally to all of us, including myself, where you see Zach Wilson, and it's different for him because he was the former number 2 pick.
And I think for the coaching staff, it feels the same way. I think it has to feel the same way. Hey, man, if you're a first-rounder, there's certain expectations. Even if the other guy was picked, as you said, 5 slots behind you,
yeah.
It doesn't feel as bad
Like
as
Geno
if you
Smith
blew a first.
Was an early second. Was he kind of a bust? He got more attention because he was in New York, but that is seen differently than Paxton Lynch, who was 26th, who's a first-round pick. The grand scheme of things, it was like a 7-pick difference. It's not that much different than the other guy.
Well, one guy's still in the league as a starter. One guy's long gone.
And when you look back to the pick of Brock Osweiler being a second-rounder and him being a very, very integral part in winning a Super Bowl championship now nearly a decade ago, you look at that second-round pick and you go, holy crap, you hit a grand slam. Even though you didn't get him to the second contract because Houston swooped in and gave him a bunch of money. Granted, it's because he didn't get the chances here and Peyton pushed him out, but you had to win a title any way you could, and Manning was at the helm that year.
Yep.
But you look at that second-round pick and you go, it was almost a diamond in the rough, or a diamond in the rough type of feel. Is that you got that guy? Mm-hmm. You got that guy at ASU in the second round? How did that happen?
Yeah.
I understand the difference. Before I let you guys out of here, and you mentioned Jerry Jeudy. I asked this question to Dempsey, he's the biggest Jerry Jeudy guy in the world. And he was an apologist and a huge fan of his, and still is as he goes into his first year with the Browns. What hurts you more as a Bronco fan this year? If Russell Wilson finds success in Pittsburgh, or if Jerry turns into what he should have been here in Denver? If he turns into, I know this is a very high bar, if he's Justin Jefferson for Deshaun Watson.
Hey, well, if that happens, that would be amazing. Now, I'm much like Dempsey Moj. I was a Jeudy truther, and I held on that stock all the way through about midway last year, and then I kind of gave up. And I think there's still a chance that he goes to Cleveland and has a lot of success and becomes the guy I thought he would be.
Like a 1,000-yard season from him this year.
I could see that happening. if Russell Wilson takes Pittsburgh to the postseason, it's going to be a disaster.
It's going to
because that's not just
going
a
to
reflection.
Be incredibly painful. Incredibly painful. It's a reflection on your entire.
All right. What about one?
organization.
What about one and done? What about one and done? Russ gets them in. They lose in the wild card
Still.
round. Judy catches for 1,000 yards,
it's the
8
Russ.
touchdowns.
It's the Russ.
They get to the playoffs, but they win a game.
I'll
What
explain
hurts
why.
Russ.
Because the Judy thing is going to be maybe he found it. Maybe it finally clicked for him. Maybe he needed a change of scenery, all that stuff. Here's what the Russell conversation is going to be. Organizational failure.
Complete and
It's
total.
not going to be about, look at what Russ has done with his career, how amazing this is. It is going to be, look how great Pittsburgh, the organization,
the Broncos
is, and
really
how bad the
screwed
Broncos
up. They
were.
really messed
That's
up.
the difference.
That's what it's going to be, and that's going to hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not wishing him badness in Pittsburgh.
I hope he does have success because, I mean, it doesn't really matter to me how it reflects upon the organization, but all I'm saying is it's going to be a bad look because it's going to be direct. Mike Tomlin was able to do this with him. Why couldn't Sean Payton do that? And then you have those questions.
Sean did enough with him, man. They were knocking on the door. They were damn close. And that's the best version of Russ that we saw here in a couple years in Denver.
But
it's not that he didn't have
here's
success.
the difference.
They just didn't get to the goal line.
Here's the difference, though, Raj. You paid $85 million saying this guy isn't good enough, and somebody else is going to take him off the scrap heap and say he is. That's the difference. Like, you had the harshest penalty that any team has ever taken from a single player, and the other guy takes him for peanuts and makes him a playoff quarterback. That's going to be the thing that hurts.
David Justice and Moneyball with the Oakland A's.
Yep.
It's got to kill you. That's Brett Kane, Mark Mosier. Dempsey & Company's coverage of Broncos training camp is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Fellas, enjoy the day.
Okay, buddy.
Grizz, don't
take
choke
over.
on the smoke. Play well. I hope you shoot 75 again.
I
and
hope
if you
I
do,
do, too.
you're probably a damn liar.
There is not
no
a
way.
chance.
No way that
He
happens.
will never do that again.
There's a solid 88 coming your way today, Moj.
Sweet.
We'll be back with more coverage live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. On the other side, are you shocked that the Rockies screwed up another trade deadline? I'm not. I'll tell you why it's such a travesty. Welcome back, live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Dempsey and Company's the program. No Demps today. Alex, Ryan, Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, hanging out solo. Be joined by a bunch of our friends from Altitude Sports Radio throughout the practice as we're watching the Broncos go through walkthroughs here. First little portion of team activities. Bo Nix was getting reps early on in the walkthrough with the number 1, so you'll see the rookie getting the most of those reps today in a third straight padded practice. It was shocking to see that yesterday, honestly. The quick change in terms of Zach Wilson not getting his number 1 reps. As I spoke with Brett Kane and Mark Mosier just a few minutes ago, I think this is clear cut. And while Sean Payton will tell us that he doesn't have any updates on the quarterback situation, I think yesterday spoke volumes. And credit to the fans who knew what was happening. They saw Nix come in for the reps with the number 2s after Stidham ran with the 1s yesterday and still ran them very, very well and very efficiently. That's the guy to watch out for. Is it Stidham or is it Nix? And the days of Zach Wilson and that experiment here in Denver, well, they're numbered. They're certainly numbered. He was that insurance policy against not getting a quarterback in the draft this year. We'll get back into the Broncos, back into what we're seeing out here at day 6 of camp. And I want to get into the news from yesterday with the Colorado Rockies and what we expected out of them at another listless Major League Baseball trade deadline. And it came and went yesterday at 4 p.m. with the Rockies having the ability to maybe move on from Ryan McMahon, which I wouldn't have loved. Maybe you move on from a Cal Quantrill, who, again, under 30 years old, has been a decent enough pitcher for you. Didn't pitch as well as he could have yesterday in yet another Rockies loss, 38-70 now on the season, but was a guy that, while starting pitching was difficult to come by, and some of these young players were not moved at the deadline in terms of young starting pitching arms. Quantrill could have been one of those guys, and you could have gotten something back from him, and you continue to build up this farm system, which, honestly, the Rockies farm system looks just fine. It's chock full of outfield prospects. You don't have all that much starting pitching outside of Chase Dollander, who's certainly in the top 60 of the MLB pipeline. You could have continued to try and stockpile some young arms, and they had the ability to do that by moving on from Quantrill or by moving on from a guy who should have been traded at least 2 times over the past 2 deadlines in catcher Elias Diaz. Yeah, and that's the one that baffles me that doesn't happen, is that you have a nearly 34-year-old catcher who starred in the All-Star game last summer, who's been just fine offensively. He doesn't have the same pop as he did last year when he put 14 bombs over, but is a consistently healthy guy. Played 140 games last year. He's played 74 this year. He's batting .275 with 5 bombs and just 31 RBI. So the production hasn't been there. And granted, yes, you're a Rocky. The production's not necessarily going to be guaranteed year in or year out. But there were teams out there looking for catchers. Like the Rangers are on the outside looking in, trying to get back and defend a World Series championship. And they end up getting a guy in Carson Kelly from the Tigers for 2 pitching prospects at AA. And Carson Kelly is essentially the same guy that Elias Diaz is right now. He's got a little bit more pop this season, but doesn't hit at the same clip. He's batting .270, 7 homers, and a .716 OPS through 60 games. Elias Diaz could have netted you at least a couple of prospects, and you held on to him for no reason. So now you have 2 mid-30s catchers, even though you've got a guy who's in your top 10 of your prospect pool in Drew Romo, and a 22-year-old catcher batting .296 this year at AAA with 54 RBI and 13 homers. And he's still sitting down there without an opportunity to jump up into the big leagues. And hey, listen, I understand. Like, you don't want to start the guys Major League clock. You don't have to worry about getting rid of a year of service time. You got 7 years to deal with this. You pretty much have 7 years when you factor in all of the years of arbitration with Major League players. I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's indentured servitude is what Major League Baseball essentially entry-level contracts are. You just have to do what the team tells you to until you make a bunch of money. There's these odd situations where Juan Soto can move his way out of Washington and get traded from San Diego, but those are far and few between. Most of the time when you are a young player that comes up in your early 20s, you are there through your mid to late 20s with that one team because they own your rights. They have team control consistently. So playing Drew Romo, or playing Jordan Beck, or playing Zach Veen, which is what they should be doing right now, trading away all veteran talent on this team is what they should be doing. You can miss me with the fact that you're going to lose a year of team control. It's okay. You have to see what these guys are going to do, especially these outfielders as well. When you look at Veen, who's got really decent speed, when you look at Jordan Beck, who can swipe a couple of bags. You know where the Rockies sit right now in terms of stolen bases? They sit 7th to last in Major League Baseball. And while stolen bases are not the be-all, end-all of success in the league right now, if that's what you're going to build your prospect pool on, is young, five-tool players, especially in the outfield, you have to see what they can do. You can't wait until next year. It's a 38-win season right now, and you've played 140-some-odd games. What are you doing? Make the deals. Move on from these older guys. You absolutely must have to continue to invest in younger players. Now, if that means moving on from a 33-year-old catcher or maybe biting the bullet and having to move on from a Ryan McMahon and trying to find yet another third base cornerstone prospect, with the Rockies, they've been able to do. They have found third baseman, or at least the left side of the infield. They have found the left side of the infield year after year after year. I know Charlie Blackmon probably didn't want to move, but if you could have gotten something from him, I would have done it too. If the Baltimore Orioles today can find a way to call up their number one prospect, Jackson Holliday, to rejoin the team in the middle of a pennant race, and Baltimore is a bona fide World Series contender right now. If they can call up a 20-year-old number one prospect to a team that has everything to lose, and a guy who struggled the last time that we saw him in the major leagues, he went 2 for 34, and he struck out 18 times in 10 games, and was hitting below 100, and he's supposed to be the best prospect in baseball. If they can call that guy up a second time in the middle of a pennant hunt, the Rockies should be able to do it in the middle of a 38-win season. And it baffled me that they weren't going to do it, because I've seen them start to do the right things. They have drafted well. Chase Dollander is a guy that I'm really excited about what he can do. But why, oh why, at age 22, when his draft mate, Paul Skeens, and I'm not saying Dollander and Paul Skeens are the same guy, right? Like, Dollander can touch 100, but he's not a generational pitching prospect like Skeens is. He just simply is not. He's the youngest pitcher, the fastest pitcher ever to reach 100 strikeouts this side of Kerry Wood. You guys remember how dominant Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor were in the late 90s with the Chicago Cubs. Never came to fruition. You obviously have the Moises Alou play and Bartman in left field. Like, maybe that Cubs team could have gotten it done. But they were dominant young. And Skeens is doing that with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Why can't Chase Dollander, who was drafted the same year, who is also 22 years of age, and is pitching decently, albeit through just 3 starts at AA, why can't he come up and start games for you?
Let me ask you this, Raj.
Because you're right. Because what are you nervous, KJ? That you're going to lose the year of team control? It's nonsense.
No,
most of these players are gone from their original teams by the time they hit 30, anyways.
Not at all. And that's my biggest thing is, if you're the Rockies, what are you afraid of? If you believe that you can get to the playoffs with what you drafted here in the next, we'll call it the next 5 years, if you think that there's even a chance you could sniff the playoffs, why don't you start climbing towards that? Like, you're so infatuated with trying to continue to build this money-making machine downtown that you're not even worried about the product. And my biggest thing is, did you know that more diehards will actually come and hang out and spend more money if you're winning, because you'll be more invested into the team? Give us a chance to get to know some of these young players.
No doubt.
I'm going to be honest with you. Single A through AAA, I keep up with the stats. I read the articles, but there's no reason for me to go out of my way to watch a game. Bring these guys up so that I can be able to get to know some of these guys. And that's the same thing that the Rockies fans want to do as well.
KJ, it's not even the winning for me. Like I don't think that these moves, by moving on from established major league talent that is getting older and getting into the years in which you do not have team control, I don't believe that automatically equates with winning. I think that in the future it does. 3 years from now, 4 years from now, you can see winning baseball here in Colorado, but you can't just keep kicking the can down the road. When you talk about getting diehards to the field, sure, you're always going to have a top 15 attendance team here in Colorado. It's just too damn beautiful during the summer. It is admittedly a gorgeous ballpark that it's got great concession prices. The beer prices are cheap or relatively affordable. It's a great place to go. It's a cheap place to bring a family. If you want to go to the Rock Pile and get $5 tickets and bring a family of 4, try doing that at a Broncos game. Try doing that at an Avs or a Nuggets game when they're in the middle of a division championship or a NBA or NHL championship window during the playoffs. That's going to cost you a pretty penny. You can afford to go to Rockies games. When it comes to diehards, KJ, and I'm glad that you brought those up. Listen, I'm a baseball guy. I always have been, but I find myself going into these these ebbs and flows of how I watch. But every time that you get these young, promising players, I start to tune into other teams. I haven't missed a single game that Paul Skeens has pitched, and the Pirates suck. The Pirates are worthless. Like, there's no reason to watch that team. But what do? I hop on my MLB TV app and I watch every game he pitches. I did the same exact thing when the Washington Nationals were bringing up Bryce Harper and Steven Strasburg. I was doing the same thing this year before they brought up, who's the young player? Wood. His first name is missing me right now. He's a stud outfielder for Washington right now. I was watching AAA games when he was playing because they're marketing those young names as the next guys who are going to come up. And guess what all of those teams did? They didn't wait too long to bring them up to the big league club. And then you start selling those jerseys. What was the name?
James Wood.
James, he's delightful to watch. He's a 5-tool player. He's like 6'8", hits the ball a billion miles. Like, I want to see those guys up here. I want to see Jordan Beck. I want to see Zach Veen. I want to see Adael Amador playing in the middle. I want to see Chase Dollander throwing 100 miles an hour. I don't give a damn if he hits 3 batters and walks another 2, but if he Ks 9 over the course of 6.1 innings, I'm going to be excited about what this team has to offer in the future. I want to see a 22-year-old Drew Romo catch behind the plate for 140 games next year. If Adley Rutschman can do it, directly out of school, out of Oregon State, why can't Drew Romo? He's a first-round pick, and he's playing well. What are we doing?
Dude, I'm with you. So my biggest thing is, and it's the same thing we're doing with the Broncos. We've been asking it all offseason. Do the Broncos have a true identity right now? And it's crazy when you got 2 of the 4 major sports here in town dealing with identity crisis. But the Rockies' issue is they don't know when they want to go to their young players. And until you address when you want to go there, you're going to continue to have this identity crisis. You can't be losing with veteran players and then also be afraid to go to your young players at the same time. It's going to continue to cause friction. And at some point, it's going to be a scenario where no one's going to care because the Rockies are going to become so irrelevant because you refuse to do what you know is right, that at the end of the day, until you have sustained success, you won't be able to get certain people's attention back. And that's kind of where we're trending towards with the Rockies.
Identity crises are really, really big issues in sports. And while the Rockies do have it, like I worry that the Nuggets are having one as well. And Ron's got a really good text in here about an ESPN article and about a report that Tim Bontemps did. Several Western Conference playoff teams received votes for the worst offseason in the league during a survey of 18 NBA coaches, scouts, and executives. According to Bontemps, the Nuggets received the most votes with 6. Are the Nuggets in an identity crisis? And is the issue with Jamal Murray spearheading that. We'll get into it next, live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We'll tell you what's going on. The music is here. We're going through stretches. We're going through ball security drills with the skill position players. So much more to come. I'll have D-Mac on. I'll have Andy Lindahl on. We got Josh Grismer here live. KJ back at the studios. I'm Alex Ryanemi on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Nuggets Nation, what's the deal? Happy to be here, excited. It's going to be fun. Can't wait to see you guys out there. Let's do it.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. The show's Dempsey and Company. No Demps today. Alex, Ryan, Emmy hanging out with you guys all the way up until noon. Our coverage, Broncos training camp, is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Speaking of love, fellas, D-Mac, Andy Lindahl, you guys were on late last night with the Broncos Recap podcast.
Oh, we had a good time.
Hey, thanks for stepping. I thought I was going to be there, and then I caught an email that said, hey, Raj, screw off, we don't need you.
Well, that's about right.
So I made myself a cocktail. I watched gymnastics. I had a great time. And I went to bed very early.
Look, we're already violating the Syracuse rule here in Colorado by having you both on at the same time. We got to be careful.
Or the Vale of Onondaga meets the eastern sky, proudly stands our alma mater on thy hilltop high. I could go on, but I won't.
Is that your cue poem for the school?
That's our beautiful alma mater.
Yeah.
Want me to sing it? I will belt it out right now. It is music time. Fellas, we'll get into Broncos in just a little bit here, and I want to get your thoughts on obviously the quarterback situation, whether or not the Zach Wilson experiment has already died 6 days into camp. But I opened up with Russell Westbrook coming back and being excited about joining these Nuggets because, the Nuggets, in a survey conducted by ESPN and Tim Bontemps of execs, coaches, and scouts around the league, had the most votes in the Western Conference for worst offseason of the year. And I want to know, are the Nuggets entering a little bit of an identity crisis with this Jamal Murray thing? Him not being re-signed, a little bit disgruntled, not playing for Team Canada, which sounds insane to me. He's a $36 million player in the NBA, but he's not playing. I wonder, he's not a Calvin Booth guy. Does Calvin Booth want to commit to him long term?
What does that look like then if he's not?
You tell me. He has to find another guy who's currently in the NBA right now who's an upcoming free agent, and the best upcoming point guard free agent in the NBA, Jamal Murray.
There's obviously something going on. I just don't know exactly what it is. Jamal is playing for Team Canada, but he's coming off the bench. His minutes actually were more than Lou Dort the other day. Who was the starter, but something's going on. I mean, why isn't Jamal starting for Team Canada? I mean, give me a break.
Because he's not a physical enough player.
What does that mean?
It means that the internet, Scotty's told you a million times, they beat the crap out of each other. That isn't his deal. Plus, he's off ball. He needs to be the point guard with the ball in his hand.
Well, he's not going to have his ball in his hand over SGA. But
I agree with you.
He can't. He's not a good 3-point shooter.
Look, man. I'll give you the straight proof. I think he's still hurt. This is why I kept saying.
Then why the hell is he out there?
That's the great question. That's a great question.
Why is he out there? And two, when you're looking at the future of this team, if the dude can't stay healthy, how can you invest $200 million in that player over the next 5 seasons?
You probably can if he doesn't want to follow the protocol that you want to lay out, and I do wonder if that's what's going on. That Jamal is just kind of his own spirit, and they want assurances. Listen, if you're going to go your own way, we want some protections. I am totally guessing on this, but logically, to me, that would make sense. But that's it. I don't know what else it could be.
I just wonder if there's a fix at that position, because the worst possible thing that you could do is you sign him to a 5-year extension, you pay him a bunch of money, you're hoping that you get extended versions of the playoff run 2 years ago, or you get extended versions of the bubble run back when he was torching the Clippers and you came back down from 3-1. It's a lot of hope on a guy who will be, on this contract, going into his 30s, already having a history of lower body injuries, and typically point guards who are utilized that much don't age very well. I just look at him as being a Tim Connolly guy, and Booth coming in here and going, I don't have, as much as I do love what Jamal Murray has done for us, and he's a main reason why you won a championship and went 16-4, I don't see Calvin Booth committing to him long term if he can't get healthy. I can't. And you don't have a fix. The only fix would be find a guy at like 24 in the draft, and that's more hope.
Well, look, I don't think it's about what GM's guy. Does Jokic want him? It's that simple. Why is Westbrook here?
Jokic likes him.
Jokic wanted him.
Yeah.
So if Jokic says, no, that's my Robin, Jamal will be here.
Does Jokic make everybody great? Like, could you really simply get another dude?
he in the pick and roll. Listen, they've had plenty of guys play. Nobody's run the pick and roll with Joker the way that Jamal does. I'm not brushing away your injury concerns. I think it's funny that we got a guy sitting there soaking up a lot of money that can't hit a shot in the playoffs lately with a bad back that apparently we're going to hold. If you're going to hold on to MPJ, you might as well hold on to Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how it is. So.
Yeah, but there's okay.
Look, I understand your concerns, and the Nuggets are up against it. But
man.
I'm just telling you, if Jokic wants him, he's going to be here. It's that simple.
I don't think Jokic will never not want Jamal Murray, but you think Jamal drives Jokic crazy, or there's no way.
No,
it's got to be something else.
Jamal's the only other guy on this team that's not afraid to take a shot when
That's
they need
right.
it.
And as lousy as he is sometimes during games, how confident is he going to be late in the game? And that's going to be always. The answer to that is always.
There's not many of those
He's
dogs.
He's never going to be afraid at the end of a game.
Let me remind you of when Jamal wasn't feeling it with his calf in Minnesota. The Nuggets had multiple possessions where Jokic, I think, passed it to every dude on the floor in that Game 7, and they all gave it right back to him because everybody else was afraid to take a shot.
Correct.
The only other guy that seemed to have a little of that ice in his veins was KCP. He isn't on this roster anymore.
I was hoping to see Jamal Murray play and star a whole bunch for Canada because I wanted to see him without Nikola Jokic. You brought up D-Mac and how much better does Nikola make everyone around him? And obviously there's that huge stat from the Serbia-USA game where they are even with USA, with Nikola, and then much like Nuggets years past, when Nikola comes off the floor, everything goes to hell. I was looking forward to seeing Jamal without that buoy. Without that boon of having the best player on planet Earth and seeing, all right, what actually are you as an NBA player? Are you worth paying all this money to over an extended period of time? And unfortunately, we're not seeing that. We may never know how great of a player Jamal Murray is. We may never know how great of a player Michael Porter Jr. is because they're always going to be handcuffed to this dude who can just – he's like Sidney Crosby to me, man. Sidney Crosby made Brian Rust $1 million. He made Maxime Talbot a guy who signed a 5-year, $25 million contract. Guys who were no names in the league. He's Sidney Crosby. He makes guys who just wouldn't necessarily be on a championship roster play top 6 minutes.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. You may get your chance to see how good MPJ can be because if MPJ, I'd start staggering MPJ with the second unit. You need scoring out of the second unit. Let Russ run the second unit with him. Russ can set up MPJ's shot, and now we'll see if you got something there. Look, man, they've won a championship. They've had great success. Nicola's a lot of fun. There are times where this is starting to remind me of the mellow Nuggets of the aughts where the roster was locked in and you couldn't do much with it. You remember those days, D-Mac?
Sure.
They signed Camby. The real thing was when they signed Kenyon Martin, and as good a player as Kenyon was when he was on the court, he was hurt a lot. So you could never really move the contract. And plus, you were always stuck with, well, if he gets healthy, this guy's one of the top defensive players, if not the top defensive player in the world. And it just is feeling a little like, if you're not going to move MPJ, and Josh made it pretty clear they're not, then the roster's the roster. You know what I mean? You don't get to keep a Bruce Brown. You don't get to, or Bruce Brown. You don't get to keep KCP. Calvin Booth has got the unenviable job of trying to find the magic free agent every year that's going to be right to fit in with the culture. We'll see if Russ is that guy this year. But, man, when you commit to these contracts, it is what it is.
Are you inching toward one-and-done territory?
You mean in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Look, Nikola Jokic, I think last year, here's how I think you avoid it. You accept, and I hope this Mavericks prove to everybody, you don't have to be a top 3 seed. Everybody kept quoting that on all the national shows, the basketball talk. Oh, only the top 3 seeds make it to the NBA Finals. Well, guess what? Now Dallas broke through that glass ceiling. I think with these new rules, we've seen it for years in the NFL, the NBA's decided, hey, it's kind of cool when other markets get a taste of this thing. Hey, it's kind of cool when it's not just the Lakers and the Celtics and all the major markets that were kind of the Heat or whatever. So now they put rules in place that there'll be more parity, closer to what the NFL has. Matter of fact, it's so close that James Dolan, the Knicks owner's complaining about it.
He's complaining about it. His star player just took a $112 million pay cut.
So but look, my point is, I
James.
think if Michael Malone and the Nuggets all just set out and agree and they stick to it this time, D-Max talked plenty about what we thought the plan was, and then now they broke free of it. You got to accept you're not going to you don't need to shoot for the number 1 seed in the West, and you got to rest these guys.
Yeah.
You don't have you don't have Oklahoma City's young roster anymore, right? you got to give them some rest, and they won't be tired come game 7.
Get your
hopefully.
50 wins, develop your younger
Yeah,
guys
exactly.
like you should. As long as you're the 6th seed or better, you're okay.
Yeah, stay out of the play-in.
Stay out of the play-in. Don't care about home court. If you're good enough to win a championship, you'll be good enough to win on the road. And there you go. We learned our painful lesson.
I look at the Avs the same way.
Avs are the same thing.
There's no reason why you need to start Alexander Georgiev 55 to 62 times this season.
Well, they've signed every goalie in the offseason possible.
They do have a stable of young guys.
I think even Josh got a call. So,
Josh, you can put the pads on.
You can do the splits.
You can do the splits. Do it right there. Show us. You might get signed.
I was just trying to hype you up.
Do you think Marvin Mims can do the splits? If you're doing in front of him.
Marvin Mims could do the splits. He could do a back handspring from a standing something or other. He probably can do the pommel better than the nerd guy. So he can probably do all that stuff.
We'll get an update on Nikola Jokic and Serbian basketball.
They're doing all right. I'm looking at it. They're doing okay.
Oh, they're pummeling Puerto Rico, and shocker, Joker's got 14, 16.
Did you see that
and he's 2
Japan
assists away
nearly
from
upset
triple-double.
France?
That was
insane.
Bananas.
And they got
it took a 4-point play
they got
at the end of the
bailed
game.
They got bailed out.
Oh my gosh!
It wasn't. I don't think that gets
How
called
did that
in the
happen?
NBA.
I don't know if you're gonna be welcome back in your country, dude.
I'm telling you,
you might want to apply for new residency.
I am not joking. Where did the Japanese players even come from?
I don't know.
I mean, Japan. I get it.
No,
but
right, but
fellas, did you see the photo of Wembanyama?
Yeah.
Standing next to a guard for Japan who is 5'4". He's listed at 5'4".
Can I be a super jerk here because I'm a little ignorant? How tall is the tallest dude on Japan?
They had some bigs.
Well, they've got.
Do they have bigs?
They've got Rui.
They got Rui Hachimura. Oh, that's right. Okay, duh, that's right.
We got to
Do they have other guys like Rui on the team?
Well, remember, you don't. The rules. I mean, you can take a little cash.
Okay,
go play for
all right.
somebody.
So who did? I guess I'm really literally
I don't know.
asking
I didn't
who
know.
they got.
I didn't even know Japan was in the thing till I saw the highlight today with France nearly because France is a medal contender.
Dude, they damn near.
They should have lost the game.
That is crazy.
I'm waiting for my. My page to open up here. I don't see a roster.
Well, there's no way they got anybody who's 7'6".
No, there's no way. The guy was 5'4". He came up
5'4" guard.
He came up to Wemby's waistband. He
Good,
was looking at him in the junk.
Good, wow, graphic. Good for Japan.
Don't get stuck in that shower line.
D-Mac, Andy Lindahl on the other side will go through the quarterback battle. Practice underway here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It's Dempsey & Company on Altitude. Back out at Broncos training camp. It's brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. As always, you guys can join the program at 303-504-0925 on the Shant Mazda text line and watch us twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Dempsey and Company's the program. Demps out today. Raj hanging out with you guys up until noon. Glad to be joined by my fellow Syracuse Orangemen, Darren D-Mac McKee. D-Mac, you can always be heard here 12 to 3 on Altitude Sports Radio, but doing something special with us all camp long, 8 p.m. at Altitude SR on Twitter, at DMAC Sports CO on Twitter as well. We've got our Broncos training camp podcast recap.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's loose and cool, and a lot of people have been paying attention to it. So
you said a naughty word on it last night.
There's naughty words that are said on. It's not on the radio. It's on the old internets. So naughty words.
So we can't get in trouble by our bosses.
Naughty words. Naughty words in the flow of conversation are said occasionally when the spirit provokes us. So it's really cool. It's unique, and we'll have a variety of folks from Altitude on every single night. Mostly it's me and Mike Sanford, but when he wants to pay attention to his daughter more than talk about football, sometimes we'll have different people on.
You didn't have tickets to the Olivia Rodrigo concert last night?
I couldn't give away tickets to the Olivia Rodrigo concert last night, but I am not a girl dad. I am not a girl dad. I tell people I got it right twice. I had 2 boys, so that's just me.
What if you bought the boys a couple of tickets? Saying,
Olivia Rodrigo?
Fellas, I got somewhere to go tonight.
That would be beyond creepy. That would be beyond creepy.
We're watching one-on-ones yet again. I didn't think we were going to get 2 days of padded one-on-ones. The offense not exactly looking stellar. It's been the case over the past 3 days here that the secondary is getting the best of them, but we did see a deep shot to Marvin Mims. He burned Damari Mathis on the outside. He's looking good. David Sills, man,
Well, there's an outside throw by Bo Nix. That's the NFL throw right there. Can you make that particular throw? Big body there by David Sills. He's another big dude. The Broncos are just loaded with size.
They're loaded at wideout. I worry that they don't have the separating talent at wide receiver. Right? You don't see a top 10 stud in the NFL on this roster, but you've got a bunch of dudes that can slot in as BB plus players. They're huge.
Check this out right here. So you got 17, 14. There's 12, Tim Patrick, 81. Vele, Little Jordan Humphrey, Tim Patrick, Cortland Sutton. Dude, look at that. That is some size right there. And that is a common trait, and Sean Payton has talked about it. Now, you got your Michael Bandy and Dorsett. They're smaller sort of dudes. And Marvin Mims, I guess, is a little bit shorter. But, we're talking 6'4", 6'5", 6'5". If you go to Lucas Kroll, 6'6". Those are just more explosive. He's a little bit shorter, but, he's no shrinking violet either. So you've got a very big team, Raj. And hopefully, while maybe it's not that breakaway speed, size could matter. And we saw an outside throw there to Sills. It's just about getting position on the corner, and can you deliver it? And Bo Nix just did.
Especially if Nix isn't the guy that you're going to take these 35, 45-yard shots down the field that, maybe if you threw Zach Wilson at there at quarterback, you're going to try and pop the top off the defense because that's where his skill set goes. If that's not who Nix is, and Nix is get read 1, read 2, read 3, fire the ball to the sideline, and move on. There might be an injury out to our left-hand side.
I believe what we're seeing, gosh, what is going on?
I do think there's an injury. I got players
Everybody's
on knees.
On knee, yeah.
Josh,
go spy a little bit there, Josh. See what's what.
We'll get Grizz up on the info.
Because this is not this is not a water break. This is not a water break thing. Somebody is definitely down.
No, and you saw the one-on-one period stop right in front of us, so this isn't just an isolated incident. Quinn Bailey is the player reportedly on the field right now. Quinn Bailey. 6'6", 323 pounds, 6-year guard out of ASU. Quinn Bailey is a player that was certainly going to be on this team this year.
Wow, this looks a little serious, actually.
Guys aren't thrilled about this. And typically when it's offensive linemen, this is guys get rolled up on or it's a non-contact injury. And again, I can't speculate too much, but when you look at training camp injuries to big guys, that's typically what you're talking about.
Typically you just don't see practice even with an injury, just stop. Usually they call Riverside. They just sort of move the drill somewhere else. But practice is literally stopped right now. And, yeah, and when you see the players on their knee and they're not taking water or anything like that.
You gotta hope that there's nothing serious about that. Especially with all the money that you have poured into your offensive line. Bunch of money there.
Quinn
Andy
Bailey.
Lindahl, did you see that? What did you see out of there? Quinn Bailey down on the ground.
Well, I was watching the routes being run, but, we all looked up. I was fearing it was a defensive player because there was some – look, you don't want any player going down.
Right.
I don't want to state it that way. I thought it was a defensive player because the orange jerseys were around him, but it looks like it is Quinn Bailey.
Oh, the whole team's going over.
Yeah, he's going – the car came out right away.
Wow.
This unfortunately feels like one of those no-doubters, so we'll see, but – the car came out right away. The whole team's going over.
The entire team's going over to him.
Well, and everybody just got so quiet. All the chatter on the field completely stopped when he went down. That's how you know we're probably dealing with something a little unfortunate.
That sucks, man.
This was just outside of our purview here on the left side of our tent, as close to the hill as you can get. So the fans, which are dotting that hill, probably got a really good look at what happened to Quinn Bailey. Looks as though he's getting carted. Yeah, he's getting carted off the field.
Man, that's a bummer, man. That sucks. This is, without a doubt, the first major injury of training camp. And, Quinn was a reserve player. He was a guy who's been around for a minute.
He was. I mean, Quinn was going to be a guy on this team who could be looked at as a swing tackle. Like you got so much, you had so much health on this team on the offensive line last year that you didn't have to worry about the depth on it. He was part of that depth. You can't expect to be that healthy this year, Andy.
He has an air cast on too, so seen quite a few. Boy, it's those nasty ones you know right away. You know when you really got something, and I saw this unfortunately 2 years in a row. Trying to remember both. One of them was J.D. Walton. I can't remember. You know what? It was Chris Cooper, where guys just scatter from the dude like someone dropped a roach bomb, and they just get out of the way and because they all know it's bad. And that's a little what this felt like. Again, he's got the air cast on. It looks like he's going where they do the X-rays or whatever. They've carted him off to the far side of the field. That's what's so weird about football, man. We're just going to go back to what we were doing somehow. You know what I mean? I don't know. We'll see if Sean Payton maybe doesn't let everybody just take some water, clear their heads a little bit. But it's tough, man. Like you talked about, that was a depth guy, and they don't have a lot of depth. And to your point about the health, you really cannot bank that your offensive line is going to stay healthy for a whole year again. You really didn't deal with any injuries there.
No,
I mean,
not
guys
at all.
were banged up, and nobody missed time, right? I think McGlinchey was dealing with some stuff, but he never missed a game to my knowledge. So,
and God forbid you don't have that consistent health on the offensive line, and you decide to put in a rookie quarterback, and before you know it, you've got guys who weren't even on the roster during training camp protecting this huge asset in Bo Nix. That's worst case scenario, right? Because you're banking on right now having a veteran stable of offensive linemen, keeping his jersey clean. They want to take sacks down, get the ball out quickly. We were talking about the out routes that Nix was just throwing on one-on-ones to bigger bodies like Sills. If he doesn't have the time in the pocket to make that can really, really quickly hamper the ability for him to take the next step as a starter in this league.
All right, man. Bummer. And they're working on some special team stuff now. So this is another part of practice which kills me. They get all lathered up, they get all hyped up, and then we're just going to literally just stop and do special team stuff. I guess happens in every training
I'm shocked
camp.
I'm shocked I haven't seen that in the Olympics yet. I haven't
Special
seen
teams work?
No, like a devastating injury on TV yet. Because that's the one thing that I've been kind of waiting to see.
You didn't see that the woman from Brazil on the uneven parallel
was it
bars?
devastating? She's a damn hockey player, D-Mac.
Smashed her face, tape me up a little bit.
She got back out there?
Put me back in.
The Brazilian one, what was her name?
What was her name? I'll be impressed. The fact that I even knew she was from Brazil, give me credit. What was her name?
Sylvia something. I know that. I got Sylvia right.
Sylvia Plath. We took one into the head. And she got up like a warrior, though, man.
Yeah,
tape me up, coach.
Well,
I see 4 of these bars. I don't know. I'll grab one of them.
She was like that catcher from Baltimore who took a 95-mile-an-hour two-seamer to the teeth, got back in the game, and caught 9 innings.
Yeah, my wife decided to show me the video of the men gymnast from like 30 years ago who ran up for the jump thing and like missed the jump and just chest first right into the You wonder why it's rounded. It's rounded for a reason.
So you don't decapitate
My wife,
yourself?
she just goes, hey, look at this. And I'm like, look at what is the world's most awful thing? I love, too, how judgmental we are. You fell off the bar.
What a bum.
You suck.
Who's the American girl who had her on the beam? The
beam.
She fell right off.
Yeah,
what a bum.
Childs. What is she thinking?
It's 4 inches from
I
left to right.
couldn't stand on a 4-inch beam, period.
How many steps could you make going forward?
0. I
4
fall
inches.
off. I make 1 step. It would be ridiculous.
I find the eighth of an inch on a hockey skate, right? Like people make a whole big deal about that. I'm like, it's really not that big a deal. It's edges. They keep you on your they're designed to keep you on your feet. That thing is designed to make you fall flat on your face.
No
or if you're a dude,
it.
there's a reason why the dudes don't do it. By the way, the balance beam.
Really, what's that reason, Raj? Okay,
you fall off.
Okay,
there's a really good chance you're going to hurt your stuff.
So here are the
your
quarterbacks
bullets,
they're throwing now. No, they're getting into little stuff. So overall, because I got a split here, man. What would you see? We still don't see. This is the time of practice where like things are about to get interesting. I leave. That's why you stay here.
Yes.
That's why we have Andy here and Scott here and everybody here. You know, everybody's here and we'll be talking about it come around noon.
This was the time yesterday that we had, and again, it was shocking. I hadn't felt a moment like that in the past few years at camp, where like something happened that I did not expect to happen. That wasn't an injury, right? Like those are the other.
What was that? What was that?
That was Zach Wilson not going out the ones and not going out the twos. It was. I think it was a way bigger deal than Sean Payton led us believe yesterday in his post practice presser. It's done. Like the decision has been made. Zach was the insurance policy just in case you didn't get a guy in the draft, and you've shown that like he's not head and shoulders above the other guy. The arm talent doesn't make you that enamored with him, and they made a clear-cut decision yesterday whether or not he wants to tell you that Zach ain't the guy. He's not going to be the guy here.
Yeah.
He's not going to be sat in the stable because if they go with Nix as 1 and Wilson at number 2 with all of that talent, that arm talent sitting behind you, you don't want to have fans clamoring for that.
Well, today will be kind of the confirmation, I suppose. We're anticipating that to be the case with what we've seen already. I mean, I guess you really kind of don't know till they go in team.
Bo walked through with the ones.
Right. I mean, I'm assuming we'll have confirmation about that here in the next 10, 15 minutes.
That's what I'm expecting out of it today. I know you got to get out of here. You got to get back to the studio.
I got to get out of here.
I appreciate you. Appreciate your time. I'll talk to you tonight.
Sounds good. Andy's here. Andy's hanging out. And, and Scott's here. So enjoy. And, I'll talk to you tonight.
NFL notes are next. It's Dempsey and Company.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Every day here on Dempsey & Company, you go through the biggest stories around the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Alex Ryanemi, no Demps today. He's off. Hopefully you have him back tomorrow. I've got Andy Lindahl sitting in with me as we enter the second hour of Broncos practice. KJ, what is first? And obviously, if you were not listening a couple of minutes ago, big news from Broncos camp.
Yes, absolutely, Raj. And if, like he just said, if you weren't listening, swing backup tackle Quinn Bailey, unfortunately, just went down with what appears to be a significant injury.
It's a broken leg, Kamaji. I can just update that. It doesn't look good.
Okay, well, there you go. So things obviously didn't look good. The team came around him. They, let them know, hey, you'll be good. The cart came out. And so we'll continue to bring you the latest here on Altitude Sports Radio. If anything changes or we get any updates from any MRIs or anything of that nature. But it appears to be a broken leg. We don't want to. We'll wait for the official confirmation. But unfortunately and very uniquely, that kind of set up my first story because Sean Payton, he talked yesterday about the amount of movement that has taken place at center and at quarterback, and he addresses what I think has been an ongoing conversation all offseason about will this go on to affect how the team starts this season, and will it affect their ability to gel at any point?
I don't anticipate that. I mean, I expect us to be ready to play when the season starts, and just because you're playing a new center or the quarterback certainly draws more attention, and that's going to be important. But look, the single best thing we can do to help the quarterback is play good defense and be able to run the football. Now, those are the two best allies for good quarterback play. And it's tough to play that position if you're struggling on defense and you can't run the ball. So, but I listen, we'll be ready when the start of the season comes.
How much confidence do you guys have in the Broncos offense to gel the way Sean envisions it early on?
Based off today?
Based off today, it's not great. They did a few one-on-ones, and right now they're in their second team period, about 75 yards, 80 yards to our left right now, and it's not looking great. The defense, just like Sean Payton said, and he did deflect really well there, Andy, we need to play good defense. We need to run the ball. Those are two things that have looked good. The rest of it, not so much.
Yeah, I always go back to Emmanuel Sanders. I said this on our podcast the other night here at Altitude Sports Radio. Check in with D-Mac, who always hosts it at 8 o'clock. He's joined by various folks, usually Mike Sanford and someone else. Mike, though, at the Olivia Rodrigo concert.
You'll have to deal with me tonight.
Okay, it'll be Alex Ryanemi tonight. But Emmanuel Sanders was griping late into 2017 when the Broncos just got thumped by the Dolphins late in the year. They couldn't pick up a first down to save their lives, and Sanders talked about it. Look, man, this is what quarterback competitions do to you. So maybe it doesn't feel like such a big deal right now, and I think even Sean Payton knows the clock is ticking. He needs to pick a guy and let the guy get a majority of the reps because, Joel Dreesen talked about it. Mike Sanford talked about it. The chemistry. What does chemistry mean? It means when we go out there and see a certain look, and I see a guy in a certain spot, I'm gonna cut this short. Maybe I'm going to run a couple past what it's called for, but we know where this play is going to end so we can pick up this first down. And you don't get to develop that kind of chemistry when three guys are constantly splitting reps and throwing to different players.
So how long is this going to take, man?
I don't think it's going to take very long. I think
by the time the weekend's over?
I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, look, anybody that's heard me knows I think Zach Wilson deserves a look with the ones, but it's pretty clear that Sean Payton's not going to give him that. I guess the highest he's got is with the twos. Everything seems to suggest it's going to be Bo Nix. Bo Nix is the 12th overall pick. It's the quarterback that Sean Payton, way back when we got all the story about him in the draft interview or whatever it was with the backpack and the lacrosse ball and the tape. And this guy he tells the whole car, this is the guy.
Yeah.
He's going to tell the whole team, this is the guy. So let's just I mean, look, Jared Stidham's winning the job if we're just having a real competition.
So that's the thing.
So if we're not doing that, then just let the kid go. Just let everybody know what you're doing.
Do you worry though? Because these guys are smart. They understand. They've been around rooms. They've been in multiple camps, whether it's in college or here in the NFL. They understand what is going on. You can't pull the wool over a player's eyes. If you let this drag on and Stidham continues to separate himself as he's not going to be a world beater, but he's just running the offense more efficiently. If you let this go another week and a half, 2 weeks, and that separation gets a little bit larger and Nix doesn't take that next step, do you worry about the rest of the team looking at you and going, well, we get it, but what the hell, man?
Yeah, Joel talked to it. I mean, Joel Drees and Mike Sanford, any former Tyler's talked about it. Any of the former guys that have been in the locker room and lived these situations, lived this life, I'll tell you, Jared Stidham's the dude out here that's ready to run this team, period. And look, I'm still going to tell you because I got even Tyler to say, yes, he would have a conversation about it. Mike Sanford's talked about it. You can't see some of the throws that Zach Wilson makes that are just throws the other two guys don't make with the same velocity and wonder, are you going to limit your offense? And why wouldn't you at least take a look at him? But I just think we've talked about the competition. Frankly, I think the horse is already running out of the field. He's not only out of the barn, he's off your property. I mean, you've got a tough time from this point forward naming Nix your starter just because Nix looks like a rookie. Surprise, surprise. So
we're looking at one-on-ones right in front of us before the Quinn Bailey injury. Again, Quinn Bailey looks as though broken leg. He was carted off in an air cast about 30 minutes ago, maybe just under 30 minutes
ago. It appeared
ago.
They were putting things back in place. If you get a good look at the trainers, it is what, yeah.
The word on the field was the guys heard the break.
I talked about it from my – you always know when guys hear or see something gruesome because the NFL players that immediately leave the area, that tells you something nasty happened.
KJ, what's next?
Courtland Sutton was asked about the second most asked question that Sean Payton has gotten in his training camp, and that's about the wide receiver room. And Courtland Sutton kind of goes out of his way to highlight Tim Patrick here, and he expresses what the wide receiver room looks like and how it can continue to grow.
It's amazing to be able to have Tim back on the field. Seeing him back out there, man, it brings a smile to my face, man. Tim and I have been doing this now for 7 years together, and to be able to see him fight the adversity that he's been through the past couple of years and come out here with the mentality that he has, man, it's been a lot of fun. And I'm excited to keep seeing these guys come out and work. We got a lot of talent. There's a lot of height in our room, but there's also a lot of speed, and there's just it's a very deep room. And I think guys are going out there competing, very similar to the quarterback room. Guys are competing. We understand that there are a limited amount of spots in our room, but we're all teaching each other, all learning from each other. We're all pushing each other to get the best out that we can, and it's a lot of fun to see the guys just come to work every day with the right mindset, the right mentality of we're going to work and we're going to get each other better, and ultimately the best version of us is going to come out on top.
Well, we covered a little bit of this yesterday, Raj. The top three receivers on the team, obviously, if the season started today, is Courtland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Josh Reynolds. We assume 4 and 5 will be Troy Franklin and Devon Vele. So is the sixth wide receiver position Tim Patrick's to lose?
I don't know that Troy Franklin's so in there. We did this with Mike Sanford yesterday, and Mike said he likes the straight line speed of Franklin, but the route running has not been as precise as you'd like it to be. And look, if Bo Nix is the presumed starter, which we're all working under, right? You need precise routes so he can throw to spots like he's used to.
He's throwing to flat spots right now.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I want to see him let this thing rip at some point, and we still wait to see it. I think Patrick could be there, but Mike hasn't seen much out of Patrick either. I don't know if you heard the assessment. Mike Sanford's assessment, Patrick looks good in some one-on-ones, but he's not exactly popped in team periods.
You want to be honest? Actually, gorgeous throw just now from Bo Nix in the outside. Little 15-yard out route to Josh Reynolds, and he came down with 2 feet in bounds. It's a beautiful pass. I've been more impressed with David Sills. Like that's a big-bodied receiver, gets off the line quick enough. I don't necessarily agree with the thought process that like they've got a ton of speed. I don't think they do. I think they have one dude with breakaway speed. We saw it on the one-on-ones about 20 minutes ago, and the only guy who can throw him that deep ball, well, it was the guy who's running with the threes. He threw a gorgeous ball over the left side of Damari Mathis's shoulder, and Mims came down with it. I haven't seen anyone else connect on balls like that.
Well, unfortunately, and we're not seeing it in team period. Like, again, that's what makes this intriguing is that both, and it's not just Zach Wilson. Stidham is not exactly letting it rip all the time either. Now, Stidham is very precise with where he's going. But, my hesitation when it comes to that is I saw this out of Jared Stidham last year in camp, and things just weren't the same in the game. The one game Jared Stidham looked phenomenal, frankly, was the preseason game where Sean scripted up a few plays for him against the Rams after a rough week of practice against those guys. So I'm with you. I don't know. We'll see on the speed. Mims has got the get behind you kind of speed. Look, long way to go, all that kind of stuff. I do want to see these guys go against, I can't wait for the preseason game so we can at least watch them go against somebody else. But, Raj, sooner or later, and there's another run out of the pocket, sooner or later, actually, that was a handoff. We're going to have to see some different throws than what we're seeing out here. This offense is going to be fascinating. You're going to need precise route runners, though. I know that's what Tim Patrick is. I just don't know. We're all going to have to wait and see. Does he have any left in the legs after those 2 injuries? And he's in his early 30s. We're all rooting for him. I understand why Cortland said what he said. We all like Tim Patrick. He's real easy. The guy in the story is real easy to root for. He wasn't even supposed to be on this team. He ends up earning himself a really nice contract. But they've got some decisions to make at receivers, including how many are you going to keep, period? 5? 6?
I think you got to keep 6.
Then you're going to lose it back if you do that.
There's
giving up a
too
running
much.
back.
What running back are you comfortable giving up?
That's the question.
For me, it's Samaje Perine.
I know. You've never liked Samaje Perine.
It's not that I've never liked him. I feel like you just drafted a guy who can be Samaje. Maybe he can't.
But here's what you can't
well
underestimate. See, that's the problem. Samaje is the pass pro guy.
And what I've read about Audric Estime is that while he can do it, and they believe he can make those steps in the pros, he wasn't necessarily relied upon to do that at Notre Dame all that much.
Yeah, trust me, especially guys like Sean Payton, they don't love trusting rookies to do much. That's why he's never had a rookie quarterback before, right? So,
KJ, what's next?
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Since we're in the midst of giving training camp updates, I'll give one out of Steelers camp. Justin Fields took a nice little hit today that started a big fight. And we'll just we'll keep our eye on that because I do wonder how does Justin Fields' teammates feel about him? We always talk about how does the Steelers guys feel about Russell Wilson, but I wonder how do they feel about Justin Fields. We'll keep that in our back pocket for now. Yesterday on First Take, Dan Orlovsky, he said that the Rodgers trade has the potential of being worse than the Russell Wilson trade. No. Here's what he had to say about it.
I compare it a little bit to the Russell Wilson situation. The Russell Wilson trade for the Denver Broncos is widely viewed as one of the worst trades in the history of the NFL. If this doesn't go well for the Jets, this has in that conversation for being one of the worst trades in the history of the NFL. The Jets traded for a guy that was a 2 out of 3 year MVP winning quarterback. If they don't get anything for it, this is going to go down, and Joe Douglas's resume is like a complete disaster. This is one of the best defenses the Jets have in the NFL. You're going to waste Sauce Gardner. You're going to waste Quinnen Williams. You're going to waste some of this defensive talent. Garrett Wilson is one of the best receivers. I'll stand on that. Not young, best. If this doesn't go well, we're then wasting the young years of some of this young talent.
All right. Do you guys agree that this has the potential of being worse than Russell Wilson?
No, there's no chance.
Oh, I don't know about no chance.
No
the way
chance.
You went all in. You reshifted the franchise, but I agree with you. It'll be a tough sell. I think it'll be maybe the one I'm telling you that may end up being worse than Russell Wilson, depending on what goes on, is the Bryce Young trade. You just gave him Caleb Williams, and you gave him who'd they get last year? All I'm saying is the Bears they have just been stacked. They were able to get DJ Moore out of that trade, who they just paid yesterday. But at the end of the day, I think Rodgers can come back, and Rodgers, it's his offense. We know what it looks like when he's running things. I expect this will pop. If the Jets bounce back, and I assume they will to some degree, that talk will stop. This is early season ESPN, who has, trust me, because I watch it every morning, all it has been is Rodgers fighting with guys at camp. When are the Cowboys going to pay Dak? And trying to drum up. There may be a quarterback competition between Justin Fields and Russell Wilson with the injury, but I saw one of the guys that writes in Pittsburgh saying that Justin Fields still is not playing the quarterback position.
No.
So until that happens, he's running a lot, but until he can show he can throw from the pocket, which I'm not sure that's Russ's best trade either, they could have some interesting times.
And it's not tough to make me look like an idiot, but at the beginning of camp I think Justin Fields is going to beat out Russ because of the fact that he does have those extra tools, being able to scramble outside the pocket, make up first downs with his feet. It's not looking that case right now, and that's even with Russ not participating in camp because of a calf injury that he took up while pushing a weight sled or a blocking sled, which is insane to me that you're allowing that. Like that's as insane as when those reports came out about Tiger Woods when he was going through all of his Marine Corps training regiments, and you go, dude, you're a golfer. What? That's the reason why your leg was snapping and why you had to have reconstructive surgery on two different parts of your right leg prior to this car accident. I was like, what are you doing? That's the same thing with Russ. What are you doing letting that dude push a blocking sled?
Yeah, it's Russ. As we learned, it's just Russ. So Orlovsky could say what he wants. Now, understand, in New York, they'll make it sound like it's as bad as the Russ trade. Because,
There's no chance that it can be as bad because you will not have the possibility of you having to cut ties and then eat $85 million. There's no possibility it could be anywhere near as bad as the Russ situation.
Any trade that's going to have to be as bad is going to have – remember, Russ didn't earn all the money you're paying him. He didn't play a single snap under that contract.
A single down, man.
He played for you under his old deal, and then you paid him on a deal that you gave him that you already hated to go away.
Ugh.
So, yes, I don't think the Rodgers thing will go that far. And, again, if Rodgers starts playing well, all this is going to go away, right? We'll quit talking about all this. People are just freaking out because Rodgers and Garrett Wilson keep having arguments on the sidelines as to where routes are supposed to end and all that.
Aaron went to Egypt instead of being at the pre-camp.
Well, look, I do think there's some Jets folks that get a little tired of a guy. But the minute you start winning, that all goes out the window. The minute you start enjoying football season again, nobody cares.
One more, KJ.
So ESPN, they put out an article in honor of the Hall of Fame that inductions that will take place this coming weekend. They looked ahead at the next 10 years of who potentially will get in the Hall of Fame. The Broncos have two. One is a first ballot. One is not a first ballot, but he gets in the following year. You guys want to take a guess at who they are?
Well, Von Miller's the first ballot.
Without a doubt.
Correct.
But Von has to retire, so that's not going to happen until 2030, 2032.
It's funny you say that. They said he's going to get in as a first ballot in 2030.
There we go. Who's the other one? It's got to be from the defense.
He played here. I put it that way. The other guy played here.
So he's not really a Bronco is what you're saying.
When it's all said and done, he definitely won't be remembered as one.
Russ?
That's correct.
They have Russ getting into the Hall of Fame?
Yeah,
in 2031.
The second half of Russ is not a guarantee, man.
So it's not like there's not a member of that no-fly defense that like Aqib Talib isn't on that list?
So Aqib Talib, he'll be eligible in 2028. They do not have him getting in the Hall of Fame, which I am shocked. This is Bill Barnwell who wrote this article now. So
no, I get it. The problem, we'll see, Talib's off-field life is going to make a lot of this very tough. Because remember, there have been a lot of gun charges and things of that nature that have been around him. Not always for Talib, but have been around him. He had a tough situation in Tampa that would cause him to go to the Patriots. As a player alone, which is what the Hall of Fame's about, so he should get in just as a player alone. But we'll see how the voters treat him. You know, Terrell Owens had to wait a while because the voters did not care. From the guys that I talked to, didn't care for the fact that he couldn't stay on a team and he wasn't a good teammate. It had nothing to do with. I remember Ed McCaffrey was irate one of the years that Terrell was passed. Terrell was passed corrected me at the Super Bowl once. It's Terrell. Terrell is Terrell Davis. But Terrell Owens was passed over, and Ed McCaffrey went off for about a 5-minute speech on our radio show at how ridiculous it was because Terrell Owens was the dominant receiver of his time. But when the off-the-field stuff matters to the voters, and I think it could hold back Talib. And you're right. I think Talib is the only guy from the no-fly zone that would have probably a case. I love my guy Chris Harris.
He's not getting in.
But I don't think he's going to get in.
How many times do you guys say you never shed that undrafted lead?
Right.
And he never did shed it. Like he got that weird pay bump from the Broncos, just that like, hey, thanks for being around, pay bump. But he never shed it. Even when he left here and he went to the Chargers, you still had that feeling. It's like, oh yeah, like this guy's eventually going to fall off the table.
Well, but he never did though. A lot of people, trust me, a lot of people. He was one of the best slot corners out there, and But to the undrafted thing, I mean, if we're talking Broncos, Rod Smith deserves conversation. I don't care what anybody says. Rod Smith put up numbers with 3 different quarterbacks here. One just Elway. He had Greasy. He had Plummer. He spent time with Gus Frerotte. Every guy that came through here, he might have even, I can't remember if he eventually got a little time with Cutler or not. That might have been when the hip started.
That feels like it was a little bit later than him.
But I'm just telling you, Rod Smith is a guy that should be talked about. But again, because of the undrafted thing, receivers are going to get interesting moving forward, period, because the game's changed so much. Trying to figure out who's got the real numbers and who doesn't. It's going to be a challenge. Like Rod and Eddie, they had to fight through guys basically mugging them. They were allowed to try to take their jerseys off because it was the pre-Manning era where Manning and his people had enough political influence to get the jamming a receiver halfway down the field out of the game like the Patriots used to do to his guys.
So if Rod gets in, he's got to get in the next 4 years?
I think he deserves it. I don't think he gets close. I hate to say it. It breaks my heart, but I think he deserves to be looked at more than he ever does.
2006 Denver Broncos, his final season at age 36, and his quarterback that season, he did get 5 games with Jay Cutler.
But did he actually play? Season. His hip was bugging him by then. Both Rod Smith and Tommy Nalen got paid their last years and didn't get to play a lot because of their injuries. So that'd be the thing.
I mean, there were 81 completions for 1,000 yards, 9 touchdowns, 5 picks from Cutler that year.
He and Marshall were a thing, and then the next year they got him Javon Walker. But he and Brandon Marshall were quite the connection Cutler's rookie year. Marshall was a beast.
That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Alex Ryanemi. Thanks to KJ back at the studio for his NFL notes. Take one final time out here live from Broncos training camp, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live and love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. We'll wrap it up on the other side. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Dempsey and Company. No Demps today. Alex, Ryan, Emmy filling in up until the noon hour. You guys will have Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC 12-3. Kreckman, but no Kreckman. Andy, who's with you today?
Today it's Berto.
You got Berto with you.
Berto today, Sanford tomorrow, Berto Friday.
All right, cast of
Kreckman returns.
Cast of thousands because Nate's out for what seems like an entire month. 8 p.m. tonight, as you guys can follow along every single day at training camp on Twitter at Altitude SR. You'll have your Broncos training camp podcast recap with DMAC. I'll be on there tonight. Last night was Scotty and Andy. You guys hold on, Scott. You're a big crier during the Olympics, I learned last night, man. And I love that. Twice last night? What were you crying about? Hop on.
Do. There it is. Unmute him. He's 5. Which one does he have? He's either got 5. There we go. All right, here. So this is what he's talking on. It's right there. That's the one. Go ahead and say hello.
I don't know where my
engineer is. You hit one button there.
Oh, there's the engineer. Welcome to the program.
Chris, an engineer?
There he is. Well, he's our engineer today.
I thought he was like the producer on-air Gopher talent.
The Gopher talent.
No, 2 nights ago, I got me twice. The Brody guy with his dad couldn't finish the letter to his son.
Unbelievable.
The mom got me. And, and then the swimmer that got bronze, and he's walking off the medal podium, and his wife's there holding a sign that says, "It's a girl," which I think the greatest gender reveal ever at the Olympics in Paris was kind of cool. Last night got me once. Gosh, what was it last night?
I got choked up at one point, and I can't remember it either. Gymnastics last night? Was it you know what it was for me? It was the Irish guy who won gold last night, and then they showed him hearing the Irish national anthem for the first time. He started crying. I started crying.
Yeah, I'm not good with dudes crying. Andy, we do our podcast, and anytime he cries, it just absolutely destroys me. So I got to be careful with that. Something got me yesterday, and I don't remember what it was. But something I don't know what it was. I will say this. Not a fan of the opening ceremonies. That being said, the games have been spectacular. The women's rugby team, dude, I'm following that Lenora Meyer now.
Get her on the field.
Dude. Jeez,
get her on the field.
They got some beasts on that team. We could use some of those people out here.
Yeah, we could right now.
Some linebackers.
She seeks contact.
Oh. Did you know there's a big meme going on that's all over the internet now of her on one of the games. She stiff arms a gal. I mean, it looks like who's the wide receiver that's always stiff arming dudes in the NFL and throwing them to the ground?
Well, Derrick Henry.
Henry, yeah. It's a Derrick Henry type of stiff arm, that we've seen. And did you see that last Sunday? And we all make fun. And Meyer comes through, and this girl tries to take it. She gets and no helmet, right in the side of her face, and then shoves.
So this is the gal that broke open and ran the 95 yards.
No, she's not. No, she's on that team.
I know the other girl you're talking about. Then Meyer. Did you see everyone? You could talk about the stiff arm. What impressed me was she picked up a tackler and ran her 3 yards too on that run.
Well,
picked her up like a child and took her with her.
It was Meyer. Because when she was doing an interview right after it, and she said something, and you could tell it broke her. How she basically said I was broken after the last Olympics, and she started to lose it. That's what got me.
Well, you saw the team started breaking down in tears as the run was happening because they knew what was going to end up happening. Right? It was that all you have to do is like drop kick from 10 yards and you win your first medal. They were breaking down in tears. The Aussie team was already on their hands and knees knowing that, there's no one back there.
Oh,
there's no one back there.
And they conceded the kick. They knew that the extra points could be good. But so a touch is 5 points, and then that short thing is 3. I learned that last night.
Boom.
I'm not a big hey, I can do this type of Olympic sport guy. Team handball I can do.
Handball,
fellas, you get me on a handball court, I can do that.
They have handball things, or at least they used to at the Denver Athletic Club. It always looked like it'd be a lot of fun to me.
The only thing that would get into me is if I ran into a 6'10" dude like you on handball, then I'm screwed.
Now, are we talking real handball, or are we talking
team handball with like a miniature soccer ball in the goals.
I'll tell you what, another thing I watch. Dude, you watch any water polo? I watch it once every 4 years.
Yeah, water polo is like the what's the broom sport? Cricket or not cricket?
Broom sport. Curling?
Curling, thank you. Curling and water polo, everybody decides it's much cooler than they think it is every 4 years.
Right.
Then it dies,
But
and then it comes back, and you remember, hey, I really like it.
But they got these cameras underneath, and these
Yeah,
guys,
it ain't cool, man.
They are getting mugged.
I'll tell you this, I'm not
underneath
wearing
the
some
water.
little Speedo if this is what we're doing under the water.
Yeah, no,
I'm coming with some barbed wire.
Yes, I watched that. I thought that was awesome. The women obviously killed it. That was cool to see. I like Beth. How about the Simone Biles' husband? Played with the Packers now. I guess
Now he's with the Bears.
Chicago, right?
Yeah.
And they let him out. They said, yeah.
Well, he was on Good Morning Football yesterday. He said during his contract negotiations, they told every team they talked to, you're going to let me go watch her. That's just how it is.
Oh, that's
Or I'll
cool.
wait to sign. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and then I go back to, if you remember Hard Knocks a year ago when it was, or
The Jets?
No. The one when the Lions were on.
The in-season one?
And-
2 years ago, yeah.
And the dude was watching the Olympics, right? And his wife was competing.
Yeah.
And he was, in the team room watching on the TV, and his wife won some gold
Was she a
medal or
sprinter,
something.
I think, or
Yeah,
something?
like
Yeah, I
that.
remember what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't think he made the team, by the way.
Yeah.
he was one of the backup quarterbacks that they got let go. So, by the way, I think when is real Hard Knocks? When did the Bears Hard Knocks
They
start?
just released a trailer. It's
Because
gotta
last
start,
night it was the last Giants one.
It's got to start next week. That's the first day it's got to start because they just released the trailer. They're in the Hall of Fame game, which means they're going to have cameras
Footage,
there.
yeah.
So I bet you it's next week. We're going to see what's going to happen with Rome, what's going to happen with Caleb. Like that guy, I wish he was playing in the Hall of Fame game, but like they're building it the right way.
Well,
man.
your guy Tyson Bagent, we'll hear all about him and his big. What was he doing? Burpee runs or something?
Burpee jumps. You do a burpee and then a broad jump and then a burpee and a broad jump and then did it for a mile.
I jump and burp all the time.
I dare you to try that from here to Leggy.
Jump and just burp?
No,
I
do
can
a
do it.
burpee. Dude, I had one of those moments yesterday, except it was from the bottom end.
Uh-oh.
Lifting weights.
Not sure?
And I got done with my exercise, and I was trying to sit up. I sat up. One squeezed out. Sure enough. And usually everybody's got iPods on.
Right.
No, the person next to me, lady, not iPad. And I heard her. I saw her flinch.
Yeah, you startled her.
She flinched in the corner of my eye. So now I'm good at putting the weights up, and I'm trying to get my shoe to squeak.
Yeah. Look.
I promise it was the
Can
dog.
I tell you something, too? Alex doesn't know this, neither does Josh. What you described right there, that's an old man problem. When you're younger, that never happens to you. You got control. No. You're in control. You get older, all of a sudden those things are slipping out left and right.
I don't know about that, man.
Sneaking past the keeper.
I started taking, like, fiber supplements. They start squeaking out all the time.
Well, if you're going to get on the fiber supplements, then now you got a problem. Now you're not the master of your domain anymore.
No, I am not.
Let me tell you, I'm trying to drop these 80-pound dumbbells to my legs so it'll help rock me up all in one motion. That's a little extra pressure. Squeezed out.
Did people need to clear the area after? Was that one of your famous ones?
The good thing it was there. The good thing it was there because I was worried. But then I had.
Yeah, but did the air have an aroma?
No aroma.
You sure?
No, it did. Yeah, because I'm
Never
right.
has an aroma to you.
I'm right there. No, it mind it. I'm right
did
there.
she get up and leave?
No, she finished her exercise.
That's how you know.
I was waiting, and I was going to sit there and suffer with her. So I wasn't going to all of a sudden.
Well, yeah, you're the one that caused the problem.
But then again, I had that feeling was coming on a little bit later, and before I sat down to do another my lift, I did the what's it called when you walk up and down the.
You crop dusted?
Crop dusted. That one.
So you spread it thick, so there could not be any center of concentration there.
And I could concentrate, so it wasn't squeaky either.
Nice, great.
The bad when you get the squeakies.
Groundbreaking Broncos.
You on the beef broth deal? Bone broth? You doing that thing again?
I'm trying to get back on it, but
yeah, don't. For all of us, please don't.
Fellas, we got to get out of here. Scotty, thanks for sitting down. Hey, I'm sorry. I want more of this, but we're just up against the the break here.
Show coming up next stinks, don't.
PhD's next. You can catch Andy later on today at 3 p.m. I'll be back on tonight at Altitude SR on Twitter, 8 p.m. with DMAC for your Broncos training camp recap podcast. For Andy, for KJ, for Scotty, Josh, a cast of thousands out here. I'm Raj. PhD's coming up next.
Here we are, the Broncos practicing on day 7, and Scott Hastings in the tent. Tyler Columbus back in the studio with our guy, Dan, the man, Tanner. Hey, Scotty, Tyler,
Yes,
good to see you. Give me us a little of the view from the tent there, pal.
Well, I got butts right now. The tent is butt views.
Okay.
How do they look?
Okay.
Well, hey, 23. What is it? Oh, is it 23 got a nice one.
Oh, well, that means
Firm, big, squishy.
That means there's practice. There's practice still going on.
Yeah, and you said the other day they're going a little bit longer and longer.
Yeah.
Third day with pads. Had a bad injury today.
Yes.
I think, Tyler, you were out here when that injury
Yeah,
happened, right?
ugly.
Quinn Bailey. So
Leg going the wrong way, pal.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was talking to somebody over the sideline who said, it's bad when they hear a noise and everybody just scatters from where it was.
Oof.
Yep.
And everybody just, I mean, they weren't within 10 yards of Quinn when he was down, and I was told they took him on the cart straight to the little ambulances always here, and then straight to the hospital.
Oh, I feel bad for him. Quinn's a good dude, Arizona State dude, and he would definitely be. I would say he'd be on the team. He has been for years as kind of a reserve swing sort of guy. So I think his odds of making the team were probably pretty strong. I feel bad for him, man. That's terrible.
Well, if there's any silver nugget in there, if you go on the IR, at least you get paid. So, I mean, I know that's not what his hope is, but you go on the IR, you will get your full year's salary. So he's got that going. But it was a tough moment for sure. Immediately the entire field takes a knee.
Yeah.
And that's when it's bad, because in football, if you got an injury, move the field, move the ball, right? You just keep the drill going. Right. But the whole field took a knee.
Yeah, and I thought it was like a water break at first. Wait, you didn't see that? Did you see it? Did you see the leg going the other way?
So I was told by someone with the Broncos is going the wrong way.
Okay, all right. I could not deal with that. That would be. I can't watch that kind of stuff. I can't see replays of that thing. I get it. You got hurt. Joe Theismann, I get it. Your leg's broken. Chris Cooper is another one, man.
Oh, that was a bad one.
All right, Scotty. Okay, so what is actually going on then?
Well, now they've done it a couple times now. Second time they're going around and working on the punting and the punt team, a little special teams action going right now. They gathered in Milwaukee. They did some punting, and then they gathered around. I thought they were going to end. We're hoping to get sometime in this next 30 minutes, Mike McGlinchey, or within 30 minutes when practice ends.
That's right.
And then they went back, did a couple more punts, still working on punts. Looked like they're going over to the little sideline type of stuff they're working right now. Your punter is Trenton Gill.
Oh, my God. Are you sure? There's a punting competition going on. You know that, right?
Well, 47's the only guy I've seen out here punting today.
That is a terrible punter number. My Lord. If your punter number is 47, that sucks.
Yeah, if you're at 47, you ought to play safety and hit people.
It's, our guy Riley Dixon, theoretically. But, I mean, man, if you lose the punting battle to a dude wearing 47 and you're wearing 9.
You always know you're low on the totem pole when you're wearing a number that is not assigned for your position.
No, that's not good. All right, let's talk quarterbacks.
Great day.
What did we see today?
Great day. I guess great day depending on who you're rooting for in the hunt. I guess.
Let's hear about it.
Bo Nix, best day of camp by far. Not even close. Absolutely dialed in
No
today.
kidding.
Now, Scott, I don't know after I left. I don't know if there's one more team period after I left there, but I charted all the throws. Bo Nix, I had him 7 of 8 on his throws. So only 8 throws. Like we've talked about this a lot. There's not a lot of opportunity out there during practice.
Right.
8 throws, and the only incompletion was an absolute beautiful scramble from Bo Nix. It probably was a sack, if I'm being fair, but it was great pocket awareness, scrambles out to the right-hand side, throws an absolute dime to Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims just drops the ball. It was honestly it would have been like a highlight of camp had Marvin Mims actually caught the ball. But you could tell from the get-go, man, Bo Nix was just absolutely dialed in, Scott.
Yeah. I thought he had one great throw. And I think he was solid. I thought he was He just had a bad overthrow right here, and then he threw his towel up, calling a penalty, I guess. I think he had one great throw in the middle to Reynolds. I don't know if you remember that catch.
Yep, I do.
That was a big-time throw, big-time play. Great catch by the receiver. And then I thought a lot of little intermediary, little short dump off. That's what I saw from him. The Zach Wilson was your number 2 guy today, so he moved up from 3 to 2 today. Yeah, I mean he's all right. Zach Wilson had and this was on one-on-ones, a couple of good throws. I will say this: I didn't think the offensive line held up well on the pass rush. On what I saw.
Well, I don't know, man. I hear for Bo Nix. Well, let me go back to Zach Wilson there for a second, and I'm not going to put this on Zach because sometimes things just happen in an offense and things get off schedule. But when I was there, the majority of the Zach Wilson throws just couldn't get the ball off. Again, not putting that on him. Just the offense was just not in sync, scrambling out, had to throw the ball away. For whatever reason, just couldn't get it going. Jarrett Stidham also had a pretty damn good day. Now, but his stuff was super short. He threw a couple bubble passes. He did have one deep post. He had one deep cross in there. Bo Nix, here's how I had it going. He had the first play was a busted play. That was a 9-on-7. Then that was the sack, but great pocket awareness, beautiful deep out to Marvin Mims, drops it. After that, follows it up with a play action pass, 15-yard dig, absolute beauty. The fourth play, it was a check down throw, but at that point it was 3 completions in a row. Follows it up with a short out, 4 completions in a row. And then 6th pass, a play action dime, about 15 yards on an out route there. So I don't know, man. I don't think Bo Nix could have done anything better personally.
Well, I will say this also, D. They worked more out of shotgun/pistol today than they have the first 2 days in pads. Talking with somebody before that, they thought that was an on-purpose type thing to try to get Bo a little bit more comfortable because, as we've talked about before, Josh Reynolds just came down with another unbelievable catch.
Nice.
Are they doing 2 minute now, Scott, or what are they doing?
Well, they're staying back in the end zone, almost like they're like getting out of their
backed
up type of an offense, but a great catch by Josh Reynolds over the top of J.L. Skinner. That was Wilson that's in there now, so he's running second. But yeah, I thought I talked with somebody a while ago, and I said it seems like they're in a lot more shotgun and pistol type stuff. And his summation was they needed to get Josh because he had a couple days of struggle, get him more comfortable instead of being under center as much as he was yesterday. It was almost I don't even know, guys. I don't know if I even saw much shotgun, if any, yesterday. But I would say today they were 70-30 shotgun in those live 11-on-11 drills.
All right. Well, so we're rotating our backup quarterbacks, and it's Zach Wilson's job to lose.
Yeah, so Zach's not out of the rotation entirely, right, according to Sean Payton, but that rotation is now to the backups.
Or it's Bo Nix's job to lose, yeah. So
there are a couple other just interesting nuggets going on out there. Oh my gosh, who's our guy that started at center for the first 4 days? Why am I drawing
Forsyth's in not Wadding.
No, it was Wattenberg, right?
Wattenberg,
yes. Yeah, Wattenberg started the first 4 or 5 days of camp. Alex Forsyth goes in there yesterday. Today it's Sam Mustipher. So it would appear there's now a 3-man battle going on there. I think they wanted the job to go to Luke Wattenberg. But unfortunately, and Scott pointed it out that day that there was a ton of TFLs. The offensive line is just getting dominated at the running game. Now it appears they're opening that thing back up because they just didn't like what was getting done with Wattenberg.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if you can blame just the center on pressures, but again, for me, I felt the pass rush was a lot more dominant than we've seen it since was that Monday or Friday? What is today? Wednesday. Since Monday. So maybe the center is involved. Maybe the guy can scheme and call the calls that they need to make and all that stuff. But it's interesting. I will say this: I think they've got I think they have serious depth of wide receiver. I don't know how great they are, but I think they got a lot of guys that can play there. Vele, to me, he made another good catch today. Josh Reynolds made 2 really tough catches, one just a second ago. That's got to be good news. And listen, I'm biased. I stayed up to frickin' 2:30, and Stidham just got a ball knocked out at the line of scrimmage. I stayed up till 2:30 last night, guys, watching receivers. Guess what?
Oh, come on, really?
Hey, yeah, I did. Well, here's what I did. I laid down with my daughter and went to bed, fell asleep, got up, went in bed, fell straight asleep.
Yeah.
And then I had a dream. I'm laying on my right shoulder that somebody tossed me a rugby ball over my right shoulder.
Uh-huh.
In my dream, I reached up to catch it. My shoulder went pop, and it hurt.
Wow.
And now I'm wide awake. So Mom, and this like midnight. So I went, well, Mama's asleep. So I and she likes to go to sleep with TV on. So I put on receivers. and now to make a long story long, we ain't got none of them.
That's
I think
what I was
depth.
saying.
Yeah, I think we have depth. We have depth in the wide receiver. Like I think there's going to be some interesting choices. I think it's a deep room.
Yeah.
We ain't got none of them guys you watching on receivers, though. We ain't got none of them guys.
But we got a bunch of tall guys. We do.
We got
we got a lot of tall guys.
Ross St. Brown, Ramon St. Brown.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I know.
Is that guy a beast?
He's on. They're incredible. They're all unbelievable.
Debo Samuels, is he a beast?
He's like one of one. He's the unicorn of unicorns because his body is ridiculous. Like, what is he?
I'm going to say this, and I think Tyler mentioned this earlier. I did see them yesterday get Mims in one of those little Debo Samuels kind of
packages,
round type things.
Yeah.
He dropped in. This is on one-on-one stuff. We're listen, it's one-on-one. So the throw should be always good, and now you got a battle. He was struggling, man. He had a couple balls, and I think those are times to sit there. How are you going to fight? Are you going to get now? The ball hit the ground, so it wasn't an interception or anything. But there's a couple times I said you got to make a play, especially if you know there was talk 2 months ago he's going to be the number one guy. He has not shown that.
No,
I don't think in this camp so far.
No, and like I said, what should have been the biggest highlight of the day was that scramble from Bo Nix. Beautiful dime to Marvin Mims. Just drops it. I think the wide receiver room, we're fine, and I think that's the best way you could put it. Like you've got a bunch of guys. You know what it might be very similar to? It might be very similar to last year's edge rushing group. A bunch of guys that are just pretty good at their job. Not a household superstar in there. I do think that Tim Patrick's going to be a tough cut. I think he's probably going to be the odd man out. I mean, you got Cortland Sutton, you got Josh Reynolds, you got Marvin Mims, okay? So you can kind of pencil those guys in as your starters, although Marvin Mims, I think, is going to be a little bit questionable. We know that Troy Franklin's going to make the team, right? So there's 4 right there.
Hey, and again today, Vele, because I you walk around with your sheet, okay, who's flashing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if this is a good way to look. Okay, who's flashing for you? Vele again flashed today. Josh Reynolds flashed for me yesterday, but he had 2 drops, and I still go back to the NFC Championship game. 2 great in-traffic, tough catches by Reynolds today. Vele, I thought, was absolutely solid. And you know what? 17, little Jordan Humphreys made a nice play.
Yeah, I saw him out there.
So you've got some guys that are making plays, and the one guy that you spent, a 3rd-round pick in, Mims, he ain't making plays yet. And he has not made plays like I've seen, and I've been to 4 of the 5 practices. I've seen Vele, I've seen little Jordan Humphreys, I've seen Reynolds. I ain't seen Mims. I ain't seen Mims step up and do anything yet, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, I can hear from the horn in the crowd. Practice is wrapping up. Sean Payton is going to speak shortly. Mike McGlinchey is going to join us in a little bit. Andy Lindahl will join Scott Hastings out at the tent. We got you covered at Broncos training camp on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
When dealing with erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Hey, it's DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and every case is different. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been dealing with thousands of men's sexual health issues for years and years and years. And with 5 locations, Castle Rock, Central Denver, North Denver, Fort Collins, and Colorado Springs, they've got a location near you. Do like I did and go into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When you're there, their success rates, you have to understand, are well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. ED doesn't have to be part of your life. Not if you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, and it's time for you to take care of a problem that's likely being a big hassle in your life. Schedule a consult. The initial visit's only $99. But if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. An expert staff, you could be having sex the next day. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's been 3 straight days for the Broncos in pads. Not sure what exactly they'll do tomorrow. Practice has wrapped up. Sean Payton is speaking. We're due to speak to Mike McGlinchey
Mayor McGlinchey.
First guess, the mayor's going to be on.
I'm going to give him grief, by the way.
About that?
I can't let him come on and not give him grief about not about being the mayor, but just about the press etiquette of this offensive line.
You have that sort of relationship with Mr. McGlinchey?
I have no relationship with Mr. McGlinchey.
Okay. So speaking as a old Broncos offensive lineman to a new one, that's where you're going to go? I look forward to that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do anything like that. He is a big guy. You're going to beat me up. Scotty is still out in the 10. Are you there with Mr. Lindahl as well? There is Andy. I see him. What's going on, Andy?
Hello again, D-Mac. It's
Sexiness.
been a long time.
I know. It's good to see you. All right.
12 hours.
No, I saw him literally about an hour ago.
Your thoughts of today, Andy?
You know what? So look, everybody and D-Mac, you and I kind of jumped in and kind of helped Raj out, and Scotty did too. And so I didn't get the perfect vantage point I would have liked for everything today. Judging by most of the folks that were looking, they say Bo Nix had a really good day. I'll take it. I don't know. I'd like to see this offense start pushing downfield a little bit more, but guess what? Maybe I need to accept that's not what this is going to be. Zach Wilson had a nice play to Josh Reynolds in that last team period where he threw it up and Josh Reynolds high-pointed it, caught it over the corner, then ran downfield, so that was really nice. But you know what? You guys have talked about this, and I guess I just continue to notice it. Is it because the music's missing? Where's the juice for things? Help me out with that, guys, whether it's any of you. I'm curious. Just the energy here is just so not what I expected, I guess. It is flat. Flat's
Music
a great
definitely
word.
makes a huge difference. It does. I've been on teams that just does music during warm-ups, and then they turn it off. I've been on teams that does music the entire practice, and you never turn it off, right? And it does seem that seems to make a difference, although – I don't know. I personally today, and I know, Andy, you were kind of in the tent filling in a little bit with D-Mac today. Personally, I thought today was by far the most shots down the field. By mostly from Bo Nix. And I didn't see the last period there. It sounds like Zach Wilson had a nice throw or two there. So that's good. But I would actually say on the encouraging side today, Andy, about what you're saying, there were at least 3 or 4 balls that were about 15 to 18 yards, which was and completions as well.
Andy?
Okay. Look, I'm sitting over here in the corner. I mean, I want to see a good, I want to see a 20 or 25. You know what I want to see?
What
I
do you
want to see them play.
Andy? What do you
I
want?
want to see another team. I want to see another team. I just want to, D-Mac, we talked about it last night. I just want to see another team and see what this offense is going to be. Because I'm starting to think maybe I don't really understand what this offense is going to be. So, let's do it.
All
let's
right,
go out there and let's see it.
Have we changed, Scott, I'll start with you. Have we changed our mindset, whatever, about where Zach Wilson fits in the world?
What do you mean, we? You got a mouse in your pocket?
Wow. You? Have you changed your mind about where he fits in the world?
No, I've said this, and I'm going to stick with it. I think Bo Nix is your starting quarterback. I think he's day one, and if that's going to be the case and that's where you're going to go with this, there's no reason to keep Jared Stidham behind him.
Tyler?
Or keep all 3. I have no problem with keeping all 3.
No, I know what these guys have been saying for a long time about Zach Wilson being the most talented quarterback out there, and I think for a long time that has definitely looked like the case. My personal opinion is a little bit different. I just know what coaches look for in a backup quarterback. I just know it. I know it. What they want in a backup quarterback is a dude that can sit in the back of the meeting, not say a word, and absorb everything. They want a dude that goes on the field.
That's also when you're a 10, 12, 13 win team. If you're a franchise that's trying to find and develop a quarterback for a franchise, I mean, the more talent.
They already got that guy, though, Scott. His name's Bo Nix.
Well, Bo Nix, but he ain't the most talented. And I was talking to Andy about this, and I'll ask you guys this no dumb question before.
Right.
In what other sport or what other venue does the person with the most talent get released?
Well, you know what, though, Scott? Even with talent, Zach Wilson was by far the number 3 in terms of production today. Not even close. Bo Nix was number 1.
I don't know what you were watching. You must be watching different stuff than I watch.
Scott, I didn't see the last period, okay? So I'll give you that. I did not see that. Zach Wilson couldn't get a ball off in the first 2 or 3 team periods.
Scotty, I'll let you know I've been fired like 10 times. I thought I was pretty good at certain places, but, I guess.
Bet you weren't the most talented. Maybe at the Fan you were. I'll give you that. At the Fan you were. Clear Channel you weren't.
Okay, fine.
Hey,
I'll
real
take
quick,
that.
let's,
Yeah.
I don't know, breaking news that isn't so breaking. It's really a bummer. This is how you know it's bad. Let's update the injury situation.
Sure.
Sean Payton, I'm seeing the tweets, has confirmed fracture for Quinn Bailey. He's going to get surgery. He's done. Sean Payton, though, I think Kosmider just tweeted it out saying Bailey was going to be the 6th offensive lineman easily and would have been involved in the game plan.
Yeah.
So we may all hear backup offensive lineman, dude. When he
That
talks
sucks.
about involved in the game plan, right? He's your second blocking tight end or whatever.
Right.
That sucks, man. That's a bad loss for the Broncos.
Tough one today. First major injury of training camp and season for the Broncos. That's a bad one. It's not the end of the world, but it's not good. So
So I want to get back to the energy, though. Tyler, you've been in this thing. Because let's be honest, guys, our quarterback feelings aren't going to change, and I don't think they will change till we actually get to see a game and just see how it all looks, you know. And look, I realize guys are having. I just feel like I'm watching a lot of the same practice every day. Where do you get the energy from? Because this isn't the only camp that's had this kind of just malaise over it. Now, look, today was probably affected by that nasty injury we just talked about. But, guys, how many times have we watched a camp the last few years where it feels like they're going out here and they're just doing it and nobody's really having any fun?
I will speak on just today. Counting the 2 installation days, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 7th day. This is when drag comes in.
Sure.
And this doesn't even count the walkthroughs that they're having in the field house every single evening. That in the NBA back when they actually did real two-a-days, about that 4th day, if you got anything in practice that was any good, which is about the 7th and 8th practice, God bless you, right? Because it was an absolute beast. So I take today a little bit of this has been 7 days or whatever it is of out here, and
3 days in pads.
And the last 3 days have been in pads. And the last 3 days have been the hottest it's been here, too.
So let me flip it this way because we're going to have to get out of here. By the way, guys, Sean Payton praising Josh Reynolds for being the impact guy of the day today. So
easy.
He gave him a good shout out there. And look, D-Mac, you've covered a lot of camps. I want to get your thoughts, but Tyler, you tell me first, real quick, Tyler, what was the best team you ever played on? Best record-wise.
Best record-wise?
Yeah. I guess it'd be the 2015 Broncos, but you weren't here for camp. Tell me about a team where you were in camp. Because not only is it not just the players, like the fans aren't reacting to anybody. And so that's when I kind of, like, you hear a little cheer here and there. But, you know, look, I was spoiled by covering a lot of great Bronco teams where practice was fun, the offense was fun, the fans were up and kind of getting excited about it. I just feel like we're continuing this trend where the fans come out here and
they got it. You know what they got to do?
You get a cheer here and there.
They got to bring the rookies back out front and stretch, and they got to do their dance or something like we used to have to do back in the day. That always got the crowd going. But you know what also helped? You had guys like Von Miller who would always come out before practice, and they would get up with the fans, and they start hyping everybody up, right? There's not really any players that are doing it. However, I don't know. I guess in one way, I feel like you two and I watched a different practice today because
let's be clear. I didn't have a great vantage point, Tyler. I'm in the corner here, and I couldn't, you know.
Well, I'll be saying, granted, I'm an offensive guy, right? So I'm going to judge a practice based on how the offense does, and that's just simple as that.
And you thought you thought the offensive line was good in pass rush?
The number one offense had a good day. Yeah, they had a good day overall.
I thought 3 or 4 of the things you're crediting with Knicks was out of the pocket, probably going to be sacked.
There was one, the scramble, and I told you that one, the one that could have been the highlight of the day. That was the only sack of the day on Bo Nix, in my mind. But if you've got an offense that is efficient out there, that's all I'm looking for personally, and that's what I saw. So, and look, you know what's funny about this is I feel like all of a sudden I'm getting in a corner as being a Knicks guy. I've been very vocal about my concerns about Bo Nix. I was right there with you guys, man. I mean, I when they drafted him, I wasn't pumped up about it at all. I had my concerns about whether he's going to be ready to rock and roll, but I'm going to tell you how it is. And today was a good day. Just simple as that.
Yeah, and like I said also, I don't care what they do. I'm just, as a Bronco fan, tired of bad football. I think you name Bo Nix right now. If you want to have a competition for second and third, go ahead. I think it's dumb to have Stidham on this team if you're going to carry two quarterbacks, in my opinion. But I bet they carry 3. I'm
really
kind of believing that they're going to carry 3, D.
They might.
It's fine by me, Andy. Do you care about that?
Well, I want Zach Wilson on this team because I think if you can show any hint of any progression, he's a tradable commodity because everybody needs quarterbacks. But look, hey, man, if people, and Tyler, most of the writers out here tend to agree with you from the tweets that I saw that it was a good day by the offense, and, and so that's fine. Let's see it in a game. Look, we said it last night. Who's the last guy on the roster you're worrying about cutting that you're going to cut over a quarterback?
Right.
To me, keep all three. Because, frankly, you don't know how the season's going to go. You don't know who's going to get hurt. I just don't – I have seen enough intriguing – if Zach Wilson can make some intriguing plays in preseason games, teams will start calling you because he was a number 2 overall pick, and people have high grades, and they go back to what they did in the draft and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I wouldn't just get rid of him, because you'd hate to see him, get picked up for free and all that stuff. But, look, as far as this team goes – I just think you need to get to a game. I agree with you. Make a good point. I don't know why it hadn't occurred to me. They are in the longer stretch camp. This weekend's not the game. Next weekend is, right? I can understand and maybe some boredom sets in. They got a long stretch here. And Tyler, I've asked you before, aren't we kind of hitting the point where the defense, it feels like, knows what the offense is doing, and it just takes some of the surprise out of it?
You know what? I actually think it's the reverse of that, Andy. I think we're getting to the point of camp where the offense starts to catch up.
Okay.
Defense, generally speaking, is light years ahead of the offense for the first few days of training camp, maybe even the first week of camp. And then once the offense has had some days to actually practice their install, it generally catches up a little bit. So I think we're reaching that point. But Scott's definitely right. You're generally speaking a lot of energy the first day or two of pads. Then after you got a couple days of pads, now you're grinding a little bit, and you're looking forward to that first off day.
Yeah, I thought it was more of a grind. So, but it'll be interesting to see a good sign. You want to talk about leadership also out there, DeMontre
Jacobs, DeMontre Jacobs, and Baron Browning getting some extra work in front of us,
and Browning really talking to him and showing him things with his hand and stuff like that. Which, now you lose an offensive lineman. You don't know who's going to
right. That could be your new Quinn Bailey. Yeah. I don't think that's by accident that's going down.
Yeah.
He's a big 6'6"
Oh,
tackle.
he looks like a mountain D-Mac.
Yeah.
Hey, the good news is the next up in terms of the swing tackle, fantastic football name, Calvin Throckmorton. I don't know if he can play football, but a hell of a football name.
He's got the right name, no doubt about it.
Throckmorton sounds violent.
Yeah.
You got to think, do we want Ronnie Perkins, backup linebacker, or do we want a third quarterback?
Well,
look, if I need a good omelet, I'm going to Ronnie Perkins' place, right?
I was going to say, if we're going to cook breakfast out here before every game.
But if I need a defensive end on the ground, Throckmorton's my guy.
Throckmorton is fantastic.
Watch, Throckmorton will be first cut. We'll all be.
We'll
all have hexed
You can't cut that name. That's uncuttable.
Oh, I'm with you. He's uncut. Should we make the all uncuttable team?
Well, we need to make some T-shirts.
If we're looking at names, let me throw 73 Frank Crum.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Another great name.
From Wyoming. Guy from Wyoming. Yeah, Frank Crum. I mean, that's fantastic. What are some other good names here? Lucas Krull. Just keep going on with
I always
Krull.
think, no, but see, D-Mac, you and I
name.
are old enough. Maybe Tyler's the only one that won't remember. Don't you remember that stupid, 80s sci-fi thing, Krull?
Yes.
Yeah, Krull.
That's what I always think of when somebody says his name.
And
they all had David Bowie haircuts in that thing, and it was super weird.
Krull's pretty good.
Barbarian movie. Who? Crum. That was Crum. Remember, you always
Crum.
But the
That was
three
like their
the
god
three
or
best
something.
football names on the team are all on the offensive line. You got Calvin Throckmorton, you got Frank Crum, and then we got another one, Nick Gargulio.
Fantastic.
Another great.
No. That's
Yale.
covered. The Italians, Frabboni's got that locked down. I don't need to keep Gargulio.
We got a Jabroni, right?
Yeah, Frabboni.
We are anticipating Mike McGlinchey will be giving us a call here.
You're going to rate
shortly.
his name for him, too? Oh, my God. One of the girls just took a ball in the face. What is happening
I'm
here?
sorry, what?
So there's that ball hanging off the goalpost, and this little tot, she threw it like they were, what was that, tether ball that you used to throw the thing around that you know they're doing at the end of Napoleon Dynamite? She just launched it, and it just came back and whacked her right in the face. I think she might be crying now. Where are the parents?
I think it's Garrett Bowles' kid.
His kid's tough. She's not crying. Holy cow. Dude, it was direct contact.
Yeah.
Bowles's daughter just took a tether ball to the face?
Yeah, she launched it. First off, she's got an arm because she launched it, but then it came back down and got her. She's got an arm but not hands.
She's got heart, though.
She's got heart.
Yeah, she's not
crying or nothing.
No, she's Scotty's cried more this week than that girl right there.
Let's not get it crooked, though. She's not a gymnast from Brazil who landed on her face and was cut up and couldn't see and got back on those uneven parallel bars last night.
She the one that had the stitches
Yes.
right on the eyebrow?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. That's an epic photo.
That was the hockey moment of gymnastics forever.
I'll tell you what, if I had to guess whose daughter that was, I would have thought Throckmorton.
Throckmorton.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
You'd go in that direction.
Sorry, dude. The dad thing kicked in. You guys know how it is. I just saw this child just got whacked with the ball, and you're like, oh, God, there's a bloody nose waiting to happen.
Andy, before we lose you, and we appreciate you being here in the tent there and everything, and give me an observation or a conversation you had in camp that was off to the left-hand side. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't just quarterbacks or something else. What was some other tidbits you got today?
Let me think. It was tough, D-Mac, because our off-to-the-side stuff was kind of spent with Alex Ryan Nemi here, so it was kind of on air, not really off to the side. Everybody's kind of wondering when we're going to stop the quarterback competition. How about I talked to some of our brethren.
Yes.
I think we're all kind of wondering, we can all argue, should Zach get, the reps or should he be kept, this, that, the other. We all know Nix is going to get named starter, so when are we just going to get down to that? Because, again,
let's do it and let's go.
They need the reps. They need I go back to the Emmanuel Sanders story. You need to be able to look at each other. Joel Dreesen talked about this the other day. He could look at Chad Pennington, and Chad would know it's going to be my route, and you know where I'm going to throw the ball, right? Give Bo a chance to develop that kind of chemistry, because the way you're moving guys around, it's Nix's job. That's fine. Let's get it over with then.
Let's go for it, yes.
Scotty, you?
I agree with it. I did talk to one of our brethren, but it's still with the quarterback stuff. And I thought this was praiseworthy of Sean Payton in a sense, because like I told you earlier, I said they're doing a lot more shotgun and pistol formations. And said, I think they're trying to get Bo comfortable, because that's what he ran a lot in Oregon, and let him have a good day. And then you know what Tyler said. Tyler thought he had his best day of camp. So
yeah, you did.
Pretty smart to get for a coach to get to your young quarterback, who we think is going to be the starter, get his confidence, start building up in the right way.
By the way, real quickly before we get out of here, we got great listeners here. Apparently there is a medical condition called Throckmorton, okay?
What?
And this is important that we all know what the Throckmorton is. A Throckmorton is observed radiographically in male patients.
Huh?
A patient has a positive Throckmorton sign if his male unit points towards the side of pathology on a radiograph of the pelvis.
So is
I
this
thought that was a Peroni.
That could be. Yeah.
I thought it was
Peroni,
deep vein
Throckmorton.
thrombosis.
Yeah.
I thought that was that fine Italian beer, Peroni.
All right, guys.
What did you just even read to us? You know what, smart guy? Translate that to me. Hey, Mr. Color Analyst. Now tell me what the hell you just said so I can understand.
Here, short, shriveled, and always to the right.
Short, shriveled, and always to the right.
Yeah, a Throckmorton.
Well, it's not the D-Mac. That's
if
short,
you
shriveled, and always to the left.
if the old ticker points to the left, that's the creative side of things.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Mike McGlinchey should be joining us as PhD on 92.5, short, shrinkled, and to the left. I got an incredible deal for you from Old Chicago Pizza and Dat Room. It's the Unreal Pizza deal for only $29.99. Here's what you get. A delicious, large, 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. Oh, my gosh. Come on now. Plus, it comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant, gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. It's only $29.99. Feed the whole family. No dishes. Just a great night. It's Old Chicago, the Unreal Pizza deal to go. Feeds 4 for $29.99. And speaking of great things at Old Chicago, the World Beer Tour, this is for you. your ticket on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago, with 110 local and legendary beers, right for that taste for you. Take the tour and earn rewards along the way. Discover your next favorite pint at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. We welcome to the show Mike McGlinchey, right tackle of your Denver Broncos. Mike, we really appreciate you taking time to be with us today. Hey, first of all, maybe you can speak on Quinn Bailey. We heard about the severity of the injury. Our thoughts are with him. What can you convey to us about that moment, how Quinn's doing, as far as you can tell?
It was really unfortunate. Unfortunately, that's a really tough part of this game. It's really hard to have to go back to practice after that, and we're just wishing Quinn all the best. And it's just one of those things that just sucks about football.
Mike, talk to us about where we're at camp so far. I mean, how do you feel? I felt today was one of the better days for the offense for the number one, especially with Bo Nix. But give us your thoughts on what was going on out there.
Yeah, I think it's been a good camp so far. I think there's been a lot of learning lessons, a lot of things that have been going on. It's just been, it's just a part of the process, right? We just try to go out each and every day to try and be better than the day before. And I thought today was a great step in the right direction. I thought we competed really hard. I thought Bo did a great job commanding the offense in the huddle, and we executed well. And now we just got to keep stacking days.
And I know you well enough to know that you are a pro with this PR stuff, okay? So I don't expect any controversy here, but can you break down the differences between your quarterbacks a little bit for me? What do you feel from those guys leadership-wise, differences, similarities, all along those lines?
Well, I think they've all done a great job. I think they've all done a great job with commanding the huddle. I think they've done a great job with commanding the offense and having a hold on what they need to do to help us win football games. And I think no matter who's back there for us, we're going to be in a great position. I think, especially for the young guy, Bo has done a great job to step in there and be incredibly mature, incredibly competitive. And the other two guys have done the same thing. So it's an exciting opportunity for all of them. And I'm excited to see what happens with it.
Alex Singleton was giving some shots to the offensive line about how much money they make compared to everybody else.
Goodness, back in my day, it wasn't like that. No.
So is it? Is the offensive line the big bully on the block, or
no? Better yet, Mike. 4 out of the 5 are like one of the highest paid on the O line. Like, are you guys like in a little clique? Do you have to make over $10 million to hang out together?
No, that's not how it goes. I think part of the reason we've all had that kind of success is because of the people that we are and the group that we have. I think that we have a really good, solid rapport amongst all of us, and I think it's a great testament to what we do and who Coach Payton and George Payton want this building to be. And we believe that the culture and the team is set through the offensive line room, and it's certainly something that we take a lot of pride in. And now we just got to go out there and execute to the best of our ability.
All right, just in general, what's the strongest thing a quarterback can do to take control of the team and the huddle and all of that? What's the quality that he has to display that's needed the most, Mike?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The quality of a quarterback in terms of what he needs to take command of the offense, control what's going on. What's that quality that really separates quarterbacks one from another?
Well, I think it's just the confidence, man. I truly believe that the biggest thing that separates good from great in this league is the belief in yourself and the belief that you can do it. And you see so many guys that go into crap positions in the quarterback world and get drafted high, and the expectation is incredible on those guys because all of a sudden, because of where you're picked, you are now expected to be an all-pro right from the jump, and that's just not how things are. He needs to have patience. He needs to have the confidence in himself, and that'll separate him because he's got all the ability in the world, and he's shown that day in and day out here in this training camp, and it's just the process of getting that confidence through reps and building it and believing in himself and not letting the noise, distract anything from his process of getting better.
Do you need a certain amount of time to know who the number one guy is, or does it not really matter?
For the offensive line?
Do you need to know who the number one quarterback is for 2 weeks before the season, 3 weeks, the week before, for the sake of the offensive line, or is it really not that big of a deal?
I don't think it's that big of a deal. Because I think the offense and their job is to do what they do, and certainly my job isn't affected by who's back there, nor is anybody else's. So, obviously you like to have that continuity, and you like I said, you like to give that guy the confidence to have the reps and the belief of whoever they decide to be out there, and that it's his job and he can go now and play football instead of just competing for a job. And I don't think there's a set time limit on it, but I know our guys have been handling it with class, and no matter when they decide it's going to happen, they're going to put their best foot forward to do it.
Mike, we're chatting with Mike McGlinchey, right tackle for the Broncos right now. Describe what a perfect backup quarterback looks like.
I don't know. I guess a guy that's supportive, a guy that's competent and knows exactly what he's supposed to do, a guy that has a great set of eyes to help his guy in front of him, and a guy that can help in any way that he can. And certainly the quality of selflessness is certainly a big one in that one as well. So I think all of our guys have those qualities no matter what's going to happen. Obviously, it's going to stink when it is decided and whoever the losers are of the job. But I know for a fact that the guys that are in that room are pros, and we're going to all stay great as teammates because of it.
All right, last one, and we appreciate your time. Better offensive lineman last name, Throckmorton or Crum?
I don't know. Throckmorton's pretty strong.
Yeah,
real strong. Yeah.
Throckmorton. Yeah, we call him the Throcker. So
Gargulio's not bad, also.
Yeah, but the Throcker. Come on, man.
Yeah, so Throckmorton's pretty hard to beat. It's almost like the linebacker at Notre Dame that was Michael Stonebreaker. You know?
Oh, hell yeah! Was that a real teammate?
No, he was an All-American in the '80s, and I used to see his name on the wall and be like, "Man, that's the greatest football name I've ever heard." So,
hey, before we let you go. By the way, I should have introduced myself. Tyler Polumbus here. I was the right tackle on the Super Bowl 50 team. But I got to say this. I just got to get off my chest, Mike. I got to know, at what point did the offensive line give up on all common decency and a proper sense of morality by deciding to talk to the media every single day? Back in my day, Mike, listen, this was like a $500 fine if you were doing this. Like, when did you guys give up on common decency?
It was before I got here, but we did actually. Nick Gargiulo actually just gave us a little book report on Gary Zimmerman.
Oh my!
Who instituted that? That was actually last night. So I don't know if you have a bug in our room or whatever.
Like,
so
good Lord,
that's
man!
Actually pretty,
who's got the
that's
pen?
Pretty good timing.
Who's got? Someone got a pen back there.
Hey.
I mean, who's taking care of this?
Hey,
we're gonna take it to the kangaroo court. That's for sure.
Yeah, tell Nick to shut the hell up. Okay, that's what I got to say. All right, thank you, appreciate it, Mike. Best of luck this season.
All right, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Look at Nick Gargiulo, huh?
Oh, I'm saying it wrong, huh?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, you could be saying it right.
Yeah, no. He said it the right way. I said it the wrong way.
Gargiulo?
Yeah.
Nick Gargiulo, old soul.
Yeah.
Old soul.
So that sounds like rookie duties. You got to give a book report on old Broncos legends.
Yeah, but he's going with Zim, telling everybody to shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Look
Love
at that.
Love it. Yeah, I really wanted to tell him that he was the problem.
He's claiming he's kind of right. It was sort of happening before he got here, but boy, the mayor took it to a new level. Good dude,
not great,
though.
not just a good dude, great dude.
Right.
He's just we make fun of him for being mayoral, but that's what coaches do like about him.
Oh, I get it. He's smart. He can communicate well. He's obviously going to have a future with whatever he wants to do. He's a Notre Dame guy, he's one of those dudes. So good for Mike McGlinchey. We appreciate him coming on with us. That was awful nice. It's a super hot day. So to take the time to chat with us is deeply appreciated. And hopefully we'll have more interviews like that as we go. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler Plums here, my friends over at Revitalized Health. They're going to help you look better. They're going to help you feel better. They're going to help you sleep better. Who doesn't want all of those things? Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, whatever your body needs, they've got it covered for you. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs, and you are going to feel amazing. They've got 3 locations, so they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Yeah, I think it's been a good camp so far. I think there's been a lot of learning lessons, a lot of things that have been going on. But it's just been, it's just a part of the process, right? We just try to go out each and every day to try and be better than the day before. And I thought today was a great step in the right direction. I thought we competed really hard. I thought Bo did a great job commanding the offense in the huddle, and we executed well. And now we just got to keep stacking days.
That was Mike McGlinchey, who just joined us. Hey, let me just, we're going to get to the Broncos here for sure. We got to hear from Sean Payton and all. Let me give you the starting lineup for Team USA as they're about to tip off against South Sudan. Steph Curry. Okay. Devin Booker. Got to have Anthony Edwards come off the bench, I guess. LeBron James.
Okay.
Jason Tatum in the starting lineup, because it was embarrassing he didn't play the other day. And Anthony Davis as your starting center, not Joel Embiid.
Ah, interesting.
How about that one right there?
Now, is this just like, here's my question on that, though. Is this like, is it coaching an Olympic team almost like coaching like a youth basketball team? Like everybody gets a chance at it. Everybody gets a crack at playing. Everybody gets a crack at the starting lineup.
I don't think so in general, unless you're that much more dominant than everybody else.
Well, I know they struggled against South Sudan, but you would think that you should be A-OK against South Sudan.
You really would, aside from the exhibition game that went down to the last-second layup by LeBron James. But you could say maybe the U.S. was just sort of, I don't know. They were just sort of skating around there. Turnover by U.S. on their first possession, South Sudan with the ball. So here we go. Underway. So Joel Embiid, not starting for Team USA, and Jason Tatum in the starting lineup because that was stupid.
I think it's like a participation start.
For Jason Tatum?
No, I just mean for all the guys. I think
LeBron's still in there. He still gets to start.
Well, he's LeBron. Yeah.
Anthony Edwards hasn't started yet.
Everybody gets their crack at it. Anthony Edwards will get a crack.
Over who? Steph Curry?
Sure.
No way.
I don't know.
We'll see. You gotta win the games. We'll see how it goes. I mean, the U.S. was favored in the preseason game over South Sudan, I think, by 43 points.
Jeez, is that what it was?
I think so. I mean, it
comes down to last-second layup.
It was a remarkable game. All right, let's get into it. We'll keep you updated as the game goes. Serbia Yoke and company just took care of Puerto Rico. No big deal. And so, that whack show is on. Did you watch the U.S. Women's Olympic team at all last night?
I did. Yeah, I watched a ton of it. Yeah, I mean, Simone
awesome.
Biles is just a freak.
That was
an absolute freak.
That was a destruction. Like, they easily
they didn't even
won
need.
the team.
Yeah, when it came down to like the last event, they already knew that they won the gold, even though they were waiting on the actual score itself.
Yeah, the U.S. men needed a super nerd on the pommel to win the bronze, but the U.S. women, they like cruised.
How many people on planet Earth do you think understand how gymnastics is scored?
Nobody.
I'm watching Simone Biles do her floor routine, and it's badass. I mean, they did that still shot on her, and she's like 12 feet up in the air, like absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But she goes out of bounds a couple times, and I'm like, does that not matter?
It's not that. It's every error, if we're going to break down gymnastics scoring, is worth a certain deduction. You start by declaring what you're going to do. What you do has a predetermined degree of difficulty. So you
whatever
multiply your degree of difficulty by the amount of points that you gather or / lose based on what you do.
Here's what I know.
There you go.
If you can bounce 12 feet in the air and do 15 flips while you're turning sideways, you're going to win.
You got to stick the landing. Stick like butter. That's what I heard last night. Stick like butter. I loved it, man. I thought it was great. I thought the men's and women's gymnastics were incredible. I'm going to enjoy the individual competitions that get going, I think, over the weekend. So I'm glad Simone Biles is back. It's super cool. Her whole
she
story.
feels like she should be like 40 years old.
27.
It blows my mind.
It makes me wonder why she wouldn't be able to compete 4 years from
27 is ancient in gymnastics. It is.
I guess.
There was a gal on the Italian team that was like 32.
She looked pretty good.
Yeah, she did look pretty good. But, I mean, that's like insane. Being in gymnastics over 30 years old, nutso.
Well, Simone Biles.
I think mostly it's just burnout, don't you think? More than anything else?
Probably. And maybe. Well, it's funny because the gymnasts aren't as They used to look like bizarrely prepubescent, like back in the day. They don't look like that anymore. They look much stronger and healthier. And, you know, all the women, aside from Biles, is just older. And the one girl who is still in high school are all college athletes. And I think that's a more common thing. And I think that's just, you know, better.
Can you imagine being 16, 17 years old competing in the Olympics?
I cannot.
They got swimmers. They got a swimmer who's 17.
Dude, a 14-year-old girl from Japan won the skateboard something or other. 14 years old. Gold medalist.
Nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay, training camp. What'd you see? And maybe we have some Sean Payton cuts here. Dan, you can fire up. I haven't looked at them, but maybe you can just tell us, highlight a few for us. Tyler, first of all, what'd you think?
Well, big picture, if Bo Nix is going to be the starter, and he will be, we should all be rooting for Bo Nix, right? And I was very I questioned the pick. I questioned whether Bo Nix was the right guy. I've had my moments of whether I wanted Bo Nix to even be the quarterback for the Denver Broncos. But I'm going to call it like I see it, and we should all be rooting for Bo Nix at this point. And every Denver Broncos fan should be fired up about what happened out there at practice today. Bo Nix was damn near perfect. He seriously was. Now, I mean, I guess you could debate the how challenging all the throws were or whatnot, but I didn't get to watch the final period. But of the periods that I was out there for, I charted Bo Nix 7 of 8 on his throws, and the one drop was an absolute beautiful scramble out. Probably was a sack if we're being honest. But Bo Nix had a beautiful scramble, dropped a dime to Marvin Mims. Marvin just dropped the ball. So, you know, everybody should be on Bo Nix's team. The entire fan base should be rooting for Bo Nix right now because he will be the starting quarterback. And big picture, today was significant progress.
Well, I don't think that's. I think they are. First of all, rooting for Bo Nix. I think
you got to be.
Yeah, I think they are. I think if you want more enthusiasm or excitement, you just declare him the number one, I suppose, if that's what you're looking for.
Do you think it's a mind game? They go, he's still rookie. I still got to let the team feel that he's earning it and he's deserving
From
it.
who,
and
Sean?
Yeah, I mean, he's playing a mind game with the team as far as, look, he's worked hard. You've seen him now. I love what McGlinchey said. McGlinchey said very glowing things. I don't know if one of your questions, it might have been yours, but because he kept talking about command of the huddle.
Yeah.
And you wanted him to follow up, what does that look like?
What's that quality? Yeah.
And he kind of got into it. I said, dude, he went straight into Zach Wilson. He goes, you know, some guys get drafted high and and there's high expectations for them. You just got to have confidence and belief in yourself. Did you catch on that?
No, that's a good point. I think all these quarterbacks, though, have confidence in themselves. I don't think you can be at that position without having some element. I think Zach Wilson has plenty of confidence.
So here's what I've been told from a guy on the team about kind of the personalities of these three guys. Okay. Jarrett Stidham, he's the alpha of the room, right? He's the one that's taking charge.
Hosted the camp.
Yep. He's the one that's taking charge, does a good job of being Mr. Serious on the field, but is at the lunch table, hanging out, being one of the dudes.
I can see it, yeah.
Zach Wilson's a bit of a goofball, okay? He's a bit of a goofball on the field. He's a bit of a goofball off the field. Not a bad thing, but just that's his personality.
Keep it light and be funny and play.
Yeah, that's who he is. And Bo Nix is pretty stoic. Not necessarily like the best relationally with the guys, but he's stoic. He's all about business, right? And I think that's one thing that is just very challenging as a rookie to feel comfortable around your peers. It's actually unusual to be like the clown of the group, like making jokes and everything. But that's what I've been told about the personalities, and I do think that all three of those guys know how to take charge of the huddle.
You know, he's a rookie and all, but he is 24 years old, and married,
and living in Castle Pines.
Yeah, there's
that alone, right?
Kind of. I mean, there's got to be something to that, right? I think. And how old is? I'm looking up Zach Wilson right here. Yeah, Zach Wilson's 20.
Not that old. Same age too.
No, he's the same age as Nix. Stidham's got to be
think
a
about
older,
think about
right?
the difference.
Yeah, Stidham's 3 years older.
So Bo Nix comes in. I think, did he just get married? Is he married, right?
Yeah.
He's married, buys a house way away from, any type of trouble or nightlife or paparazzi or anything like that. And your boy Zach Wilson gets drafted at 21.
He's probably living in Cherry Creek.
He goes to, but he goes to New York.
Oh yeah,
when he's drafted.
Where's he living?
And I bet he was living the New York bachelor. Well, I mean, he was doing his mom's friends. I mean,
he was doing his mom's friends.
I mean, I think he was living the high life for a while. In fact, you know how that story got out, right?
No, I do not know.
I think I was told it was his girlfriend they just become fiance and found out he had been playing around and had done what he did, and so she broke the thing off and then started telling everybody he's doing.
Now she's engaged to Zach Wilson's ex-roommate at BYU, who's a player with the Redskins.
Probably the friend probably told him to Zach Wilson, this is what Zach's doing on you right there. Boom, 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 play. But there's a maturity already. Trying to go to your point, what you said. There's a maturity already with Bo Nix coming in here that Zach wasn't afforded or didn't afford himself. Him going in as a rookie, I think he took full advantage. I'm a rookie making millions of dollars living in New York.
I'm sure he did.
And Nick's coming in going, you know what? I already got a family.
I get it.
I got a family.
Where's the most boring place I can live? Oh, Castle Pines. Nice. Hey, what do you do? I'm an orthopedist. Oh, what do you do? I'm an orthopedist.
Well,
what do you do?
Both of those guys, Zach Wilson.
I'm a retired orthopedist.
Zach Wilson and Bo Nix. I think coming from Oregon and now living out in the trees and the green.
Yeah, maybe he feels comfortable.
And I think that's a comfort level to him. I think could help coming to Denver can help Zach Wilson. I mean, he was an All-American at BYU.
Yeah.
And now he's not in the cement jungle, right? I mean,
that is right.
He's out. Now it would be interesting to see where he's living.
I bet he's Cherry Creek. I bet he's down there and living close to Elway's.
Close to Elway's or Shanahan's, one of the two.
Yeah.
Cherry Creek's, there's some hip happening places down there, and she could have a cocktail or two down there in Cherry Creek.
There's a couple places in the tech center too.
You better go shopping at King Supers or Safeway up there at. There's one. There's I think there's a supermarket up there.
Yeah, right.
Up the hill and then to the right there. Castle Pines Parkway, something.
Supermarket for that area is called restaurants.
It's just like in the middle of no. It's a great spot. Don't get me wrong. It's gorgeous, but it screams, I got better things to do, or I just want to be here. I don't need to be going out, that sort of deal. So anyways, whatever.
Yeah.
So the biggest takeaway from today then.
But yeah, going back to practice, phenomenal day for Bo Nix. Significant progress. Had a very healthy amount of shots down the field. I think 3 completions between probably 14 and 18 yards, which that's an explosive play. You don't get completions much deeper than that. The only way that you get a bigger play is if you get yak after that, right? So if you get yards after the catch, after the completion there. Jarrett Stidham was very efficient, yet not the shots down the field that Bo Nix had. And granted, I wasn't there for the final period. Maybe there was 2 after I left. When I was there, Zach Wilson, it was just drive kills. Not necessarily his fault, not putting it on him. Just the offense could not get going when he was at the helm.
Let's hear from our guy Sean Payton about Bo Nix and Josh Reynolds today. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, the guy that jumped out was Josh Reynolds. I mean, shoot, he had 3 or 4 catches that were something else. I'll have a chance to look at the film and then, see how each one of those quarterbacks did. But, we had a heavy emphasis on third down. We had 2 periods devoted, exclusively to third down, as well as a pretty good portion of the walkthrough. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
All right. We'll hear more from Coach here in just a little bit. Team USA is underway against South Sudan. Scott Embiid did not start.
I saw
that. We can sort of dig into that as we go. Your feedback, hey, we welcome it on the Shant Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour as we roll from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. PhD on 92.5.
All right, it's T-Mac here for Mike Maroney, GMC in Longmont, where Maroney means more during their Freedom Sale. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value with incredible deals on their most popular models, including the Chevy Silverado, Trailblazer, Equinox, as well as GMC Acadia, Canyon, Terrain, and Yukon. You can take $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. You heard right, $12,500 off. It gets even better. You can save thousands in finance charges with their lowest finance rates. All you have to do is get to Mike Maroney's Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. For all the details, visit them online at MikeMaroneyChevroletGMC.com. That's MikeMaroneyChevroletGMC.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive. GMC, we are professional grade. Can we forget about the things we said when I was drunk? We got South Sudan. They're going to get waxed today by the U.S. 21-12 in the first quarter. And, you could play anybody off the bench in this one, basically. But I don't know, man. South Sudan's going to try hard, that's for sure. Everybody's going to try hard.
They came out, though, now the first 6 or 7 minutes, they were kind of putting into it and then kind of stopped. Sudan is long and lanky.
Oh, my gosh. Wow. Yeah, for sure.
Now, someone told me today that South Sudan has 2 kids on their team that are going to Duke.
Okay, well, I get it.
They're going somewhere.
I look at them. I mean, I certainly understand it. Where was Bol from?
I think he was. His dad.
Yeah,
he was from USA. His dad.
I'm sorry, Manute Bol. I think
Manute was from Sudan.
But so Bol could play for Sudan then, correct?
Actually, Bol
is he on the team?
Sudan.
Oh, he was.
Yeah.
All right, no dumb. Is he on the team? Am I just missing this? Is he on Sudan's team?
I haven't seen him over there.
Yeah. Huh? See the Jamal Murray of South Sudan coming off the bench? You would think Bol would
I think they want players, though.
Oh,
wow.
Shot fired.
Wow. I thought Bol was doing all right. I thought he was doing okay in his new digs. Wasn't he in Phoenix? No?
Bol is not on the roster.
Bol's not on that roster, huh?
No.
Wow, all right. Okay. God, there's got to be some story there. How could you not want Bol on your roster if you're South Sudan?
Maybe he just didn't want to play.
You think he would have turned that down?
I don't know. I would think.
I get it. Bol's American.
I wouldn't just think. I would guarantee he's good enough to be on the roster.
Yeah, and he's American. He's American through and through, of course. But that'd be an opportunity to play in the Olympics. It'd be pretty amazing. You would think, right? But he was born in. I didn't even know that he was actually
born in Sudan.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you learn something new every day. Well, we'll follow this game as it goes. What do you got there, Dan? What we got from Sean Payton there, Mr. Tanner? What's interesting from our guy? What was he talking about today? Sean, I think is the whole battle about whether or not you declare the starting quarterback. I do wonder when that mentally just sort of grinds you out.
We are so dumb.
What?
Sudan is different than South Sudan. Bol was born in Sudan. Yeah.
South Sudan is
2 different countries, huh?
It's 2 different countries? I am an idiot when it comes to this, so I apologize.
Yeah.
So it's a whole different country.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
According to the smart people on the text line.
All right. Well, listen, nobody claimed that we were bright, but good for South Sudan. And it makes sense if it's a different country why he's not playing for them. That actually makes a lot of sense. Can I ask a stupid question?
Sure.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah. Civil War.
Is that what it is? Because I was going to say, I'm of Irish heritage. Could I play for Ireland or is Northern Ireland?
I don't know. If you're from South Korea, you playing for North Korea?
I don't know.
Hell
I guess
no.
That's a good question.
What do you mean that's not a good question? That's a dumb question.
No.
I guess if I was from America, I wouldn't play for South America.
Would you play for Canada?
No, but I think you can, if you got a heritage. I think there's a lineage that you can use to play on different things. Remember Becky Hammonds played for Team Russia and won Olympics when she didn't make the USA team.
Yeah, no, I get it. And so, all right, another really super dumb question. Sorry, we're getting on this early.
Okay.
Is that what South Sudan and Sudan is? Is it North Korea and South Korea? Is that
being a guy that looks stuff up? South Sudan and Sudan were one country forever. They had a long civil war.
Okay.
Finally, in 2011, so it wasn't that long ago, South Sudan succeeded from Sudan and made themselves one of the newest countries on the map.
So technically, then,
yeah,
if you had heritage in the northern,
technically they were all from Sudan
at one time.
Another dumb question. Does that mean the other part of Sudan competes independently as a potential Olympic
Sudan
country?
have a basketball team.
They do?
I know. I asked the question.
Well, I'm asking, does Sudan have other athletes in the Olympics? Like Sudan?
Well, the Sudan was Africa's largest country.
Okay.
Now they just broke up into 2.
Okay. So they've got their own athletes in Sudan, different than South Sudan.
If Sudan would probably take somebody from South Sudan, depending on when they were born,
Well,
whereas I'm not sure South Sudan would take a Sudanese.
It does not appear that Sudan has a basketball team.
But do they have
the IRL or what? NIL.
IRL.
The NILs are a lot better in
South Sudan.
In South Sudan, yeah.
Gotcha. I understand now. All right. This moment.
I feel like we figured things out there.
Yeah, I think.
Well, we did get a little true history. Learned that there was one
Civil
of the newer
War.
countries.
I
Civil
like
War.
it. I appreciate it. I'll tell you this. Listen, they're not embarrassing. Well, they're not embarrassing themselves, but Team USA is going to be on a different mission here.
The end of the first start of the second, it became a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, I mean,
and I don't even know if Embiid's played yet.
Bol did not participate for personal reasons.
Oh, so he could have.
Yeah.
He could have.
Yeah, he could have been on that team.
Okay. What are the, really?
Boy, dude, I didn't know you were going down this wormhole.
I don't know.
Does this happen to you late at night?
Sometimes.
Well, I got to tell you what happened to me late at night last night.
Talk to us.
Well,
yeah.
I told you a little bit. So I'm going to say my daughter had the dream, popped my shoulder.
You know why you had that dream, by the way, right?
Well, I watched the women's rugby.
Yeah, Scott had a dream he was playing rugby because we saw the Marshawn Lynch of women's rugby yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. How about that?
But I swear, it's this white ball, and at first I'm thinking it's not a football because it was all white and it had funny look. And I reached up, caught on my shoulder, went pop, pop, and it woke me up. Now I'm wide awake. But, dude, let me tell you what. If you guys, and we've talked about it before, if you haven't watched or aren't watching Receivers on Netflix.
It's good.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
You know what amazed me? I thought that and granted, we all are going to come across pretty well if we're on TV, but I thought all of those guys looked like they're good dudes, like nobody looked like a super diva. I guess Devontae was probably the most diva-esque in that show.
I didn't realize he was such a good leader,
But before you say that, because he's being coached by McDaniels. So
Correct.
do you understand where
I do.
some of that diviness
Of course
came
I
from?
do. Yeah. If I had power to be a diva when I was playing for Josh McDaniels, yeah, I wouldn't have done that.
And I think what he was trying to say was right, but how he said it kind of came out bad when the loss don't matter. It's looking the right way or what. But he does have a point from this. They got shut out 3-0 one time, and he got 1 or 2 looks.
What are we doing here?
I mean, is Josh McDaniels just stupid?
I think he was sometimes. I think coaches get stupid blinders on and that they don't have a sense of the game because they just get lost. Remember that famous story? It was the Broncos playing against the Lions and they threw the ball like 53 times. And then Adam Gase said afterwards, I just didn't even realize what was going on. And I've talked to Adam about that. And I think he's being genuine. You just get caught up in the moment and you just sort of lose focus about what's happening. All of a sudden you're playing a Madden game. By the way, I played my son in the college Madden game, that new one.
Well, it's not Madden. But
whatever it is.
Yeah.
The
EA
college
Sports.
football.
It's in the game.
It's college football. I guess football is the most complicated thing ever of all time. I mean,
what are you talking about?
That was ridiculous, trying to play that game. That was absurd with the offenses and the defenses and what you can do.
I'm telling you, the offenses in that game, there's zero resemblance to an NFL offense. College football, it is evolved like in the last 8 years to something I literally don't even recognize what the offense is.
Yeah, we were playing Syracuse against CU.
Did you score like 50 points though? Because in that game, it's true to college football. The scores are like 50 to 45.
Well, here's how bad I am. I scored the first touchdown. How I did it, I do not know. I led 7-0. He put like 35 points on me, like just bam, 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 bam. And then he goes, here, give me your controller. I'll be Syracuse, you be CU. And then he proceeded to make it a close game. And then we just ran out of time. He seemed to
Travis,
enjoy it.
how ridiculous is Travis Hunter?
That's what he said. He goes, I just throw it to Travis Hunter
if you give
every
the ball
play.
to Travis Hunter, he is scoring a touchdown.
That's what my son said.
Every single time.
He just goes, I'm just going to give it to Travis Hunter. That's it. And I go, oh, that's your whole offense? He goes,
Dude,
yep, that's my whole offense.
Back when I played Madden, I'd always play the Broncos. It was when McCaffrey and those guys were on the team. There was this one play. If I knew I had to have a player, and it was a back play, and it was a back kind of cross your chest, cross the field pass to McCaffrey. He caught it every time. It was good for minimum of 20-plus yards.
Can I ask let's just do no dumb questions.
Yeah, you've been crushing.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Make it official.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now.
Hey, no dumb question for DMAC.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, no dumb question. What's more complicated? A video game or the real thing?
The real thing, not even close.
It is?
Not even comparable. Yes. You doing any audibles at the line of scrimmage? Now, I know you can.
You can in a video game.
I know you can, but
You
the
can?
audibles are dumb. Yeah, no, come on. Is that a real question?
It is a real question because I'm looking.
Are you making any offensive line calls when you walk up there at the line of scrimmage in the video game?
As far as I can tell in the video game, you could do all that sort of stuff. I didn't know how to do any of it.
And say I went completely different from Tyler. I think it's a real thing. But are you having to deal with any of the personalities and the best roommate sleeping with the ex-fiance? Or not? Have you having to deal with any of those things that go on in the locker room? Because they're real.
No.
I'm just calling about the play calling offensive and defensively and the options that you have. No, I'm not even joking here.
Stop.
Dude, when I used to play football, you run like
stop.
6. You only when you start playing, you run like 6 plays
Over and over and over.
Yeah, but
Yes.
that's not the options you have.
And by the way, you go to the coach calls and they tell you what to call.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking the plethora of plays and the minutia and the changes. Listen, man, I'm sitting there. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. My kid's like making all sorts of changes. Oh, I got audible. I'm seeing this. I got that.
So let me ask you this: if you think that's hard, you played Call of Duty ever?
He has Call of Duty and showed it to me. I got dizzy after about 5 minutes.
Hey, if you think playing football is hard on a video game, go play with him in Call of Duty one time.
It was humbling, and my respect for people that actually know how to do this stuff is actually through the roof. It ain't my jam, but I don't have bad things to say about people that can do it because there's got to be a level of dexterity and awareness that's got to border on athleticism.
Here's a good no dumb question along the same lines. Your go-to video game at different phases of life, like high school to college to young adult.
Well, I can go way back. I can go to that one little Sega game, football, and you have 3 players, right?
Yeah.
I would go in modern era, if you will, video games. Madden. I mean,
Did you ever play NFL Blitz?
I did. And it was okay. I liked it better at the arcade because it had the big screen and everything.
NFL Blitz was like NBA Jam.
Yeah, And I didn't play that a lot. But I played Madden first would be my go-to. And then I got into Halo.
Halo was a college game. I was a PlayStation guy in college, so I never got into Halo.
Ooh.
But did you ever play Metal Gear Solid on PS2?
Metal Gear was scary though.
That was a great game.
Because
game.
Them big saw things and cut dudes up.
So Tomb Raider, then Metal Gear Solid.
I got Tomb Raider. Yep.
College was Navy SEAL SOCOM. You ever play that?
Yeah.
Oh, great game.
Was that also the one where you could set 2 different teams out?
Yes.
Yes.
And then you could be together.
Good game. Yeah.
Great game there.
It took you a while because once you learned, wait, I got 2 guys, so if I get pinned down here, I can bring these guys flanking maneuver.
Yeah.
That was cool. That was Tomb Raider got tough though. Then you had to learn how to bounce off.
Oh,
this
Tomb
wall,
Raider! You had to buy the cheat book in order to beat Tomb Raider.
And they sold cheat books for it.
Yeah, that was the only way you could actually beat the game. You had to buy the cheat book.
Yeah.
Then I turned to Xbox when I got into the league. Then it became Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, man. I wish that they had. Do they have like the old school like you could die 150 times, which you just come back to life in like 2 seconds? You remember how Call of Duty
when you
used to
play
be like
online.
that?
You play against other people. There's a regenerating time, stuff like that. Yeah.
Now, my son, I think, got his head blown off like 50 times, and within like a 3-minute period, he just came back to life time and time again. I wouldn't even pick up a controller for Call of Duty. It'd be embarrassing.
Our guy Stubby, that calls
Stubby?
in, that texts in all the time.
Stubby.
I met him playing Call of Duty. He's my boy from Call of Duty.
Shut up.
Dustin, yeah.
No dumb question. Did I harm my kids by not allowing them to play video games when they were younger?
Yeah.
Well, the real question is why. Like,
because we thought
what were you accomplishing?
We thought it would be bad for them.
How?
I don't know. Really?
Like, did you
they say to me, you deprived us of. We have a hard time relating to people our own age because you kept this away from us back in the day. Meaning, like we somehow like.
Your fault.
Staggered their development.
Just know that you got another 10 years. It's still your fault. Then they'll mellow. Real fast. Here's no dumb question.
Yeah.
Young kid today. Video games, Xbox, PS2, whatever, PS5 now, I think, isn't it? Or phones.
Yeah, mostly phones.
No, that's what they use.
But when they get older,
but
like
if you had a choice, you could say, "I'll let you do this, but I'm not letting you do this." Which one?
video games. Video games.
Me too.
Because
What, to
phones
take
are terrible.
away?
Yeah, because
No, to let
like
them do.
Roblox and everything, you got all the chat on it.
Roblox
Which I
is
do
bad.
laugh at Roblox, by the way. Like, it's 2024, and the most popular game in the world for young kids is Roblox.
What's
And
Roblox?
it's like 1950. It's like
Predator,
it's like 1950s like graphics.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's not. It's really weird. But that is, if you look at all the experts, that's like
there's bad stuff
filled with predators. We have banned Roblox.
How do you guys do it?
No, it really
I'm not
is.
even joking.
It's dangerous.
How you doing
There's
it?
a lot of bad stuff on there. Although Tower Battles is pretty solid on Roblox.
And it's grown into Star Trek. But let me just.
Oh, yeah, another dumb question.
But
Are the girls into this the same as the boys?
Yeah.
Not the
Mine are.
games we probably were.
You-
Another.
you're-
Here's
The
another
girls
game you
playing
forgot.
girls playing Call of Duty. Do you let your son play Call of Duty?
Yeah.
I got a game you forgot.
I mean, he's more into Fortnite, but he has Call of Duty.
I got a game you might have forgot.
What's that?
Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, you know what?
On PS2?
I never got deep in that world.
Oh gosh.
But that was like the original. Like, you want to talk about a game like you don't want to let your kids play.
Yeah. That wasn't for a kid's game.
Like, I had a hard time when like murdering cops was like giving you like extra points.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I was like, yeah,
And you
know
steal a
what?
police car and
Yeah.
all that stuff. Yeah.
So again, I was wrong to stop my kids from playing video games.
Well, you can only answer that question now.
Depends on the video game.
My question was like, what were you trying to accomplish?
We
That
wanted
was my
them to
question.
go outside and maybe read a book or do something else with their time.
Did they?
No.
No, they probably just played on their phone.
Now, I will say this, and this is my advice, and Dan, you know this right here. If you get a chance, you got to get on it. 24 is unbelievable. But when 25 comes out, NBA 2K25 is going to be unbelievable. Rush out and get that. Get it as soon as it comes out. Boom, pre-order.
Tony Hawk, forgot about that one.
Tony Hawk was good.
That was a great one. Tony Hawk turned into like the arcade game where you got to stand on the skateboard,
Dude,
act
I would
like you're
play-
doing kickflips.
Tyler,
Tony
they just
Hawk all
remastered Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 for PS5, and I just bought it.
Oh, I got to get that. Yeah,
That's
well,
the one
I don't
where
have a
and you
PlayStation.
get the points
but-
to depend on the trick you get. It.
Oh, yeah.
All the
Oh,
points
yeah.
and all that.
Yeah.
It's the exact same.
8:30.
I'm the weird one here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
It's 3. Oh, let's all vote. Let's be democratic. We live in a republic. Everybody in this in our group are here. Thanks, D-Max Weird. Raise your hand.
Aye.
All that don't?
Well, call in the voice of the people. It's on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. I was going to say Centipede. It's
that was good,
PhD on Atari 1600.
Oh, yeah, that was good. And you had the little button on the side of the joystick?
Dude, I had Pong. I had Centipede. I had
Donkey Kong?
I had Donkey
So
Kong.
Scott's the oldest dude here, and he's by far the
Pac-Man?
biggest gamer.
Oh,
of the
there's no
group.
doubt about it. It's unbelievable.
Remember when you got Pac-Man at the arcade?
How many
and you
hours?
could get
Hey, how many hours of video games will you play today?
I haven't played a video game in months.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
And that's only because nowadays everything's online, and once you turn it on, you got to download it.
I know that does
And then
suck.
we moved the TV and the ward and unplugged the
So
game.
it's zero for you. Zero.
Yeah, but now that you're talking about it,
Now you
and
want
Halo's
to.
coming out with a new Halo's got a TV series.
Oh, I've watched it. It's not bad.
I watched the first year.
It's not bad.
Video games
Yeah.
hours today.
Zero.
Oh, today.
Today.
Oh, I'll play. When I go to bed, I'll play from 10 to 11.
Oh, so an hour.
Yeah.
But you're zero.
Yeah.
Dan?
But hold on. But Scott, you got to include your phone.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, try to wait because when I go home, I try to put my phone away when we go home.
Yeah.
See the family and all that stuff. But 10 o'clock, everybody's in bed. Good hour, and I'm good.
Dan?
I've got an online party at 8 tonight for NHL 24. They just made it free on PS5.
What does that mean? An online party?
I've
Did
got
you ever
friends.
did you ever get NBA 2K25
No, but I have
or 24? Do you have 24?
I have 23.
Wait, hold on. We got to
Get
spend
24.
We got to spend a second talking about Dan's online friends.
Online party.
Yeah.
Well, they're real life friends, but I'm also
This is why
friends
your
with them
friend.
online.
This is why your kids don't have friends because they don't have online friends.
And by the way, one of the guys on my Star Trek game I played,
Oh my
I've
lord.
gone to dinner with him.
That's just weird.
Yeah.
That's weird?
Yeah. If you meet a dude on a game and then you meet up in real life, that's weird.
This is the Voice of the People is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. You can just throw in your 2 cents here. Jeff Legwald with the latest on training camp. That's weird. Not. Is that a hip saying? It's PhD on 92.5. Every Saturday morning at 7:30, it's the Premier Heating and Air Show. I host it with my great friends Tom from American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning and Reed from Premier Heating and Air. It's available wherever you find a podcast, that's for sure, and at altitudesportsradio.com. Was talking to them actually earlier today, getting ready for the show, and realizing with some unbelievable heat coming here this week, there's a lot of emergencies that pop up. Well, they're there for you. They have prepared. They've ordered their parts. They have availability. They know this time of year is coming, so they're ready. So if you have some sort of emergency or you need something taken care of when it comes to your air conditioning, call 720-547-8009. Premier Heating and Air is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. That number again is 720-547-8009. Here's what was critical to me. 0% financing for 60 months as I needed everything. Premier can get you hooked up the right way. 720-547-8009. PremierAirColorado.com. Well, like you just heard, Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, what do we see out of Bo Nix today, Jeff?
Well, Mac, I mean, it was certainly better than the last 2 days. And I think that's what they were hoping for by putting him back with the ones after a couple of days with Stidham being with the ones. But, I mean, this is definitely a work in progress. And you can see often that he's far more comfortable, as you would expect, doing all of the things he did, at Oregon, being in the shotgun and those types of things. And they were in the shotgun and the pistol a little more today than they have been. So I think they're trying to find a happy medium there between the things they'd really like to do and the things he's most comfortable with.
And is that kind of smart coaching in the sense if it's going to be Bo Nix, which I think a lot of us feel it's going to be, that let's start getting this guy comfortable and confident in what he can do?
Scotty, I think they're trying to do that for all of them to some extent, but it was pretty evident today that, they had made a decision. All right, it's like giving a guy an easy throw or two right early on in a game. Let's give him some comfort level and then see, what he can do, because I think it was a little tougher evaluation the last 2 days because he was definitely struggling the first 2 days in pads with what they gave him. And, I think some of his footwork in the run game especially is just a little bit off because, frankly, he hasn't had to do it from behind center, maybe ever. So it's all to be expected. But I think today was a little more of a way for them to let him play a little more free and see what he could do when they did that. Because, again, the previous 2 days that's a tough evaluation when, he's just having trouble getting the cadence right and things right at the line of scrimmage.
Jeff, yesterday was supposed to be Zach Wilson Day, according to the rotation. Then after practice, Zach did not get it, by the way, for anybody that does not know. After practice, Sean Payton said nothing to see here. No changes in the lineup, although there clearly was. And now Zach Wilson was with the backups today. Do you think that there's any chance that a decision has actually already been made without them telling us?
Well, Tyler, I guess I've felt all along that the ballot box is pretty well stuffed, and that he would, personally, I believe he might name, the starter if it's Bo Nix earlier than people expect, because after watching Stidham the last 2 days, if you give him more time to keep showing he's the most consistent option, I mean, you've been in a locker room, and if the locker room decides the other guy should be the starter, it doesn't really matter what round he was picked in. So I've thought all along the head coach wants Bo Nix as the starter and just wants to see how he handles competition and a little pressure on him to see how it goes. And when he has a comfort level with that, then I think he'll make a call on it.
All right, well, let's assume that does happen. What's the rest of the fallout in terms of the quarterback position?
I don't know if we know that yet. It's you first got to decide, could you get one of them through waivers if you wanted a third quarterback on the practice squad? You have to keep 3 on the roster because of that. And, with the new rules with the practice squad, I know a lot of teams are even considering not even keeping 2 quarterbacks, and they just keep promoting the backup every week. So I think they got to work through all that. I will say, Sean Payton in years past has almost always kept 2, but he's also the only guy I can remember for a long time who has kept 4 in 1 year, and he did that in one of his last seasons in New Orleans.
Terrible injury today. What does that do to the offensive line?
Well, Scott, I mean, he was their top reserve tackle. He was the swing tackle, and he was the guy that was the extra tight end in some of the 3 tight end looks. So, folks may not be familiar with Quinn Bailey, but he had a pretty secure spot on the depth chart, and Sean Payton today even called him easily lineman 6. So that tells you what he thought of it. But it was a pretty ugly injury, and that's why I think you can always tell when players know it's pretty significant by just how people act, and it was a pretty ugly injury.
All right, Jeff, any other little things we need to know that a little below the radar? Anything other nuggets from camp?
Well, you were out here. You should be giving me the nuggets below the radar nuggets. Josh Reynolds probably had his best day since he got here. So I think that was, and I think he could be an important piece of the passing game that gives him another sort of contested catch receiver. They need finishers in the red zone, and if he can be the contested catch receiver he was kind of showed today, especially that would really help them, because they're going to need people who can close the deal in the red zone, and if he could do that, it would certainly help them.
All right, Jeff, we'll see you out there tomorrow as camp rolls on. Thank you, Jeff Legwald, on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. By the way, another day of Greg Dulcich practicing. And
good news.
We'll hear from him.
Got blow it up in an inside zone period on one.
Okay. I mean, as a blocker?
Yep.
All right. That ain't going to be his thing.
Well, you got to do that if you play tight end.
You got to do some of it.
He's just no George Kittle.
He ain't no George Kittle. See, you watch receiver. The joy that George Kittle plays football with, and maybe it's just a mental thing, like he's like forcing himself how much I love it. But he has a certain joy of life in receiver that's like, oh my God, why can't I be like that?
I wish so badly I could have approached the game of football like that.
But it's not even just football. It's like everything he does is with this childlike curiosity.
Yeah, you're right. I was Mr. Worrywart all the time.
Not
I
him.
would have given anything to go back and be able to play my career like that.
I mean, he really, and it's small, but you can see Christian McCaffrey kind of plays that maybe a little bit more intensely, but definitely like football is fun. Football is fun. Like that.
Right.
That sort of mentality. But the ability of Kittle to do literally everything is kind of ridiculous. There just aren't a lot of guys that can actually do that.
No, not many.
So I don't. After watching that, any surprise they paid Samuels and not Ayuk yet?
None. Zero. And when I'm watching this, I'm like, how? Well, actually, they go, did you watch the entire thing? I don't want to spoil it.
I don't know how many episodes are there.
Well, it goes to the Super Bowl because
I haven't watched it.
All right, I'll leave it alone. But
I know.
Talk to me. Well, talk to me when you're done watching.
Samuel's
the Super
been
Bowl.
out, and he's back. The last one I watched was when Jefferson, first game back, gets hit in the rib and bruised the lung or whatever it was.
Yeah,
and,
scary,
and
right?
That's the last episode
blood.
I won. Yeah.
Super scary. Coughing up blood on the sideline, like, oh man, football's we got reminded of it today, man.
100% injury guarantee.
I mean,
100%.
And it stops. The field stopped. Not Riverside. Now let's keep going. Stopped. I thought they were taking remember they had prescribed water breaks before, or they were forced to do that, which I have not seen in this camp. Stop. But it stopped.
Yeah.
So Quinn Bailey, that sucks, man. Good dude.
Tough one, man. From what I've told, the leg was going the wrong way.
It can happen on every damn play at any second to any player.
Especially inside there.
And you do wonder, why there? Why then? And there's really no explanation.
There's nothing
for it.
special about the play. I mean, there was nothing unique that was going on.
Right. It's just how does anybody stay healthy? And actually, the answer is they don't.
That's right.
They don't. And if you want to succeed, you better have a certain amount of depth everywhere. We're killing ourselves talking about this quarterback position. We all realize anything could happen to any of these guys at any moment that would derail everything.
Just look at Aaron Rodgers last year.
No doubt about it. It's PHC on 92.5.
Top down, blue sky, four-wheel engage. Could it get any better than that on a beautiful Colorado day? It cannot. Go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford and find yourself that new vehicle you're looking for. Whether it's new car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, Phil Long Ford has got it all. This is Tyler Columbus, and I've been buying all my cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. I keep going back because it's a great experience. They get me in, they get me out. They respect my time. They get me the best price. You don't have to haggle. You don't have to worry about any of that. You're just going to get a great deal. They've got great incentive deals. They've got great interest rates. Now is just a great time to go buy a new car or truck. The inventory, strong as it's ever been. This is one-stop shopping. You don't have to go all across the state of Colorado. They've got it all at Phil Long Ford. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been. With an award-winning service department, you can buy your new vehicle there, keep it serviced there, and you are always going to be in tip-top shape. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at phillongford.com.
I'm probably already there relative to, I'm not thinking, I'm watching him make progress and encouraged with how he's doing. And when I see him, I'm like, man, you're looking good. But certainly we'll do a preseason practice list where we'll have level 1, level 2, level 3 guys that we'll just give a day, and it be either a veteran player, like an older player, a player coming off an injury. And so I haven't thought that much about his injury past, and yet certainly we think about it when we're scripting and making sure we're counting his reps. So a lot of it is done ahead of time.
Sean Payton about Greg Dulcich. Good to see Greg Dulcich back in action, practice after practice, day after day. So we'll dig into that in a little bit. Meanwhile, the United States is destroying South Sudan. So much for that that fairy tale from before. They're having their way with South Sudan. That's going on right now. I don't know if there's anything even interesting to talk about.
They were just trying to get that line down in that exhibition game for this one.
Okay, well done. But with Embiid starting on the bench, and this is the starting lineup for the second half, Tatum on the starting lineup. So they're getting one of the best players in the world in the game. Imagine that. And I don't know if Embiid's playing in this game or not, but
he hasn't played yet.
Well, if he hasn't played yet, I don't know why he,
Well, but you know what? Because Kerr took a lot of heat for not playing Tatum, so he's
Well,
probably
there you go.
saying, "Well, no, that's our plan. We're going to have a couple of these stars
Rotation.
But I bet, as Tyler said in that segment you talked about earlier, I bet LeBron doesn't sit out.
I bet LeBron does not sit out. We'll have Let's Football Go with our guy, Dan Bud Squints Tanner, here in just a little bit. In terms of camp today, all right. Unfortunately, one of the lead stories is the first significant injury, and that is high praise for Quinn Bailey from Sean Payton. He was going to be the rotational guy, and he broke his leg today.
Yeah, bummer, man. That was a serious deal. Whole field comes to a stop right in the middle of the drill, and most times you move the drill, right? Somebody gets hurt, you don't wait. You just literally move the ball and you go practice somewhere else. So that was a bummer.
They didn't do that, right? I mean, they just everybody
stopped.
knelt where they were.
Yep. That's when you know it's serious. I'll say this, man. We're all united and want the Denver Broncos to succeed, and we all might have an opinion on who is the best quarterback, right? At the end of the day, we all got to be rooting for Bo Nix, and I think everybody is rooting for Bo Nix. Today was by far his best day of training camp.
What made it such a good day for him?
Efficiency, an appropriate amount of shots down the field. Scott talked about the working out a shotgun today. That probably is a little bit more comfortable for him. That's probably true. The reason why they were in shotgun is because it was a big third down day. So they had multiple team pass periods. It looked like they had a team blitz, a team pass, all third down emphasis stuff going on. I charted all the quarterbacks' throws when I was there. And I had Bo Nix 7 of 8, with the only drop being the only incompletion being a drop from Marvin Mims. Probably was a sack, if I'm being honest about the play. However, Bo Nix did have very good pocket awareness in it, scrambles out to the right-hand side, delivers a beautiful pass to Marvin Mims, drops the ball. Jared Stidham was efficient without the shots down the field that Bo Nix had. Bo Nix probably had 3 legitimate 14 to 18-yard throws that were tossed in the mix. I'm not sure if Jared Stidham had any of those, but he was efficient with the reps that he had. Sounds like Zach Wilson had a nice final period. I did not get to see the final period because I was on my way back over here. Scott could break that down for us here in 1 second. But for whatever reason, the offense just couldn't get going when Zach was at the helm today when they were throwing the ball.
Scotty, what did you see there, pal?
I thought a lot of shotgun, a lot more than.
By the way, in the shotgun, was he moving to or staying in the pocket?
Both. They ran out of the shotgun too, or the pistol. You know what it was, because the running back is kind of beside the guy.
That's shotgun.
Yeah, they ran out of it some. I thought that you just did more of their offense, and it might have been a third down thing, like Tyler was saying.
Maybe I'm not saying the right. Was he moving around when he was?
I thought he had to a couple times. See, I wouldn't. I thought he was good, but I also thought he looked comfortable. So I will say that. I think he should be named a starter, and they should do it right now and quit playing with all these silly things we're playing with, and just let him be used to running the team and running the group. Yeah, whatever.
We've seen enough.
And if you want to decide, no, I don't know if you've seen enough. If it's a true I'll ask you this. Is it a true competition?
No, it is not.
Then
It
you've
is-
seen enough.
I get it. I think it's completely a philosophical decision on how you want to move forward. I
Well,
don't think it's a
and
competition
here's
at all.
why you have to do it as soon as you possibly can. So, of the throws that I was able to chart, again, not seeing the final period, Bo Nix had 8 opportunities to throw the football. Okay, I had Jared Stidham with 5, maybe 6, if I missed one in there, and I had Zach Wilson with 4. Now, the irony of that was that Zach Wilson was actually the second quarterback, not the third. Stidham ended up with more opportunities to throw the football. But my point is, every day that Bo Nix is not with the starters, you're talking about getting 5 or 6 throws of practice. That's it. Right? Now, if you are the starter, you get a handful more, maybe 3 or 4 more throws per practice. But when he is not rotating in with the starters and he is with the backups or if he is with the threes, that is a practice that is more or less just a wasted, it's gone. It's just a day that's gone in which you only got 4 or 5 live reps. You can't let another week go by of him practicing with only 4 or 5 throws a game of practice.
Yeah, it's so limited what you actually get. Hey, listen, man. I think it would make it more clean for everybody. We had Mike McGlinchey on. He was kind of, political, not a shocker about, hey, it doesn't matter. We'll take anybody that they give us. But come on. I mean, we all know it would just be a little bit smoother and easier if we all knew the inevitable anyways. It's not like anybody's sitting there. It's not a divided locker room. Literally, Scott, everybody knows who the starter is going to be.
Unless you're dummy, you know also the situation you're in.
Right, of course.
And it's been 8 years of not knowing what you're going to do or where you're going to go and, who's your franchise quarterback. They invested in a guy they're hoping is your franchise quarterback.
This is going to be it, man. And guess what? Zach Wilson should know this. This is exactly what happened to him in New York. And he probably wasn't ready to start there, but it was like, hey, man, you're our number 2 pick, bro. Let's go.
Time to roll.
Time to roll. And then he thought he was getting a year off last year. 4 plays into the season.
Yeah.
Get going, son. It's all you again. So, Zach Wilson could probably use some time to just sort of chill out. I do wonder, what would be the harm in keeping 3 quarterbacks? Seriously. I mean, at what cost?
It's not that it's a harm. It's not like, okay, if you want to carry 3 quarterbacks because you value all of those guys that much, fine. Carry 3 quarterbacks. I don't have beef with it. I'm not going to be angry. I'm not going to be mad about it. But it is a wasted roster spot. It is. It's a guy that will literally never play. It's a guy that will literally never contribute on the football team ever. Unless, God forbid, something goes wrong.
But
and
injuries
drastically
happen.
Wrong.
Injuries happen literally all the time.
Okay, it does, but not very often do you get to your 3rd quarterback. Whereas the 53rd guy on a roster, guess what he does do? He contributes. Not a lot, but he's out there on special teams. So it's just a wasted roster spot.
Here's what you hope while you keep 3, or at least you keep Zach Wilson. And I think Andy's touching on something a little bit. And I would say this. You want Zach Wilson to be brilliant in the preseason. You want people to have tape on Zach Wilson being brilliant in the preseason because he was a number 2 pick. He was highly regarded coming out of college.
Get something for him.
And now Bo Nix starts, boom, 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 and he's good enough, and you're great. Now, all of a sudden, you get around week 6, 7, 8. And This guy right here is the backup's playing. They don't really have a quality dude that's in. Hey, what would you take for this guy? Well, we spent a 7th. Did they get a 7th for Zach? What, 6 or 7?
Something like that.
6 or 7? Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll swap your seconds.
Here's kind of the problem, too, because the preseason games just ain't what they used to be. So,
although today, Sean Payton did say that the starters will play in the preseason games.
He played them last year.
I think that's right. Surtain's going to play in the preseason games?
That when he says starters, that doesn't mean Pat Surtain.
Okay. Just checking.
There's always exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reason for Pat Surtain to play.
No. There's every reason for Bo Nix to play, and if you're playing Bo Nix, guess who else has to be out there?
The offensive line.
Not only the offensive line, but the wide receivers. So the starting offense will play football.
I think that's going to be. I think that's I think it's a bigger competition in wide receiver than in quarterback.
For who? Who's competing?
Well,
I'll say that's a competition. But amongst
2, 3, 4, 5. How many are you going to keep? 5, 6?
So going to keep 5.
You either go heavy on wide receivers or you go heavy on defensive backs based on who's going to contribute in special teams. 5 is a minimum that you will carry in the wide receiver room. You can carry up to 7 sometimes if you got a lot of special teams contribution. 6, generally speaking, is kind of a well-rounded number.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, like
and
I
does-
like Devon Vele, but he ain't going to get snatched up by somebody else. You can easily get him on your practice squad.
But what if he's your third best wide receiver?
Well, then you keep him. But Josh Reynolds obviously had the one of us with standout day in camp. You know, hey, you get a gold star for that one. He's making the team, of course.
Yeah, it's not hard, right?
But is Tim
you've got
Patrick
your
making the
starters.
game?
So you got Cortland Sutton.
Sutton,
You've got Reynolds. You got Marvin Mims. Okay,
Right.
And I think Mims is penciled in as a starter. I don't think that's in pen. That's in pencil right now.
Okay.
You got Troy Franklin.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd say so.
That's your fourth that's on there.
Yeah.
And now you got a battle for 5 and 6 that's probably going to come between Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Tim Patrick.
Don't forget, we got a couple guys that were camp superstars that are still on this roster, by the way. Guys we haven't talked about in a long time. Brandon Johnson, Jalen Virgil. Those were guys that were really, really good last year in training camp. Still on the roster.
I would be stunned at this point after watching him several days in a row if you just don't keep Tim Patrick. The guy is a dog. He competes. He looks healthy. I'd be stunned if you just don't keep Tim Patrick in that
See,
mix.
I think he's actually could be the odd man out because Tim, at this point in his career, what's he doing for you on special teams?
He could do anything you ask him to do.
And I was
If
going to
he's
ask
healthy,
you this.
like, yeah, if he's healthy.
With Mims, who we've all said we haven't really seen him do anything in camp yet, he also was all pro at special teams.
Yes.
He was.
So,
he's on the roster.
Yeah, so I mean, you got that going for you right there. I like Vele. I like Vele better than Franklin right now.
Oh, man. Well, Vele was a draft pick. And I'll tell you this. It wouldn't stun me if Franklin is just too hard to coach and there's just too many issues, and Vele, who went 2 years on a mission, is just a little bit older. I think Vele's
Maybe more
26.
mature.
Way more mature. I mean, not a little more mature. He obviously is way more mature. He was a draft pick too.
Vele's 27.
Well, and keep in mind, you see this happen all the time with wide receivers that are drafted kind of 4 through 5. They get redshirt years all the time. So this could be a redshirt year for Troy Franklin. And if Vele is actually contributing on special teams, then Franklin, well, he'll be on the roster, but he could be an inactive redshirt year while Vele is actually activated, or whoever, Vele, Brandon Johnson, whatever. They're the ones that are activated because of special teams.
I'll tell you, man, I'm sitting there at the tent today there with Good Raj, and there's Patrick, there's Sutton, there's Vele, there's Kroll, all standing next to each other. It's just like, that's a damn basketball team out there. I mean, that is a large group of fellas. So,
Remember they used to have that 6'5" and under league?
in basketball?
Yeah, they had a 6'5" and under league, I think.
Oh, that must have sucked. I'm looking for the 5'5" and under league. By the way, U.S. 3-on-3 team lost today. Jimmer.
Well, they lost to Serbia the other day.
Okay, I don't know what day they lost. I just saw that they lost. Maybe it was the same thing. Thanks a lot, Jimmer. We're losing on 3-on-3.
Who's the other two?
I have no idea.
When I was
3-on-3
watching,
basketball.
all Jim Fredette does is run around and shoot it all the time, and every guy tries to give them the ball to shoot it. I'm like, and
good
meanwhile,
game
Serbia
plan.
is this guy can do it, this guy can do it. I'll get an offensive rebound. I'll put this back.
All right. Dumb question here. Who is on the U.S. men's 3-on-3 basketball? Maybe you can look it up. Who knows?
I'll look it up.
I mean,
Who cares?
Well, there's that too. Well, let's football go with PhD coming up next. Well, there's that. It's mountainhighappliance.com. Check them out at mountainhighappliance.com. Hey, just before we get into it, that was funny, Dan. Really funny.
You guys provided the material.
I think Embiid is like the only. How many guys are on the team? Is it 12? Yeah. He's the only one not playing in this game today. He is not. Everybody else has been in for at least a little bit.
And they'll make an excuse. He was a little sore and he needed a rest.
He is the only guy who has not gotten into this game.
Halliburton hadn't played much.
Well, whatever. He's played a little bit. I mean, he's been in the game. He's got 6 points.
All I know is this South Sudan team, they're holding their own, man. They are. I mean, they're right there in the hunt. They're not going to win the game.
No,
but,
they're doing good, man.
They're very respectable.
It's almost the end of the third. It's 73-57. It's all right. It's okay. They're not embarrassing themselves. I mean, they're not going to get close to winning, but this is going to be a little drama here with Joel Embiid. That's going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy that drama.
If you're an NBA GM and you're not going, dude, have we looked at 31? Have we looked at 11 over there?
Right.
Right. All right, let's go Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. Let's hit it.
All right, fellas. One of the big stories of the day, you guys have been talking about just name Bo Nix the starter now. Well, let's hear from TJ Houshmandzadeh, former NFL wide receiver. He was on with Colin Cowherd yesterday, and Colin asked him, of all the rookie quarterbacks, which one of those guys has the best chance to succeed and succeed early on in the season? Here's what TJ had to say.
I'll give you 2 guys that I believe will work and work quick is Caleb Williams and Bo Nix. You're with a coach that has always had success with quarterbacks, and he started so many games in college.
Yeah, 61. That's crazy.
He started so many games in college.
It's like 4 years.
Like every year, and then the COVID year.
By the way, 2 conferences. So he had a bunch of different coordinators. So, I mean, Bo Nix has dealt with 3 coaches, 5 coordinators, 2 conferences.
He's going to be successful because he's seen a lot. He's ready to play right now. And you're with a coach that has proved I can win with almost anybody. I mean, Sean Payton was winning games with Teddy Bridgewater, Taysom Hill, and at a high level.
Yeah.
And so I believe Bo Nix will be fine. He has Troy Franklin, a familiar face as a receiver that he played with in college.
Also, for the record, I think Mims and Cortland. I think Cortland Sutton, he may be a lower end one, but I love Cortland.
I mean, he kind of held out. He wanted more money, which I didn't understand.
But he's a good player.
But Bo Nix I believe he's going to play well.
So do you guys agree there with TJ? Is Bo Nix in the best position of all these rookie quarterbacks to succeed the earliest?
Yeah, for all those reasons. A lot of starts, mature dude, quarterback robot, and a coach that is putting it all on the line for him. Sure, why not? What else is there?
Yeah, it's easy.
The word succeed is debatable. I mean, I guess he's primed to go out there and play early on. Yeah. Look, we don't know anything about whether any of these. You see the reports going on with like J.J. McCarthy out there in the Vikings struggling.
Saw
Drake
some highlights.
May
Not
struggling.
Good. Drake May struggling? I didn't see that.
Yeah. You know, Caleb Williams has had his moments where he's looked good. He's looked absolutely terrible. I guess it all adds up for him to be one of the earliest contributors. But there's a big difference between contributing and succeeding. And we don't know that part yet.
Yeah, but the question
you
is,
define what succeed is.
The question is who's set up the best, right? Like who's in the position to succeed the best.
Well, you also got to think about what they're surrounded by, right?
Who's put it in position to be the starter day one of all those guys?
Caleb.
You got to go the 2 guys that Houshmandzadeh said, Caleb Williams and Bo Nix. Man.
Yeah, but Jaden Daniels is certainly set up to start as well.
I think they're all except the only one that's not is J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy's not, and neither is Penix.
Yeah, Cousins.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true.
So, I don't know what New England would. I haven't looked at New England whatsoever with Drake May. Is he struggling?
I don't know. Call PETA.
Well, he wouldn't know right now. But I know I saw some highlights of J.J. McCarthy. And listen, man, if you got an axe to grind, find some fan filming every damn play up on a hill or a bleacher someplace, and they can embarrass basically everybody.
And that's where a lot of these videos come from, just fans sitting around just filming whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw a bad play I saw a play by J.J. McCarthy that I have not seen Bo Nix make so far, where he just didn't read the defense at all.
It is a fair point. Today was by far Bo Nix's best day. But even on days where it has been great, how many mistakes can we think of?
There's one. It's the interception on Saturday. I mean, I'm talking about like one play, which he bounced back from because they were doing red zone and threw like 3 touchdowns after that.
And that's what I'm saying. You haven't seen a lot of picks this week.
No.
I mean, you've seen a couple breakups, nice plays, guy getting a hand in there, but you haven't seen a lot of picks.
Not many mistakes. That's a very encouraging sign.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton talking at training camp today. He tells an interesting story here when he heard from Bill Parcells about when the Saints drafted Jimmy Graham. This is relating to Sean was asked, how is Greg Dulcich progressing with his blocking technique?
I would say he's probably a little behind, and yet there's still some things. When we drafted Jimmy Graham, I remember very well, Parcells called me and said, hey, don't worry if he can't block power or certain run. So there's certain things, Greg, we're going to ask him to do in the run game, and then there's certain things we're not going to ask him to do. Certainly I see him as a space player, a guy that can maybe give us matchup advantages, and then we'll be smart relative to what type of run schemes, the easy schemes where he's up on a safety, backside cutoff, backside, So there's certain run schemes that he'll be utilized more in than others.
Okay, so big deal or not
that.
a big deal that Dulcich isn't going to be able to block in certain run schemes.
Not a big deal. Utilize guys for what they do best and don't sweat the small stuff. Goodness.
Can I say 2 words?
Yeah.
Shannon Sharp.
I get it. And Shannon was the first guy to throw people under the bus for not blocking.
Yeah.
He hated blocking.
He hated blocking.
Right. And he wasn't very good at it.
Shanahan
but he loves throwing guys under the bus that don't do it.
I remember Shanahan told the story. He said he finally went to Shannon and goes, Shannon, I don't expect you to knock guys. He said,
yep.
Just get in their way once in a while.
Right.
So here's the key to it, though. It's fine if you're not going to ask him to do that. There's been plenty of tight ends, and especially in today's game, it's more common than it's ever been that you've got these wide receiver bodies that are playing the tight end position, because it is one hell of a mismatch when you get those guys lined up on linebackers who aren't built for that type of speed. It's okay, but you got to have a well-rounded guy. You got to have a base package guy that can do a little bit of everything. Right now, that guy's probably Nate Adkins on this team. He's just proven to be the guy that's in there. He's doing a respectable job in the running game. But you got to have a guy that's got enough in the passing department and enough in the blocking department that he can be your base package dude.
Who was the guy, House, that was with
Dwayne Carswell.
Dwayne Carswell. So if you really need to go power something, whatever, and you're going to run,
he was a tackle.
Yeah, but and he could catch him. I mean, you give him a nice pass, he'd catch him. But if you need a tight end that needed to throw a body around, let's bring House in for a couple plays.
Lucas Kroll, Cecil, he's a large dude, man. He can deliver it. By the way, why aren't we talking about Troutman at all? It's like he was the star, and now we barely mention his name. So he's there too.
I need to get a better eye on Lucas Kroll as a blocker. I guess that's on me. I just haven't really paid attention to it at all.
Put your eyes on it.
In theory, he does have the body type that adds up that he should be a pretty well-rounded tight end.
I've seen Kroll make a couple great catches, but I'm with you. I haven't seen in the run game.
He looks like a willing participant to me. But sure, that'd be a good guy to sort of put your eyeballs on. Do they go in pads again tomorrow, you think?
Right, you usually don't go more than 3 straight days.
Right.
Well, they can't go pads tomorrow. Peyton talked about it.
They can't.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
So there's no pads tomorrow.
Yeah, it's 3 days.
Okay. All right, next up, Dan.
You can stay out there tomorrow, and we'll come back and do the show.
There you go.
Okay.
Mix it up a little bit.
All right, what's up, Dan?
All right, let's hear from Von Miller.
Von Miller.
Denver Bronco. He was talking out there at Bills training camp. This is interesting. He's talking about the Bills' chances at a Super Bowl, but he compares it to the process the Bills are going through right now to what he went through with the Denver Broncos.
Okay.
We got a great quarterback, and it's all going to revolve around him. You got to play great defense, and we play great defense historically here. It's just a matter of time, and I know that's cliche. It's just a matter of time before we get over the hump. You know, and I reference my days back in Denver. You know, first year with Peyton Manning, we supposed to win it that year. You know, they had the Mile High Miracle with Jacoby Jones over the top, rest in peace. And then next year we had another great team. We go to the Super Bowl. Peyton Manning had one of the best. Our offense and Peyton Manning had one of the best years ever in the NFL history in 2013. I think he threw for 54 touchdowns. We had 5 guys over 10 touchdowns, with 10 touchdowns or more. And we go and we play the Seattle Seahawks and we lose it. You know, the ball goes over his head on the very first snap of the game and we lose that game. Next year, probably wasn't as good as, those other 2 years, but we still had a great team and we lost in the divisional round to the Colts and Andrew Luck. You know, and then John Elway fires the whole coaching staff. We bring Coach Kubiak in. That team probably wasn't as talented as all the other teams that we had, but we found a way to win. You know, we won 9 games within 3 points or less, and we ended up going to the Super Bowl and winning it. And that's the kind of feel that I have here. You know, you just got to keep going at it. We still got a great quarterback. Eventually, it's going to go.
Fire the coach. Fire the coach. You just get the whole key. Fire the whole coaching staff.
That staff has to be on the hot seat. That's for sure.
That's a good summation by Vaughn, man. Boy, who talks more about the old days? Sean Payton about the Saints or Von Miller about the Broncos?
Right.
My God. Poor Vaughn.
Amazing.
I wish Vaughn was just back here.
Just hold on. Like, Von Miller's still playing football. Like, is that not wild to you? Von Miller is still in the NFL.
Well, is it wild to you?
Yeah.
That's what should be wild to.
Yes.
What a great draft pick by Elway.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
But beautiful GM, beautiful pick.
Beautiful
I mean,
pick.
right from Jump Street,
Drafted a Hall of
John
Famer.
Elway's very first pick of all time.
Elway
Hall of Famer.
didn't know where the executive bathroom was when they had decided on taking Von Miller.
I heard that nobody even heard of Von's name until Elway brought it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'm sure that's exactly how it was.
I'm telling you, that's what the word is.
You know what? And Bradley Chubb is supposed to be the next Von. Oh, never mind.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that.
That right there, going at Bradley Chubb in everything, it's easier in hindsight. You had foresight, but I'm in hindsight.
Damn right I did.
They were trying to get lightning in a bottle. They thought they had another Von Miller and Bradley Chubb.
T-Mac's so bent out of shape about the Josh Allen pick that it literally defines John Elway as a bad GM to him. The one thing, all the other good stuff doesn't mean jack squat, but that one pick made him a bad GM.
We can have a real conversation on this, or we can just play some games with this.
Oh, you want to go? Let's go Tennessee Titans. Hey, we can talk anytime now.
Hey,
you want to talk? I'm right here.
I'm right here.
I'm right here. I tried to talk to you yesterday about John Elway, D-Mac. You didn't want to talk
but
then.
If you think John Elway, who was hired in January, had a significant influence on taking Von Miller when they had been scouting him for a year, and Brian Sanders knew that was their guy, and you want to give John Elway credit for Von Miller, what dope are you smoking?
Well, and I'll say this, I've been told the last couple of years he was the GM. He let everybody else do it also.
No kidding, brother. You go chat up Matt Russell if you want an interesting conversation about what life was like in the last couple of years.
Well,
chat up Matt Russell.
Can I say something? Russell.
Matt's not going to say a bad word
Matt
about
Russell
John Elway.
needs to
You
be
kidding
loyal.
me? You think Matt Russell's going to say a bad word about John Elway?
He's definitely not.
That will never happen.
That was part of the problem because he was just too indebted to John to keep it real with him. He couldn't do it. Nobody was keeping it real with John.
See, and I was told Matt Russell was the guy making the selections.
Who knows what the decision-making process is?
Which just shows you whoever's right on this, and you're right. That's why it turned out bad for a couple of years.
Yeah, man, and not only was the Chubb. See, now you get me going on this. Yeah, now I'm banging.
You want to talk about it? Let's talk about it.
Well, I'm talking about it.
Then
but
let's talk about it.
It wasn't just Chubb, which was painfully brutal. It was Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler in back-to-back rounds, first and second rounds. It was hiring Vic Fangio, a hamburger and a steakhouse guy.
All right, let me just ask you a simple
giving VJ no autonomy whatsoever to run his team the way you should run a team. It was hiring. All right, well,
All right, simple question.
Yes.
Does the bad outweigh the good?
Yes, actually, it does.
How many GMs won a Super Bowl for the Broncos?
How many GMs ruined a franchise and put them in a 10-year downward
How many
spiral?
GMs have won a Super Bowl?
3? I mean, a handful? I don't know.
So he's literally one of the best 3 GMs in the history of the franchise.
Well, I was saying 3 to his thing.
But do you realize it was Joe Ellis walking down the hallway to suggest to John Elway that they go get Peyton Manning?
I got it. He did bad things.
You
he messed
realize
up. He also did a lot of great things.
I got you, but it was Joe Ellis who got on a plane to New Orleans to iron out the wrinkles that were going on because Elway wanted to
Here's what I
give
know.
Manning a
Here's
huge
what I
pay
know.
cut.
You play the game to win a damn Super Bowl. John Elway went to 2 of them and he won 1 as a GM. Okay? That's going to always outweigh the bad. Always. You win a Super Bowl, you are in the you are in the history
Then
book
why did Mike
as a good GM.
Why did Mike Shanahan get fired?
Because what? Hold on. So all right. Fair question. Mike Shanahan a bad coach because the last couple of years?
No.
So what's the difference?
He didn't ruin the franchise. They didn't make the playoffs. They were struggling a little bit, but he didn't ruin the franchise.
Fair.
John Elway as a GM ruined the franchise.
All right. Well, he might have, in your terms, ruined the franchise. He also gave you one of the best 3 moments in Denver Broncos history. Matter of fact, he gave you all 3 of the best moments in Denver Broncos history. So does that not
you want me
matter?
to tell you how the franchise would have been saved? One decision.
Draft Josh Allen.
Well, that's a second decision.
Yeah.
And you know what? Josh Allen might have got drafted had they hired Kyle Shanahan instead of
Another
VJ.
huge mistake. And that was Kubiak pushing VJ too. But Kyle killed the interview, and they should have gone with the best candidate, and that was Kyle.
Okay, and what's the story behind the scenes on that one? Who wanted Kyle and who did not?
Who wanted Kyle, who didn't?
Yeah, you don't want to say the answer because you know it's going to make you look bad.
I heard Elway was talked out of it.
There you go.
But I was also, listen, man, this is just what I was told. I was told Joe Ellis said, if you got to hire him, if you want to hire him, go for it.
Oh, yeah, that's one of those, hey, if you want to do it, go ahead.
I don't know.
Here's what I do.
Yeah.
I was told,
I know. So we're all told different things, aren't we? So who knows exactly what the truth is in that situation?
I do.
What's the truth?
Never wrong. Joe Ellis put a kibosh on it.
Yes. That is yes.
Oh, we've been told different things.
Well, you go to dinner with Joe.
I do not go to dinner with Joe and Kenny Bunkport.
Hey, can I just say this about
does,
Joe,
though? I
Can
know
say
who
this
does
about
go to
Joe?
dinner with him.
Joe
Not
got
me.
a really bad rep at the end. Joe Ellis did a good job.
Joe Ellis was
he did a
great.
good job with what he didn't ever ask for that power. He never wanted to be a football guy. It fell into him, and he had to become a football guy.
You know what? You want to talk about who blames the thing? We could either blame illness, or we could blame kids that couldn't settle the things right and get this thing. I mean, that was a 4-year window of suck.
Here's the truth of the matter. As Broncos fans, we lucked out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm friends, we all are friends with some of the Bolin kids. And I think they're fine enough people. And I consider them friends, and I hope nobody takes any offense. We are so much better off with this ownership group now than that team just being handed down in the family, okay? It is not a little better. It's way better.
Not yet, but it will be.
Well,
I think the future's brighter.
I think it is right now.
I think if it's
actually.
handed down, you're still going to have money issues. You're still going to have finance issues, building a new stadium or building a new facility. They didn't have the money.
Well, here's what you're also going to have. You're going to have drama behind the scenes like we're talking about right now, that the personal stuff gets in the way of just the right business decision.
Yeah.
And with Greg Penner running the show right now, all he's asking is like, well, what's going on? What's the deal? There's not like personal animosities in previous relationships stopping somebody who's the right candidate from being hired like in the past. I don't know what the beef was specifically with Mike and Joe Ellis, but it's a shame that it happened. And Mike should not have been fired either, by the way. He should not have been fired. He drafted Cutler, and because he did that, he deserved the right to develop him the right way.
He didn't just draft Cutler. Mike Shanahan built the youngest, most exciting offense in the NFL the year that he got fired. It wasn't just Cutler. It was Cutler. It was Ryan Clady. It was Eddie Royal. It was Tony Scheffler. I mean, you go down the list.
Ryan
with
Harris.
you.
Ryan Harris. Sure.
All right, all right, complicated question. Was it worth Mike being fired that eventually you got Peyton Manning?
Well, who's to say that Mike Shanahan does never win another one?
No. I agree,
Right.
because what would have happened theoretically, had Mike stayed, he would have stuck with Cutler, and you would not have got Peyton Manning.
Okay, but I'm saying who's to say you don't succeed with Cutler and Elway?
No problem. Go for it. I mean, what do you think?
I'd be shocked if Jay Cutler ever won a Super Bowl, I guess. Yeah.
All right, so was it worth firing Mike? Because at the end of the day, you did get Peyton Manning and you did get a Super Bowl,
But you also got 8
I
straight
don't know,
years of
man.
missing the playoffs.
I can't look at it like that because you didn't know that
He
at the
shouldn't
time.
have got fired. It'd have been nice. I mean, you think of all these these young head coaches or younger head coaches and offensive brilliant guys that are around the league and in Miami and Minnesota, San Francisco, all over the place that were under this tree. Been nice to have that tree here.
Mm-hmm.
Might have been nice to have that whole tree here the whole time. And who's to say that Kirk Cousins isn't in Washington but ends up here?
That's right.
You never know. What would have had to have happened is that Mike would have had to realize Cutler wasn't the answer, and he would have had to move on at some point. And that probably likely would have happened at some point because Cutler was never going to be the answer.
He's going to put some exciting stuff together. He's not a winner.
All right.
He's not a winner.
These are the classic Broncos type of conversations.
But,
this is,
yeah.
These are the dominoes that have fallen over the past 15
Mike's
years.
biggest mistake is he should have trusted a GM and let the guy do his job with him instead of trying to walk over all the GM.
He had just gotten too far, fast, but he just had elevated himself to a godlike, way too high.
Yeah.
And now we're comparing houses and where we live and restaurants. And there was all sorts of wacky shizzle going on. And
But
none of that
I
exists
wish
now.
Mike Shannon was still involved in this organization.
I do too. I do too. Mike's the best. All right.
Mike would be running the show right now had he never been fired. Mike would be the
GM?
Yeah.
And you might have his son being the coach.
That's right.
And that means Elway would have ascended to that position.
No,
Well-
because they kind of had to find out for a while.
For a little bit.
But they made it
I think
back
it's
up.
all. I think it's all good now. Yeah. It's a lot of drama with the Broncos. Lots of drama.
With a lot of drama, and there was success amongst the drama then.
There was. And it's been 8 straight years of missing the playoffs and likely a 9th this year. But it looks a lot brighter on the other side. I have a moment from baseball that'll make you feel old, but it's unbelievably awesome at the same time.
George Brett?
Nope. Plus, wheels on the bus, baby. Because Cal Quantrill wanted to be traded. I'll prove it to you coming up next. All right, if you're interested in buying that car, truck, SUV, what you want, if you're looking for the lowest price, the lowest payment, the lowest finance rate, and the biggest discount, it's Mike Maroney, Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Maroney means more. It's more peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value, like a 23 Ford F-150, 1.9% APR 72-month financing, a 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, $399 a month, or up to $12,500 off a 24 GMC Sierra. Visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Maroney means more, a money-back guarantee and free delivery. You can't go wrong at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com, MikeMaroneyColorado.com. All right, I got a couple of quick baseball things to get through to you guys. I think it's worth it. The trade deadline for the Rockies for baseball was yesterday. We have a cool moment of zen to wrap up the show today, but this isn't it. And the Rockies traded 2 guys. I'll give you a plug nickel if you can tell me the 2 guys they traded. How'd you know?
Bill and Sid.
No.
Nailed it.
Do you know Tyler?
Frankenmeyer.
Haywood and no. It was Mears and Beeks.
Oh, that's too bad.
So you took 2 older, sort of washed up guys, mid-career, 26,
That were on
27.
your career.
Yeah. And then you got rid of those 2 dudes, 5-6-year guys, and you just brought in 3 dudes that have done nothing. So 2 middle whatever guys for 3 nothing guys. Younger, though. You did that. That was it. That's all the Rockies did. Now, a name that was in the mix was Cal Quantrill, our spirit hero, for telling McGuire to pre-napping in the parking lot, that whole thing. Cal Quantrill's a good pitcher. He gave up in 3 2/3, 9 hits, 7 runs, all earned, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts, and got blasted by the Angels. After the Rockies had a 6-2 and a 6-4 lead, he gave up the cookies. And I bet you dollars to donut, he just didn't want to be on the Rockies anymore and thought he was going to be traded. So on the day he thought he may get a fresh start somewhere else, they kept him. So let's get the wheels on the bus going right here, because it's time to throw somebody under the bus. Go ahead, Dan Tanner.
2 walks, 2 hit by pitches, some elevated pitches, but I know he threw a number of splits. They had some lefties in there that I think that the game plan was to throw some splits. Just didn't have the feel for it. We had the lead, 6-2. We had the lead 6-4. Surprising and frustrating for Cal that he couldn't, get through this one. He's been so good for us all year, so that was, unexpected. We just didn't pitch well. I mean, that's the bottom line. One of those rare games where, we score a bunch and we gave up a bunch, and again, the pitching wasn't up to par at all today.
You're kind of on a
keeps going
losing streak here. Is there something that's changed?
Only 5.
Well, we didn't hit in San Francisco. Snell, Harrison, Birdsong got us there. Today we hit, we didn't pitch. That explains in your terms the short losing streak.
Boy, Bud did not hold back, man. Did not hold back on that one. Your pitcher, Bud, didn't pitch well because he doesn't want to be on the damn team and was hoping to be traded. That's what happened to Cal Quantrill. Because that's the culture you guys got going right now, Bud. Seriously, how does this guy keep his job, guys? I am not joking here. What? How? Why?
Because it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Wow, man, it's hard for
even the Rockies know it's not his fault.
All right, I guess. Why do I even bother?
Because you care.
Why do I care?
Hey,
because you are a baseball guy.
It is pretty amazing. You put up 20 runs, 2-0 against the Red Sox, and then you go on a 5-game losing streak.
Dude, I'm almost cursed right there. And I have no doubts Cal Quantrill was just disappointed he was still on the team.
You said you had some little other thing.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready for a moment of zen?
Moment of zen.
You ready to feel a little bit old?
A little bit old, yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. And it's tough. This is going to be tough for you to do.
No. This is going to be good. Jackson Holiday. 20-year-old.
Yeah. He got drafted a year ago.
Jackson Holiday, the son of Matt Holliday. Wasn't it 5 minutes ago where Matt Holliday was maybe safe, maybe out at home? Wasn't it our buddy Matt Holliday?
They called safe, right?
This is his son hitting his first home run ever.
Holliday drills it. Right field. Down the line. Grand slam.
Grand slam.
The happiest of holidays. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson is here.
I'm going to Jackson. That was a bomb, folks. 109 off the bat.
Oh, 109.
First home run ever
It's a
How
grand
think about that for a second. You hit a grand slam in Major League Baseball before you were allowed to drink a beer. 20 years old.
Well,
he looks like he's about 12 years old also.
I got chills here.
I thought it was really cool. I read a huge story somewhere. It was really good a year ago when he got drafted. And the whole family, because I think he only got drafted a year ago, maybe 2.
It's 20.
20 years old.
Yeah. I
That's
got
kinda
chills.
cool.
It's so cool. And Matt,
Let me ask you this: why isn't he here? Why is Bichette an all-star playing in some other town? Did anybody look at him here? How about a holiday in the years he gave you? Why aren't you looking at the sun here?
Why are lefties at Regis College getting drafted who come from Aurora, Colorado, getting drafted Ethan Sloan in the 8th round by the Tigers, not the Colorado Rockies? I don't know. But
don't mess up your moment as in.
All right,
Come on.
That was Scott's
what are you
fault.
doing? You're trying to go out of here on a good note.
That was Scott's fault.
Hey, everybody be happy for Jackson.
I see Berto. He must be on with Andy. That is going to be awesome. We'll recap everything with the Broncos. Thank you, Dan. Excellent job. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, y'all.
I bet he was living the New York bachelor. I mean, he was doing his mom's friends.
And away we go. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, although today it's Lindahl and Berto. Haven't worked with Berto in a while. This is going to be fun. Got a lot to talk about. I do want to start the show in a selfish moment here, Berto, but I got to give a shout out to the fire crews that are working that quarry fire. I don't live near it necessarily, but I live close enough. And I will tell you there's some other altitude people that live real near it. A couple friends of ours here that were a little worried about the evacuation status. I heard the presser from the PIO, Public Information Officer of the Jeffco Sheriff, early this morning. He seemed very concerned they weren't going to be able to get resources over to help with this fire. It's mountainous, it's steep. He talked a lot about the just all the tinder, all the fuel that's over there that can make this thing tough. A bunch of different fire departments, the Golden Fire Department, the Arvada Fire Department. I think Aurora got involved, obviously South Metro. We have a number of different firefighters over there. Went back to check on my kids and everything at lunch. Because I live not far from there, and I've seen just tanker after tanker, those air tankers. I saw one live land in Chatfield, grab a whatever load of water, go back around. They've been dumping water on it. The firefighters are working tirelessly. You all know how hot it is out there. I'm sure they're not listening because they're trying to get a hold of this thing before it threatens any more property. It sucks. Berto is crazy because I always watch these, I always go back to the big fire that happened over Christmas a few years ago, and you're just gutted because people were celebrating in their homes the holidays, and the next day a fire takes out like a whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
Scotty had his cabin threatened in the Grand Lake fire not too long ago. But this is the closest wildfire, lucky for knock on wood, that we've had in my neighborhood in quite a while. I've been in this side of town for 10 years, as close as anyone that we've had. And just watching them do their thing. If you know one of those firefighters, just tell them I know there's a lot of people that are grateful they got on this quickly. I hope they can get around it. I got a guy on the Ring app. Do you have the Ring app at all? I live in the Ring. So you get a Ring doorbell, and then it comes with this app that not only do you see out your ring.
You can see out of other people's rings?
No, you can see out. I can talk to somebody on my front porch. But there's a neighborhood thing set up where people, a lot of times was that fireworks or a gunshot? Hey, I got someone's lost cat.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
But it gives you this wide range of, here's what's going on in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And last night about 10 o'clock, somebody, you don't always know who it is. It just says neighbor 14. It gives you the general area. Somebody posted, we got a small fire in the field here. Everybody be aware this could be a problem because it's so dry. And sure enough, I woke up at 7:30. We had to close the windows. The smoke was overbearing. It had grown to 150 acres. It became very scary, very quick. Credit to the Jeffco Sheriff deputy who was just doing his patrol. He noticed it. He tried to get anybody out there they could. But again, if you know any of the firefighters and any of the, and I know I probably missed some, it looked like all the state jumped on this one. They're trying to help with the fires up north. We got so much going on. Please do not discharge your cigarette butts or anything. Nothing that could spark anything. There's so much dry grass in my area and so much dry grass near the foothills. And you're seeing how quickly these things can turn. But hard work by the folks out there. And I promise you there's more people at Altitude Sports Radio and a lot of people in those neighborhoods that appreciate your efforts so much. So it's scary, man. This is a scary time of year. The temperatures are hot. The wind is hot. So
I've had this conversation with Springer before. But in a previous life, you must have been an evil man because the weirdest stuff has been happening to you in this life.
Me?
Yes, you.
I want to make it
just
clear.
Weird stuff happens to you,
no,
man.
No, the last month I did something in May or June that must have upset somebody.
That's right, man. I don't know
Life's
what either Mother Nature, you made Mother Nature angry or somebody.
This is not my house so much threatened, but it is. We're close enough that the smoke is impacting because we're near Dakota Ridge. We're near Chatfield. This fire. So I've got a boxer puppy who is he's awesome. He's also boxers for those who don't know. Toby. Boxers are like the most hyper dogs you can have.
Tobey Maguire? Did you name your dog after Spider-Man, bro?
No, man. He was named. The breeder was going to use him. He was going to live a cherry life. The breeder was going to use him.
Instead, you're like, come hang out with me.
He was going to be a stud, and then not both the Jingle Bells made it down, if you will. So he couldn't stud anymore. And so I was like, you know what? I don't need to stud anybody. That is a great dog. Let me have him. But he was already named. A lot of the dogs, I've done a lot of rescues. So most of the dogs we've not had to name. We named our pug, and there was such a fight for 3 weeks over what we were going to name the pug. I don't ever want to do it again. I'm
Well, I was
fine
gonna
if
say,
you just name
what,
him for
what
us.
did you name what were you calling the dog over those 3 weeks when it didn't
We
have a
didn't
name?
get him yet. It's one of those where they, they're
Okay.
letting you know the
Yeah,
day
yeah,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
can come home
Yeah,
and
yeah,
all that.
yeah.
We finally settled on Zed for Zed Williams of the Colorado Mammoth because both my kids love him so much. Zed's a great guy, and I'm finding out the pug has a lot of his personality. The problem is the boxer has Zed's yoked up rock body, not the pug, and the pug needs to learn its weight class. But anyway, no, yeah, my house is not threatened by this yet. Now, if we get a bunch of winds and we get a bunch of fuel getting blown around, all the hog back over there by C470, it's all up for grabs. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're getting on this. This is down Deer Creek. I brought up my boxer because I had literally just taken him on a ride. Somebody had told my wife that a 10-minute car ride with the windows down so they can smell the smells they'd get on a walk is as good as a 30-minute walk if you can't get them out, right? And we're still trying to get my boxer to be cool with a leash. And so I just driven down Deer Creek literally 3 weeks ago. I used to take my motorcycle there because it was a good place to it's a gorgeous ride. It's gorgeous area, but it's very mountainous, which makes fighting this very tough, according to the Jeffco sheriff. So again, just seriously, a hats off to all the firefighters. You appreciate them quietly, but then a day like this, I mean, it's hot enough and they got to gear up and go out there, and I don't know which way this thing's going to get. These are like the dangerous, scary situations they make movies about.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Thank you for doing what you do. All right. That said, this is a day where you realize, because I ran into our guy, Big Rob, or Rob Trujillo in the parking lot. And he's like, man, you just seem a little burned out on some of this. Berto, since you and I have been working together at this station, and frankly beyond, I feel like, so DMAC, we do the 8 o'clock podcast, right?
Yeah.
On Altitude Sports.
Yeah.
He played a cut from Cortland Sutton that I'm sure Mark Springer has in the system. We don't need to play it because I bet you Mark could go back to as far back as 2017, 2019, 2021, 2022. Whenever we've had a quarterback battle, all I've had to hear about, and Mike McGlinchey said it to the guys on PhD today. We'll bring you a little bit of that later. Oh, all three guys are doing great. I am so tired of talking about a quarterback battle.
Oh, get used to it, brother. It's going to be all year long. Get used to it. That's all you and Nate are going to be talking about for the next 8 months.
But look, you do a show too. You got to get into this too. Now I realize you start to focus on Avs and Nuggets as we get closer there, but I listen to you guys every night on the ride home.
How about
there's plenty of Bronco talk.
I love NFL football. For you, NFL football that's your thing, man. That's you love NFL football. Not only that, you love the Denver Broncos. Denver Bronco training camp sucks, and more importantly, it is so boring. It is so. I have no interest in what is going out there at Broncos training camp right now. It is the most boring thing that I've ever seen in my life, man. Listen.
Have you been out there?
No.
Let's
there's
pause.
a reason I take vacation. There's a
one
reason I take vacation during Broncos training camp.
I want to pause you right there for one reason, because you said a very key word. Springer's been out there. I brought this up to the guys on the midday show. With what he's talking, like, I can find a lot of things. I do get excited. You're right. I love football. I love covering football. I used to really love going to camp. When
I
it was
like the idea of camp
days.
because you're like, football's back.
Well, see, Mark, Berto. I guess it is Mark.
Yeah,
I'm used to calling you Berto. I got too many Marks in my life. You'll be Berto. He'll be Mark. Although he could be Spring. When I started, it was Mike Shanahan. It was 2-a-days. It was, now I understand when you see Quinn Bailey go down today with a snapped ankle or whatever happened to him. You understand why NFL coaches are afraid to go full on like they once did. But it used to be like watching football games twice a day.
Right, but if they could, would they?
I think Sean Payton would.
Okay, because we had this conversation last night on the Blitz where I was like, you know what? Because Payton mentioned it was like 2 days ago, he mentioned the CBA. It was one of the first things he mentioned. He's like, well, we have limited practice time because of the CBA, blah, blah, blah. And then he went on with this thing. And I was like, you know what? I wonder what Sean Payton would be like if there was no restrictions, if there was no Players Association to tell him what he can and cannot do with his own team, what that kind of structure would look like from Sean.
So you know why that's such a great question? Where I think you get lost in it, I think if there's no salary cap on top of no restrictions, it'd be Bill Parcells Day all over again.
But if that was the case, then the Denver Broncos would win 10 straight NFL titles because
they would spend money.
Right, because they have more money to spend than anybody else on planet Earth who currently owns an NFL team.
They would be the Avs of the Pierre Lacroix days. What do we need?
Those were the most fun
Let me go
days.
get it.
You're like, who's the best defenseman in the league right
Yeah.
now? Let's go get Ray. Let's go get Rob. Let's go get
Let's
those
try
are the
Theo
days.
Fleury. It didn't work out.
Yeah,
Get
let's
rid
go.
of him. Who
Let's go
cares?
get somebody. Yeah, those are the
Because
days.
there's no cap, right?
Let's do that.
I'd be curious to see how Sean would have to operate. I do think we get more contact. To your point, I don't know if he'd go full out the way. Like again,
would they be doing Oklahoma drills all day long?
I don't know about that, but I think it would go back to look. Mike Shanahan was known to take care of players now in season, but his training camps are the real deal.
We're pretty nasty.
They put on. Well, they actually you know what we all used to show up for where we were so hyper. Not to go full old man segment, but you knew the second Saturday at camp, Saturday morning, they were going to go goal line because it was right before the players' day off.
Mm-hmm.
And they would go full goal line drill. Al Wilson knocking fools around, the guys. And I mean, they came out and like when we say full pads now, it's just kind of the shoulder pads, right? Guys were showing up like the full gear, ready to go.
This was when they didn't even. Was this
mouth.
before the facilities too? When we'd have to go out to.
Yes. Well, yeah, Greeley for sure.
Yeah.
Dude,
Because
Greeley.
when I first started, we'd have to go out to Greeley, and I'd be there with the program director, and I'd have to just stick a mic in everybody's face.
Yeah,
and I was
the
like,
pile.
"This is brutal. Why are we driving out here just to hear this third string dude tell us something that we don't care about?"
Because once upon a time, as you well know, this town didn't have much, right? The Nuggets weren't what we have today. The Avs didn't exist until I was in
not
college.
Then. Right, not then.
Right?
Yeah.
And baseball showed up at the end of my high school run. So it was a much different town, which is how the Broncos put this death grip on the city. But look, Greeley was fun now. I liked Greeley.
Nah,
but
I didn't like the smell. I didn't like that trip, bro.
No, see, I work for KOA, so we would stick an RV up there.
Oh, and then you
we'd
just
play
kick it in the
Halo
RV?
at night. Matter of fact, we got guys to come do interviews with us. There was one time I was producer for David Scott, and I was judged on how well I got players, right? Because they would come off the field, and I'd have to be like the cattle dog trying to go and wrangle somebody back to our RV.
Mm-hmm.
So the first couple years I would do it and got to know a few of the guys. Well, I got comfortable telling them, hey, we got Halo in there. And then I realized, because the Xbox had just come out, I was like, Halo. All I had to say was, can you do an interview? And while you wait, you can play Halo.
And they were like,
and
let's
once
go.
Dave like stood up, took his headset up. He's like, you did a great job. Stop it. There's too many people in here. We got too many interviews. Because we put the Halo in what was like the back bedroom part of the RV.
Yeah.
And all
There's
the
a bunch
guys
of dudes
were
back
there.
there
And then we
playing.
couldn't get them up front to do the dang radio interviews. So anyway, we had some good times. But the drive sucked. There's no doubt about it. Did you never stay up there in the dorms?
No. We always came back. That was when I was working for the Fan, and I shout out Kevin Fulness. We'd have to Tim Spence. Kevin
What years
Fulness,
were
we'd
you
try.
there? I might have been there. See, I did overnights for 2 years. You guys used to leave me the tape.
The first year I worked for the Fan was was it 98 or 99? I think it was 99.
Then I missed you. I was
think it
there
was-
for the Super Bowl doing the overnights with, remember Seth Everett?
Yeah.
Did you work with
Yeah.
Seth Everett?
Which is not his name, because the first time I met him, he's like Seth Everett. And then the second time I met him, he told me his real name. And I was like, that's he's right. That's not his name.
I don't know.
Seth, he's got a
Seth
different
was
name.
the one that told me to quit working overnights because you work hard and nobody notices. He goes, nobody's here, bro. You go get an internship.
and you were like,
and I
I'm out?
appreciated it. Well, that's when I went over to KOA.
Okay.
If not for Seth, I might have just stayed there going, I got a job. I'm working overnights. And it was not fun. All I had to do, I remember remember Bob Kemp, the old Bob Kemp show?
Yeah.
He was at Arizona.
Yeah.
Once an hour, top of the
just
hour, I
hit that
the
ID.
idea would go with a fan.
Yeah. Listen, man, I've lived that life, bro.
I was doing the Dumb and Dumber thing where you're
Yeah.
smacking yourself
Yeah.
trying to stay awake all
Yeah,
night.
I've been in that. I know that feeling, brother. I know
So anyway, yeah, camp used to be a lot more fun, and I'm tired of talking about quarterback. Please just name Nick's the QB, and then let's just see what the kid's got.
Yeah, I'm with
it's
you,
his
man.
team anyway, right?
I'm with you. I'm absolutely 100%
right.
with you. Because if it doesn't work out, then this whole thing is busted. and
Well,
broken.
here's the thing. If he's really bad, which I don't think he will be, I think at minimum you've got a good starting quarterback. I don't know if you'll have a top 5 guy. I don't know if you'll have a top 10 guy. It's hard to find those guys, right? And usually a guy that's a top 10 guy is a top 10 guy for like a decade and nobody else breaks it. You know, Patrick Mahomes is going to be one of the top 3 guys for the next decade. So I don't think you've got a disaster there. But the reality is you need to see, is he really the dude? Because if this year is tough and a couple more injuries, and it could be tough because you're not very deep, and you're picking top 5 or top 3 next year, you have to have clearly, yes, this is our dude. Get him a left tackle.
No,
get
I
him
agree
a wide
100%.
receiver.
I agree 100%.
All
with
right,
that.
here's what I want to do. Let's take a break. I want to come back. You guys had a real interesting topic when I had to get out of the car last night when I got home. I need the results for, how did you put it? Are you interested in, do you think the Broncos will be good? Is that how you asked the question, remember? And you got a flood of text. So
It was crazy, the opinions in this city about the
well,
Broncos.
I want a recap of it.
Okay.
Because I am curious. You guys asked a question. I never thought about it, but I was like, that's a good question. I do wonder how people feel. Because when I was at the other place, that's all we did. And so you were around the fans and all. And I think you heard from some of the hardcores.
Yeah.
Spring had me laughing about some of the hardcores, but I'm going to need a summary of your work from last night. He's Mark Burton, only Birdo. Spring's on the other side of the glass. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Yes, I was just asked it 2 seconds ago. And look, I thought overall, I'm sure there's going to be some plays we look at that it was mostly third down. A lot of the work was third down, but yeah, I mean, we'll see the tape and evaluate it. But I thought overall pretty well. I mean, you know, there are plays where you're going to look at and correct, and then there's others where you're going to say, hey, but I do have to watch the film because I'm looking at so much. And he ran with the ones, and I like his progress.
Good. He likes his progress. You know what? By all accounts, he did have a good day today. I don't know.
Has he ever said, I hated his progress?
No. No, he hasn't. He's been, you know what? He's been polite to all the QBs so far. Here's the thing, and welcome back. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Bertinoli here with me, Berto, today. He'll be back on Friday. Mark gets his first ska Friday. We'll see how he feels about the ska scene there. Got a new Less Than Jake song to play come Friday. But anyway, Sean Payton's been cool about all of them. He won't really give us an answer as to why he won't let Zach Wilson start with the first team, but whatever. Maybe he's already, in his mind, eliminated him. You know what I mean? And look, at the end of the day, don't we all really know Zach Nix is going to get the first shot to start? And frankly, if we're having a real competition,
I agree.
Stidham.
I agree. But I can't believe that D-Mac, of all people, convinced me of this conversation, and that is, then they should probably, if you're going to keep two, you keep Bo Nix and you keep Zach Wilson. That's the same guy. As soon as D-Mac told me that, I was like, you're crazy. But then he explained his thinking behind it, and I was like, you know what? Man, maybe he's right. Maybe what I mean, if you know exactly what you get with Stiddy, and that's not going to take you where you need to go, and Zach Wilson, who might be playing poorly, more or worse than Stiddy right now, but he has a higher ceiling,
right?
And you're going to start Bo anyway. Matter of fact, you make Bo play all these games unless he gets all of them.
I would agree.
And then so keep Zach on that roster, man. If you need another arm, there's plenty of them out there that you can go grab.
Well, and look, this has been talked about plenty today. The other thing that happens to me though is if you can show that Wilson is fixed at all, you've got a tradable commodity. Everybody needs quarterbacks.
Yeah.
People are desperate for them. It's why so many went in this first round. And despite everybody saying this draft year that next year is going to be even crappier, guess what? They're already predicting 4 or 5 more guys to go because everyone's afraid they're going to miss a dude now.
Yeah.
Did Josh Allen cause this? You guys had a Josh Allen conversation.
Josh Allen?
I think even spring. Did Josh Allen cause everybody to draft a guy because you're worried that you're going to be wrong?
You're going to end up like John Elway. Well, let me ask you the question that we were talking about last night.
Okay.
Not that like, listen, John comes out and he says, yeah, that was my biggest miss as a GM. I should have drafted Josh Allen instead of Bradley Chubb. And my question to Springer last night was, how great would Bradley Chubb had to have been for the Broncos for that not to be the case? And my answer, I think, in spring, I don't know if you agree with this, was that Bradley Chubb could have been the greatest defensive player in Broncos history, and it still would have been the wrong pick. And that says something about this league.
Well, here's what would have had to happen. Bradley Chubb and Von Miller would have had to be what Miller and DeMarcus Ware were together.
Just a terror.
And Case Keenum would have had to be what they thought when they signed him.
Yeah.
Which Case wasn't. And ultimately, Bradley and Vaughn never even played together because they were both hurt.
Right. Because of the injury situation.
So here we are. Everyone's overdrafting the quarterbacks. I don't.
But you have to, right? Like you agree with me that you let Bo play this season, and I have no idea how to judge what the Broncos record's going to be. We haven't even seen him play a single preseason game, so I have no idea. But you let him play, and if he wins 13 games, that's great. If he wins 3 games, that's great. If he shows you that, you know what I mean? If you see that rookie season like a John Elway rookie season where he's just like, he's losing games, but you're like, dang, he's got that. He's got it. Whatever it is, he's got it. And if you figure that out, you're great. And if you're uncertain about it after 17 games of the regular season next year, and you end up with the first, second, or third pick in the NFL draft, you're going to have to use that pick on a quarterback, man.
Right. Some won't look at it that way now, but I'm with you. The best thing, regardless of record, the best thing the Broncos can have, I think most fans would agree with this, is Did we find the guy or not?
Yeah.
Were you
yes,
right
yes.
on your pick?
That's
all that matters.
That's so crazy that's all I want from the Broncos this season. I'm not concerned about wins. I'm not concerned about any of that nonsense. All I'm concerned about is figuring out whether Bo Nix can take you to the future or not. Because if he can, then we're cool. And if he can't, then I don't know what to do.
Frankly, all we need to know is, are they a great marriage, right? I don't even need Bo to be rookie of the year or anything like that. Right. Just show me that he's progressed every week. It's getting better. It's kind of looking like what Sean had in New Orleans. Awesome. Let's go. Let's ride.
Do you? If I told you, like right now, if you were in charge of this, and I'm like, all right, Andy Lindahl, you get to pick the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Who's looked the best in camp so far? Who's it going to be?
Well,
that's two different questions, right?
You're right. You can't ask the who's looked the best. The offense runs most efficiently with Stidham, and that's just the reality.
And Stiddy's in such a tough spot right now. He's in a tough, and I get it, man. It's professional sports. You got to do what you got to do to earn that money. But man, he's in a bad spot because I'm starting to think that the best case scenario for the Denver Broncos is not having Stiddy on the roster at the regular season.
It goes back to what's your goal. If your goal is to go out there, which I think is Sean Payton's goal, because he's an old school coach, Sean wants to win ASAP. Mm-hmm. Sean wants to add to his legacy. Sean's not, Sean's not Matt LaFleur, who's in the prime of his life. Sean is not an old man like Bill Belichick, but Sean's not a spring chicken.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he wants to prove as soon as he can to everybody, I'm with the greats in the coaching world. I've done it with 2 different teams, and I've done it with multiple quarterbacks and blah, 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 blah. So, if he's going to want to win games, and if you want to see, I don't know. Here's my problem. Does Stidham look this way in camp last year, and then he looked great in the preseason game for the Rams, and then it just was what it was. They couldn't score more than 16 points when you got to the end of the regular season.
Well, let me ask you this question, because this is something I thought about, and it's got me kind of concerned. And that's simply the fact, you know what the Broncos always say about, matter of fact, a lot of NFL teams say this, and I think they tweeted out yesterday or today that iron sharpens iron. Iron sharpens
iron. It's a favorite saying.
Iron sharpens iron. And none of that, I want steel.
It'll be on a
iron.
wall somewhere.
I want adamantium, not iron. But anyway, my question for you is that, what happens if that iron is poor? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I know.
You if you are talent poor, iron doesn't sharpen iron if it's no good. You know what I mean? So if you don't have the talent you need to win, there's nothing. Sean Payton's football mind can't come up with some crazy plays to get a talent poor team wins that they can't earn themselves, right?
Well, and I think he could. Like, Mike Shanahan was great at this. I wouldn't be shocked if Sean Payton could scheme up enough stuff to do well in the first 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But it was one of the things that always bit Shanahan. He was so great at game planning, and he would start early. But then by the middle of the season, teams knew what he had up his sleeve. Teams knew, and he could work on a couple other things. He would redo it at the bye week when he can. Andy Reid, from what I understand, redoes this too. But the problem becomes, you can only, as you just laid out there, sooner or later your talent's going to have to win games down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
You can't
and you're gonna
scheme
have to
them open all
help
the time.
Bo become a better player. And if you don't have the talent around him to accomplish that.
If they can run the football effectively, and if they're actually willing to commit to the run, they committed to the run for a while last year. What happened? They won games. It's why it looked like this team might be a playoff team for a while. Okay? And then they kind of quit. If the team can play good defense, then they're going to win some games. But going back to your iron sharpens iron, and this is where I wanted to bring you in before I got off on my tangent there, Spring. There's not a lot of juice in the crowd out of camp.
Yeah, you know what I wanted to ask you.
Because I don't think a lot of excited people are out there. Spring, I mean, do we know, like, if you had to guess, I'm not, like, to your point, Berto, I don't know that we've got a great offense facing a great defense. You know what I mean? And what just keeps hitting me in the face is how even the crowd just isn't really into what they're watching.
But there's nothing to be into, right? Like Vic said something smart the other day. He said this training camp has the least amount of juice he's ever seen since he started covering the Broncos. He's like, this is the least amount of talent, the least amount of stars. There are no superstars. Like Patrick Surtain would be the best defensive player on almost every NFL team.
He's the only one that's going to make the Madden
rankings. Like
rankings.
A team with like Myles Garrett on it. That's how good he is. But he's not. That position is such an important position. But it doesn't change. Like he can't win games by himself. He can't do it. You know what I mean? Like Deion Sanders couldn't do it. And so it's just there's just nothing, man. I need some spark. I need something. Give me something. Like Sean Payton, you got juice. Like you got all this swag, Sean. Let's see it from this team.
All those Nikes, all those Jordans.
Let's see it from this team, please.
Spring, what did you get? I mean, what was your impression? You've been out there a few days this week.
I've been out there every day this week.
Where do you hide, by the way? I never see you. Are you up in the tent?
I'm up in the tent.
Okay.
Yeah, I show
well, then
up,
you and I have both angles covered.
I show up late because all I care about is the 11-on-11 scrimmage. It's literally all I care about, to see the 3 quarterbacks take their live reps. And I will say today, like, I felt those who were there, the fans in attendance, they wanted Bo Nix. They were rooting for Bo Nix. Like, they were all there. Every rep Bo Nix took was what they were there to see. And fortunately for them, Bo had, of the 3 days I've been there, Monday, Tuesday, now Wednesday, this was easily his best day. Easily his best day.
They put him in shotgun. They ran some RPO. They did what he's comfortable with.
But that's
which is
all.
good.
That's the only thing the fan base has right now. If you're looking to the future and training camps, one of the things I hate about training camp is that it's always like, if this, then that.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? If this happens, then that we can do. If this, then that. But we're all just speculating at this point about all this kind of nonsense that's going on out there. But I feel like Spring. What's up, D-Mac? Spring. It is just Bo Nix. That's all I've got to hold. Like, maybe Bo's going to be good is basically the only thing I have going for me right now when it comes to the Broncos.
The receivers could be good. They might have a good receiving core, but again, the quarterback's got to be good for that to happen. They might have a good run game, but you're not going to see that too much in training camp because, as we talked about, they're not hidden. I mean, Spring, don't you feel like there's a lack of juice out there in the fans? There's just not a murmur a lot of times like there used to be.
No, I mean, a 15-yard completion gets a roar because that's as good as it gets, you know?
No, he's not kidding. They're not throwing downfield much. Not like Zach will come in and try a deep ball. See, again, it's the conundrum that is Zach Wilson. I need everybody to understand I'm intrigued by Zach Wilson. I'm not trying to tell you that he's completely fixed. I'm not convinced he is. I'd like to see if he is, and I'd like to see him go against the ones on defense with the ones on offense to try to figure out if he is. But Zach will come out there, throw a couple deep balls, but Zach still does some stuff where you're like, bro, stop.
Right.
Stop. That didn't work for you. Don't do that. Mm-hmm. What are you doing that for? Mm-hmm. So, you know, I don't know. What was the sentiment last night from your poll?
You know what? It was kind of depressing. It was kind of depressing because most Bronco fans, when we were like, what's your hopes and dreams for the Broncos this upcoming season? And it was literally like just people saying, I just don't want them to suck, man. I just want to see something. Just there's hope for the future. That's all I really want to see. Like Spring, what was the most people were like, I just want to see if Bo can be the guy, right? There wasn't really much of anything other than that, other than some people who were upset about the Broncos in general and how they've been playing over the last 8 years. But mostly people were just like there was nobody on the text line who was like, you know what? I see the playoffs in this team's future. He's like, I'm a Bronco fan. I love this team. We didn't get any of those responses last night, right?
No, it was just they were accepting the fact that this is going to likely be a losing season. So a high draft pick would be a win. There was some of that.
You got 20% less money to spend on players than anybody else in the NFL. Well, other than the teams are also taking a cap hit, but nobody's taking that kind of cap hit. That's 20% of your entire cap right there.
You're spending the same money as Tua, Burrow, Trevor Lawrence. Pick your top quarterback. That's what the Russell Wilson cap hit is this year.
So crazy, man.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah.
But see, I think it gives you an opportunity. It gives you an opportunity. I don't think the Broncos are going to take advantage of it because I think you're right. I think Sean Payton is just like win. That's
all he knows.
Win. But I think Sean, if Michael Malone, if NBA basketball wasn't a thing, Michael Malone would still be a basketball coach because he loves the game of basketball, right? Even though he has a lot of Sean Payton in him, where he's just like win.
Let me give you another guy.
Okay,
I'll tell you because I like where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Sean Payton can't help himself.
Yes.
Again, if Sean Payton was a young guy, a Matt LaFleur, a Zach Robinson, any of the guys that are around the league that are younger, and the owner said, you got 3 years, calm down, then I think he'd be fine. Because honestly, this is year one of Sean Payton again. You got rid of Russ, so you're starting back from zero with your offense because the quarterbacks don't know it as well as, and I guess Stidham does, but you're still pretty much starting from zero. I've been watching the Pete Rose documentary.
Okay.
And one thing he said God, that guy was more of a dirtbag than I ever thought.
Oh, yeah. No.
I had no idea. I thought it's just the gambling. There's a whole lot of other stuff going on. I was like, oh, my God. But you know what he said? He said, man, once you've won, all you want to do is win again.
Yeah.
It's all about the winning. And once you've tasted the winning, you don't ever not want to be a winner again. Is that not something Sean Payton's fighting? He's been not only a win. Like, again, he's been a Super Bowl champion once. But he did a lot of winning in the NFC South. He did a lot of winning.
Mm-hmm.
He's been lauded as like one of the coaches. Oh, and people were pining for him when the opening happened with Hackett. So don't you think there's just a part of him that's like, the hell with all of you. I want to win again as soon as I can win again.
Yeah, and I think that might be a problem. Just like Coach Malone's drive might be a bit of an issue for the Nuggets next year.
Exactly.
If you're
wants
like,
to win.
listen, we got to fit these dudes in this rotation, Coach. You got to.
He's like, I'm not losing a game because of it, though.
right. That's what I'm saying. It like he's going to have to. He's going to have to. You know what I mean? If you're down 10 to Orlando in January and you don't want to play, you don't want to give Jamal more minutes, then guess what? You're just like, all right, let Peyton get back out there or whoever it's going to be.
See, this is what's funny. See, we had Joel Dreesen in Monday, right? And Joel just put it out there. The problem between, I used to laugh because it's kind of like this. Guys and girls go to clubs for different reasons. We go to, as guys, you're going to the club to maybe find a friend that night, right?
Right.
Spend a night not so lonely.
Right.
Most of the girls went to the club to just go dancing, and they don't care if you're there or not, quite honestly. So we're there for different reasons. It's the same kind of conflict in talk radio. We, the fans, the media, those of us that got no paycheck on the line, we're saying, who needs 2024?
Yeah.
You're not catching the Chiefs. You're not catching the Bengals. You're not catching the Bills. You're not, right?
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and just do the things like we talked about. See if Nix is any good. If you get a high draft pick, then we get a fun receiver, a left tackle.
But you can't run your organization like that.
Well, no, dude. Joel Dreesen said it point blank, there ain't no seeing what the young guy got when you're in that locker room. Because guess what? If you're looking for young guys, you may not have a check from that organization next year.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Payton should know he's probably one of the safest coaches in the league unless he does something stupid off field.
Right, for now.
But I'm sure there's just the coach in him. The coach, dude, I dealt with the Mammoth coach, Pat Coyle. They're fresh off a championship a couple years ago, and I'm talking to Pat. He's like, well, I hope I don't get fired this year. I was like, dude, you got the trophy. You're the reigning champs. What are you even talking about?
Professional sports, baby.
And it doesn't matter. These pro guys are just, Sean, I'm sure somewhere he feels like if I don't win, I'm not going to have a job. So they just don't look at it like we do.
Yeah, but I don't think Sean Payton looks at it like that either, though.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I think Sean Payton is one of those dudes who's just driven to success. Like I mentioned that, like if Coach Malone, if Coach Malone was coaching high school basketball, he'd still be the same way. If he was making $20,000 a year coaching kids, he'd be the same way. I think Sean Payton is driven a little bit more by success than that. You know what? Like Coach. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I do.
If he wasn't making $18 million being the head coach for the Denver Broncos, he'd be making $20 million being the CEO of UC Health or
a nice
being
check
the
on
GM
TV like he was.
Yeah, something like that. Like, I think Sean Payton is driven in different ways than the other head coaches in this city currently are. Other than, and I don't know about Bud Black, what he's thinking, man. You know what I mean?
He's thinking I'm retired. I got family here, and you're paying me. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's take a break. Let's come back. We'll continue the Bronco conversation, as you know we will. Spring, you dug up some pretty good audio here today. I do want to play that a little bit. Jamal Murray talked about it was after one of the Canada games, right? Spring.
Yeah, the win over Australia yesterday.
He's trying to give us some insight as to what is going on because a lot of people are asking, why isn't he playing more? Why isn't the shooting there? Is he healthy? Jamal tried to answer a couple of those questions, and we'll get into what he thinks going on. It's Berto, Andy, and Spring on Altitude Sports Radio. a little Nirvana for you on a Wednesday? Huh?
I'm a huge Nirvana fan. Love Nirvana.
I don't know this. How old are you? Are you older or younger
I just
than me?
turned 50. I just turned 50.
So we're the exact same age. You might be in the same boat. Yeah, I just turned 50 on the 4th.
Your birthday's the 4th of July,
It
bro?
is. Everybody has a party.
Damn, man, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I shoved a knife into my thumb right before trying to cut that
Yeah,
brisket.
no. This is the same. Remember, I told Spring, I was like, Andy Lindahl was a serial killer in his last life, man, because all the bad things have been happening to you this life.
I've lived a charmed life, I do want to say, Berto, but not the last 6 months, 6 weeks.
I was like,
it's actually been a kind of a crappy year. I lost a dog. We had a car, go kaput. Yeah,
this is what I'm
Who's
saying,
to cry,
man.
though? I got a great job. That's what matters. I get to come here and distract myself here. So, anyway, look, I ask you this because Mark Stout always gives me a hard time, and you and I are of the same age, so maybe you fell into this. I love Nirvana when they first came out.
Yeah.
Mark Stout's like, you guys and your sad music, you ruined the party.
Nah,
you
Nirvana
ruined the
was
hair metal
great.
party.
Nah, no.
I was like,
That's-
what hair metal
no,
party?
you
All you guys
kidding me, man?
ODing on stuff and
Nah,
bands
man,
dying?
and it wasn't just us, man. I think Pearl Jam had something to say about that. All those bands from it wasn't just us.
No, we just
Nirvana, that was rocking. That music slaps, bro. Yeah, don't come at me about for liking Nirvana, man.
Well, because you want, how many strip club songs do you need? And then with your ballad. I'm sorry, all you decided to have a ballad and you ruined it yourself.
No, there was a bunch of, what was those dudes called? Like, there was a bunch of those bands, like
the hair metal
Dashboard
bands.
Confessionals or whatever from that era.
No, that was
where it was
later
like
on.
sad music.
The emo.
Yeah, emo music.
The emo folks are now, the elder emos
Listen,
a big
I love
thing.
hair bands. I love hair bands.
Sure, it was all fun.
But
I like Dr. Feelgood.
Yeah. Motley Crue and Point, all those
Same
like,
old situation.
Yeah,
I like a couple songs. I don't need all their albums.
Right. I don't need the entire music history of the world to be hair band metal, man. That's Mosier's world. We don't need to be living in that.
Oh my God.
We don't need to be living in that,
I'm so
man.
glad you brought that up.
No way.
So Mosier and I just send each other little things over Instagram. And look, man, I'm sorry for those I'm about to offend because I know some of you very much love Motley Crue, but they showed it like Spring would have got a kick out of it. Nate would have been crying. I should have sent it to them. Vince Neil tried to come out and then he tripped over something and he fell down.
He's
and
like
he went
60
from cool
foot.
rocker to old man trying to get himself back up. And look, it looked like me trying to play lacrosse at 50 where then all of a sudden you're broke and you're dizzy because you banged your head and there's nothing cool about what you just did. And the whole crowd's just like, oh my God, we can't unsee that.
That's
and he's
like,
like looking the wrong way and he doesn't know where
it doesn't
he is.
it just looks like he doesn't look like a rock star anymore. But that's
you're not my king of rock anymore.
Remember when Bret Michael got smashed in the face at the MTV? What's
Yes.
the MTV? Well, yeah, he was like, and they dropped the whole curtain on him, and he's just like, I'm rocking
man.
out, and it caught him right in the face. He sued a bunch of people over that. But yeah,
Mosier got mad. He's like, he got up and recovered just fine, you hater. It's like, no, he didn't, bro. No, he didn't.
Nah, listen.
You went to looking like my grandpa on a snap. You don't know where you are, and you're supposed to be singing Dr. Feelgood.
Yeah. I'm shocked that those dudes are still alive. Just like I'm shocked that the entire Rolling
I think
Stones
they are too.
Like, I mean, are you kidding me, man? The
I
amount
think
of drugs
Motley Crue is completely shocked they're alive.
They're like, how did we make it through?
56 died like 3 times. Yeah. I don't know how. He's got some kind of deal. Maybe even hell doesn't want him. They're like, nope.
They're like,
stay
you
up
keep
there.
him. Right?
Bring him back.
Just the undead. I mean, Mick Jagger does look a little bit like The Walking Dead, but he can still rock, man.
Well, he didn't do what Vince Neil did. I'm going to get a lot of hate from that. Every time I say something about Fat Axl, I get more hate about Fat Axl takes than anything.
Well,
and I loved Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, I love
But
Guns N'
Axl,
Roses
if you go look at the
too.
history, he's kind of a POS. I hate to tell you.
Right.
He's beat a bunch of women and not been cool to a lot of people.
Right, and now he's just like one too many donut. He can't he can't even catch his breath when he's singing.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't see. Here's the problem. It's not fair. I don't want you to look like me when I go to your rock
Right.
show.
You're
you
supposed
need
to be a
still
rock
be my
god,
you.
man. Yeah.
I mean, at least James Hetfield still looks somewhat. Now, he's lost the hair, but he still looks like he's kind of a BA.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jamal Murray. Let's play some of this cut here, Spring. So Jamal Murray, a lot of talk even on this station. And look, the simple explanation that I keep getting from Hastings is just internet. I don't think any of us can really appreciate how physical international play is. They don't call a lot of whistles, and not every guy in the NBA is built for international play. And maybe that just is the best description and reason for what Jamal's struggles with Team Canada have been. I'm still telling you that dang calf injury is still in the back of my mind too, which is the reason why I said I didn't think the Nuggets could win the title this year, because I don't care if they get past Minnesota. I don't think the calf injury was healed. Here's Jamal talking to the press after the win over, what was it, Australia there? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and he's talking with Ariel Hawani here as I'm eating.
What you eating there, Spring?
Sandwich.
That's the lame answer. What kind of sandwich, brother?
This was just a good sandwich.
Gosh, man.
We're playing this audio?
Yeah, go ahead. Play Jamal.
Great win. We had to keep it going. Thought we played hard tonight. That's an extremely tough team that's been together for a while. So it was a good test for us, and we were able to weather the storms and come over with the win.
Difference between the second half and the first half. Obviously, defense was way better in the second half, but from your perspective, what was the big difference?
I think it was exactly that. We're going to miss and make shots, but we can always put the effort in on defense. So we did a better job communicating, getting back, not giving them free looks, and just making it tough for them all night. So that was our adjustment, and we were able to, pick it up.
How are you feeling out there? There's always a lot of talk about, are you 100%? How are you feeling? Can you tell us?
I'm feeling great. Obviously, I was away from the team for a while, so not starting, but, we got a bunch of selfless guys that, don't need all that, you know what I'm saying? I think we got a great starting unit. Lou's doing his thing. Dylan's playing amazing. Obviously, Shea, Dwight, RJ. So, guys come in. Everybody has their role. I think you saw Jason Timm didn't play a single minute. I'm sure a lot of guys, Tyrese Haliburton didn't play. I think a lot of guys on other teams are starting on their respective NBA teams. So, it's not an ego thing over here. We're just trying to get the win. I think that's why it's a lot of fun, because it's just a bunch of the best players from the same country trying to get a win. Not worrying about stats or egos or rules.
Congrats. Good luck against Spain. Good to see you, man.
Well, he says he's fine.
He doesn't look fine.
Well,
or he's not playing fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue that. The stats are the stats. The tape is the tape. D-Mac keeps going on about this contract extension we thought was coming that hasn't happened. Are you curious what? Is your antenna up that maybe something's going on with that, or do you think they're just waiting post-Olympics?
I have a tendency to overreact to all this stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, just like I overreacted when I found out, because remember Shams had the report. They're like, oh yeah, man, here's the deal. Jamal's going to sign it. It looks like it's good, and then it never happened. And then Jamal comes out. He's like, listen, man, I'm playing in the Olympics. We'll worry about it afterwards and all this stuff. But yeah, this is the craziest thing. I've seen the Avs and Nugs lose some tough games in my career. Like, I've seen them in seasons in some really bad fashions. But there's something about that Game 7 loss that is, like, I'm still angry about it, man. It's been months, and I'm still angry about it. And I shouldn't put that on Jamal, but I do.
Really?
And, yeah,
okay.
I do. Because everybody was complaining about, and we talked about it yesterday, where KCP came out, and was
Did an
talking
interview,
about,
right? Was on a podcast.
Yeah, and was just like, we were exhausted. We were tired. We just didn't have it anymore. And I don't blame that Game 7 loss, that blowing that 20-point lead on the bench or anybody. I blame that on the guys. Like, that's what you get the money for, is to not blow a 20-point lead in Game 7. So I don't like the way I've been thinking about it. I need to rethink this whole thing, because I think I'm still angry at Jamal somehow. Because I'm like, you know what? Yeah, why doesn't he look good? Is there still something wrong with him physically? Maybe they shouldn't offer him a contract at all. And then I'm like, that's just stupidity. That's just idiocy from me. Because you got it. That dude helped you win an NBA title, man.
No, you're right. But look, we're entering a new era of the NBA where you can't be loyal to everyone forever.
Yeah,
and
you can't just pay
I'm not
guys.
saying. See, for me, I would look to deal MPJ before I would deal Murray. But I get the health concerns with Murray. There's been just like some guys start getting injured and it just doesn't stop. They just can't stay healthy, unfortunately. I hope that's not a thing for Jamal. But I will say this, where you talk about the Game 7 demons that haunt you at night, where I still think of this, whenever we talk about it, what drives me nuts is at least Jamal wasn't afraid to take big shots or try to take shots.
Yeah.
I've got it stuck in my head how many times there was that stretch where Minnesota's coming back in that third quarter and they're eating up the 20-point lead. I can still remember the one possession sticks out where Jokic passed to every other dude on the floor and they all kept giving it back to him because everyone's afraid to take a shot.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We can't have any more of that
Yeah,
this
Mike,
year.
there are times that MPJ just can't disappear.
Well,
He just
I don't
can't
want to pick on
disappear like he
MPJ
does.
either, because really, without that whole collective, we don't have a championship. MPJ's three-point shooting can be awesome, but to your point, it is going to become tougher, Berto. Yes.
Do you think there's been a conversation in the Nuggets front office about Because if I'm the Nuggets, I just lock Jamal up. Like I want Jamal. Like he helped me win the first NBA title. Like, and you liked his competitiveness, and he's one of the biggest dogs in the league when it comes to the playoffs, hitting game winning.
And the last few minutes, he's not afraid of anything.
But do you think there was a conversation where they're like, in this league with this kind of cap, what can we do with $200 million? More than $200 million, matter of $212 million or whatever it would be that you'd have to spend.
Well, yeah, because look,
I don't think you should close off any options. You should consider any options. But the only reason I'm asking this question, I think, is because I'm still upset about the way.
No, I would ask you this because I said this to D-Mac and Raj today. I don't want them to become the mellow Nuggets of the aughts where your roster, after you signed Kenyon Martin, you got locked into a roster you couldn't change forever. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, Melo got frustrated about you not being able to do much, and it was what it was, and you never got anything out of it. So, yeah, I'm with you. They have to be careful about these aprons. We can't have another – because everyone's getting all over them for not doing anything at the deadline, and it just frustrates me. They couldn't do anything at the deadline because of the dumb rules.
There's nothing you can do.
They couldn't even sign a buyout guy. It's not like they sat there and were like, we're good. No, they weren't allowed to do anything, and you can't get yourself back into that situation. Mm-mm. It's one of the reasons why I think most of us on this station haven't griped about KCP going away. We're not trying to give you PR. We all remember last year at the deadline, we knew you needed 2 or 3 things, and you couldn't do butt guts about it because of the rules. You can't be that tight against the cap. So, yeah, this Jamal thing might become a harder decision than you think. But to me, again, I would start with other guys, and I always throw MPJ out there. Now, MPJ's improved in a lot of ways. But to your point, the big 3 moneymakers better be the big 3 game breakers when it comes down to...
Is it next year or the year after that Mike's going to start making $40 million a year,
right,
man?
I know.
And you got to be a 40... Like, I don't care about the money. I don't care about the money other than the fact...
It affects what you can do.
Right. Pay Mike, make as much money as you want to make. But guess what? If you're making $40 million a year in this league, you got to be a $40 million player, man, which means you got to show up in the fourth quarter. You can't show up in the first half and not in the second half, or not show up in the first half and show up in the You got to bring it, brother. You got to bring it. You got to be an option.
And you can't, and in fairness, to add to the Jamal conversation, you can't be hurt at the most critical time of year. We're up against it. Good little Nuggets conversation. We'll come back. Some more Broncos, other stuff ahead here on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. All right, if you're looking for trucks or 4x4 accessories, truck or 4x4 accessories, the only place to go is Colorado Off-Road. Great showroom there, located near downtown Littleton, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them right behind Arapahoe Community College. Go and see what they have and what they can offer for you. And if it's not in the showroom, Jerry can order it for you. What are you looking for? You want some bed covers? He's got it. You need step rails. You need floor mats. Do you need... I've got a remote start kit from them. Just anything you can use for truck or off-road stuff, they've got it over there at Colorado Off-Road. Good people to have a conversation with. They've done my suspension, redid my suspension. I thought I was going on a road trip, and then that kind of got nixed. But truck's running great, riding like it's on a bed of air. Frankly, drives better than the day I drove it off the lot because Jerry knows his stuff, and he loves directing you in the right direction. He will give you a lot of suggestions and not his most expensive stuff. He wants to find the right product for you. Again, Colorado Off-Road. CO Off-Road is where you find them on the web, cooffroad.com, or give them a call, 303-761-1234. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Andy Lindahl. Mark Bertinoli here with me today. We call him Berto. Mark Springer behind the glass. We call him Spring. And we're hanging out with you until 6 o'clock. I guess, are we not blitzing tonight, I would assume?
Oh, no, we're blitzing.
Oh,
Spring,
wow, you're going the long shift.
We were going to take it off, but then Springer's like, no. I got stuff I want to get off my chest. He's got some hot takes coming.
Okay.
He's got some burning hot
All
takes.
right. It's the Blitz with Mark Springer.
Well,
He's
people
the hot
gotta know.
corner.
Yeah.
He's going to sneak
The
in.
people
He's got
have to
stuff
know.
to tell you. That's what I like. That's what I like. All right. We are talking about this Bronco camp that we're trying to witness here. And by the way, there's some interesting Nugget stuff coming in. You know what's so funny? Real quickly before we go into some Bronco stuff again. 2 texts right in a row. MPJ disappears way too much. Trade him. Porter hits big shots at the end of the game multiple times last year. And he's added that float game. Expect a huge season from him next year.
I hope so.
I feel like we're the most debated athletes in this town. Might as well just open it up.
Well, it's always going to be the
303-504-0925.
quarterback of the Denver Broncos.
Yeah,
it's
but the
Michael
Nuggets-
Porter Jr. It is Michael
MPJ's
Porter
up there.
Jr.
But is Jamal entering this territory? I don't think you're the only one that feels the way that you do. I love Jamal.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm doing anything that breaks up the best pick and roll in the world.
Yeah, no,
But
it
your
would be
injury concerns, look, man, we can't ignore that.
right. You have to think about it. But I mean, if I was running the Nuggets, I'd just lock Jamal. I'm like, I'd already have a statue of Jamal out in front of that building, along with Joe. You know what I mean?
Sure.
That's where I'd be right now. But I think you have to think about it. You have to talk about it. It'd be irresponsible if you didn't have a conversation about how well Jamal Murray's body can hold up over a full season. And if you decide that he just can't hold up, I'm fine with you giving him a bunch of money and then this is crazy because I used to be so against this. But I'd be perfectly fine as you lock up Jamal and then you give him all the time in the world during the season because Jamal always wants to play. Always wants to play. So I feel like if the Nuggets can figure out a way to just be like, all right, Jamal, you get this week off, man. Hold him to 65 games a season, something like that. And I never used to think that that's the way you should handle things. But I mean, because all you want now is another title. That's all I want. I don't care about you winning the West. I don't care about you winning 60 games. Another title is all I want from this team. And you have the best player in the history of the franchise. Give him the weapons he needs to bring another one of those home. Is Jamal one of those weapons? Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah, you got to get the Avs and Nuggets. It's so interesting how their windows have just been so close to each other the entire time, at least that I've been here, right? I remember one of the first topics Nate and I did when we got together was who's going to have the next parade. I had predicted the Avs. I think Nate was on board for that. That ultimately is what happened. But then the Nuggets all of a sudden came. I will say when I got here, I didn't think the NBA would ever let it happen. So the fact that the Nuggets won a title was shocking to me anyway. Like I didn't even know how to receive it. You want to talk about things you never thought you'd see in your life? The Denver Nuggets winning the NBA title with an MVP.
Yep.
Unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
And so now you got to maximize the window, right? Because again, it's, here's what I think gets tough. With the Avs, and I guess I'll just ask you, Berto, and how about we do this for all the teams? We know this is not a destination city for baseball players because the Rockies are what they are. That's the reality of it. Our guy last night, who was our pitcher last night? Cal Quantrill. Cal Quantrill didn't look like he was too thrilled to be wearing a Rockies uniform and having to make him start.
There were some rumors that they might trade him.
Yeah,
and then
I think he thought it was going to happen.
And then it didn't, and he's like, damn it, I'm still here.
Remember when Trevor Story asked basically for the night off because he was so mad they didn't trade him? I think Cal Quantrill had a little of that going on. So to me, the Avs are always going to be a destination. This has become really, it's got such a great history. 3 Stanley Cups. So many great players have come and played here. Hockey players, I think, will want to come here, especially when you have a Nathan McKinnon, a Cale Makar, guys like this. But the NBA, I still don't know. Like, I can't imagine why anybody wouldn't want to come play with Joker. And the more that you feel, the more I see Joker at an all-star game and making friends. And like every guy on Team USA, or most of the guys, I believe, on Team USA, made sure they went and dapped Joker up after that game was over the other night.
Yeah, gotta
right?
respect the MVP. Gotta give him respect.
I feel like guys are coming around to him. I don't know, like, what does the Russell Westbrook signing mean? Now, this is a guy that needs to chase a ring, But is this going to become a more desired destination?
Yeah.
Will you be
Yes.
able to get free agents
Yes.
if you decide to cut some of this core loose?
Listen, with Russell Westbrook, I'm all about, go ahead, bring another Hall of Famer on the team. Like, whatever you think of Russell Westbrook, that man is a Hall of Fame. He's going to the Hall of Fame, and all he needs now is a title. Maybe he gets it with the Denver Nuggets. You go ahead and bring him in. But I do believe that players have started to look around at these guys getting these big contracts who have played with Joker and then gone somewhere else. And then it's like, see, you play in Denver and Joker gets you paid. Like, he makes you a better player. We had this conversation about the LA Dodgers because I was complaining about how the Dodgers just spend mad money. But then some people were telling me, like, no. Players go to the LA Dodgers because they look at the LA Dodgers and say, those guys make players better. They get better, and then they get paid because of it. He's like, if I want to be a better player and if I want to make more money, I'm going to go there. And I think there are some players around the NBA who look and see what's happening in Denver and says, if I play with Nikola Jokic, I might play my best basketball of my career, and my next contract's going to be huge. But now, with the new CBA, it's not really like, you know what I mean? Like there's not a lot of possibilities.
But does that free you up to maybe move on from what you thought was the core? Because again, I think for a lot of us here, it's crazy talk. You know, to me, for me, and that's what's tough maybe about this Jamal contract. I'm all in for an MPJ, Joker, AG, Maul as the. I want that core back together next year.
Yeah, and they could be, because you've got two of those dudes locked up. You lock up Jamal now, and then you pay, because Aaron Gordon will be paid next year. So you owe Aaron Gordon good money next year. Can you keep all four of them together at that price tag with this new CBA? I don't even know if that's possible.
See, you're right.
Because AG's he deserves to get paid.
Sure.
AG deserves to get paid.
Well, and it's funny because, and I think KCP just showed us again, we as fans sometimes just assume, they want to keep playing for a winner. They don't mind having a little less money. No, guys want to make their cash,
right,
man.
There's a difference. I mean, you hear somebody making $24 million and they took 25 somewhere, and just only $1 million. Like, only $1 million?
Yeah.
It's $1 million.
I had David Bruton tell me one time, he was getting ready for free agency after the Super Bowl year, and I said, "Do me a favor. What's the hometown discount?" And he laughed. He goes, $50,000 to $100,000, bro. That's it. Don't be taking my money away from me. You know what I mean?
No, you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it.
I'm just, if you had to rank them right now, I would ask this: does Sean Payton make the Broncos a destination, do you think?
No.
And I don't think we can rank it over this last year because they couldn't sign anybody because of the cap thing.
No, it's no. In the NFL, it's just money because your career is so short. You got to go where you make.
Or
the
you
most
got to have
money.
the QB.
Yeah,
Bo
you
Nix
gotta
can
go
make
there.
this if he shows he's the guy. Bo Nix can make
Yeah,
this a
then
destination.
there might be
real
some
quick.
guys out there like Devontae's contract comes up and he's like, "Yeah, I'll play for Denver. I'll
Well,
catch
isn't
some
it kind
balls
of
from
funny
Bo or
because
something."
again, I've tried to float things around here. I think you need a true number one. All right.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
not what
think
Cortland is, is what you're
Sutton-
saying?
Well, I think he's like an elite number two more than a true number one, if I were to put it that way. I like Cortland Sutton a lot. I like his game, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's not Devontae Adams or he's going to be open 24/7. Just look for me, bro, because no one's covering me, right? And so anytime, like you got Ayuk out there, although I saw something that suggested maybe the Ayuk thing's starting to melt a little bit. But you got Ayuk out there, you got Jamar Chase out there, you got T. Higgins out there, you got CeeDee Lamb. Like, you got some unhappy receivers that maybe are, teams that listen to some offers for. Nobody ever brings up that Denver ought to go jump in this thing because I don't think people believe right now, unless Bo Nix shows what we hope he can be, people aren't looking to come here, right? Where would you, what if the teams are destinations, just not, we all love the city, whatever. Rank them in order. Who's the top destination team here? Is it go Nuggets, Avs, Broncos?
It probably goes Avs, Nuggets.
Really? You got the Avs ahead of the Nuggets?
Yeah. Just because, I mean.
To me, Joker is the dude in the NBA.
Yeah, but you got 3 Hall of Famers on the Avs right now? Because I'm going to throw Miko in that category too, bro. So you got 3 of the best players in the league on that team. And I think players like playing for Jared Bednar. So you got that going for you. It's been a solid organization. I think it probably goes Avs, Nugs, Broncos. I was dangerously close to putting Rockies there, though, because the Rockies don't have a salary cap, and they don't have the problem the Broncos do right now with that 20% hit.
You know what? It'd be curious to see how many guys would want to come here if they actually operated that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? How about if like Dick Monfort won the lottery and he won $17 billion, how much would that change the way the Rockies do business? I don't know if it would be a lot. I don't know. I don't think so.
The guys wanted to come here for a while, just not pitchers. Remember, they were able to get Larry Walker. They were able to get Todd Hollandsworth. Like, they had some guys. These are funny names to go back in history, but they've had guys. I remember Michael Kadire, he's a pretty good hitter. He was happy to sign here. They've had some dudes be willing to show up here. They just don't operate where, like, one guy gets the big contract and everybody else just,
We were just having the conversation about Bryce Harper and what he was screaming at the Rockies 2 years ago when he called them a loser organization.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, how many players do you think in Major League Baseball think exactly like Bryce Harper?
Many. And I don't say that just off the cuff. Nate brought in the player survey from The Athletic about a month ago, and nobody had anything good to say about the Rockies or what they'd heard about it. And former guys that are anonymous were talking smack about them. See, it is interesting because the 347, one of our regular texters, says McKinnon is the dude in the NHL right now. I'm not going to totally argue that, but McDavid is viewed by many as a tier, not a tier, but a step above McKinnon. Whereas Nikola Jokic, to me, here's the thing. Look, I love Nate McKinnon. I really do. I don't want anybody hearing it wrong. But I think Nate can make some guys better, but Nate's a grinder. And Nate reminds me of Peyton Manning or a Kobe Bryant or these intense competitors
Peyton Manning
that
is probably
expect
good.
you to make a full lifestyle change to come be part of his gang.
I haven't heard that comparison before, but Nathan McKinnon and Peyton Manning probably, yes. They have that same mindset.
And I say
that same kind of laser focus.
You want to know why I'm comfortable saying that? CJ Anderson told me before the playoff game against the Colts in 2014 where they lost. I asked him during the bye week, I'm like, what are you going to do? And he goes, well, I'll tell you this. I ain't going to answer any texts from Peyton Manning for a week. Because he was just like, bro, I need a break, right? And I think McKinnon grinds guys the same way. I think Joker makes everybody around him better because of the style of basketball that he plays.
Yeah.
And like you said, guys will get paid. I don't think Joker cares how you live as long as you show up to compete.
Yeah. And there are two. I've said this before, and I think Springer agrees with me. I've said that Nikola Jokic is better at his sport than any other player in the history of Denver sport. Like, Nikola Jokic is better at basketball than John Elway was at football. Nikola Jokic is better at basketball than Joe Sakic is at hockey.
You know what's funny? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I get people fired up because I've said the same. I've said when it's all said and done, I think Joker will be the athlete of Denver, and the long timers get really mad.
Yeah, but it's just,
but that's the reality.
He's so unique.
Considered the top.
He is so unique at it.
Three-time MVP.
If you want to know about Nathan McKinnon, the Hockey News just had an article. I just read it a couple of days ago, but it could have come out earlier about what McKinnon was doing during the home point streak. Dog. Springer, did you see that article about what McKinnon was doing during the point streak? I guess my man McKinnon is a little bit more superstitious than I realized.
Right.
He kept doing the same thing every day for every home game. So he said he was almost happy when the streak ended because he's like, my car was a mess because I thought I never cleaned my car because the streak started when I pulled up with a dirty car. So he's like, he went the whole season. And his car is he's like, I'm not touching the car. He has all these crazy superstitions. And so when the streak kept going on, he had to keep doing all these crazy superstitions. And finally, when it was over, he's like, man, I'm kind of glad it's over because it was getting a little crazy there.
I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell you real quick, though. You triggered a funny story. Did you see the Todd Helton story about the streak thing like you're talking about?
No.
Todd Helton told a funny story at his induction. He said he was superstitious to a fault.
Really?
Did we play that on the show, Spring? He said, so he was going down to the Springs, and because I guess he was on a rehab assignment, and he got caught speeding, right? Gets pulled over. Guy writes him a ticket, and he had like a 3-hit game or something like that night.
Oh, no.
So the next night, he's like, I don't care. I got to go the same speed. Officer, same guy, caught him again. Todd said, he goes, I'll see you tomorrow, wink, wink. And he said the guy obliged him.
And he pulled him over
third night in a row because he had all these hits. The same officer. Now, he didn't say if he actually got the ticket or not.
Yeah, no,
but the guy pulled him over again because, like Nate, that's just how superstitious.
Yeah.
People have talked about, like, I think it was Brad Hopp. It might have been Todd. In a bad streak, went and put on Brad Hopp's pants because he just decided his weren't working anymore. I'd like just a book of his superstitions. We're late to break. It's Altitude Sports Radio. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Andy Lindahl. Kreckman is out on vacation. He'll be back. You know what we're going to be like pretty soon? By next week, I think. We're going to be like the team getting all their injured player back. We've had a lot of folks. I took my turn. Nate's taking his turn. Spring was out a little bit. You got a little bit in too, right?
Yeah, but see, I'm taking a vacation again. I'm off next week too, bro.
Good for you.
Like this week in between, just mailing this one in right
I
here.
got to tell you, man. I kind of did a little of that too earlier in July because I figured that short July 4th week, I'm like, wow, I could really maximize some vacation time. You've got the one job on the station I don't think I'd take.
Working nights?
Yeah, well, the
Working
nights,
every night?
and it's the
Dealing with Springer?
2 long marathon seasons. Now,
Yeah.
the one job I don't think I could ever work is a baseball job.
Yeah. Well, see,
That's
the thing with
that's
baseball,
a whole lot.
yeah, they're so long. Well, now with the pitch clock, it wouldn't be bad, right? 'Cause
No,
most
but
baseball
you
games
never
are
get
2.5
a day
hours.
off.
That's
If you
true.
get
You're
a
always
day
gone.
off, it's like a Monday or a Thursday because those are the travel days, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's never a Sunday. It's never a weekend. I always warn the young broadcaster that ask me, I just say, make sure you really love the sport. If you really love baseball, then it's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not into the sport and you don't want to live that life, you better be careful because that's a lot of
it'll
baseball.
go.
man.
I mean, I end up doing over 200 broadcasts a year, easy, right? With the preseason and the playoffs, but 162 with where you can have those weather delays. Like there is no weather delays in the NBA and the NHL. I don't have to deal with that nonsense.
Yeah. Oh, the untimed stuff, man. When I was doing, now I only had to do it during the week. I didn't do it on the weekends, but I was doing my night show, and during baseball season, I had to do a post game show after the Rockies. Man, there's so many nights where just between pitches, pitching changes, and weather delays, I was like, am I even going to get on tonight? I'm just sitting around waiting to do a whole lot. One night, I literally had a 5-minute show. A 5-minute show. I was just there to get us to the top of the hour. All right, we did learn some news in Bronco camp today that I think will be key, a development that we were all going to talk about as things got going. So I'll ask you, is this a good idea? They did lose Quinn Bailey today. It was an unfortunate one. A lot of people talked about hearing the snap, and the players seemed to scatter. He broke, I guess he fractured an ankle or something.
Right, because it feels if it was the leg or the arm, it wouldn't be. He'd be able to come back this season, but with an ankle.
Oh, it was bad. When they get the air cast on and the coach doesn't even go get the update from the trainer and just tells you, yeah, he's having surgery, you know it was a bad deal. And that's what Sean Payton did. I bring that up because it's the first. Leggy has told us they don't have a lot of depth. They cannot afford. This team might surprise us. Any team can. But they cannot be losing starting players. Quinn Bailey, not necessarily a frontline starter, but Sean Payton did admit we had plans for him to be the extra blocker. It's a loss for us because he
would have been playing every
He'd have been
game,
like
right?
the second tight end. Broncos with Shanahan used to do that with the guy named Dwayne Carswell. Remember House? House started as a tight end and just got so big they just went ahead and made him a tackle, and he would come in and be an extra blocker when they wanted to run certain directions. So Quinn Bailey sounded like he was going to be a little bit of that. But the same day we learn about it, what was an unfortunate injury, Sean Payton lets everybody know the starters are playing in preseason. With what the Broncos are right now, is this the right move?
Yeah. I mean, what do you have to lose? Nobody thinks you're going to win any games this upcoming. Everybody thinks you're going to suck anyway, man. Like, so great, have a chip on your shoulder and prove them wrong, but it also means that you can't be pampered to that you play the starters. You play them all, baby. Play them all 3 preseason games. I don't care.
How much you doing each time?
I'm at the point now. Oh, that's
so you remember? So the old thing used to be.
Do you give Bo if you bought into Bo Nix? Man, you give them a half you give them a half for every single one of these, right? At least a half every single one of these preseason games.
You're talking about bought in, okay? He was out with the starters for walkthrough today, which tells me, covering enough football, I feel like that's a sign he is going to start the first preseason game no matter what, which he should. I think any of us, again, Jarrett Stidham doesn't need more reps in this thing. Jarrett Stidham looks like he's got the offense down just fine. It should be Bo Nix, it should be Zach Wilson, and that should be the end of it, right? And I don't know, do you go a whole half? Heck, I don't know.
I would. I mean, well, Sean Payton said to us, we have a plan. We have a plan. So what do you think that plan is? What do you think that plan is?
Well, I think you get a quarter. The kid has got to get comfortable, and you've got to figure out what does he do well. Again, by all accounts, Bo Nix had his best day with the starters. And then Jeff Legwald told the midday show that it was a lot of shotgun. It was a lot of RPO. I think Spring said he even noticed that when he was up on the hill. I was doing some radio, and we got behind all the big butts on the bench, and I couldn't see over everybody perfectly. So I'm not going to tell you I got everything that I wished I could have out of practice today, but duty called. So it's good that they went to some stuff that Bo Nix is more comfortable with, because the other stuff he's been struggling with. All right, well, get him comfortable, get him in a rhythm, get him feeling good about himself. Then try the under center stuff or whatever it is again, right? You have to scrap it for the year, but let the kid feel good about himself, okay? Not because I've seen the first 2 days, he just looks like he's washed over. When frankly in camp, the non-pad days, I was really impressed how he was handling stuff, right? But the intensity goes up as we get closer to playing real football. To your question, here's what's hard. I would not keep your starting wide receiver group out there the whole time.
You can't get Bo killed. You got to put the entire starting offensive line out there.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, though, Berto. I can't risk an injury to a starter. I think this O-line could be good. I don't know that they have a lot of depth, man. I just don't. So I feel like you give them a quarter in the first one and a half in the second, then you call it a day.
Wow. No, man.
What would you play him?
Well, you know what? I'm a sucker. I'd make him play the whole. I'd play 3/4 of Bo in game number 1, or maybe two. I'd want to see an extended amount of time for Bo. Not just for my. I just want him out there playing. This is your dude, man. This is the guy. Like Sean Payton, basically this offseason crowned that guy. Like this is the guy. So now show it to us. I want to see it. So play him, man, and play the starters. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't.
No, I know.
How much do I want to see the third string dudes out there like running with Stady or Wilson? I don't care.
We all say play him till someone gets hurt, Berto. That's the problem. Because I've done this dance before, right? Then you lose a key guy for the year. Matter of fact, our old guy Ryan Harris is one of them. At the end of Josh McDaniels' second season, they'd had a horrible preseason. He was trying to prove everything was okay. So he trots out all these dudes in the fourth preseason game, which used to be the major no-no. None of your starters were supposed to play. Ryan Harris ended up screwing up his ankle as your starting. He might have been the starting left tackle at that point. Maybe he was right. But either way, he was a starter. And so that got all screwed up. He wasn't the same that whole year. And I'm trying to think of who was a kid out of Chatfield that ended up going to the Tennessee Titans after USC, the running back.
Lendale White.
Thank you. Lendale White was playing that game too. Lendale White looked like a pretty good pickup for the Denver Broncos. They were playing the Vikings in Minnesota.
Wasn't that a little
Lendale
hefty?
White screwed up his ankle, and then he wasn't right.
I thought Lendale White was a hefty dude, right?
Yeah, he was.
It was a
but they picked him up to kind of be a thumper in the goal line. It was near the goal line where Lendale ended up getting hurt. All because Josh had to prove that we don't suck as bad as you thought we did.
I don't know. Once again, I ask you how the Broncos are going to handle. Like the game next week is in Indianapolis, right? You got to go to the Colts, but the next one's here when Green Bay comes here, right? I want to see 3/4 of Bo Nix, man. I want to see 3/4, unless they're leaning somewhere else. Well, I don't think that's the case. I want to see this man play NFL football.
I understand where you're coming from, and I don't disagree with you. Here's what you have to remember: they're not really going to be showing anything. I mean. Vanilla doesn't even describe how plain the playbook is in the preseason.
Would you be okay if Bo only played a quarter? Like he plays a quarter against the Colts, he plays a quarter against Green Bay, doesn't play it all against Arizona.
Yeah,
and you'd be like, okay with that?
I would live with it because again, they're not going to show us the real plays. It's going to be play action out the yin yang. He's going to hit the tight end 95 times. Maybe he does something like he did last year for Jared Stidham, where he schemes up a few plays and they run those, but. In a perfect world, see, this is why if they go to the 18-game season, I know your answer, but if they just scrap preseason, is anybody going to care? If they go true college football and the first game's the first game?
No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. But then again, I'm at the point now where I don't like. Listen, man, play them. Sean, play him, man. These are your dudes. Play him. Like I'm done. Like NFL doesn't care about player safety. Why should I? If players don't care about player safety, why the hell should I? Play him. You want them to get, like you're complaining about the CBA limiting your practice time? Well, there's a whole game, baby. There's a whole preseason game, Sean. Go ahead and play them all, the whole damn game, and let's see how it goes.
Wow.
That's probably not the way that you want to do it, but that's how I want to do it. Play them.
Well, yeah,
show me.
We all want to see football as soon as we can. See, again, you bring up the ultimate problem here. I don't necessarily care if Bo Nix were to take a whole game, but you can't put him behind the backup line. The backup
Right,
line's
you're gonna have
been
to tell
struggling.
that. You're gonna have to tell
You
that
gotta
starter.
protect
They'll be
him.
like,
And
"Hey
frankly,
guys, you guys have to play this entire game against Arizona because Bo's gonna be out there the entire time."
Well, and again, you can't afford injuries, and so that leads to it's a mighty big risk. The O-line guys are the ones that if anyone's going to get hurt in a preseason game, it's going to be them. You know, guys are going to fall on guys. It's like getting in a car wreck every play. So I am glad that they're going to play a bit. I still am curious if you can showcase enough of Zach Wilson. I'm telling you.
Do you think a team will give you something for him?
I'm not saying you're going to get a first-round draft pick for the guy, but,
something?
you know, you could get a pick back or 2 pick, you know, whatever. You're not going to get a
But see,
Lions
that's
Hall.
if another team wants him, that's why I would just throw him on the practice squad. Or, well, you can't do that if another team wants him. I would keep him on the roster.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd go 3 quarterbacks this year.
Yeah, keep him on the roster. Then, in the regular season, when somebody does go down, and instead of offering you a 6th-round pick for Zach Wilson, you'd be like, hey, give me a 4th.
See, for me,
give me a 4th.
God forbid anything happen to Bo Nix, but if you were to get hurt, that some kind of injury that's a lengthy period of time, my second play would be Zach Wilson because I know what it is with Jared Stidham.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the 2 guys I've got to find something out about, right? We keep talking about. Those are the guys you need answers on. Have you fixed them or not? And if you can show in the regular season you fixed them, I'm telling you, at the trade deadline, somebody give you something.
Yeah.
Or maybe you hold on to them to make sure that you're right about them. I don't know.
Let me ask you this question.
Well, tell you what, ask it. Can we ask?
Yeah,
Let's
let me
ask it
and
after
then
the
we'll come
break.
back. Well, let
Okay.
me ask it, and then we'll come back and answer it. Will Zach Wilson start a game for the Denver Broncos this season?
It is a great question. We'll get into it after this. I'm curious if the fans want to see it. How much of all these guys do you want to see? How much of all these guys do you want to see in the preseason? We want to hear from you. 303-504-0925. Are you worried about them playing the starters? We'll talk more on 92.5. It is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bertinoli, Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer here with you. We're going to have the 5 biggest stories of the day in the NFL coming up with and it's been pretty interesting. This first story in the High Five is extremely interesting about an old friend. A lot of debate there. A lot of places having debate on a lot of things. So, all right, real quickly. So you said, would I like to see Zach Wilson start a game with the Broncos?
Yeah. Or do you think he will start a game?
No, not from what I'm seeing in camp right now. Here's what I think is going on. I think Sean Payton is trying to manage Bo Nix handling one problem at a time. Bo Nix and Zach Wilson, frankly, have looked about equal in different ways. Spring, what do you think? I do value your opinion, especially because you've been up in the top corner. To me, they both have stuff they're doing well, but the offense, neither one of them gets the offense going consistently as like the way that Stidham does, right?
Honestly, now over these 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's pretty even. Because I thought Bo...
But that's no good. That's no good if it's even. If you have 3 quarterbacks that are the same, you have 0 quarterbacks.
Let him finish his thought real quick.
Sorry, my bad.
Well, because
Spring,
Bo
my bad.
today... He was the best quarterback today.
He was.
Stidham's been the best and this is by a slim margin, but Stidham was the best quarterback the first 2 days. Zach has been up and down.
That's his problem, right, Spring?
Yeah,
he has throws that make you go, all right, and then he has decisions where you go, dude.
Yeah, I think he threw an interception to a defensive tackle yesterday. You don't want to get picked off by a DT.
Yeah, all 3 guys have had their moments where the ball's getting batted down a lot. A lot. So now some of that is linemen have got to cut guys, which I don't know if they're comfortable doing to open up the lane on short throws. And so not always is that on a QB. But Stidham, so I guess to answer your question better, yes, I'd like to see what Zach Wilson can do with the ones, but I get the vibe that we all know Sean Payton wants Nix to be the starter. That's no secret, okay?
Right, but
no
he can't
secret.
wish it to be true if it's not. Like, if he's terrible...
But I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares, Berto. Because, again, when you watch the video and you hear the story that Sean told about this big meeting that or the big, whatever it was with Bo Nix and the offseason where he goes, that's the guy. Sean said, I got in the car and I told everybody, are you kidding me? That's the guy. And that told me all I needed to know that was going to be the draft pick. I think Sean Payton's getting ready to tell the locker room, he's the guy. You kidding me? He's the guy. So
what happens if it doesn't work out?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Like, if you're
Berto,
all in on Bo Nix,
right?
If you're Sean Payton and you're all in on Bo Nix,
and
you're
Bo
like, this
Nix
is the
shows
dude.
you, as some rookies will show you. I'm a little overwhelmed right now.
Right.
What
Well,
do you do?
he's going to make mistakes. Every rookie in the NFL does that. You know what I mean? He's not going to come out there. I mean,
it won't be perfect. Unlikely. He doesn't. I don't know how many of these rookies, and they talked about this on ESPN today. Here's the burden from the rookies now going forward. C.J. Stroud came out and had no problem. C.J. Stroud was awesome.
Yeah.
Turns out C.J. Stroud was running a pro-style offense. Most of the guys, including Bo Nix, did not run a pro-style offense. Caleb Williams was not running a pro-style offense. They were running the classic college spread offense, get the ball out because my receivers and skill position guys are better than yours, faster than yours, and the defense isn't going to have a shot if I get everybody lined up one-on-one. Can't do that in the NFL. So a lot of these guys are going to have to live up to the burden of what C.J. Stroud did a year ago. I just think Sean Payton wants Bo Nix, and so he's trying to keep the competition mainly with Stidham right now because we've not seen Wilson with the ones, and we can't get an explanation as to why.
Yeah,
and I would like to see Zach Wilson because to me, here's my thing. Now, again, I'm not the guy that was pounding the table for Bo Nix to be drafted. I wanted Brock Bowers. Whatever. I could be dead wrong. He may be terrible for the Raiders. But for me, I don't care who the quarterback is, including if it is Bo Nix. If Bo Nix is like this special dude and I was dead wrong, great. Because guess what? We got to talk about good football for once. But I just care that you find a quarterback. I don't care who the quarterback is. I don't think Sean Payton feels the same. I think Sean Payton feels a little bit of whatever right now to prove that he was right about Bo Nix.
Yeah, but of these rookie quarterbacks who've come up in the league over the past, 10, 15 years, and there is always some that they don't pan out, they don't make it. And some of those guys, I mean, not all of them, but there's a handful of those guys that I'm like, I don't think he made it because of the team surrounding him or the coaching staff around it. Because I was like, that's just he's in a bad spot. He was put in a bad position, and there's just nothing. And now my question is, is Bo Nix have the Broncos set him up for success? Or are they just kind of throwing him into the deep end here?
Boy, it's a great question, Berto. I do know some people that think Sean Payton's words have created some tough expectations for the young man. Now we'll see. We get a lot of people that write in that, they're not listening to the coach's words and they still think what they think about Bo Nix. I don't know how great the supporting cast is. I do think they're going to be a good running football team, but that is also predicated on the fact that they do have to show they've improved against the run, which many people think adding Roach, adding Franklin Myers, that they are a better run-stopping team. And so that when the Broncos pop, and look, they've been able to block well for their running backs. Spring, help me out. I don't want to feel like only one opinions. They've looked good in the run game at points, right? Probably more solid in the run game than the pass game, no matter the QB. Fair?
Yeah, Javonte looks good. He doesn't look like the
Estime's had some moments.
Yeah, he trucked a dude yesterday.
Jaleel McLaughlin does a great job.
Yeah, he's got speed. Is Samaje Perine expendable? They actually have some depth at running
I would
back.
offer him back to Cincinnati, quite honestly, as you talk about trading guys. But they look like they'll be a good run team, right? Do you get that vibe?
Yeah, and I think you're going to see. I think that's the three-headed monster. I think it's going to be Javonte, Jaleel, and Estime. I think Perine's the odd man out, but that's three guys. That's three running backs that I think Sean Payton's going to lean on. You know he's going to like Estime because you just drafted him.
Well, and the thing about Perine is he's the good pass blocker.
Mm-hmm.
So
and he's super vet. I don't think he'll make the mistakes that the other guys will. So you kind of want to hold on to that guy.
My point being, again, this is the toughest time of year because you're going against yourselves, and I don't know. Neither unit was great last year. Defense got better as things went along, and Sean Payton found a way to coach enough out of the offense to get them 8-9 wins. But that being said, it's not like for a fact this is a top 5 defense and this offense is really opening some great holes against them. You know what I mean? So is the right supporting cast in place? I'd love to get Bo Nix a true number 1 receiver and then see what happens. I'd love for Bo Nix to have a Jamar Chase.
Oh, yeah, I would too.
They don't have a guy like that. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Who is the most, you tell me this. Who's the most dangerous offensive player on the Denver Broncos right now?
That's a great question.
Who is the single most dangerous? The one, on the other side of the field, defensive coordinators are pointing out to this guy and you got to watch this guy. He could kill us. Who is that? Who's the most dangerous guy offensively?
I would say the potential is it's going to be Greg Dulcich if he stays healthy.
Ooh, I did not think of that as an answer.
But that's a huge if.
I was about to say,
if he stays healthy, everybody admits, wow, you can't cover this guy. He's too fast. It's the classic tight end conundrum you're looking for.
Yeah, he was a big.
He's
he
too
talked
fast
to the
for
media today.
linebackers and too big for DBs.
He's a big dude,
right? And he moves well. So if he could stay healthy, he changes the dynamic of what that offense is, and I could see him becoming a favorite of Bo Nix for a number of reasons, mainly because rookies love throwing to tight ends because those are straight line throws that they can see.
Man,
I
thought you were going to go Josh Reynolds or Marvin
Josh
Mims
Reynolds had himself a day
or
today
something.
now.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
glad
I heard.
Look, he went up. He high-pointed some catches. He tapped the feet down. He made a great catch for Bo Nix. He made a great catch for Zach Wilson along the sideline. He's got good speed, but the funny thing about it is, Berto, he had a bad day yesterday to the point where Cortland Sutton pulled him aside and made him catch a few extra footballs and do push-ups for dropping some passes. I think Cortland Sutton is the steady guy that Bo Nix needs because that big body will help him throw the slant routes that he likes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you keep saying it and you're dead right, dangerous. I don't think they have enough dangerous players necessarily
not a scary team.
unless Jaleel McLaughlin can get in the open field. I'd like to see Mims. Mims, I think, has got the speed, the hands to do it, but Spring, there haven't been a lot of Marvin Mims highlights, right? Am I missing them?
Well, didn't he drop one today?
Yeah,
fairly big one.
Bo's first, his first good throw of the day. He rolls out to the right, escapes some pressure, and he threw one right on the hands of Mims on the right sideline, and he dropped it. I missed which defensive back it was, but the D-back did do a good job of not giving up on the ball and keeping the hand in there to rip it away, but I do feel like it was a ball that Mims should have caught.
See, this is another reason why we got to stop at the quarterback competition. Name your guy because it feels like you're going to do it inevitably anyway. Guys also have to get used to your throw, right? If it's going to be Zach Wilson, which it won't, it comes in a lot saucier than it does with the other two. It's got more heat on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These starting receivers need to get used to the starting quarterback, which is why it's time to kind of end this. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day in the NFL coming up next. And the first one, it's from an old friend in a new location. Stick around for Altitude Sports Radio. We love Colorado Off-Road. It's the 5 o'clock hour. Start of it means we get you caught up on the NFL news of the day with Mark Springer. We call it the High Five.
Hey, coming up after this first story, we will talk about an old friend of ours, but let's start with the Broncos and Wednesday training camp. Offensive tackle Quinn Bailey fractured his ankle. He had to get carted off the field. Sean Payton said that he would have been the sixth offensive lineman, the next rotational guy for offensive tackle duty, and he is going to be out for some time, presumably the rest of the season. Sean Payton said that starters will play in the preseason for the Broncos coming up here in just a couple of weeks. He was asked, I believe that he was asked here about an update on Bo Nix today, who had his best day of training camp here this week today. But he wanted to give praise to another offensive player.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, the guy that jumped out was Josh Reynolds. I mean, shoot, he had 3 or 4 catches that were something else. I'll have a chance to look at the film and then, see how each one of those quarterbacks did. But, we had a heavy emphasis on third down. We had 2 periods devoted, exclusively to third down, as well as a pretty good portion of the walkthrough. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, Josh Reynolds was the guy we're talking about today. I saw one where he high-pointed a catch for Zach Wilson down the sideline because we got off the air. I was able to finally run down and get a little bit better view. They were in full team. Wilson put it up, and, Reynolds went up, and I didn't see the DB who he caught it over, but he grabbed that thing, came down, got the feet down, tried to turn upfield before getting tangled up with the DB that was in coverage on him. But it was a great play by Josh Reynolds. It's the kind of play that, frankly, Bronco quarterbacks haven't gotten enough of the last couple years, where the receiver just makes a play for you, although Cortland did plenty of that for Russ last year. Reynolds is interesting, man. Reynolds could be – look, the Broncos – I think the Broncos have a really good receiving core. If you could add a true number 1, they'd have a great receiving
Right,
core.
because right now it's Sutton, it's Reynolds, it's Mims, right? 1, 2, 3?
You would guess those 3 are on there.
I love Tim Patrick, man, but I don't know if
Tim Patrick, here's the deal. Even Mims, to be fair about it, Spring just talked about it. Mims has not really had the moments that you'd hope for. Tim Patrick, I love the guy, and I'm rooting for his comeback because I think he's Mr. Reliable. I bring him up to Mike Sanford yesterday, and Mike Sanford's like, I haven't seen enough plays out of him. Vele, I think, is another guy that's very interesting, the Utah receiver who took Tim Patrick's old number. I like a lot of what I've seen out of him. I think Sills has had some moments. Again, they've got a very big receiver room. We'll have to see if who's the kid. Why can't I? I'm spacing Troy Franklin, the Oregon guy.
Oh yeah, Troy Franklin. I'm excited for him.
He's
had
some good straight line speed, but again, Sanford says his route running is not quite as crisp as you want it to be. And Bo Nix, I think, is going to be a spot passer, meaning I'm throwing to the spot. Your route better be on, and you better get there.
Yeah, but Troy doesn't have that problem, right? Because him and Bo are on that.
Not according to Sanford.
Oregon.
He's not seen that kind of.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
but I think you're right. If you add a true number 1 of the great receivers in this league, I'd be more than happy with that wide receiving core the way it is right now, with Cortland being your number 2 and Reynolds in there. Yeah, that'd be great. But why waste that money now?
Well, that's what everybody keeps saying, but there's a part of me that feels like
hell with it, lock somebody up right now.
I want the kid. If Bo Nix is going to be, if it's going to be big decision year on Bo Nix, it's only fair to give the guy a true stud to show what he can do, right? I guess there's a part of me that right now I don't think of Bo Nix as a raise all boats guy.
Yeah.
There's only a few of those guys. There's 2 or 3 of those guys in the league. You know what I mean? Patrick Mahomes, and I believe Joe Burrow.
Yeah, Joe.
Maybe Aaron Rodgers, although he can't quit fighting with his receivers. We got more on that coming up. But, I just think that give the guy a really good receiver and see what you can do, okay? Look, even Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen can raise all boats, but he's not going to have Stephon Diggs this year, so we'll see.
High five. All right, let's talk about Pittsburgh Steelers training camp. There was a fight. There was a big fight out at Steelers camp today, and this was the second day that Russell Wilson was back at practice. His calf had been hurting him. He returned to practice yesterday. He was back out there today. That allowed Justin Fields to get all of the first-team reps over the better part of the start of training camp for the Steelers. Earlier today, Mike Tomlin talked with Evan Washburn of CBS. We've had him on this show before, and here is what Evan asked Mike Tomlin.
Our eyes often go to that quarterback position. That's an area of change. How are you viewing that position right now?
Man, we got two really capable guys that are comfortable being the guy. We're going to create an environment where they get an opportunity to compete and show what they're capable of. Obviously, we've been really consistent about the positioning of it throughout the offseason. We described it as Russ having pole position, meaning that they're going to be given an opportunity to compete, but I just think it's important to lean on his experience and expertise relative to the things that come outside of playing to provide direction for the unit and things of that nature. And so it's been really good. Justin's really taken advantage of the opportunity for additional snaps because Russ been out some here the first week. And so really excited about the trajectory of it, excited about it continue to go with the process and having them display their skills.
That's going to be an interesting one because, again, I read some people that say Justin's still not necessarily throwing the ball as well as some had hoped, but then it was put out there today, what if the Steelers try to beat the Ravens at their own game and go full Lamar Jackson and that thing becomes run heavy? Justin Fields would probably be the better fit for that deal.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
And look, Russ got signed in part because he was a great bargain. Now being that bargain may work against him because the Steelers don't need to keep him. He barely is costing them anything.
Yeah, but then I think that's probably why you do, because it isn't cost you anything.
Sure.
You just, although unless Russ, I mean, because once again, I don't think Russ is a bad teammate, but Russell Wilson's going to Russell Wilson. You know what I mean?
But does he ask for his release if he's not playing?
Probably. Because I'm
this
sure
is
he
another.
does.
For everybody who wants to know, this is why there's a part of me a big part of me, keep Russ, okay? You keep
crazy,
Russ.
bro. You're
No,
crazy,
hold
bro.
on. Bo Nix would have been the starter anyway. You still would have drafted Bo Nix. You still would have done all this, and then maybe you get Russ to actually agree to redo some of the dang contract before you let him go.
No way, man.
And you're not sitting on $50
if
mil
you-
dead money.
Why would Russ help you out if you do him
Because
even
he's
dirtier?
not playing, and now we find out, can your ego really handle you not playing?
You know what? I will say, let me say one thing. When the Steelers did have a big fight today.
Boy, some of the big boys got after it. Like the coaches could not break it up.
I've been sitting here watching it. I've been sitting
Dude,
watching his different
it's
angles.
like a
of it.
real one.
They-
That
yeah.
was not just some angry little.
Yeah. Justin Fields was on a read option, and he got popped. He got pushed over, and the offensive line went crazy. And then it felt like everybody at Steelers camp came together. You know what was crazy, though? After all the yelling and screaming and the punching and the tackling and stuff, the coaches made them all hug it out. They had to come to the middle of the field and hug each other.
All right.
And I was like, listen,
Let's
we're
not
grown.
do
We're
that.
grown, man.
Let's
We
not do that.
don't need to hug anything.
Yeah,
We're
just
fine.
stop it. Yeah. Guys are competing, you know? I mean, again, that one got angry. That
There's a lot of
felt like
dudes.
a real fight, did it not?
Yeah, that seemed like somebody was angry at something.
Like there was a little pushing and shoving at Bronco camp yesterday. Go watch
Nothing
the
like it.
video, guys. It is a bunch of big dudes
And it's
getting
not like,
after it.
It's not like Fields got trucked. It wasn't
No.
like that estimate hit yesterday. He just got pushed over.
Well.
But man, the offensive line
But
was
maybe
not
that
having
tells
it.
you something.
Yeah.
Maybe that tells you something.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's-
Fields has
they're
already won
like-
his guys over.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been. Oh man, if somebody pushed Russ over and that wouldn't happen.
Well, some people kept mentioning that Russ wasn't getting helped up by his O-line last year, so I don't know. All right.
High five. All right, I love talking about Russ and the Steelers. I love talking about Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. So over the past couple days of Jets practice, there have been some visible, some have called animated discussions between Aaron Rodgers and his star wide receiver, Garrett Wilson. Today, Aaron Rodgers was asked about it.
Been floating around on social media, the conversation between you and Garrett, the very passionate. Just kind of, what happened there from your assessment.
What do you say?
He blamed you.
He blamed me? I blame him.
He basically said it was just a conversation between two passionate people.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's often appearance versus reality in life and on the football field, and what it appears to be might not always be what the reality actually is, as far as whether or not we're upset with each other. We're just passionately talking about the details of a situation that might not have to do with either of us. So G and I got a great relationship. We spend time together off the field. On the field, there's a way of doing things that we both agree on, and when it doesn't look exactly how we want it to, sometimes there's some side conversations that happen. I love those conversations, though. I mean, it's about the details. It's about winning. It's about seeing what he sees. He's got to get on my page, but I got to get on his page too, because he's got a whole book that I need to understand fully of skill set and ability and feel and rhythm and all the different things that he does out there. So those are good conversations. They might appear to be much more heated than they are, but there's usually a smile on our face afterwards, at least one of us.
Well, I mean, they happened a couple days in a row. It's a predictable answer, right? I didn't think we'd get anything too saucy out of the deal, but it'll be interesting because this wouldn't be as big a deal, I don't think, had there not been the brouhaha over the trip to Egypt and the missing of minicamp.
Didn't one of his teammates already took a shot at him over that, right?
Did they?
Yeah, I think he was like, you missed the assignment, and he was like, if you were here during minicamp, I probably would have figured it, or what? He had Aaron with the.
That was not. I don't think that was a real exchange.
Oh, you don't think it was?
I think that was somebody taking some liberties on Twitter.
Okay, then never mind. Then. Never mind, because that's exactly what I would have said to Aaron.
That would have been awesome.
Do you think? Listen, Aaron Rodgers annoys the hell out of me sometimes.
Sure,
but I think he's a great quarterback. If things were, I hate asking this. I mean, sometimes it's very much sports talk radio, but I hate diving into this pool.
Do it. Let's go.
What happens if the Broncos would have got Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, we ask
Russell
this
Wilson?
all the time. It's a fun question.
I never ask this question because I don't really like. I don't.
You don't care. You don't live in the Bronco-driven world.
Yeah.
So
but it would be like we'd be dealing with this Aaron Rodgers nonsense here, but would we be winning?
Well, would Nathaniel Hackett would probably still be your coach?
Oh, I didn't. You're right. You're right. I forgot about that.
You know what I mean? So.
Oh yeah. So it probably wouldn't be working out very well.
Bo Nix would not be here.
No, Brock Bowers probably would be though, right?
Well, I don't know. Where are you picking?
Does Aaron still tear his Achilles?
Yeah, does Aaron tear his Achilles?
Oh, you're right.
Because again, he wouldn't be playing in MetLife Stadium, which a lot of people said is known for not great player health. So yeah, the butterfly effect of it all. The problem is there's like 5 questions to answer, not just
and
one.
Then
you know
does
what
Russ
I mean?
stay in Seattle or does he go somewhere? Is
Great
Russ
question.
somewhere else,
Who knows? Who do they fleece with the Russ trade then? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do the Saints break down and make that trade?
Do
the
you think
Bears
the
trade?
you think the Jets are going to be any good?
Don't forget, real quick, the Eagles were looking to trade for Russ because they didn't think Hurts was going to have it. That might have blown up their Super Bowl season because Hurts was amazing.
Yeah, man. The butterfly effect
is real.
Butterfly, yeah.
As far as the Jets this year, yeah, I think ultimately if Aaron Rodgers is ready to play the Aaron Rodgers ball of the 2 years he was in Green Bay, then yeah, they'll be just fine.
They
and
do
we'll
got a
all quit
great
talking
defense,
about this
right?
because
Yeah.
Aaron's play will be what we worry about, and he won't be on McAfee every 2 seconds.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean?
Watching Aaron Rodgers play football is immensely fun. Listening to Aaron Rodgers talk is not.
There's a lot of people that you don't have to like to enjoy them playing something on the field. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There it is.
High five.
The NFL is moving closer to replacing the chain gang.
Yeah.
You know, that gang that comes out and measures whether or not it's first down with new technology to measure the line to gain. NFL executive Gary Brantley told the Associated Press the league will test Sony's Hawkeye technology during some preseason games. The system most likely won't be ready for full implementation until next season, though it could happen sooner. This is the same technology that they use in tennis
to figure out the in-out
Yeah,
nonsense?
to figure out if it's in or out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. I love it, man. More technology. I'm here for it, man. I want AI. I'm Skynet. What's up? Let's go. More technology. More artificial intelligence running things.
I'm excited to see this happen. I'm with you. Let's just figure out where the ball landed, right? I kind of got hip to the technology you're talking about, watching some Wimbledon there a couple weeks ago. And you know what I like? It happens quick. It happens quick.
Right.
They show it on the board. Everybody knows that we go about our lives.
Yeah.
So they have to do that, guys? Do they have to put it on all the scoreboards as to whether the ball fell near the chain or not?
I'm assuming
that'd
that
be fun.
Is the broadcast crew going to get that signal so they'll be able to officially mark the actual, because right now the lines on your broadcast screen are just guesses.
Hoping.
Right. They're just kind of guessing where it's.
They always tell you
but
it's
I wonder
not the official line.
If the NFL has that exact information where they give it to the broadcast crew, so
They
can,
should.
Yeah,
They should.
Yeah.
Hey, man, we need laser pointers on everything.
Let's go. Listen, man. The NBA's doing it too. The NBA's going to install a system. It might be the Hawkeye system too. So officials don't have to worry about who the basketball went out of.
Right.
The system will tell them automatically. It'll be like that ball went off of Nikola Jokic. It's
Good.
Orlando or whatever.
Especially if it speeds it up.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, it's supposed to make it quicker.
All right, we'll cut it there. Real quickly, Jeffrey Simmons apologized for yelling at the host yesterday. We had that audio. No big deal.
Yeah. Oh,
I
you guys
will
played
tell
that
you this.
yesterday?
Yeah, we did play it. It was fun. You know what I realized? Mark, I don't see you're up at the tent. I was walking back from checking on something to our tent, dude. And I might fall into this category too. D-Mac was so loud
that you could
players on the field could hear him. I'm like, bro, do you realize the quarterbacks were throwing they throw the ball into the different nets or whatever. So they were doing that into the end zone near all the broadcast tents. And as I'm walking back, like I'm at the 20-yard line
and you
on
can
the
hear
sideline.
D-Mac.
I could hear D-Mac popping off about the
like,
nerd guy we need to get the double bar thing to win the Olympic gold or something. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
We all have these and I could hear our guy Josh Dover. I could hear a lot of people. I'm going, you realize all these players could probably hear you right now.
He's like, Zach Wilson sucks, man. He's got to go.
Probably not a great time to go into any quarterback debate if they're throwing that way, fellas.
Well, that's what the Tennessee guy was.
Jeffrey Simmons was not psyched.
That was a tweet, though, right? He was angry at
He was angry about tweets that the guy was
but then he
sending
went
at the end
over
of
him
last
and was
year.
like, yo, man, what the hell?
Well, I get it. You want to talk to the guy, absolutely go talk to him about it.
Probably not when he's on the air, though.
Nah, well, not if you don't want to get fined. I mean, he was using some language or he
How
could
many
get
players
fined,
have
so.
yelled at you, man?
Me?
How many players are like, I want to, because we all know
Can I
there's
tell
been.
you that it actually happened more in the Arena Football League than it happened?
Oh, really?
I
AFL
try,
dudes
if
were-
I say anything on the air, I assume they're going to hear about it. Now, 95% of the time, I guess they don't. And I try not to be too hot takey. I'm trying. Look, I will tell you, yesterday I felt like I went in too hard on Jared Stidham, and I felt bad about it. Like at one point, they got me so fired up at the 10 on PhD. I said, the guy can't play. He can play. In no way did I mean to say it that way. But at the end of the day, I think he's a backup more than a starter. And I just don't want to live that life of what I watched the last two games. But like that would have been one time where if he would have come up to me, I would have said, I'm sorry. I got too, that was not fair to you. And that was too up in my feels.
I mean, some people just anger. Like, how many players wanted to murder D-Mac? Like,
yeah, well,
what was that punter?
Marquette King. Or
Yeah, I
however
mean,
he
I think
pronounces
he
his name,
literally
did it.
would have stomped
Yes.
D if he could have got his hands on
There's
him.
been some big dudes. Look, everybody has a story about something. I told the story yesterday. I watched Reuben Drones, not in any way intentional at all, but against Jacksonville, he was part of a chop block that broke the leg of Marcus Stroud, this huge defensive tackle for the Jaguars. I was on the sideline. We were in Jacksonville. And John Henderson, another large mountain of a man, was yelling at the Broncos sideline because they thought it was an intentional chop block. John Lynch, of all people, who was half the size of Henderson, was telling him to get the bleep back to your sideline and quit talking to my guys. And I'm just like, this is insane. I would not say anything to that man that angry at all right now. I just let him talk. And I asked Reuben about it after the game, and Reuben didn't quite hear me the first time. He was like, what are you talking about? And gave me the angry tone. And I go, the play where the guy broke his leg and had to be carted off? What happened there?
Yeah.
And Reuben calmed down, and he gave me an answer. I remember CJ, our buddy, Charles Johnson. I got back to town, and CJ's like, I appreciate you not backing down, because I could tell he was mad. He didn't like that question. And look, you try to ask things in a polite way, but I don't. You know what I learned? You remember the shootout between Manning and Romo in the Dallas Cowboy game?
Yeah.
I had some tweets ready to go, just wanting to land-base the defense, and the Broncos end up coming back and winning that game. And I just learned, you know what? Probably better. Now, I'm not always good about it. I got caught in the Drew Lock era and the Teddy Bridgewater era doing it a little bit, but your thought at the exact moment, I don't think our thoughts as media members are meant to be shared at the moment everything happens in a game, right? Think about it. How many Nuggets games could we have said, man, these guys are terrible?
Oh, yeah.
And they'd come back and get a win, or the Avs look like they're down. How about Alex Georgiev? How many of you got tweets on your timeline where you'd maybe like to apologize to Georgie after what he ended up doing towards the end of the playoffs versus what he was doing right there at the end of the season?
Yeah,
right?
but you get paid to give your opinion, man. Like that's
No, I
like
do,
you're
but-
like, you know what I mean? Like everybody on this station, they're not here.
I'm happy to give
Because-
you my
yeah.
opinion, and I have. I just don't know that we need to judge every play like you've got the smartest, because, again, it's about the balance of a game. Some of us don't watch a whole game anymore. You know what I mean? Telling everybody they suck in a certain moment. All right, how'd the game end up? Because
Yeah.
the Broncos ended up winning that game.
Yeah. But I think it's fine if like you react as a fan to the things that the Denver
But
Broncos
you got to know
are
when
doing.
you're around a player, and I'm assuming this guy's broadcast. The players are more tuned into you. I will tell you, more players approached me being an AFL, the Arena Football League broadcaster, because then I was on the game. Then I was having to do color commentary at one point. And I had a real good conversation with one of the DBs back in the day where he's like, "What'd you say? My girlfriend heard you say something." And I said, "All right, give me the play, because first off, I don't remember."
Yeah.
I said, "Look, man," I said, "you misplayed the ball." And I said, "It wasn't, And he goes, "All right, that's fair." He goes, "Look, dude, if it's on tape, I'm fine. But if you don't attack me personally, especially if you don't know me, don't say that I suck overall just because I had a bad play. But if you want to comment on the play, it's on. Look, dude, it's on the tape. The coaches are going to tell me anyway." So I've tried to keep that as my sort of my bar there.
Okay.
And again, I don't know about you, Berto. I try to, if I'm not going to say it to them, if I would not own up to it to them, then don't say it.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I agree. But I think that, like, if in the moment, like, if I'm railing over if I'm freaking out the day after the Denver Nuggets lose Game 7, I think that's like, listen, man, I think because we were all freaking out. We were all angry about that. Like,
but the game had been played. So that's fine. You know what I'm saying?
You're just saying you don't like when guys jump to conclusions before we
I
finish.
think when we talk about how terrible the team is and Manning sucks and this was a bad idea and all this stuff and the game isn't even done. How many people did that the first half of that Chargers Monday Nighter and then they came back and won and didn't lose again until they lost to Baltimore?
But it's the joy of sports, man.
Sure, that's fine. I just feel like as a media guy I have to be a little more responsible.
Yeah, I know. Because I love to call people stupid. I'm like, you're stupid. What were you? But I should be saying that was stupid, not you were stupid.
See, Johnny Jazz Cabbage, how were you the Tebow year, Andy? I'll be honest with you. Twitter didn't exist then, or if it did, I wasn't on it. That was 2011. I will be honest with everybody. Do you know how many games where I sat there on the sideline in my own head, thought this is some crap football? Crap football. I also remember before Marion Barber went out of bounds for the Bears, I sat there and go, okay, this is when it's done. And then I think the balloon pops. And then they came back and it was just another, it might have been their final great comeback with Prater and the incredible field goal.
Yeah.
And then they got stomped by the Patriots. To answer the question even further, when they were going up against the Steelers, I'm like, this is it. They lost 7-0, if you remember, to tie the Chiefs and won the division by tiebreaker, and that's how they ended up in the wild card against the Steelers to begin with.
Man.
And only because they were a division winner by tie was the reason the Steelers had to come here. The Steelers technically had the better record. How many times in that game I thought it was over?
I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot about the tiebreaker.
But I will be dead honest. There were so many times
But
I'm
I
like,
remember
this is
the
the worst
T-bone,
football
baby.
I've
Yeah.
ever watched.
Yeah. That was some bad football.
I've told people there was one time when they won that Dolphin game in Miami, and I still remember Orlando Franklin coming over to the sideline, absolutely spiking his helmet like a Gronk Thunder spike after a touchdown, and going 15, get the bleep bleep ball out of your bleep bleep pants, or I'm gonna let him kill you. And I was like, dude, this is bad. This is so bad. So, but it always ended up magical at the end.
They love that season.
It always ended up magical at the end. We'll come back. We got more to cover. It's Altitude Sports Radio. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, but it's Lindahl and Bertinoli. Berto.
What's Kreckman doing, man?
Affectionately call him. You know,
What's
I really
Nate
don't
doing?
know. I felt like he was going out of town for something, maybe even a wedding. It was one of those things
wow.
like Dumb and Dumber where we're sitting in the hot tub. I don't know. He was telling me, but I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah. You know what? Me and Springer were talking about yesterday. Was it yesterday, Spring? Was yesterday the 20-year anniversary of one of the greatest sports movies of all time, Dodgeball?
Dodgeball.
Oh, yeah.
It's been
Yeah.
20 years since
Patches
Dodgeball.
O'Houlihan in the crew.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball for 20 years, brother. It's 20 years, Dodgeball.
What is the greatest sports movie ever?
Dodgeball. No, The Natural, right, Springer?
Okay, but see, I'd go for funny.
I'd probably go Major League. Actually, what is my favorite sports movie of all time? I don't know, man. I got
doesn't
too
it
many.
depend
I got
on
too
your
many.
personality? Because a lot of people will tell you it's Field of Dreams, but Field of Dreams is all
Field of
about
Dreams
that
is
old
great,
punch.
but I'm not into. I don't want to sit. I don't want to. It's the same reason I don't watch Game of Thrones. I don't want to be depressed, man. I don't want to be.
Yeah.
I don't see people burned and killed and murdered. I don't. You know what I mean? Like, and no, not thanks, man.
You don't need a heavy watch, right?
No,
I like The Replacements actually. That
Hey,
Keanu Reeves one. It's fun.
Yeah, that's a good movie. I like that one with Gene Hackman and
so-
Keanu and. But yeah, it's probably.
What about Any Given Sunday? What about the program? What about Blue Chips? What about Remember the
Any
Titans?
Given Sunday's not on that list, but some of
We Are Marshall.
Some of the We Are Marshall's a great movie. That's
Miracle.
a great movie. Miracle. I forgot about Miracle. Of course, Springer has that speech memorized. Give him the speech. Give him the speech. Give him the speech. Springer. We could play them 10. They might win. We play them 10 times. They might win 9 or whatever. You know, whatever it was. Give him that speech. Go ahead.
There's that kid who did it. That's funny when that kid did it.
Yeah, he even dressed up as the coach, Herb Brooks.
The little kid.
Yeah, he dressed up as Herb Brooks, and then he gave the speech for Miracle. Find that, baby. Find that, baby.
I just remember when he made them do the sprints, and he says, "Again."
Yeah.
Again.
And who do you play for, Spring? Who do you play for?
The United States of America.
You damn right, Springer. Miracle's a great movie. Miracle's a great movie.
I figured that people are saying Tin Cup, Waterboy,
Tin Cup is a great
Kingpin.
movie.
Kingpin's so funny. Happy Gilmore.
Great movie.
Someone says best football movies, Best of Times. Not seen that.
Wait, Best of Times. Yeah, I haven't seen that either.
Pain Heals, Chicks Dig Scars, Glory Lasts Forever. Okay, let me ask you this. Where does what was that Matthew McConaughey, Dazed and Confused?
Yeah, I
you
love
could
Dazed and
argue
Confused.
that's a little bit of a sports movie because it's all about
Yeah, it's
does he
about
want
the
to play
starting
football or
quarterback.
not?
Yeah,
but then
for the-
that
yeah.
would be like his Die Hard a Christmas movie.
Yeah, Die
'Cause
Hard
really
is a
the
Christmas
movie's
movie.
about getting
Yeah.
high, not about playing football.
Yeah. No. Dazed and Confused is a
Draft
great
Day,
movie too.
you know what? Draft Day was fun.
Okay,
Good one
listen,
from the texter.
I will say Draft Day is
but
underrated.
it's just fun.
It's the
okay?
same
it's
thing,
not
like-
real, but it's just
It's the
fun.
same thing. Me and Andy were having that conversation about the Cybertruck, and I was
Yes.
like, you know what? When I first saw that Cybertruck, I was like, those are some ugly. But now I've seen them on the streets, and I'm like, you know what? I kind of like them.
What about
And that's how I feel
Lucas?
about Draft Day. When I first saw it, I was like, this is some garbage. But then after a while, I was like, actually, you know what? That was a pretty good.
Remember that movie Lucas?
Wait, no.
He ends up playing football at the end.
Wait, is this about the kid who dies?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the football game? What about All the Right Moves or North Dallas 40?
Yeah, Tom Cruise, baby.
What was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Was that a sports movie? I remember that always being on. That's an old one, but
how
I
about
never really watched
We
it.
got Slapshot.
Slapshot's
That's a great one. Blue
Rudy.
Chips.
Oh, God. Have you heard about Rudy?
No, what happened?
I've got good friends that know that apparently Rudy, the movie got made because he was just so damn annoying you finally got him to make it.
Oh, really? That's what he was like. You should make a movie about me. You should make a movie about me.
That's a great story. You got to tell it. No, I mean, the movie itself is good.
And they're
Legend of Bagger Vance.
That's
What
a great
about shoot? The Marky Mark movie, the Wahlberg movie about the Philadelphia Eagle, Papali.
Invincible.
Invincible.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good movie.
That's a good one.
That's a good movie.
What about Rocky? The original Rocky before it became too cheesy. And
Nah,
he had
see,
to
I
take
like
90
I like
shots to the
cheesy
head.
Rocky. I like cheesy Rocky.
I
So I
like
like
Rocky.
Rocky 4 probably. Is that when he beat up
Youngblood,
Drago?
Hoosiers, Cool Runnings.
Yeah.
Someone said One Flew Over is not a sports
Remember
movie.
the Titans is great because that's all these like
basketball. I haven't seen that, but I heard it's funny.
Any Given Sunday is great because of Al Pacino mostly. And that speech at halftime of that final game where he's like, we die on this team.
The inches are all around us.
Yeah, and we die for those inches. That's an absolute. But So
Creed?
That's where that, and remember the Titans, I feel like the same way is when, when Denzel's doing that Denzel thing, talking about football, you're just like, yes, let's go.
I like Mighty Ducks. A lot of people are bringing that one up. Necessary Roughness was funny. Invictus people brought up. Semi-Pro is good.
Bakula.
How about some of the boxing movies can be so fun? I liked Southpaw. Do you remember Southpaw?
Cinderella Man, brother. Cinderella
Man. What about $1 Million Baby?
No, once again, you're bringing me down with $1 Million.
Okay, but it was.
Bumming me the hell out.
What about Trouble with the Curves? You ever see Trouble with the Curves?
Yeah.
The Eastwood one?
Yeah.
But you know
Shout
what? What
out
about
Justin
the Fighter? Did you ever
Timberlake.
see the Fighter with Marky Mark?
Yes.
And Bale?
Yes, that's a great one.
It's a really
That's a
good
great one. That's a great one.
Really good one.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that is a good baseball movie.
Mystery Alaska. I've always heard that's great.
An amazing.
How about Friday Night
Watch
Lights?
it tonight. Have you not seen Mystery Alaska?
No.
With Russell Crowe, hockey baby, taking on the New York Rangers. Yeah, you got to watch it. Watch it tonight. You ain't got nothing else to do. Mystery Alaska tonight, brother. Young Russell Crowe out there cooking on the ice. Yeah, that's a great movie.
Greatest game ever played. Fight Club. I don't know. Was Fight Club?
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna. Yeah,
Fight Club was crazy. Fight Club wants to be The Sixth Sense, but at the end you're like, all right.
That's an all time. Fight Club
happened
is an
here?
all time classic.
It is fun, but part of me is like, okay, there's a little too many twists in this dang thing. Yeah. All right. Was Snatch a good boxing movie? I heard about that, but.
It Snatches the movie.
What
where
about
Brad
Vision
Pitt,
Quest? Do you like the
can't-
cycling one?
Yeah, with Matthew McConaughey. No, Matthew Modine, right?
Modine, there you go.
Matthew
What was
Modine.
the wrestling one? There's been the actual. How about The Wrestler?
Oh
Ever seen
yeah, that's
The
a great one
Wrestler?
too. That's a great
little
too.
dark too.
That's Springer's dude.
Rookie of the Year.
Mickey Rourke.
Diggstown. Ooh,
Diggstown
they're
is
joking
good.
with not another team movie, but what was that? What was that movie the football movie they're making fun of there? Varsity Blues.
Hey man, a whipped cream bikini changed my life. Learning about the whipped cream bikini, man. That movie changed. Varsity Blues changed lives.
Hey man, Max, Goon. I want to see Goon.
Goon is good.
I've heard Goon
Matter of
is
fact,
good.
I think they made a Goon 2. I haven't seen Goon 2, but the first one was good. Matter of fact, there's 2 rules. Don't touch my Percocet. And do you have any Percocet? Shout out to Goon. Shout out to Goon, man.
Bull Durham. You can't not mention Bull Durham.
Bull Durham's a great movie. I would put it in my top 3, top 5, definitely.
How many sports guys in this business that we're in have you known? I've known like 5 that are just obsessed with Bull Durham. I'm like, all right, calm down a little bit.
There's some dudes who are like that. There's some dudes who are like that. You just focus in on Friday Night Lights. Great movie, Friday Night Lights. Great TV show too, man.
All right. The program. See, I found the program so dang cheesy.
Yeah, but
they're in the middle of the street. You guys are driving by.
My man's slamming his head through windshields in the parking lot. He's like roided
Kill
up.
everybody. Kill him. Kill that guy. Kill them all.
Yeah,
Guy's
man.
bleeding out his nose.
Yeah.
Might need to calm down a little bit. Yeah, that's why a good football. I like the replacements because I think it walks the line between a little of both. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hard to make a good football movie. I mean, some of them are good.
It's
but I
hard
don't know
to
if they're-
well, it's same with basketball. What about Basketball Diaries? Do you ever see?
Hoosiers is Basketball Diaries is to me. Basketball Diaries is the greatest documentary ever made.
Yeah,
I love that. But then I watched it at the age where I was first truly falling in love with NBA basketball and basketball in general. And so it caught me at right the exact time. And I was like, that's the best story ever told.
Teen Wolf, a basketball movie?
Yes, it is.
Caddyshack's in there. Hidden Gems is good. How about The Fan? Did you ever see The Fan with De Niro?
No. With De Niro's a psycho fan and Wesley Snipes is a great player for the Giants.
That one was crazy.
I've seen it, but it's been years.
Was it Uncut Gems? Is the Sandler one about betting? So
Yeah.
All right.
This Springer, do your Adam Sandler impression of "This Is How I Win." He does a great one.
No, I don't.
All right, we'll wrap it up. We're going to come back. I want one more fun question to send us into the evening. Okay. I want to know, because you inspired me with the Tebow thing. What is the most fun unexpected year? We need some text on the text line. What is the most fun unexpected year, and how could this turn into it? How could this Broncos season turn into it? Need some help. Answer it on the other side on Altitude Sports Radio. All right, wrapping it up. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, midweek hump day. We've all made it through. By the way, saw a Jeffco update. Again, I'm seeing the Jeffco stuff hit my phone more than anything else. I know there was an evacuation order possibly in Boulder. I know we've got the thing going on right in Sterling, and there's just so many fires. People, please be safe. The latest Jeffco update I saw on the Quarry fire, which I don't live too far from, not to the point where I think I'd be threatened, but you never know. 0% containment despite all the great efforts by some firefighters today. They got the tankers out there dumping water on it from Chatfield Reservoir, but the latest Jeffco PIO update was that it's 0% containment. If you go to the Jeffco Sheriff Twitter feed, they've got road closure maps that you can access with a QR code and possible evacuations all right there. So please, everybody, be safe and please be smart. About somebody had texted in too, be careful about stopping to take pictures, which I know we all do. Don't let your car idle too long. Don't let a spark up affect more grass. Just, we all have to be so careful because our firefighting force is stretched so thin right now with these 3 going on. So please just use caution. There's some new, I know in Parker, Douglas County Sheriff tweeted out that they've upped their level of fire restrictions. It could mean no barbecues, nothing that could spark open flames. So just everybody, let's all just get through this hot weather. I saw Chris Bianchi tweet out they think next week, Tuesday, we could finally maybe get some rain, which obviously helped the situation. But everybody be safe, especially the firefighters out there. We appreciate you so much. All right. Already got some people writing in. So you had talked about Johnny Jazz Cabbage had asked, how were you during the Tebow season? And I told you, there's a lot of times I was like, man, I don't even understand how this is happening. I just don't.
Right.
People would ask me all the time.
Because he was so bad, and you could see he was so
bad. Football
was
so bad.
They kept winning.
The defense was unreal. Matt Prater was nailing field goals from all points of the field. It was just ridiculous. Yeah, and they just would always make enough plays to get a win, and you didn't know how. But a lot of people have already written in with Rocktober, and I covered that too. And Rocktober was another one where you just can't explain. They just, like you said,
you'll
they
never
just
see it
kept
again
winning.
either. Yeah, you'll never see it.
Everybody got
do that.
hot.
Yeah.
The pitchers were untouchable. Jason Hirsch has told me to this day he believes, because he was on that team, he believes if they just could have had a 3-day normal break between the NLCS and the series, he thinks they go and win the whole thing, because that's just how magical it was.
Because they didn't win a single game.
I know. He said that for whatever reason, the extended time off, because they swept the D-backs and Boston took longer to win their series, the extended time off just allowed the spell to be broken. And even he admits, the guys will tell you, they don't know how they were doing it. They couldn't explain how all that happened.
No, we couldn't either, man. I remember the whole city was freaking out. It was crazy. It's crazy. We'll never see it. We'll never see a team do something like that again, because that's unheard of.
What was your most unexpected Avs season? Was it McCarr's rookie year where they win it and then...
Oh,
because they beat a very good Calgary team. What about Waz's first year as coach?
I'm trying to think. There's been a couple of seasons that I got really like Paul Stastny's rookie season. I remember coming to camp and everyone was like, who's going to make this team? Who's not going to make this team? And then Paul made it and had a great rookie. And I was like, man, that came out of nowhere. Where's this Stastny kid from? He's looking pretty good. But I can't remember a season where at the end of it, I was like, wow, that was amazing.
But what the Avs, Cale Makar's rookie year, where he just showed up after his college season, I'm talking about.
Right, and he scored that goal.
They were the eighth seed
against Calgary in the playoffs.
Weren't they the eighth seed against Calgary, the first seed?
Were they the eighth seed?
Bro, I want to say they were, because Calgary was like President's Cup champs.
They had to be,
when Cale debuted.
Yes,
talking about that. Yeah.
They were the eighth seed in the West in that year.
The Flames and Johnny Gaudreau
because they clinched the playoff spot in that
Mm-hmm.
last week of the season, or was it the last game of the season? No. Yeah,
it might have been I think it was the second to last game.
They clinched the playoff spot.
Yeah, I think Eric Johnson scored an overtime winner against the Jets.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Man, look at you, Spring. I've had way too many Coors Lights between now and then to remember that.
I could be wrong.
They just destroyed Calgary, though. Remember that? Didn't they sweep Calgary?
Gentleman sweep.
Gentleman sweep, 5 games. It was unreal.
Yeah.
Someone, Postal House says the 77 Broncos season. I'll need help from other texters. I've never heard that, but it is. I don't remember the expectations of the 77 Broncos, right? Were they not expected to do much?
Yeah. The the season that the Nuggets, the bubble season, when they came back from 3-1
Right.
down twice, that was crazy.
Somebody wrote in Jokic's first year as a full-time starter.
Yeah, so what year would that be? 2017?
How about 2009, though? Remember 2009 Nuggets?
Oh, yeah, that was a fun
They get
season.
Chauncey Billups.
The
They
best
trade
part-
away Iverson, and they just are so good and get to the Western
They
Conference
could
Finals.
not lose at home. That season was crazy. Like we just showed up to games there at Ball Arena just assuming.
Oh, and it was so nuts,
because
right?
they were crushing teams. They were crushing teams at home, and then they got all the way to the Western Conference Finals and then lost to the Lakers.
Ah, I should beat the Lakers, man. Then they
Anthony,
would've-
shout out. I mean, it was not Anthony Carter, AC's fault for throwing that inbounds pass that got picked off there. And they lost that game and got eliminated. But I still kind of hold it against Anthony Carter.
Well, you know what? Shout out to Tony. The 96 Avs are a good call, too.
Oh,
the
yeah,
very
show
first
up,
team.
Show up, but then they.
But
and
see,
then,
for me, once they got Waugh, I felt like anything was possible because I knew Waugh. I knew the legend of Patrick Waugh.
Yeah, I think probably.
But Tony's probably right.
The greatest Avs season I've ever seen is probably the 01 season.
Well, that's greatest. I'm talking biggest surprise.
Yeah,
the one
biggest-
you didn't know was coming. To Tony's point, we didn't know much about hockey here, so who could believe the Avs are going to do and win? Yeah, could you remember? I just remember